Lu Jinhan felt as if his nose had been shattered. He slightly opened his eyes, only to hurriedly close them again, as the soreness in his nose sent a jolt through the nerves around his eyes, leaving him with an overwhelming sensation of pain that enveloped his entire body. As his consciousness returned, Lu Jinhan gradually sensed a slow reclamation of strength within himself, dispelling the previous feeling of utter exhaustion. Enduring the excruciating pain that tore through him, Lu Jinhan turned onto his side, the agony of his injuries sinking into the scorching sand beneath him. It was unmistakably sand. He could feel its texture through his fingertips. Strength gradually accumulated within him as he opened his eyes once more, only to see a massive brown crab scuttling past him. Its beady little eyes glanced at Lu Jinhan, seemingly filled with disdain, while it muttered a stream of white frothy bubbles, leaving a faint trail in the sand before disappearing into the gritty terrain. Lu Jinhan was consumed by anger. He felt as though the crab regarded him as nothing more than a coconut. This contempt ignited a surge of fury within him. He reached out, snatched up the diminutive creature from the pile of sand, tore it apart in a few swift motions, and shoved it into his mouth, devouring it with fervor. The taste of the crab was quite pleasant, possessing a subtle salinity. As he chewed the crab's pincers, Lu Jinhan attempted to stand up, taking in his unfamiliar surroundings. A golden beach stretched before him, the vast ocean extending endlessly, its ebbing tide lapping at his ankles. In the distance, beach plants resembling palm trees swayed, while the breeze caressed him like the gentle kiss of a lover, mingled with the scent of the sea. A crab claw slipped silently from Lu Zenin's mouth, his jaw hanging open like that of a hippopotamus. Where am I? Wasn't I on the battlefield? Bullets, yes, the sounds of gunfire. Did I get shot? Fragments of memories flashed through Lu Zenin's mind like a montage. He lowered his gaze to inspect his body, discovering that he was devoid of any clothing. His skin whitened from being soaked by the seawater, save for a single sock, a gray polyester sock that had taken on an odd hue from the ocean's embrace. After a thorough self-examination, he felt relieved. Though his body had felt like it had been riddled with bullets, it remained largely intact. Lu Jinhan pinched himself, and a sharp sting confirmed that this was no dream. Where am I? Lu Jinhan was utterly perplexed. The piercing pain in his nose dragged him back to reality. Although his recent movements had been minimal, it was clear that blood had started to flow again from his nose. He sensed a liquid trickling down his lips, an unmistakable salty metallic taste filling his mouth. Lu Jinhan felt as if his nose had turned into a faucet that could not be turned off. Cleanliness was the least of his concerns. He quickly removed the sock from his foot and pressed it tightly against his nose. He knew that this condition was unsustainable. Lu Jinhan turned around unsteadily and began to survey his surroundings. This was a small island, appearing quite desolate. Even the wind that grazed his skin felt primitive. The beach on which he stood was the only decline on the isolated isle, and not far from the beach lay a gigantic fish carcass, resembling that of a whale. The skeleton, bleached from the harsh sun, lay partly submerged in water, with numerous algae clinging to the portion that had been washed by the tide. Lu Jinhan looked down at the beach beneath his feet, which was littered with colorful clams that had been deposited by the blue water. His stomach grumbled audibly, had absent-mindedly discarded the crab in his earlier days. Lu Zenin's practical knowledge warned him that consuming too many of these clams, including the previously caught fiddler crab, could lead to severe diarrhea. On an island as desolate and devoid of support as this, any illness could pose a fatal threat. Yet his hunger was overpowering. After a struggle between reason and instinct, Lu Jinhan resolutely opted for survival. The clams were indeed delicious, their freshness bursting with flavor. Though consumed raw, they retained a delightful crispness and smoothness, complemented by the faint saltiness of the ocean. Without hesitation, Lu Jinhan gulped down a dozen of them, feeling renewed vigor coursing through him. His suppressed restraint manifested in the nick of time. Even though he still hadn't quite satisfied his hunger, Lu Jinhan decided to halt his relentless feeding. However, he lacked the courage to glance at the clams again, fearing that his restraint might falter under the weight of his gnawing appetite. Survival on this barren island became his utmost priority. With fortified resolve, Lu Jinhan stumbled towards the whale skeleton that lay on the beach. The skeleton was remarkably intact and ominous, and Lu Jinhan was suddenly struck by a profound sense of his own insignificance. After thoroughly examining the skeleton, he set his sights on a particular rib that had a sharp break in the bone about 1.5 meters in length. The other intact ribs towered around 2 meters long. This rib, with its jagged edge, appeared to him a perfect candidate now, In his weakened condition, little did he know what wild beasts might roam this desolate island. With this sharp rib, he could fashion a makeshift spear for self-defense. Although known for his remarkable strength on the battlefield, Lu Jinhan felt as feeble as an infant in that moment, lacking the energy to be picky. After searching the beach thrice, Lu Jinhan found many stones scattered about. Regrettably, he could barely lift most of them. After an extensive search, he finally discovered a fist-sized stone. Pleased, he tested its weight and found that, although it was a struggle, he could still manage to lift it. He struck the rib with the stone fiercely, not knowing how many blows would be required. Exhausted, he eventually broke the almost spear-like rib with a final, forceful strike. However, the exertion caused him to lean forward, and he stumbled into the rib cage, accidentally slicing his bare belly on the jagged edge. Startled, he felt a sudden surge of strength erupting from within him, propelling him out of the skeleton. Lu Jinhan lay on the beach for some time, gasping to regain his breath before struggling to stand. He glanced at the cut below his navel, which had opened a shallow gash, and drew in a sharp breath, sinking back onto the sand as he inspected it more carefully. Thankfully, the bleeding was minimal. Looking up, he noticed that a few strands of sparse black curls remained tangled in the broken ribs of the skeleton. Lu Jinhan gave his chest a pat, secretly offering his gratitude to deities he had never believed in before. Contrary to appearances, his situation remained grim. The injury on his nose rendered him dizzy, yet in comparison, it was a minor inconvenience. Lu Jinhan felt his lips dry and parched, and upon licking them, discovered they had cracked open. His throat felt as if it were on fire. Picking up the makeshift bone spear, Lu Jinhan resisted the urge to sharpen its edge with a stone, realizing he simply lacked the strength to do so. For now, he would use it as a walking stick. Slowly, he began the trek up the incline. Inside of a short time, the tide that had barely reached his ankles was now creeping up to his shins. Lu Jinhan felt a sense of luck after all. He hadn't drowned upon his arrival in this treacherous place. Above the slope lay a chaotic mix of thorns and red willows. The island was quite expansive, scattered with mounds of earth, and interspersed with low red willows and tall coconut palms, arranged in a seemingly haphazard manner. The view remained overwhelmingly desolate. With a determined exhale, Lu Jinhan staggered towards the nearest coconut tree. He scanned the area for stones to bring down a coconut, but after a long attempt, none seemed able to reach their target. Instead, a few carelessly dropped onto his head, nearly knocking the breath out of him. Damn it, am I still Lu Jinhan, the one known on the battlefield as the human grenade? Lu Jinhan grimaced as he rubbed his aching shoulder and head, casting a resentful gaze upwards at the coconut dangling above, feeling even more parched now. Could it be that a man of my stature is reduced to merely gazing up at this coconut tree? Are my hands tied merely a decorative gesture? Infuriated, Lu Jinhan felt a spark of mischief ignite within him. With a glimmer of inspiration, he sought out a vine among the thickets. Carefully, he removed the sock from his nose, revealing a surprisingly gentle gesture unlike his typical demeanor. In that moment, he resembled a groom. The sock had adhered to his blood, and as he tore it off, he winced once more. Fortunately, the bleeding had ceased. Gently, he examined his nose, feeling as if his nasal passages had expanded tenfold. Damn, I've disfigured myself. Lu Jinhan was on the verge of tears, lamenting the loss of his handsome visage. Yet, even amidst his sorrow, he diligently fashioned the blood-stained sock onto the vine, creating a pouch that could hold the stones he had gathered. With effort, he spun his makeshift sling in the air, initially struggling, but finding a rhythm after a few spins that allowed it to gain momentum. Huff! The stone launched forward, striking the coconut above with a resounding thud, as two coconuts fell to the ground with a delightful thump and bounced twice before coming to rest. Thank you, heavens! Lu Jinhan choked back tears of gratitude. Previously, Lu Ying's strict training had not been in vain without it. He could never have honed the accuracy needed to secure such a remarkable double fetch today. The coconuts were delicious, even though their sweet juices had soaked into the earth when struck. Lu Jinhan savored each bite in satisfaction. At times, humanity is difficult to please, yet at others, it can be incredibly easily satisfied, Lu Jinhan mused. In this situation, he would gladly offer himself to anyone who presented him with another coconut. The tender flesh inside the coconuts resembled that of a water chestnut, exquisite in flavor. He found himself enviously wishing for buck teeth, pondering that if he had such a feature, it would make devouring these coconuts all the more efficient. After devouring the two coconuts down to their thin shells, Lu Jinhan felt an invigorating surge coursing through him. He picked up his sling and shot down the remaining coconuts from the tree, tying them into a bundle with the vine. I swear I will not sleep without coconuts from now on, Lu Jinhan declared resolutely. Though the discarded coconut shells barely filled a few pieces, he refused to waste them, threading them together to create a simple pair of shorts. Despite the island's apparent emptiness, he still felt uncomfortable prancing about in the nude. This little modification brought him a sense of ease. He fashioned an extra coconut shell to wear as a Helmeta makeshift steel cap. Damn it, I probably look like a fool now, Lu Jinhan chuckled to himself. Pushing through the underbrush, Lu Zenen's goal was a nearby earthen mound. The bone spear momentarily served as a makeshift machete. The evening sun began to dip behind the clouds, and Lu Jinhan knew it was time to secure himself a proper shelter. Who knew what lurked in this place? Upon emerging from the thicket, he entered a grove of red willows, startling a group of seagulls, visibly thrown aback by this unexpected intruder. A flock of gray birds shot up into the air, and Lu Jinhan was momentarily taken aback by the spectacle, almost losing his balance and the coconuts on his back. A thick layer of bird droppings and feathers covered the ground beneath the low red willows. Lu Jinhan cautiously tested the softness with his foot, deliberating whether to wade through or find another route when a small creature, reminiscent of a squirrel, landed on his shoulder. It had long ears, a chubby face, and glossy golden fur that seemed to shimmer like silk, with a round belly and wide, darting eyes. Lu Jinhan was taken aback, and the little creature, clutching a wild berry in its tiny paws, nudged it closer to him. Examining the teeth marks on the fruit, Lu Jinhan shook his head in refusal of its offer. He observed the little creature, which appeared unafraid, piquing his curiosity. It had hardly any weight to it, so he couldn't muster any malicious thoughts as he gently grabbed its fluffy tail and lifted it from his shoulder, placing it back on the ground. Off you go, little buddy. Lu Jinhan playfully stuck out his tongue and gave its little head a gentle pat, pulling a face at it. Gwa, the little creature emitted a sound of contentment, playfully mimicking Lu Zenen's expression, tongue poking out adorably. How precious! Lu Jinhan squeezed its cheek, feeling its soft, plump skin beneath his palm. Lu Zenen's spirits lifted significantly, having felt quite miserable for a time. He surveyed his scant belongings, with a sheepish grin forming on his face. Be on your way now. Lu Jinhan affectionately ruffled the creature's head again, standing to head into the red willow grove. In the thicket, he noticed several nests, determining that scavenging for bird eggs could serve as a promising endeavor for dinner. The nests contained numerous eggs and many newly hatched chicks. Lu Jinhan collected about a dozen eggs, fitting them snugly into his coconut helmet. He left the chicks unharmed. The circling seabirds shrieked overhead, perhaps lauding his conscientiousness or berating his cruelty. Turning, Lu Jinhan was surprised to find the little creature, trailing closely behind, robustly clutching a thin stick upon which it had skewered a wild berry, trotting cheerily beside him. Lu Jinhan stared blankly at the sight, bewildered, as the coconut that had been precariously perched on his shoulder thudded to the ground, splattering bird droppings all around. It's mimicking me? He thought, flabbergasted. The little creature, with its plump belly, approached him, its long, fluffy tail and glimmering golden fur speckled with bits of droppings, proudly bearing its stick of berries, as if it were a triumphant general returning from battle. Can't be? Lu Zenhen's throat tightened with disbelief, and he quickly closed his mouth. The creature appeared to be grinning, its eyes squinted together in delight. Lu Jinhan perceived this grin as a manifestation of intelligence, resulting in him recalling a childhood story his mother had told him that animals could be spiritual. As a child, he had dismissed it, but a memory surfaced of a day when his mother brought him to witness a cow being slaughtered. Its eyes had been brimming with tears as it awaited its fate. That initial shock felt strikingly akin to what he felt now. Lu Jinhan bent down, beckoning the creature closer. Without hesitation, it dropped the stick and scurried into his arms, resting its tiny head against him. Lu Jinhan felt a rush of satisfaction wash over him, petting the little creature as it reveled in the attention, its ears perked up like those of a happy kitten. After a brief moment of playful interaction, Lu Jinhan resumed his journey with the squirrel-like little creature, feeling an attachment forming. The little critter leapt around with uncanny agility, dashing alongside him and bringing back berries as offerings, which, although he did not dare to eat, nonetheless warmed his heart. Exceptional was the moment the little creature presented him with a large, plump caterpillar, its almost fat, translucent body sending a shiver down Lu Zenhen's spine. He nearly retched, however, his resilient digestive system saved him from the worst of it, resulting only in a spewing of clear fluid. Damn it, you nearly scared me to death. Lu Jinhan grimaced, swinging his hand aimlessly before lowering it again, reluctant to strike. The little creature grew even bolder, climbing onto Lu Zenin's head and nestling on top, making him feel as though he were wearing a hefty, furry hat. Despite its coating of droppings, he couldn't find a reason to deny it its perch. Shared restroom privileges. Lu Jinhan chuckled. Finally, they arrived at their destination. The short journey hadn't seemed arduous, yet Lu Jinhan felt as if his body were about to fall apart. The earth mound loomed about 5 or 6 meters high. Lu Jinhan circumnavigated it and discovered a lush grove of coconut trees blooming just beyond its Riara discovery that inspired a mix of rage and disbelief. Lu Jinhan slumped down to assess his surroundings, thankful for having chosen a sheltered spot, listening to the soothing whispers of the tide that seemed to sing a melody of tranquility. Yet he pondered why the mound bore no vegetation, just a layer of brownish-green moss. As he dug into the mound, he discovered a hint of bluish stone just beneath the surface. Lu Jinhan noticed that it was still relatively early in the day and hurried to gather some soft grasses from the surrounding bushes to lay down a makeshift bed. He initially planned to erect a tent, but his energy had entirely waned. Surviving in the wild was no challenge for someone like him, trained as a scout during his army days. He gathered a few dry branches and began to drill wood to spark a fire. This was a skill he had learned in the military. Modifying his precious sock, he fashioned a simple tool to assist with lighting kindling. The dry grass quickly caught fire, and Lu Jinhan let out a quiet cheer as he hurriedly piled on the branches he had collected. He even cast a few lumps of amber-like tree resin into the flames, which visibly blazed higher, igniting his excitement. The little creature sat obediently beside Lu Jinhan, its tiny legs splayed and plump belly protruding, watching him curiously. Lu Jinhan pressed frantic kisses on the sock, overwhelmed with gratitude for its multifaceted utility, first as a makeshift bandage, then a slingshot, and now as the tool to kindle a fire. He once derided how little fabric the sock provided and had intended to use it for pants, but now he realized how essential it had become. Gua. Lu Jinhan affectionately stroked the small creature's head, grateful for the companionship it offered. The heavens have treated me kindly, if nothing else. I have you and this sock to help me. The little creature responded with a delighted gua as Lu Zenhin's sock found its way to its nose. Curiosity and excitement took over as it attempted to imitate his every action. The moment Lu Jinhan unearthed the buried bird eggs from the fire, a mouth-watering aroma wafted through the air. Swiftly, he set to work, avoiding catastrophe. After cracking open one of the shells, he took care to brush away the remnants of ash, presenting the pristine, white egg before the little creature. Rejuvenated from its earlier fatigue, the creature perked up instantly, taking a large bite out of the egg while throwing appreciative glances at Lu Jinhan. "Damn it, you nearly scared me to death." Lu Jinhan quickly deposited the potato sack onto the coconut helmet atop his head and grabbed the bone spear to puncture a coconut, guzzling down several hearty gulps of coconut water while simultaneously cracking an egg and swallowing it whole. The little creature, its curious eyes following Lu Zenhin's every move, observed in envy as it attempted to reproduce the act, but ultimately realized it couldn't manage to engulf the whole egg. Defeated, it stopped trying. Lu Jinhan had devoured 5 or 6 eggs and stopped to burp, laughing at how the little creature looked at him as if it were envious. With a playful flourish, he tossed 2 eggs into his mouth at once, chewing heartily. The little creature scampered up onto Lu Zenhin's face, affectionately nuzzling its head against his stubbly jaw, an action that filled him with glee. Just then, his laughter was abruptly interrupted as a massive, azure wolf silently emerged from behind the mound, its luminescent eyes fixed intently on Lu Jinhan, who was still reveling in the moment. Lu Zenhin's pupils constricted. A shiver of ice ran down his spine, his body temperature plummeted. There was no time to ponder why this wolf was such a striking shade of blue. Almost instinctively, he reached for the whalebone spear at his side. His history on the battlefield, a competition that had included throwing knives, where a single swift motion had once taken down his opponent, pinged in his memory. Yet, an even more unfathomable occurrence soon followed. The blue wolf parted its jaws, and from its bared fangs, an invisible blast of wind shot toward Lu Jinhan, akin to a tornado. The swirling current of air folded into a knife-like crescent, vanishing just as quickly as it had come. Lu Zenhin's spear, his sole tool, was sheared in half, the hollow clattering of bones ringing in his ears. Feeling a wave of despair, Lu Jinhan knew he wouldn't be able to fight this creature of inexplicable power without an armament. It was clear that none of his previous encounters with animals could adequately prepare him for this threat. The wolf regarded Lu Jinhan with a prideful snort, seeming to scoff at his audacity. It observed him with a predatory gaze, and Lu Jinhan couldn't help but feel as if he were up against a creature bestowed with human-like intelligence. Now, the realization that this intelligent beast could produce sharp winds would cause any rational mind to tremble. While stunned and incredulous, Lu Jinhan instinctively drew Guogua closer with firm arms, gripping a piece of wood from the fire. He had no idea if this wolf feared fire, as logic had been cast aside. The threats of this creature were wholly alien. Though blade-like winds were formidable, they were still akin to the traditional parry of a steel blade, could recall the maxims of warfare. Lu Jinhan hunched low, clutching the flaming branch, prepared to strike the wolf on its snout as it lunged forward. Obisarachi, what the hell is happening? Lu Zhenhan's chest erupted with a crimson dragon tattoo swirling around, intertwined with living muscle, as memories flooded back to him. It depicted strength, defiance against overwhelming odds, and was a symbol from his past that grounded him. Lu Jinhan braced himself, his eyes locked onto the azure wolf as he shifted his stance. The constricted space offered little room to maneuver, and he did not desire to accidentally harm Guogua in the heat of battle. The wolf watched him curiously, its enormous jaw licking the air, and its vibrant blue fur bristling with a mixture of intrigue and intent. Suddenly feeling a weight atop his head, Lu Jinhan glanced up to find Guogua scampering onto him, its clawed paws clinging to his hair in excitement. "Guogua, get down!" Lu Jinhan urged, panic flooding his voice. In the fraction of a second that Lu Jinhan was distracted, the wolf seized the opportunity. The fire didn't faze it as it leaped forward, closing in on Lu Jinhan within mere strides. The makeshift torch slipped from his fingers and hurtled towards the beast's face. The wolf sneered, expelled a gust of wind, and the fire burst into a shower of sparks. The radiant embers danced through the air, illuminating the dusky evening, while the wolf's visage was splattered with a cascade of embers. Enraged, it prepared to exact its fury on this offending creature. Lu Jinhan, emboldened by the chaos, sprang forth from the veil of sparks, leading with his fists clamoring for the wolf's snout. The moment Lu Zhenhan's fist connected with the wolf's face, the world fell silent. Crack! Lu Jinhan felt the impact reverberate through him, until he instinctively sprung forward, his knee crashing into the wolf's belly. Without awaiting a thought, Lu Jinhan struck again, landing a second blow on the beast's pronounced jaw. If it dared to produce those vicious winds again, it would merely be inviting more hits. The blood of the dragon coursed through his veins, rocketing through each rapid punch. The wolf let out a harsh whimper and retreated in haste. As Lu Jinhan felt his strength waning, had hoped to press the attack, yet fatigue gripped him, leaving him helpless against the distance growing between him and the azure beast. Breathlessly, he staggered, his heart sinking as he considered Guogua, who remained heavied upon his head, a constant reminder of what he was fighting for. Bending down, Lu Jinhan retrieved the bone spear that had slipped from his grasp. Astonishingly, his two powerful blows hadn't finished this formidable wolf. The chances for a surprise attack had rapidly dwindled, and all that remained was to take a stand against the creature. Once again, blood trickled from his nose, but he refrained from wiping it away. The wolf held dominion over its monstrous prowess, far beyond the limits of human understanding. Lu Jinhan yearned for a machine gun, thinking that a rifle would serve him better now than it ever had. The wolf locked eyes with Lu Jinhan, their gazes entangled like two birds of prey. The wolf wouldn't relent, as its mouth parted, and an involuntary instinct prompted Lu Jinhan to lash out with a spear. Nothing met his strike. The wolf's mouth brimmed with blood, a telltale sign that his earlier strikes had indeed landed weighty blows. Lu Jinhan felt a rush of reassurance surge through him. The wolf's predatory stare encapsulated Lu Jinhan now. As it carefully paced, a hint of halting revealed in its gait. He could only ponder what this creature's next move would be, a careful calculation of wisdom that set Lu Zhenhan's instincts alight with tribulation. Sure enough, the wolf halted 20 paces away, a snap of its maw unleashing another wind blade toward Lu Jinhan. He raised his spear, but was unsteady when he rolled to avoid it, only to find broken remnants in his grasp. What tremendous strength rendered this beast capable of so much? Lu Jinhan found himself smirking grimly at the pitiful remnants of his spear. Before he could think, the wolf lunged ferociously toward Lu Jinhan, and without a second thought, he slammed the dagger-like spear into the approaching wind blade, resulting in a shift in strength as both fell to the ground, dispersing clouds of dust. The wolf, wise as it was, knew the wind blades were not meant to kill. Its entire body darted forward, a calculated maneuver that completed its pouncing assault, an ultimate strike that spelled danger for Lu Jinhan. As it leaped, its fangs prominent, its piercing eyes rendered in shades of red as the blue fur glimmered beneath the evening light. With mouths agape, blood continuing to pool, the beast lunged forth, jaws outstretched and claws glinting ominously. There was nowhere left to retreat. Would he flee from the wolf? How could he withstand such a force crushing through him? Thoughts of his brother and mother flooded back, and Lu Jinhan, despite surviving these trials, felt his eyes brim with tears. Beast, know the true measure of your nemesis. He roared, knowing it was futile. He still summoned every ounce of strength within him to confound the wolf with the vine, to strangle this mystifying, ferocious beast. Lu Jinhan had never been one for self-indulgence. Chapter 2. The Great Procurement on the Deserted Island. A fierce gust of wind swept past Lu Jinhan's forehead, leaving him with a piercing chill that felt almost like a violent tearing. He then witnessed a faint white mass hurtling directly towards the gaping maw of the colossal blue wolf. The beast, mid-leap and poised to attack, was evidently taken by surprise. It attempted to evade the impending blow but was too late. By instinct, it tilted its head, allowing the mass to crash into the left side of its face. A mournful howl erupted from the wolf as it plummeted straight down before Lu Jinhan. To his astonishment, he noticed a crystalline frost slowly spreading across the once fearsome visage of the wolf. The once proud blue fur was swiftly enveloped in a layer of frost, and the creature's expression was one of profound agony. Its front paws cradling the eye that had just been struck, its entire body convulsing as if electrified. Lu Jinhan stared dumbfounded at the giant wolf sprawled before him, utterly taken aback. The wolf's front paws, unlike human hands, could not entirely cover the injured eye. He could clearly see that the once mighty wolf eye had succumbed to chaos, swirling with a creamy hue, reminiscent of canned pineapple he had once consumed at the front lines. Soaked in preservatives for far too long, the wolf continued to tremble, its thrashing becoming more pronounced, initially involving its limbs, and eventually its tail began to quiver erratically as well. Lu Jinhan momentarily froze. Unable to contemplate further, and hurriedly wrapped the clothing he was holding tightly around the wolf's neck. He threaded the vine through the gap between the wolf's paws and neck. His calf quaked with trepidation. Although he could not comprehend why the giant wolf seemed to have suddenly lost its fighting spirit, akin to a sudden onset of malaria, he felt an unsettling anxiety creeping into his heart. The blue wolf's imposing form suggested immense strength, and the more he observed, the more anxious he became. He forced himself to avert his gaze from the beast's massive frame and its calf-like head. Planting one foot firmly on the wolf's broad back, he wrapped the vine around twice, pulling it tight. An icy chill seeped through his soles, akin to standing on dry ice, sending sharp pangs through his feet. The wolf, ensnared by the vine around its neck, suddenly unleashed a surge of power from seemingly nowhere. Its front paws scratched desperately at the ground, carving deep trenches beneath its sharp claws. Lu Jinhan felt as though he were no longer grappling with a wolf, but rather struggling against a revving combine harvester. Overwhelmed, he collapsed onto the icy back of the giant wolf, bracing his feet against the ground. Leaning back with all his might, that moment, Guagua, who had been perched atop his head, leapt down to the wolf's broad back, mimicking Lu Jinhan's grip on the vine, her chubby little form arching high as she exerted herself. Damn it, Lu Jinhan thought, feeling like a captain aboard a ship tossed about by tumultuous waves. The wolf's body writhing beneath him, he nearly lost his balance multiple times, but gradually, the wolf's thrashing diminished. Yet with every inch it moved, it left behind deep claw marks in the earth. The wolf inched closer to a mound of dirt, its claws gripping the slope as it attempted to rise, its sharp talons scraping against the mossy earth, slipping back down repeatedly. The soil was clawed away, revealing the rocky underbelly beneath, and with every thrust of its paw, shards of gray stone scattered. With each labored breath, the wolf expelled foamy white bubbles from its massive jaws, splattering against the mound. Seeing those bubbles, Lu Jinhan realized victory was within reach, and he summoned every ounce of strength he possessed. Just as he was about to choke the wolf to death, the vine unexpectedly snapped with a loud crack, sending both Lu Jinhan and Guagua tumbling away. Lu Jinhan narrowly avoided crashing into the fire, the acrid scent of singed hair wafting around him. Guagua landed in his arms, and before he could extinguish the flames licking at her hair, she deftly sprang up, seizing a half-buried whale bone spear, and plunged it fiercely into the giant wolf. With a muffled thud, The bone spear penetrated half an inch before halting, as Lu Zhenhan found himself utterly drained. The wolf let out a heart-wrenching howl that echoed through the air, startling a flock of partridge-like seabirds from the nearby brush. The wolf struggled to rise but slipped again, unable to regain its footing. Listening to its labored breaths, Lu Zhenhan's anxiety intensified. With trembling hands, he attempted to withdraw the whalebone spear, but after 2 futile attempts, his hands slipped, unable to pull it free. Exhausted, he realized that even if he managed to extract it, he would lack the strength to strike again. Both the wolf and Lu Zhenhan gasped for air. Lu Zhenhan's chest heaved, while the wolf's belly quaked as if beating like a drum. Ultimately, the wolf managed to rise, albeit unsteadily, its 4 legs wobbling before it stabilized. Slowly turning in place, the spear lodged in its body vanished from Lu Zhenhan's sight. He propped himself up, defiantly meeting the wolf's gaze. Having come this far, the fear and tension that once gripped him dissipated. He felt a surge of regret, realizing that had he not been injured and weakened from blood loss, he could have easily subdued the beast. The wolf's eye, struck by the mass, had now become a hollow socket, with a remaining glassy orb cracked and fragmented. Yet there was no blood, only a frozen layer of red, glass-like substance coating the cavity. The other eye glimmered with hatred as Lu Zhenhan panted, cursing under his breath, "Damn it! Who the hell sent you to torment me? You deserve this." The wolf's front legs buckled, and it sank back to the ground, both adversaries locked in a tense stare. Breathing heavily, Lu Zhenhan felt a weight lift from his heart, a flicker of relief sparking within him. It appeared the wolf lacked the strength to finish him off. The wolf's face twitched, almost as if mocking Lu Zhenhan's ignorance. This peculiar grin startled him. Could a wolf truly smile? He struggled to rise, but the wolf's expression filled him with a sense of treachery and cunning, reminiscent of a victorious general surveying his captive. The wolf's massive jaws opened wide, thickly coated in frost. Even the fangs were encrusted with ice. A swirling mass of air began to coalesce within its mouth, intensifying like a miniature tornado. A chill ran down Lu Zhenhan's spine. He recalled the wolf's deadly capabilities. It didn't need fangs or claws. With that razor-sharp wind blade, it could cleave him in 2. Tears welled in his eyes as thoughts of his sister, mother, and brother flooded his mind. An overwhelming longing for the world he was about to leave behind, as the wind coalesced within the wolf's maw. Its gaze reminded Lu Zhenhan of a farmer's scythe glimmering in the autumn breeze. Guagua broke free from Lu Zhenhan's grasp, landing on the ground, her little belly puffed out as she seemingly took a deep breath. A white mass shot from her mouth towards the wolf's gaping jaws. Fear seeped into the wolf's remaining eye as the mass struck the swirling wind blade. A sound akin to tearing fabric filled the air as the wolf's maw was cleaved open, a gaping wound appearing without blood or cries. The wolf's face turned a ghostly white, and with a resounding thud, it collapsed like a felled tree. Guagua emitted a series of gurgling sounds as she too plopped down, her once perky ears drooping, as if exhausted from the exertion. Lu Zhenhan's mouth fell agape in disbelief, as if he could fit a coconut inside, pointing at Guagua, his finger trembling violently in astonishment, as he gazed upon Guagua's cherubic face. Beads of sweat cascaded down its diminutive nose, mixing with the mud and grime that smeared its entire visage. Lu Zhenhan, momentarily stunned, was struck by a wave of heartache. Guagua, having turned around, wore a look of astonishment as well, its trembling little paw pointing at Lu Zhenhan. Lowering its head to inspect itself, Guagua uttered a soft exclamation. Lu Zhenhan, feeling a sense of urgency akin to that of a rescue worker, swiftly picked up the makeshift garment he had fashioned. Overwhelmed by a profound discomfort, "You little rascal," he exclaimed, pinching Guagua's soft, pink-cheeked, "I never expected you to have such tricks up your sleeve. How on earth did you learn this? Did you freeze such a massive wolf?" He marveled. "Impressive." Guagua let out a contented murmur, writhing playfully in Lu Zhenhan's palm, rubbing its fuzzy little head against his hand. "How fortunate I am," Lu Zhenhan thought to himself, feeling a jolt of energy as he settled down, only to plop onto the ground. After a brief rest, he stood to inspect the now lifeless giant wolf, running his hand along its icy, rigid body, reminiscent of something just pulled from a refrigerator. Thankfully, the coconut shells containing the bird eggs remained undisturbed nearby. Lu Zhenhan hurriedly tossed a few into the fire, realizing how desperately he needed the nourishment to replenish his strength. Cradling Guagua, he pondered the nature of this place. What manner of creatures breathed such icy winds? And why even a small creature like Guagua could exhale such frigid gusts? The more he contemplated, the more bewildered he became, ultimately deciding to abandon his thoughts. The aroma of the bird eggs paled in comparison to the mysteries surrounding him. Let us wait for the moon to rise, Lu Junhan mused, then I shall gaze upon the stars and discern my bearings. After consuming the bird eggs, exhaustion overwhelmed Lu Junhan, and he collapsed onto the thatched bed beside the fire. Whether or not another giant wolf would come seeking trouble was a concern he could no longer afford. What was meant to come would come in due time in the dead of night. He was roused by the chill, discovering that only a few embers remained in the fire that would nearly consume. A cold wind swept over the mound, and although his bed was sheltered from the wind, it was still unbearably frigid. Glancing at the curled-up Guagua nestled in his arms, he affectionately patted its little head. The small creature stirred, its large ears twitching, smacking its lips before rolling over to reveal its plump belly. Lu Junhan retrieved a sock and gently laid it over the exposed belly, brushing his hand over Guagua's head. Under the pale starlight, the blood-stained sock contrasted sharply with Guagua's lustrous golden fur, causing an inexplicable pang in Lu Junhan's heart. Quietly rising, he ventured into the nearby thicket to gather some twigs and dry thorns, returning to rekindle the fire. If only I could smoke a cigarette in this cursed place, he lamented, seated before the flames, reflecting on the day ahead, and no matter what, he resolved to procure some salt and construct a rudimentary shelter. The absence of salt made him feel oddly unbalanced, as if his head were heavier than his feet. Leaving him in a daze, the distant stars twinkled gently, but Lu Junhan squinted and searched in vain for even a familiar constellation. Not even the North Star could he locate, having searched several times. As a dark cloud parted, the moon unveiled itself, casting a cool glow upon the dazed Lu Junhan. He regarded the moon in disbelief, shaking his head. Is that truly the moon? He pondered that it appeared immense and imposing, the craters and volcanic pits distinctly visible. If the moon he had seen before was merely the size of a mooncake, then this one resembled a giant, cooking pot. Is this still the world I once knew? Lu Junhan, filled with countless questions, drifted back into slumber. When the first rays of sunlight touched Lu Junhan, Guagua was the first to awaken. The little creature blinked its sleepy eyes open and nudged the makeshift blanket, his sock aside, eagerly licking Lu Junhan's face. The old man, still groggy from sleep, was jolted awake by the unexpected affection. Lu Junhan exclaimed, sitting up abruptly, gasping for breath. Guagua, filled with joy, squeaked and quickly climbed onto Lu Junhan's head. Clutching his hair tightly, Lu Junhan stretched widely, feeling his strength returning, though his nose was more painful than the day before. A gentle touch confirmed it had begun to scab, dispelling his fears of bleeding to death. After smothering the fire with dirt, Lu Junhan attempted a set of military exercises, pleased to find his agility had returned. Guagua, observing him throw punches and kicks with fervor, leapt down and mimicked his movements, bending its hind legs and adorably attempting to imitate Lu Junhan's actions. Lu Junhan laughed heartily, finding the little creature utterly delightful. Come, my dear, he exclaimed, scooping up Guagua, let us procure some supplies. The whalebone spear was still lodged in the giant wolf's carcass. Lu Junhan approached the wolf's body. While it remained cold, it was noticeably less rigid than the previous night. He extracted the bone spear, wiping off the grime on the wolf's fur. Scouts favor short weapons. And Lu Junhan examined the modified whalebone dagger with satisfaction before finding a sturdy stick to wield. Looking at his own reflection, he couldn't help but chuckle at how much he resembled a primitive caveman. Lu Junhan fashioned a makeshift sunshade, closely inspecting the dense grove of red willows across the mound. This forest was even larger than the one he had traversed the day before, its undulating terrain crowned by a few distant mounds. He had climbed to the top of one before departing, choosing a fine spot for his camp, with brushwood to the front and right, and mounds to the rear, effectively shielding him from the briny sea winds. At the far end of the red willow grove lay a beach, partially concealed but appearing significantly larger than the one he had encountered previously. The beach he had awoken on was merely a stone's throw away. Separated by a rocky outcrop, today's goal was to reach that shore. As he traversed the red willow grove, Lu Zhenhan refrained from foraging for bird eggs, burdened by the 2 coconuts on his back. There was no need to add to his troubles. After all, it was a veritable bounty awaiting him. He let out a triumphant whistle, greeting the sea birds that circled anxiously above. It took Lu Zhenhan approximately half an hour to navigate through the red willow grove. To avoid losing his way, he marked a large cross on the bark of trees with the whale bone dagger every few steps, a task that consumed much of his precious time. The beach he arrived at was indeed much larger than the previous one, with an abundance of palm and coconut trees lining the shore. In the nearby waters, jagged rocks emerged and vanished with the ebb and flow of the waves, the solitary sound of the sea crashing against the rocky outcrop being the only noise. Lu Zhenhan, with his feet smeared in bird droppings, might have been the first human to ever tread upon this shore, which was littered with sun-dried animal droppings and shells left behind by the receding tide. He discarded the large stick and gently placed Guagua, who had been resting atop his head, onto the sand. Clenching the whale bone dagger in his mouth, he plunged into the water with fervor. He dared not venture too far into the depths, wary of hidden whirlpools and strange sea creatures. He could hardly withstand another encounter with a fearsome beast like the wolf from the day before. After swimming among several coral reefs, Lu Zhenhan spotted his desired treasure, a massive clam, its dark shell encrusted with algae and seaweed, firmly attached to the coral. Its diameter was nearly the size of a traditional hat. With the whale bone dagger, he pried the clam from the reef, cradling it as he swam back. Emerging from the water, he felt its weight, approximately 50 to 60 pounds. Guagua paced anxiously on the shore, calling out to him. Upon seeing Lu Zhenhan's head surface, Guagua squealed with delight, leaping onto his head and clutching his hair tightly. Laughing, Lu Zhenhan patted Guagua's head with one hand. Eager, are we? Setting down his catch. Lu Zhenhan employed the whale bone dagger to pry open the clam's shell. After much effort, he could barely insert the blade into the gap. Then an idea struck him. He flipped the clam upright and poured a handful of sand into the crevice. As expected, the clam opened slightly, releasing a stream of water. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Zhenhan gripped both sides of the shell and pulled with all his might. The clam emitted a grinding noise as Lu Zhenhan's muscular arms strained. And with a satisfying crack, the shell finally yielded to his strength. The yellowish flesh of the clam glistened brilliantly under the sunlight. With a few deft movements, Lu Zhenhan extracted the clam meat and astonishingly unearthed several irregularly shaped pearls from within. After rinsing the large clam shell, the beautiful patterns emerged, revealing rings akin to the growth rings of a tree, which filled Lu Zhenhan with immense joy. He gathered a few stones and casually built 2 small stoves. Then ventured into the red willow forest to collect a dozen bird eggs. Next, he crafted fire by drilling wood and began using the clam shells as makeshift pots, one for boiling coconut juice with fried eggs, and the other for boiling seawater. Guagua, drawn by the enticing aroma wafting from the clam shell pot, sat obediently beside him, eagerly awaiting his culinary creation, as this little creature seemed most docile during mealtime. Lu Zhenhan sprinkled a pinch of salt, left behind by the evaporation around the edge of the clamshell pot, onto the coconut juice fried egg. He quickly extinguished the fire, fashioned 2 chopsticks from branches, and served a fried egg to Guagua, who chirped with delight, running joyfully along the beach. Why, culinary skills are quite impressive, aren't they? Lu Zhenhan thought to himself, taking a taste. Aside from a slight brininess from the clam remnants, the flavor was indeed delightful. As Lu Zhenhan savored his meal, his satisfaction grew, and he couldn't help but beam with pride. By the time they finished breakfast, the other pot had also yielded a considerable amount of sea salt. Lu Zhenhan carefully managed the fire, extinguishing it just before it became too dry, wrapped the salt in a large leaf, and carried the 2 clam pots back home. Constructing a shelter had proven somewhat challenging for Lu Zhenhan. He first ventured to the beach, retrieving several whale ribs and sharpening them against a rock, hoping to utilize them for lumber. The knives he fashioned from the whale bones were reasonably sharp, but they were no match for wood, as he soon discovered. One careless chop resulted in breaking 2 painstakingly crafted whale bone knives, leaving him reluctant to waste more. Ultimately, Lu Zhenhan resorted to collecting some branches, fashioning a few stakes, and haphazardly covering the top with thatch. He then gathered several smaller red willow trees, broke their branches, and placed them atop the roof. At last, his shelter was completed, albeit in a rather makeshift manner. Lying in bed, surrounded by an array of impressive whale bone knives, a handful of bird eggs nestled in large coconut shells, and a pile of coconuts. Lu Zhenhan felt a sense of peace while he began to process the wolf carcass. Initially, he had harbored fears of vengeful kin of the giant wolf, yet he had not encountered any thus far. Lu Zhenhan surmised that such creatures were likely rare on this island, which was vast and still largely uncharted. However, with an abundance of resources at his disposal, coupled with his body's near-full recovery, and Guagua, who resembled a refrigerator with its cooling capabilities, Lu Zhenhan felt remarkably relaxed. He chose not to wash the wolf's meat, instead retaining only the blue wolf pelt, believing it would be quite soft as a bedding cover. He also kept all the wolf's teeth, their sharpness appealing to him at first glance. The remaining parts of the carcass were incinerated. As he had no desire to invite any diseases into his new home, dying from the plague emitted by a decaying wolf would be utterly pointless. After burning the wolf's body, Lu Zhenhan made a new discovery amidst the ashes. He found a translucent, six-sided object, the size of a pigeon's egg, resembling a gem. When exposed to the fire, it shimmered with a bluish glow. Lu Zhenhan concluded that the wolf must have had gallstones. He meticulously fashioned a necklace from vine to adorn Guagua with the gallstone, which the little creature evidently cherished, jumping onto Lu's head and showering him with affectionate slobber. The remaining wolf pelt was somewhat tattered during the skinning process, but after drying over the fire, it shrank considerably, though the fur remained soft. Lu Zhenhan cut a piece of the wolf pelt and crafted a bow from both the wolf fur and whalebone, utilizing the natural curvature of the whale rib for an ideal bow shape, while several wolf teeth were repurposed into arrowheads. Now, Lu Zhenhan's only regret was the lack of a water source. Although he had coconuts to stave off thirst, he felt it was a pity to have pots and fire yet be unable to prepare a feast with the abundant game. He resolved to dig a pit for water the following day. Convinced that with the dense trees surrounding him, a water source must exist. What a massive moon! Lu Zhenhan mused, gazing at the enormous orb that had just risen into the sky. Chapter 3. Rescue. It seemed as though fate conspired against Lu Zhenhan. While the evening sky was clear and starry, the winds picked up overnight. His modest shelter, nestled behind a mound of earth, was somewhat sheltered from the gusts, but the rain fell relentlessly from the heavens, and the leaves that comprised his roof quickly betrayed their flimsy construction, allowing water to leak in from all sides. Lu Zhenhan was jolted awake at the first clap of thunder, immediately regretting not having constructed a drainage ditch the day before. Before he could dwell on his regret, a torrential downpour descended, as if a bucket had been overturned. Observing the dripping confines of his shelter, his motivation to combat the flood waned. His thatch bed was soon thoroughly soaked. Fortunately, the wolf pelt acted like a lotus leaf, repelling the rainwater, which beaded and rolled off its surface. Lu Zhenhan draped the wolf pelt over his head, cradling Guagua in his arms, curling up within the warm confines of the pelt, waiting foolishly for the rain to cease. The rain intensified, showing no signs of abating, accompanied by a cacophony of thunder and lightning above the red willow forest. With each strike, Lu Zhenhan felt the ground tremble beneath him. The wind whipped the rain into a swirling curtain, causing the underbrush to bow low, while the howling wind made everything seem trivial in the face of nature's might. A thunderous cracking noise, akin to wood splintering, drifted through the storm, capturing Lu Zhenhan's attention. His ears perked up at the sound, which emanated from the beach where he had made his pot that morning. He could only surmise that if a heavy 8-wheel truck had crashed into a wooden door, it would produce a similar sound. Amidst the wind, he faintly heard cries for help. Though he could not decipher the words, the urgency and desperation conveyed by the voices were unmistakable, an indication of peril. It must be that a ship had encountered a storm and sought refuge on this island, but judging by the noises, it seemed to have struck a reef. Lu Zhenhan's thoughts raced. They must be rescued. Without a moment's hesitation, he donned the wolf pelt and seized his whale bone knife, charging into the curtain of rain. If a ship had indeed come to this desolate island, it represented his only chance of escape. This opportunity was one Lu Zhenhan would not squander, even if it cost him dearly. His only wish was for the vessel to remain intact. During his morning dive, he had glimpsed the coral reefs beneath the tranquil surface. Understanding the hidden dangers that lay below, the winds were even fiercer than he had anticipated. As he burst forth from the mound, it became apparent that the wind threatened to whisk away his pelt. which barely clung to him now, serving more as a cape than a protective cover. Each step became a monumental challenge, forcing him to crawl along the muddy ground, all while keeping Guagua secure in his arms and attempting to maintain hold of the pelt. The torrential raindrops pelted his face like bullets, aggravating his already injured nose and causing him considerable discomfort. He finally managed to stumble into the red willow forest, where the winds were somewhat diminished. Though still relentless, the low-lying red willows seemed even lower under the weight of the storm, and branches frequently lashed at his head. Lu Junhan hunched over, trying to follow his markers while navigating forward. The ground was a treacherous mix of bird droppings and muddy water, forming deep puddles that threatened to swallow his feet with every step as he staggered out of the red willow forest. The storm's fury began to wane, the rain softening to a gentler patter that no longer stung his face. Lu Junhan loosened the wolf pelt, allowing the rain to wash over his grimy body. While Guagua's sleek fur remained unscathed, with raindrops merely clinging to its long lashes, Lu Junhan placed Guagua atop his head, wiping the rain from his face, and in the fleeting moments between lightning strikes, scanned the darkened sea. He spotted a massive sailing ship caught between two coral reefs, its fore half tilted skyward, revealing a large hole in the hull. Each flash of lightning illuminated the scene, revealing the relentless surge of seawater pouring into the vessel, which was gradually succumbing to the depths. The ship's sails and mast appeared to have been damaged upon impact with the reef. Scattered debris floating across the water's surface. Estimating the distance between himself and the ship, Lu Junhan quickly gauged its length and diameter. It appeared to be at least 25 meters long, with a radius exceeding 10 meters. The vessel's sides were relatively shallow, and based on Lu Junhan's keen observation, as well as the design of the hanging mast and the elegant upward curve at the bow, resembling a figure with clasped hands and a serpent's body, he was unable to ascertain the country or region to which this ship belonged. Despite being filled with a myriad of questions, Lu Junhan prioritized the imperative of rescuing those in peril. With the winds howling and the waters churning, he dared not take unnecessary risks. He gathered several long and sturdy vines, securing them to his person, and fashioned a makeshift life buoy by binding together a few large coconuts with the vines. Only then did he bravely descend into the water. Guagua, who had initially been left on the shore, unexpectedly leapt onto Lu Junhan's head just as he entered the water, nearly exasperating him. Around him, the sea swirled into whirlpools, whipped up by the wind, as he clung to the life buoy. Being tossed about helplessly, after much struggle, he managed to reach the side of the ship, only to find it nearly impossible to climb aboard. Several corpses in white robes floated nearby, their bellies swollen and faces ghostly pale. A sight that even Lu Junhan, accustomed to death, found unsettling. The ship creaked ominously, its tilted hull producing a series of groans akin to a lament, causing Lu Junhan's heart to race with trepidation. He fervently hoped the vessel would not collapse upon him. Fortunately, after a brief shudder, the ship steadied, the sounds of which straining diminishing significantly. After careful consideration, he resolutely untied one of the vines from his back, placing one end into Guagua's mouth, urging, "Go, Guagua," obediently grasping the vine, leaped from Lu Junhan's head to the broken mast hanging just above the water, swiftly climbing to the ship's edge with a deft maneuver. She secured the vine in a hole on the ship's side and parachuted down, landing squarely on Lu Junhan's head. With the rope in place, climbing aboard became significantly easier. Lu Junhan ascended with relative ease, though the vessel's angle of nearly 40 degrees made finding stable footing a challenge, and he had to take care to avoid slipping. Gradually, he made his way into the ship's hold, where the water had flooded in quite severely, submerging much of the space. The walls bore the marks of violent impacts, and all the boxes and cabinets had tumbled together, creating a chaotic pile afloat in water that reached up to his shins. Outside, flashes of lightning illuminated the hold, casting eerie shadows, as Lu Junhan searched for survivors. Alas, apart from splintered wood and scraps of fabric, he found nothing. Upon reaching the third compartment of the hold, Lu Junhan spotted a large, pancake-like object floating on the surface. He took a bite, only to find it as hard as iron, likely made from unfermented dough, choking him momentarily. Guagua also leaped onto the oversized cake, took a bite, and disdainfully spat it out. Lu Junhan then retrieved a piece of gauze resembling a cloak, wrapping the large cake tightly to his back. He noticed several objects resembling watermelons or cantaloupes floating around, though all had burst open, and he collected them all into his pouch. This hold was the last layer, and seeing no survivors, he resolved to abandon the futile search and instead focused on finding useful items. His most significant discovery was a large wine barrel nestled among a heap of boxes. While his nose may not have been particularly discerning about other items, he could never mistake food and drink. The barrel was substantial, capable of being embraced by a person, and the faint aroma of wine wafting from it brought him immense joy. After circling it excitedly, he decided to pry it open for a taste. His palate having grown weary from the blandness of his recent meals, he kicked aside the stacked boxes one by one, uncovering a treasure trove that temporarily distracted him from the wine barrel. Among the findings were garments. Though they were all oversized white robes, they still brought him delight as he had felt particularly uncomfortable in recent days. Additionally, several fine curved blades caught his attention, each with a peculiar, antler-like arc and ornate scabbards adorned with exotic patterns and possibly gemstones. Though he suspected they were not genuine, as he slowly drew one of the blades, the dark hold was suddenly illuminated by a greenish glow. A flash of intermittent lightning revealed the intricately hammered carbon elements on the blade, resembling beautiful brocade patterns densely covering its surface. Lu Junhan had long envied the curved knife of his former commander, and now he finally possessed one himself, lifting his spirits considerably despite the earlier disappointment of not rescuing anyone. At the very bottom lay an enormous chest, covered by a heavy lock that was tightly secured. After 3 powerful kicks failed to break through the wooden lid, Lu Junhan realized the wood was likely of high quality, either mahogany or spruce. He unsheathed his curved knife, striking the lock with a decisive blow. A shower of sparks erupted, yet the lock remained intact. Gritting his teeth, he swung again, this time shattering the lock, though the blade became lodged in the wood. With a mighty effort, he pulled it free and ripped off the lid. As a bolt of lightning illuminated the chest, Lu Junhan's triumphant smile froze in an instant. Even Guagua, perched on his head, covered her mouth in shock. The knife slipped silently from Lu Junhan's grasp, landing on the wooden chest before plopping into the water below. If his astonishment at encountering the blue giant wolf had stirred a tempest within him, the contents of the chest now threatened to unleash a tsunami of disbelief. The thunder and lightning outside continued unabated, and the flashes illuminated the hold with blinding brilliance, revealing a chaotic scene of 4 or 5 individuals sprawled within the large wooden chest, half submerged in water, their long hair floating like seaweed. What sent chills down Lu Junhan's spine was not merely the presence of corpses, but rather that all the individuals encased in the chest were women he had never seen before. The one lying most prominently was a girl with fiery red, slightly curled hair and a captivatingly delicate face, but adorned with a long, crimson tail. The tail dangled into the water, flickering like a flame, each flash of lightning imprinting a montage of images into Lu Junhan's bewildered mind. How could this be? He thought, covering his face, his thick fingers pressing painfully against his nose. He nearly collapsed into the water. Then, in a frenzy, scrambled to touch the wooden chest. An overwhelming sensation coursed through him, as if every pore in his body was quaking in suffocation. A foxed spirit. Lu Junhan felt as though his throat were being constricted by a vice. Rendering his voice an eerie pitch, he stood there, dumbfounded, gazing at the girl's pale face, his mind a swirling fog. The fox spirit's tail twitched slightly, sending ripples across the still water. Lu Junhan's pupils dilated in shock. For the first time, he felt utterly at a loss, a sensation he had never experienced even in the presence of the blue wolf. The wooden ship creaked ominously once more, the grinding of wood against the keel sending shivers down Lu Junhan's spine, warning him of the vessel's impending disintegration. Gritting his teeth, he lifted the barely breathing fox spirit and noticed a cluster of similar beings beneath the chest, at least 4 or 5 more. Half immersed in water, some face up with perfectly sculpted features, while others lay prone, their long robes revealing tails that floated atop the surface. Lu Junhan felt dizzy once again, cradling the girl in his arms. He could still feel a hint of warmth and a heartbeat through her cold chest. He forced himself to ignore her tail as he grabbed a nearby table, kicked off its legs, and secured the fox spirit to it with the vines. Just then, the ship tilted again, causing him to slip but managed to regain his balance. Drawing the gleaming curved knife, Lu Junhan was astonished by the strength he found within himself. And with a flurry of strikes, he carved a large hole into the wooden wall of the porthole. Embracing the table bound with the alluring fox spirit, Lu Junhan tugged Guagua by the ear and placed her into the bundle at his back. With both the person and the table, he crashed through the large hole, splintering wood flying in all directions. Lu Junhan leaped into the frigid sea, creating a massive splash. At that moment, he was devoid of any thoughts. Only propelled by the urgency to flee. The ship was likely on the verge of sinking, and the whirlpool it would create upon descent would be inescapable, even for a swimming elephant. Gripping the table, Lu Junhan paddled vigorously in the water, lamenting the loss of that exquisite barrel of wine. What a fine vintage it was! He incessantly licked his lips, tasting the briny sea water. After an arduous swim to the shore, the wooden vessel, wedged among the rocks, emitted a thunderous crack, and torrents of water erupted from the ruptured deck, shooting skyward. Lu Junhan, panting, watched as the ship gradually transformed into a straight line before slowly submerging into the depths of the ocean. The sounds of wind and rain diminished, leaving only the distant gurgling of bubbles rising from the hidden reefs, and the sea's surface lay in a mournful silence, void of cries for help. With only floating corpses, remnants, and an eerie stillness, Lu Junhan wiped the droplets from his face. A few wooden splinters lodged in his arm caused him to grimace, remnants of the earlier crash. The fox spirit, bound to the table, had her head tilted at an odd angle. Lu Junhan bent down and pinched her neck. Thankfully, there was a faint pulse, albeit weak. Through the fox spirit's collar, he could see the pale skin marred by bruises from the force of impact. Lowering himself, he performed a rudimentary rescue breath, and the fox spirit coughed violently, expelling a significant amount of seawater. Lu Junhan, having only learned basic battlefield first aid, hesitated to proceed further, fearing potential fractures in her body. Instead, he dragged the table homeward. Amidst the chaos, he did not forget to check the large bundle at his back. Fortunately, the round watermelon and Guagua's large ears were still intact, while only one curved blade remained in his hand, the one used to break the porthole. The others, along with the jeweled scabbard, had been lost in the turmoil. Once home, Lu Junhan hastily sought firewood to heat water for the little fox spirit. Her body was losing warmth too rapidly, and if this continued, she might succumb to the cold. Now somewhat recovered from the shock, Lu Junhan pondered how it was possible for a fox spirit to drown. He had grown up hearing tales from strange stories from a Chinese studio, and this fox spirit, let's call her that, clearly had a pulse and breath, coupled with severe external injuries. How could she possibly be a supernatural being capable of summoning the wind and rain? The firewood outside had been thoroughly soaked by the recent downpour. There was no dry kindling to be found. Lu Junhan stepped outside and smacked his forehead, chastising himself for his folly. Today was peculiar. He felt as though his mind had tangled in confusion, leading to a series of absurd mistakes. Time was not on his side to search for dry wood, and seeing the little fox spirit with her eyes tightly shut and lips a shade of blue, even her fiery tail trembling, Lu Junhan grew frantic, akin to an ant on a hot pot, rubbing his hands together in distress. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Gently cradling her in his arms, he closed his eyes, using his own warm body to provide her with heat. Surely, this must be a dream, Lu Junhan mused. Gradually, he began to feel warmth radiating from the little fox spirit at the entrance. This was a positive sign. As long as her body could retain heat, there might still be hope. Lu Junhan adjusted the wolf fur that had slipped off her shoulder, ensuring it was securely draped over her. He took her delicate, pale arm and rubbed it vigorously. Slowly, the fox spirit's arm began to warm. Lu Junhan gazed intently at her face, his earlier frantic actions now giving way to a moment of appreciation for this exquisitely beautiful visage cradled in his arm. The fox spirit possessed a high nose, finely shaped eyebrows, and remarkably smooth skin, her ivory complexion radiantly illuminated by her crimson hair. Lu Junhan felt an indescribable sensation emanating from her face, reminiscent of the impression left by a notorious woman he had been shown back in the production team days. Was it seduction? He quickly dismissed the notion. How could a girl, unconscious, embody such allure? It was bewitchment, an innate charm capable of stirring a man's heart. This face was born for such enchantment, from his limited vocabulary. Lu Zhenhan finally unearthed the key descriptors: a sharp chin, long eyelashes, an enticing mouth, and a flawless figure. Countless beautiful women existed, some regal, some formidable, some as frigid as ice. But those whose mere appearance could provoke yearning in men belonged to a rare breed. Although Lu Zhenhan had yet to witness the girl's eyes open, he imagined they would be expressive and particularly luminous. Lost in thought, he instinctively tightened his embrace. Suddenly, he felt a furry movement against his clothing. Guogua's little head peeked out from his embrace, her large ears adorably bobbing, a picture of triumph. "Little rascal, you nearly gave me a heart attack." Lu Zhenhan made a face at the small creature. Guogua squeaked in response, playfully sticking out her tiny, pink tongue. Regardless, this interruption jolted Lu Zhenhan back to reality, and the flush on his cheeks began to normalize. Emerging from the trap of lust, he found himself ensnared by another conundrum. The situation at hand presented too many questions. Lu Zhenhan felt equally bewildered. He had clearly sacrificed himself, vivid memories of the battlefield still fresh in his mind. Yet here he was, conscious on a deserted island. This island, no less, was inhabited by peculiar beasts, and now a beautiful girl with a foxtail had appeared. He had lost count of how many times he had pondered this in the past few days, and the thought was becoming overwhelming. The sky brightened, and the sun lazily revealed half a smile above the horizon. Observing the droplets of water clinging to the thorny bushes and the mist rising from the distant hills, Lu Zhenhan felt as if he had awakened from a dream. A faint, alluring fragrance wafted through the air, emanating from the little fox spirit in his arms. Oh, how delightful it was! Lu Zhenhan couldn't help but reminisce about the gardenias from his hometown. He sensed the warmth of her body was no longer as icy as it had been the previous night, so he quickly spread the wolf fur across the damp grass bed, positioning the little fox spirit comfortably. The fur provided just enough coverage for her. The fox spirit's brows furrowed slightly, her lips twitching ever so slightly. Lu Zhenhan could not discern whether she was attempting to speak or not. So he hastily took a coconut and, using the curved blade, carved a large hole in it, hoping to offer her some coconut water. Coconut water was a natural source of vitamins, and if only he had a syringe, he would have gladly injected her with it. Although the fox spirit's lips were parched, she kept them tightly shut, making it impossible for him to pour the liquid in. After several attempts, the coconut water spilled over the wolf fur bedding. Lu Zhenhan gently touched her head, feeling the heat radiating from her. Oh no! He realized that a high fever could be perilous. Quickly, he cracked open another coconut and summoned Guogua, pointing towards the coconut. Guogua wasted no time, jumping into the coconut and devouring the flesh. However, after just a few bites, Lu Zhenhan pulled her out. Ugh! He indicated the coconut, mimicking a spraying gesture. Guogua shook her head, visibly reluctant. Hurry! Lu Zhenhan scolded, his face stern as a poker. With no choice, Guogua leaped back into the coconut, gathering her strength, and released a puff of air. Upon contact with the coconut water and flesh, it crystallized instantly into a block of ice. After witnessing Guogua exhale, she appeared deflated. Even her once vibrant golden fur dimmed. Lu Zhenhan felt a pang of sympathy and showered her with affectionate kisses. He wrapped a piece of ice in his sock and placed it on the fox spirit's forehead, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Hastily, he took a sip of coconut water and offered some to the little fox spirit, who managed to drink it but coughed a few times in response. All right, Lu Zhenhan wiped his brow. Before he could catch his breath, Guogua scurried back to where the little fox spirit lay, rolling onto the wolf fur bedding, blinking her eyes at Lu Zhenhan and smacking her lips. Clearly thirsty and calling out incessantly, "Little rascal!" Lu Zhenhan rolled his eyes in exasperation. Nonetheless, he had no choice but to share a few sips of coconut water with her. Looking around at the dripping home, Lu Zhenhan pondered how to prepare something warm to nourish the little fox spirit. An idea struck him, and he seized the curved blade, heading into the red willow grove. With each swing, he felled several thick red willow trees. Tying them together with vines and dragging them back like an ox pulling a cart, Lu Zhenhan proceeded along the path. A plump, rabbit-like creature suddenly emerged from the underbrush, startling him in a moment of instinct. He dropped the branches he was holding and lunged at the creature in an attempt to catch it. The rotund rabbit opened its mouth, and with a swift motion, it shot forth a stream of water. narrowly missing Lu Jinhan's arm and leaving a painful gash in its wake. Damn it! Lu Jinhan grimaced in pain, but despite the throbbing ache, he managed to seize the rabbit, swiftly twisting its neck to end its life. He had encountered such plump rabbits multiple times over the past few days. They were plentiful among the thickets, and upon sensing his presence, they would scurry into their burrows like frightened mice. Lu Jinhan had been preoccupied with gathering grass to build a shelter and had not found the time to deal with them, yet today, he was met with an unexpected challenge. Upon inspecting his wound, he noted that while blood flowed freely, the cut was not particularly deep, approximately half an inch in length. This wretched place. Lu Jinhan shook his head, feeling despondent. It seemed that everything here was peculiar and troublesome. Aside from the seabirds overhead, he had never encountered such bizarre phenomena, and now he was experiencing the bitterness of it firsthand. Upon returning home, he hastily tore a piece from a small fox's long skirt that lay in the corner and bandaged his arm. He also trimmed the branches from the red willow tree he had brought back, using a curved knife to strip away the damp bark, revealing the pale inner wood as he peeled the bark. He couldn't help but marvel at the effectiveness of the knife in his hand. The stripped willow branches caught fire quickly, as they seemed to be saturated with oils. Not only did they exude resin, but they also burned exceptionally well, crackling like bamboo as they ignited. Two large pots outside had collected a fair amount of rainwater overnight, and Lu Jinhan used one to clean the rabbit before setting it over the fire to stew. After checking on the little fox, he found that her fever had subsided significantly, and her complexion had improved. Lu Jinhan noticed that she could barely open her eyes, and a sense of joy bubbled within him. Causing him to smile foolishly, he offered her a bit of coconut juice and hung her discarded clothing out to dry. Whilst he hung the clothes, his face flushed with embarrassment. He hadn't felt this way when he had offered the coconut juice. But now that he realized she was awake, he questioned the appropriateness of his actions, causing his cheeks to burn even more. From the pot, the enticing aroma of cooking meat wafted through the air. And when Lu Jinhan turned, he was startled to find Guagua peering over the edge of the stove, prompting him to rush over and pull her down by her large ears. "You little rascal. You could burn yourself?" he scolded, spitting out his words, while the little creature looked completely unfazed. After a lengthy tirade, Lu Jinhan felt a sharp pain in his arm. Upon checking the bandage, he saw blood seeping through, bright red and alarming. "Why has misfortune followed me here?" he grumbled, tightening the bandage, feeling wronged for being injured by a mere rabbit. What a disgrace! Seeing that the rabbit was nearly done cooking, he quickly moved the fire aside and shifted the little fox's bedding to where the warmth from the fire had just been, believing it would be far cozier than lying on the wolfskin mat. The little fox was now able to open her eyes, and Lu Jinhan, in a fluster, adjusted her bedding but couldn't bring himself to meet her gaze. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable fear. As he averted his eyes, his hands fumbled, and upon raising his head, both of them were left speechless, Lu Jinhan's face reddening like a hot iron. Chapter 5. The Pot-Making Chronicles in a Flash. Lu Jinhan withdrew his hand. Despite the heat in his cheeks, he steeled himself and began to chew the tender rabbit meat, mixing it with the broth before feeding it to the little fox. "You must understand, this is to save you," he insisted, fully aware that the little fox likely could not comprehend his words, yet he felt compelled to justify his actions. After all, who would want to eat the remnants of rabbit meat that had been chewed to mush by someone else? Nestled against him, the little fox consumed a rabbit leg and sipped some broth, her beautiful eyes now almost fully open. Although still dim and lacking luster, they sparkled with a depth that Lu Jinhan had hoped for, a pair of enchanting eyes capable of conveying emotion. After feeding her, he remembered there was another little one waiting for his attention. Once he had seen to both of their needs, he treated himself to the remaining broth, finishing off the rabbit meat. From the bundle he had brought back yesterday, he also polished off 2 or 3 large melons, which were of an unknown variety. Their skin resembled that of a watermelon, striped with green, yet the flesh inside was not the expected red but a golden hue, with red seeds that tasted somewhat like cantaloupe, sweet and crisp. Originally, Lu Jinhan intended to save one for the little fox and Guagua, but realizing the melons were already split and would not keep, he decided to consume them all himself. Guagua, having filled her belly with rabbit meat, had already burrowed under the wolfskin blanket to sleep. Lu Jinhan noted that every time she expended her energy, she became lethargic and desired rest. Initially, He had planned to explore the entire island, but that thought was quickly dismissed as he had a sick one and a small one at home, leaving him with little choice but to stay put. After spending half the morning and the afternoon using a curved knife as a hoe, he dug a small water reservoir at the entrance. Uncertain if it would yield any water, if it doesn't, I'll just turn you into a latrine, he declared fiercely to the pit. The labor took its toll. The wound on his arm reopened, a discovery that deterred him from pursuing any more of the plump rabbits lurking in the grass, though the thought of their delectable meat made his mouth water. By midday, most of the rabbit had already filled Guogua's belly. When she ate, it was as if she had an insatiable appetite, her stomach seemingly leading to another universe. Upon returning home, Lu Zhenhan found both Guogua and the little fox sound asleep and chose not to disturb them. Instead, he retrieved the bow and arrow from the corner, intending to hunt a few seabirds for dinner, as he had grown weary of consuming seabird eggs for several days. Just then, a sharp pang of hunger struck him, causing him to furrow his brow. Perhaps it was a chill, he thought, feeling a twinge of anxiety. In this place, should he fall ill again, he would surely be finished. He hastily donned the white robe he had fashioned into a backpack. Fortunately, after a while, the discomfort subsided, allowing him to step outside with his bow and arrows. The seabirds here appeared rather naïve, perhaps unaccustomed to hunters. Perched upon the red willow trees, they busied themselves preening their feathers, allowing Lu Zhenhan to approach without taking flight. After managing to shoot down 7 or 8 birds, he began to get a feel for archery. Shooting arrows was somewhat akin to firing a gun, with the difference being the absence of sights, purely relying on instinct. Once he grasped the trajectory and range of the arrows, it became a manageable task, especially with the birds standing still, serving as targets. As he walked and shot, Lu Zhenhan unknowingly traversed the same red willow grove from yesterday, eventually arriving at the shore, which bore no remnants of the previous day's storm. The rising tide had washed everything away. Lu Zhenhan gazed wistfully at the sea, wishing even for a corpse to drift upon the surface. The white robe he wore, though of good quality, was excessively large, trailing on the ground and becoming soiled. He stumbled repeatedly, questioning whether it was worth wearing at all. Most regrettably, he had forgotten to grab a pair of shoes before boarding the boat, leaving his feet pricked by thorns. Having come this far, he felt no urgency to return, so Lu Zhenhan fashioned a fishing rod from a long stick, tearing strips from his robe to tie together. He attached bits of seabird meat, complete with feathers and skin, as bait and leapt onto the nearest reef, lowering his line into the water. A gentle breeze rustled through the red willows, the leaves whispering as if giggling at his makeshift fishing rod, devoid of a hook. How could he expect to catch any fish? Relying not on the rod, he held his bow, its string drawn taut. The sharp wolf-tooth arrow aimed at the seabird meat below the surface point, 1 foot, pressed down on the fishing rod while the other rested on the gleaming curved knife. Should a fish take the bait, he would shoot first and, if necessary, plunge into the water for a hand-to-hand struggle. The water was crystal clear, the aquatic plants swaying gracefully with the current, and the surface shimmered with the remnants of the setting sun. Lu Zhenhan remained motionless, like a wooden statue, fixated on the water beneath. A spiky fish emerged from the weeds, brimming with confidence, but before it could swallow the bait, a sharp wolf-tooth arrow struck true. Piercing its skull, the fish thrashed, sending a cloud of mud and blood swirling in the clear waters. But Lu Zhenhan swiftly seized the fishing rod, the sharpened end of the stick piercing through the fish's belly. With a triumphant grin, he pulled the fish, tethered to the rod by his robe, up onto the rocks. What a splendid fish it would make for a soup for the little fox, beholding a hefty catch weighing 4 to 5 pounds. Lu Zhenhan's heart swelled with delight. As he hurried home that evening, the sky had darkened considerably. He set down his bounty and quickly kindled a fire, checking on the little fox's forehead. Not bad. The temperature has returned to normal. It seems that the earthen stove has its merits. Lu Zhenhan chuckled and rubbed his hands together. He went to inspect the small pond he had painstakingly excavated for half a day. Fortunately, it had accumulated a little water, and he could feel the soil beneath becoming damp. He picked up a handful of the dark, muddy substance. After he had prepared 3 plump seabirds, he seasoned them with fine salt, wrapped them in reeds, covered them with a layer of muddy clay, and tossed them into the fire. Lu Zhenhan then turned his attention to the large fish, noticing that there was not much fresh water left in the clam pot. He took half of the fish, salted it twice, hung it out to dry in the breeze, and cooked the remaining half into a pot of fish soup with bird eggs. Throughout this process, the little fox watched him intently with her sparkling eyes, making Lu Zhenhan feel somewhat bashful under her gaze. "Go ahead and eat," he said, cradling the clam pot and using chopsticks made from twigs to remove all the fish bones. Bringing it to the little fox's lips, suddenly, a stream of tears rolled down her cheeks, and Lu Zhenhan felt as though his heart were about to shatter. Clumsily, he wiped away her tears and blew gently on the warm fish before placing it in her mouth. The little fox uttered a series of strange syllables, none of which Lu Zhenhan could comprehend. "I'm sorry." He scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. "I don't understand your words." "Just eat your fill first," the little fox chewed. She continued to weep. Lu Zhenhan, unsure how to console her, could only feed her bite by bite. Perhaps she was missing her family. Just like him, that a wave of melancholy washed over Lu Zhenhan's heart. The small creature with dog-like features, upon catching a whiff of the savory aroma, joyfully emerged from the wolfskin rug, leaping onto Lu Zhenhan's head, showering him with affection before jumping down and gazing longingly at the pot of fish soup. "Get away! Get away!" Lu Zhenhan's face flushed bright red as the creature's sudden appearance nearly caused him to spill the entire pot of soup. After securing the wolfskin rug, he poured a little fish soup for the little fox. She closed her eyes, her face taking on a drunken flush, illuminated by the flickering campfire that danced upon her enchanting visage. No wonder it is said that beauty can bring a nation to ruin. Lu Zhenhan's heart fluttered. He had never believed it before, but now he found himself swayed. This little fox truly possessed an irresistible charm, whether her eyes were open or shut, whether she shed tears or sipped soup. She exuded a unique allure. Just moments ago, while feeding her soup, this man, who had undergone rigorous training and prided himself on his self-control, found himself lingering a moment longer on her rose-like lips. Moreover, he sensed that the floral fragrance emanating from her was becoming increasingly intoxicating, drawing him into reverie as he recalled the afternoon spent hunting while unconsciously thinking of the little fox. Causing his cheeks to heat up, having cracked open the mud seal of the calling bird, he discarded the fleshy parts to Guagua and realized he was feeling a bit hungry himself. Noticing Lu Zhenhan chewing the bird meat, the little fox shyly closed her eyes and gently shook her head. Lu Zhenhan felt a twinge of embarrassment and turned away to devour the remnants with fervor. After dinner, he meticulously extracted the sharp bones from the large fish that the little fox had consumed, threading them onto thin strips of fish intestines, and began to stitch up the wound on his arm inflicted by the rabbit's water arrow. The campfire danced and Lu Zhenhan's expression remained stoic, though the little fox beside him furrowed her brow in concern. In truth, Lu Zhenhan was in considerable pain, but he noticed her watching him intently. So he forced himself to adopt a heroic demeanor. After tying off the fish intestines, he moved his arm, satisfied with the outcome, as he lifted the clam pot, stained with blood and fish scales. Preparing to discard it, he suddenly froze. The calm surface of the clam pot reflected a horrifying visage, with fierce brows and cold, starry eyes, and a rugged stubble that framed a nose now reduced to 2 gaping holes. Adorned with a strange, twisted formation, from which dried blood clots were beginning to form. "Is this still me, Lu Zhenhan?" The realization sent a chill through Lu Zhenhan, and the clam pot clattered to the ground, teetering precariously before a thin piece of ribbed stone broke off. At that moment, Lu Zhenhan's heart felt as shattered as the pot itself. Chapter 6. The little fox speaks. Throughout the night, Lu Zhenhan found no joy in playing with Guagua, his face drawn long as he unconsciously rubbed his nose. Guagua sensed his suppressed anger and dared not provoke him, settling quietly into the wolfskin rug, her wide, rolling eyes fixed on Lu Zhenhan. Confused and overwhelmed, he sat before the campfire, unsure how much time had passed before he finally drifted into a restless sleep. Awoken in the middle of the night by a severe pain in his abdomen, Lu Zhenhan cradled his stomach, daring not to make a sound for fear of disturbing the little fox and Guagua. He bent over and dashed into the nearby thicket. "Damn it!" Lu Zhenhan felt a release within, lightening his burden significantly. However, he barely had a moment to catch his breath before the discomfort returned, compelling him to rush back to the same spot. Surrounded by the misty air, a pungent odor wafted up, accompanied by rustling sounds, perhaps from a few night partridges busy relocating. The entire night was a relentless cycle for Lu Zhenhan. running back and forth. Almost utterly exhausted, he was grateful for his habit of stockpiling supplies, which allowed him to continuously replenish his vitamins and hydration, barely maintaining the last remnants of his strength. It was over. Lu Xinhan's mind spun. At that moment, not even the arrival of a wolf or a fat rabbit could save him. Overwhelmed, he succumbed to slumber once more. When he awoke again, he beheld a petite figure bustling about the campfire, clumsily preparing a meal. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, he realized it was the little fox, roasting seabirds over the flames. On a makeshift wooden rack, a salted fish sizzled, its greenish flesh dripping oil into the fire, causing flames to leap energetically. Lu Xinhan felt a warm weight on his chest. He was covered by the wolfskin rug, and beneath him lay the straw bed where the little fox had slept. How did this injured little girl manage to move such a large figure onto the straw? Bewildered, he watched her in her flowing robe, clumsily cooking. Tears welled in his eyes. How wonderful it felt to be cared for. A wave of inexplicable emotion surged within him. Gently lifting the wolfskin rug, he wrapped it around the little fox from behind. He felt her tense at first, then gradually relax. "You should rest," he said, turning her to face him with a smile. The little fox slowly raised her head, revealing a sorrowful beauty that unexpectedly broke into a delicate smile, showing off her charming dimples. She was actually smiling. Guogua then appeared at the entrance, dragging a large rat. Spotting Lu Xinhan, she squealed and dashed over, her affectionate antics bringing tears to his eyes. "Damn it! I'm not dead yet." Lu Xinhan discreetly wiped away his tears, pinching Guogua's little face. Covered in mud and grime, Guogua's once golden fur was a mess, with a grass stem stuck to her large ears, leaving Lu Xinhan feeling a pang of love as he pulled her into his embrace. His heart swelling, Guogua showered him with slobbery kisses, leaving him smeared in saliva and mud. The little fox gazed at the two of them with a radiant smile, her beautiful, delicate eyes glistening with a thin veil of mist. "You two are my treasures. I vow to never let you suffer again," Lu Xinhan proclaimed to the heavens, knowing they could not understand. The little fox laughed softly, and Lu Xinhan felt a twinge of embarrassment. He gently urged her back to her place before starting to roast the fish and seabirds. He calculated that he must have slept for at least a day, noting that many of the seabirds he had hunted had already been consumed. Observing the remaining frozen seabirds piled in the corner, he couldn't help but admire the little fox's cleverness. Utilizing every resource available for survival is the hallmark of wisdom. Lu Xinhan silently praised her in his heart, feeling a mix of comfort and melancholy. While he was relieved that the little fox was able to stand, albeit unsteadily, it indicated that her injuries were mostly superficial, suggesting she had been fortunate during the incident in the box, likely spared from death by a stroke of luck. Yet he felt a sense of loss at the thought that he might never again have the chance to share that intimate closeness with her. A profound sigh escaping him as he contemplated the unpredictability of life and fate. Lost in these thoughts, he nearly burnt the salted fish. As night fell, Lu Xinhan found himself dozing beside the crackling campfire, while the little fox invited him to join her on the straw mat for slumber, even offering a patch of space. However, the little fox did not remove her garments. Yet, as Lu Xinhan gazed into her clear eyes, he felt a reluctance to accept the invitation. He thought it best to refrain from succumbing to his wayward thoughts, fearing that a moment of weakness might lead to the ruin of his integrity. Soon, however, regret washed over him, and he berated himself for feigning purity by the firelight. It was in this state of self-reproach that he eventually drifted into slumber. He awoke once in the night, chilled by the cold. The only drawback of this small island was the significant temperature drop after the warmth of the day at dawn. Lu Xinhan rose early and prepared 2 clay-baked birds, placing them in front of the little fox and Guogua's bedding. He carved 2 marks into the hillside with his knife, tidied up his surroundings, and ventured out with his bow and arrow. The morning dew was particularly heavy, and his bare feet felt the icy chill beneath. Deep in the verdant underbrush, birds resembling quails curiously poked their heads out. They sported feathers adorned with pearl-like spots, appearing somewhat clumsy and seemingly incapable of flight. These were precisely the kind of prey Lu Xinhan sought. With his body still not fully recovered and lacking the strength to run far, he resolved to target these plump, foolish quails. Wary that these birds might prove as tricky as the fat rabbit he had encountered, Lu Zhenhan shot from a considerable distance. His arrows lacked power, and it took 4 attempts to finally strike one. The remaining birds, dumbfounded, surrounded their fallen companion, shaking their long, beautiful plumes and cooing. Lu Zhenhan couldn't contain his delight. Seizing the opportunity, he released another arrow, piercing 2 more birds in one shot. Only then did the remaining quails scatter into the thicket. Laughing heartily, Lu Zhenhan strode forward to collect his bounty, but just a few steps in, he heard a squelching sound beneath him. Lowering his gaze, he discovered he had stepped in a pile of fresh droppings. Damn it, he cursed, only to swallow his words upon recognizing the grass leaves nearby used for wiping, evidence of his own handiwork from the previous night. The droppings were arranged in a triangular formation, resembling miniature pyramids. The initial piles remained firm, while the ones further back were increasingly mushy. Lu Zhenhan crouched down to examine the droppings closely, noting that the slightly firmer ones had sprouted clusters of tender green shoots. Amidst the half-dried, dark excrement, a few immature seeds glimmered white. He nearly laughed to the point of tears. Was it truly so amusing that he, who detested spitting out seeds when enjoying melons, would find such a spectacle? There were indeed over a dozen clumps of vibrant green seedlings. First, he tethered the quail-like birds to his waist. Then, using his curved knife as a spade, he carefully transferred the droppings with the seedlings onto large grass leaves, cradling them in his arms as he hurried back home. For the next few days, Lu Zhenhan's focus shifted entirely from exploring the island to nurturing these seedlings. He constructed a shelter to protect them from the elements and enlisted Guagua to guard the entrance with a stick, covering the seedlings with leaves at night and building small fires to ward off frost and dew. Before his military service, Lu Zhenhan had dabbled in cultivating melons at home, though not of the kind he had consumed recently. He understood that melon seedlings favored dry conditions and required careful tending upon sprouting. Watching the once short seedlings grow taller filled him with pride, as the scars on the little fox's body healed. Her condition improved alongside the increasing number of marks on the wall. One night, as Lu Zhenhan drifted into sleep, he was enveloped in a delightful fragrance. When he awoke, he found the little fox smiling at him by the flickering firelight. Lowering his gaze, he discovered he was draped in a cloak crafted from feathers, some red, some green, with pearl-like speckles, arranged in a harmonious pattern. Touching the cloak, he realized it was made from the same threads as the little fox's red robe. Surely, she had repurposed the threads from her own garment for him. Lu Zhenhan bit his lip, realizing the truth of the matter. The little fox's gaze sparkled like the waters of his hometown's Longchuan River, vast and serene, reminiscent of the twinkling stars above. Words were unnecessary as they embraced tightly. Just then, Guagua whimsically wriggled between them, peering curiously at the pair. The little fox tidied her hair and began to sing aloud, her voice resonating like a melodious echo from the distant heavens. Lu Zhenhan, once consumed by his own chaotic thoughts, found a sense of calm in her song. Even Guagua, typically restless, watched in awe. The little fox continued her enchanting performance, and the tranquil valley began to reverberate with her voice. As she gestured mysteriously, Lu Zhenhan felt a growing sense of confusion and concern. Suddenly, the little fox traced a circle in the air, gently pressing it against Lu Zhenhan's forehead. His mind went blank, and he stumbled back, regaining his balance only after several steps. "What is this?" he thought, shaking his head. "What are you doing, my dear?" Unceremoniously, he took advantage of the moment, teasingly asking her to sing for him. "Dio, you know my former nickname?" he boasted. "I am the pride of the mountains and waters. My departure once left the singing realm weeping, a blend of beauty and song, the embodiment of heroism and chivalry." Lu Zhenhan's bravado grew unchecked. Love transcended language. With a gentle kiss, the little fox silenced his ramblings. Lu Zhenhan stammered. "You kissed on me." The clouds, as if shyly retreating, slipped into the sky, unwilling to witness this tender moment. Once again, Guagua interrupted Lu Zhenhan's lengthy kiss, expressing her dissatisfaction with a series of whines. "I love you too, Guagua. I love you both." Lu Zhenhan felt his heart brimming with happiness, momentarily losing himself in the joy of the moment, and perhaps a touch of mischief knowing the little fox could not understand his words. The little fox's eyes crinkled with delight, her lips curving into a crescent smile. "Should I place my hand on your shoulder first?" Lu Zhenhan teased, playfully pinching the little fox's delicate cheek. Have I truly fallen for a fox spirit? Taking a deep breath, he inhaled the intoxicating scent of the little fox, feeling himself melt into her embrace. Please don't, the little fox softly spoke, her lips parting slightly. Lu Jinhan felt as though he had been struck with a blunt force, left speechless. What? He asked in disbelief, his mind racing. For a shaman, it holds significant meaning, the little fox murmured, her head lowered in shyness. Lu Jinhan's mind erupted like a firecracker. You can speak, he stuttered in astonishment. It's not that I can speak your language, but rather that you can understand mine, she replied coyly, her nose playfully wrinkling, creating ripples like the gentle flow of spring waters. I heard everything you just said, she added, her cheeks flushing. Though Lu Jinhan's facade of bravado was thick, he found himself at a loss for words. His face burned brighter than the campfire, desperately searching for a place to hide. With no hole to escape into, only the two of them remained. Tightly entwined in the stillness of the night, the flames of the campfire flickered more fiercely, fueled by the warmth of love. Lu Jinhan and the little fox nestled close by the fire, gazing up at the vast sky, where stars twinkled brightly. This feels like a dream, Lu Jinhan mused. Indeed, the little fox replied, this is a beautiful dream from which I do not wish to awaken. What is your name? Lu Jinhan asked, draping the feathered cloak he wore over her slender shoulders, as the chilly night breeze caused her to shiver slightly. Surely, I cannot keep calling you little fox? He pondered, finding the name unappealing. My name is Helen Laina. The little fox replied with a smile, uttering a name so beautiful it left him entranced. And my name is. Before Lu Dagwingren could finish his sentence, a pair of delicate and beautiful hands swiftly covered his mouth. I would like to call you Richard, the little vixen named Helen declared. Why? Lu was taken aback, pondering how he had suddenly changed his surname in the blink of an eye. Because I am the priestess of the war god Campos. And every female priestess is devoted to the war god, dedicating her entire life to him. The war god will reveal the name of her destined partner. Helen's deep blue eyes, reminiscent of tranquil waves, gazed at Lu. From the very day I became the priestess, the wisdom of the war god informed me that the name of my future husband should be Richard. A shiver ran down Lu's spine at the sound of the name, almost causing him to lose his composure again. Richard. Lu struggled to maintain a facade of calmness, but his excitement was impossible to contain. The name, though somewhat peculiar, did possess a certain charm. Lu scratched his head. I still don't quite understand. What is a priestess? What is this war god Campos, and why is it that after hearing you sing a song, I can comprehend your words? That is the mysterious power of the priestess's war song. The wisdom of the war god can create countless miracles. Every priestess possesses the ability to enlighten once, allowing those who have never heard the war god's song to understand our language and knowledge after listening to it. The little vixen caressed Lu's face and continued softly. I can speak many languages of different races, yet I have never been able to understand yours, so I had to use the Baiman war song on you. This kind of enlightenment is typically reserved for when a priestess mentor teaches her apprentices, and my status does not qualify me as a mentor, yet I still utilized it. Oh, my surprise. It actually worked? How astonishing! Lu rolled his eyes in disbelief. Tell me, Richard. Helen fixed her gaze on Lu's large face. Where do you come from? Lu was momentarily at a loss, unable to articulate where he originated or how to begin. When I first saw you, I thought you were one of my kin, Helen said wistfully. Oh? Lu touched himself, thinking, I certainly don't possess that foxtail of yours. Let me slowly narrate my story. It is rather lengthy. Helen leaned closer into Lu's embrace, pulling her feathered cloak tighter. My homeland lies on the beautiful Aegean continent, within the Danube wasteland. From this small island, if one sails south for a month, crossing a narrow strait, and then west for another half-month, one would return to my hometown. Is your family engaged in maritime trade? Lu inquired, puzzled. On the day your ship was sunk by the storm, I discovered not just you in that wooden crate, but several other girls who looked just like you. However, they all. Helen's eyes glimmered with tears, her shoulders trembling subtly. What happened? Lu gently placed his hand on her shoulder in concern. My family is not involved in trade. My sisters and I were captured by unscrupulous human pirates who intended to sell us into the human world. Helen's expression shifted to one of profound indignation, her fiery red hair quivering with her fervor. Humans? Base human pirates? Lu grew increasingly bewildered. On the Aegean continent, we are not the only orc tribe. There are humans, dwarves, elves, and several other races thriving there. Among them, humans are the most intelligent, developing and expanding rapidly. The orcs were once the most prosperous tribe on the Aegean continent, but after the disastrous Battle of Hyjal 1,000 years ago, we were decisively defeated by the human coalition and retreated to the desolate Danube wasteland. Orcs? Lu fell silent for a moment. Helen, are you implying that in your homeland, all your companions and kin are different beasts, or rather, evolved beings? Indeed, Helen replied with a hint of pride. I take great pride in my lineage. Lu struggled to swallow, suddenly unsure how to respond, his tongue feeling numb, his thoughts muddled. That's so strange. Helen gazed at Lu's dazed expression. In fact, humans were once part of our orc tribe. They evolved from the Mank tribe of the Baiman orcs. However, they now adhere to heretical beliefs, claiming to be descendants of gods, refusing to acknowledge this history. Following the Battle of Hyjal, many little-known histories were obscured. Even many Baiman orcs are unaware of it. Haha. Lu forced a smile. So how do you know these secrets? He asked, bemused. That I am a priestess of the Baiman Kingdom, honored as the embodiment of wisdom. Illuminated by the thorns of the war god Campos. The priestess serves as the most devoted servant of the war god, and many hidden truths are passed down through our ranks. I see. Lu recalled the white-hatted nuns among foreign missionaries. I am a member of the Foxskin clan, one of the 5 noble families of the Baiman Kingdom. The Foxskin are recognized for their exceptional intelligence, second only to the war god Campos. Helen continued, we Foxskin possess a natural aptitude for numbers and trade, and with our eloquence and sharp minds, we have become the best administrative talents among the Baiman orcs. Helen smiled and added, a good blade must be put to use. Lu flattered her with a casual remark. The wisdom of the war god also grants the Foxskin the ability to become priestesses. As servants of the war god Campos, they walk the earth, guiding the beastfolk along the path of glory. The secret war songs possessed by priestesses can bestow blessings like bloodthirst and stone skin upon all Baiman warriors, making them indispensable in the orc army. Moreover, priestesses are the only force in the Baiman Legion that can somewhat rival human mages. The summoning magic granted by Campos allows each priestess to have a magical beast as a companion. While the power of these beasts may not always hold against exceptional human mages, they are certainly useful for covering retreats. Notably, the secret war songs of the shaman priestesses can also disrupt mages, impeding their spellcasting. Mages? Magical beasts? Lu was utterly perplexed. Your Guagua is also a magical beast. It is naturally capable of using air-based freezing magic. Richard, you wouldn't possibly. Helen looked at him as if he were simple-minded. What? Lu's mouth hung open, unable to close for a long while. Then look at this wolf skin you are wearing. Does it not count as a magical beast? Lu eagerly tugged at the blue wolf skin draped over Helen. This is the hide of a fierce wind-type magic wolf. It should be able to unleash sharp wind blades. It is evident that this adult magic wolf is very healthy. By the way, how did you manage to slay a wind-type magic wolf? Helen inquired, gently touching Lu's pitiful nose. This wound from battling the magic wolf. A few days ago, I encountered a rabbit that shot a water arrow at my arm. Is that a magical beast? Lu dodged Helen's hand. That was a water arrow magic rabbit. Typically, magic rabbits do not attack, as they are herbivores with gentle dispositions. Like your Guagua, while they can use magical attacks, their usage is extremely rare. If they exceed their limits, their bodies cannot withstand the strain of magic, potentially leading to their demise. Magic wolves, however, are a formidable offensive type of magical beast. As long as their physical condition permits, they can cast magic countless times. Damn, Lu exclaimed. Now it makes sense. I wondered why Guagua was so reluctant to use that icy orb. It's just like bees. Overusing their stingers can lead to their own demise. That analogy is quite apt, Helen chuckled. So, is my Guagua powerful? Does it rank among magical beasts? Lu inquired, his face full of curiosity. The full name of Guagua should be Frosty Snow Pichio Beast. In my hometown, within the South Cross Forest where beasts abound, the Frosty Snow Pichio Beast is merely a common omnivorous creature. From the perspective of the sacred altar's priests, our magical companions must be of a combat-oriented nature. And only the owner clad in this blue wolf fur meets the criteria for a battle-type pet. Does that mean it's not feasible? Lu Zhenhan felt a twinge of disappointment, but after some contemplation, he became indignant. After all, it was Guagua who had vanquished this magical wolf. How could one claim that Guagua was inadequate? Guogua nestled into Lu Zhenhan's embrace, its large ears perked up, while its small eyes were fixated intently on Helen. To be precise, the frosty snow Picho beast is also renowned by the ominous moniker, the Beast of Misfortune. They are quite intelligent and tend to gravitate towards larger beings, yet without exception, those who find favor with them invariably encounter misfortune. Helen cast a glance at Guogua with ill intent, prompting Guogua to bury its head into Lu Zhenhan's chest, trembling with fear, its ears drooping. Misfortune is indeed misfortune. Lu Zhenhan felt a pang of sympathy. Having arrived in this wretched place, he had already faced his share of misfortune before encountering Guogua. If he were to endure a little more bad luck, so be it, as a means to bring some fortune. I do cherish this aspect of you. Helen also leapt into his embrace. What were you just saying about human mages? Are they akin to these fearsome magical beasts, capable of unleashing wind blades and frost balls at a whim? Are your sacred altar priests similar to them? Humans are the most intelligent of races. Their mages can indeed cast magic, just like magical beasts. However, their spells require incantation, the sprinkling of specialized incense, and the use of scrolls to summon the corresponding magic. Such a cumbersome process? Haha, Helen, the little fox, mischievously winked, yet their magic is far superior to that of these beasts. How much more powerful? Lu Zhenhan pondered, reminiscing about the M20 he had acquired. Among human mages, some of the most formidable can summon meteors from the heavens, turning a city into a blazing inferno, or transform cold stones into colossal giants of immense strength. We refer to such feats as forbidden spells. Gulp. Lu Zhenhan swallowed hard, recalling the bomb that had struck his enemy's head. However, such mages are exceedingly rare among humans, with perhaps only a handful emerging every millennium. A faint sorrow cloaked Helen's enchanting visage. If only there were more human mages, perhaps the Baiman Orc Kingdom from a millennium ago might still exist today. You mentioned the Battle of Hyjal from a millennium ago. Was it then that your orcs suffered a great loss at the hands of the mages? Lu Zhenhan inquired. During the Battle of Hyjal 1,000 years ago, the cataclysmic powers displayed by the human mages moved even the mightiest of orcs. The rain of fire from the skies and the swirling wind blades shattered the orcs' pride. Helen was lost in the painful memories of the past. Just as every orc was gripped by panic and despair, preparing to face death, the Fox tribe's priests bravely stepped forward, sacrificing their frail lives and dignity to secure a glimmer of hope for their kin. I forgot to mention something important. Not everyone can become a sacred altar priest. Among the various orc races, the majority cannot comprehend the intentions of the war god or communicate with him due to their inflexible minds, thereby preventing them from becoming priests. Even among the Fox tribe, renowned for their possession of the war god Campa's wisdom, the number of priests is disproportionately small. In fact, only 1 in 1,000 Fox tribe individuals can attain the exalted status of sacred altar priest. Chapter 8. The Marvelous Clan. The ratio among scientists is similarly high, Lu Zhenhan mused. The sacred hymns chanted by the priests can embolden orc warriors, fortifying their skin to become as resilient as stone and amplifying their strength. Most notably, within our sacred hymns, there exists a ferocious battle song that can induce a state of frenzy in the most exceptional orc warriors, granting them a measure of resistance even in the face of terrifying magic. I see it as a form of hypnosis. Lu Zhenhan recalled the anti-hypnosis training he had undergone. Thus, human mages have always been the sworn adversaries of the Baiman sacred altar priests. While priests lack the direct offensive capabilities of mages, we serve as the war god's emissaries, our purpose being to proclaim his glory. We are the shield in the left hand of the war god, not the sword in his right. The little fox's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Mages are so formidable. Do they have no weaknesses? Lu Zhenhan found it hard to believe. Of course, they do have weaknesses. When casting spells, they cannot be interrupted. Otherwise, it may result in a backlash that could endanger their lives. Moreover, after each casting, they must meditate, as magic is not an inexhaustible resource. Especially for large-scale spells, such as summoning meteors from beyond, their usage does take a toll on the mage's lifespan. I knew it. Everything comes with a price, doesn't it? Lu Zhenhan chuckled. However, humans are the most astute. They have crafted intricate magical scrolls that allow them to cast spells instantaneously without prolonged incantation. They have also discovered numerous magical amplifiers, such as gemstones from the natural world and the cores of magical beasts, which provide a continuous source of magical energy. Furthermore, Simple spells like summoning fire walls or ice spears inflict substantial damage upon us while consuming little of their magical power, putting our brave orc warriors at a disadvantage. What of their individual combat capabilities? Lu Zhenhan asked. Human mages possess frail physiques. Should they exhaust their magic, they would struggle to defeat even a child. The little fox replied. Then why didn't you assassinate them at that time? Lu Zhenhan felt this was his forte: ambush, infiltration, and stealth. These were the skills he had honed in the past. The little fox smiled wryly, saying, mages always have companions. The powerful beings across the continent are eager to seek out formidable mages as allies, and these mages' companions are often the most outstanding warriors. Moreover, during wartime, mages are especially well guarded. Even if orc warriors manage to approach them, they may not necessarily defeat their protective companions. The exceptional intellect possessed by humans allows them to excel in all aspects. While a typical orc warrior may easily overpower 3 human soldiers, the most exceptional human warriors can effortlessly defeat our best fighters. Assassination is never a simple task. Lu Zhenhan agreed with this sentiment. The catastrophic defeat of our Orc Kingdom in the Battle of Hydra a millennium ago stemmed precisely from the overwhelming dominance of human mages. Not only did we relinquish the fertile land of Aegean, which had nurtured life for countless years, but we were also nearly driven to extinction by the human legions at a critical juncture. It was the Fox tribe's shaman priests who safeguarded the remaining orc bloodlines, with countless proud and valiant fox priests stepping forth to exchange their lives for the only magic they could summon: celestial chain lightning, which blocked the path of the pursuing human coalition. This must be the reason you were later granted noble status, correct? Lu Zhenhan inquired. Indeed, the little fox nodded. Originally, the fox tribe was merely a vassal of the wolf tribe, a common race within the grassroots tier. Most would serve under a more powerful tribe, though a few reclusive races preferred solitude. Only by achieving military merit could common races elevate their status and ascend to the ranks of nobility. Given the significant contributions made by the common fox tribe, the king of the Orc Kingdom, who had been driven to the wild and desolate expanse known as the Danube Wilderness by humans, specifically conferred hereditary noble status upon the fox tribe. Do you hold a noble title now? Lu Zhenhan inquired, gently shaking Guagua, who was yawning in his arms. I am a baron of the northeastern province of the Baiman Kingdom. And I possess a fief, the little fox replied with a smile. Then just wait for the day you change your surname to Lulu, the esteemed gentleman chuckled mischievously, quickly calculating in his mind. In truth, even if I were not a noble, as long as I could become a sacred altar priest, the temple would still grant me a title and fief, as there are far too few sacred altar priests in Baiman. The little fox spoke with pride. Knowledge is indeed power, Lu Zhenhan muttered to himself, pondering who had originally said that. Lu Zhenhan slapped his forehead, a spark of inspiration igniting. Don't I also have a magical beast as a pet? Would that not qualify me for the status of a sacred altar priest? If I were to return with you to your domain, would your temple not bestow upon me a title? No way, Helen smiled and shook her head. Guagua has not formed a soul contract with you, nor can you command it to assist you in battle. Furthermore, its combat ability is simply too limited. Who says so? Lu Zhenhan abruptly roused the slumbering Guagua, gesturing towards the thicket ahead and instructing, young one, send a puff of frost my way. Guagua, with bleary eyes, exhaled a breath of frost, which burst forth with a resounding pop, scattering white frost powder as the verdant thicket was swiftly transformed into a crystalline mass of ice. What do you think? Lu Zhenhan beamed with pride. However, that does not signify your potential to become a high priest of the altar. Helen shook her head disapprovingly. The essence of a high priest lies in the chanting of battle songs, bestowing the glory of the war god Kamba upon all behemoths, granting them blessings. Possessing magical pets bears no connection to being a priest. I can sing, Lu Zhenhan chuckled. Though I struggle with most things, singing comes to me with remarkable ease. It's not an exaggeration. No matter the song, after just one listen, I can manage to sing at least 40 to 50% of it. Helen clearly scoffed at this claim. Don't believe me, Lu Zhenhan challenged. Let me try to sing that song you just performed. Helen maintained her skepticism. Listen closely. Lu Zhenhan cleared his throat and opened his mouth to sing. Indeed, the mountains had wept for his departure, and Lu Zhenhan's ability to mimic was extraordinary. The tremors in the initial notes were quite faithfully replicated. However, as Helen listened, her expression grew increasingly grave, that moment. Lu Junhan himself found it peculiar. He knew not how to sing a battle song. His repertoire consisted of trivial tunes. It had merely been a playful endeavor, aimed at amusing the little fox. Yet after mimicking the beginning, he found himself unable to stop, as if a sudden clarity had washed over him. The lyrics and melodies flowed forth like a river breaching a dam, unstoppable and unrelenting. As he finished the last note, he covered his mouth, feeling a twinge of disbelief. Helen gazed at him, her azure eyes wide with astonishment. "I told you I could imitate well, didn't I?" Lu Junhan boasted shamelessly. "You are a born soul singer?" Helen exclaimed, enveloping him in an excited embrace. "What?" Lu Junhan was taken aback. "A soul singer? The rank of high priest at the altar has its tiers, with the lowest being the wind whisperer, who can employ soothing secret songs to resonate with listeners' hearts, comforting lost souls and healing wounded spirits, and tempering wild thoughts. Akin to a bard, Lu Junhan mused, noting the similarity to the mournful melodies played by bards at funerals in his homeland. Only upon mastering the wind whisperer can one ascend to become a soul singer. The battle songs of a soul singer allow communication through song, and only at this stage can a high priest summon magical pets. For it is only as a soul singer that one can make magical beasts comprehend and connect with them, forging a partnership. The little fox exclaimed, "I am now a soul singer. The song I just sang to you is indeed a communication song. I cannot believe you learned it after just one listen. It is astonishing." "What is the big deal?" Lu Junhan replied nonchalantly, finding it rather simple. After all, it was merely learning a song, and he had countless little tunes in his repertoire that he picked up after a single hearing. "Do you realize the rarity of a high priest?" Helen's excitement made her breath quicken. The probability of a sorcerer emerging among humans is quite similar to ours. Can you imagine the rarity of a high priest? "I don't know." Lu Junhan shrugged, unconcerned. Throughout the vast expanse of behemoth history, only a handful of born soul singers have been documented, akin to the storied sorcerers capable of casting forbidden spells among humans, all of whom have left a brilliant mark in history. Helen embraced Lu Junhan, declaring, "Richard, you shall undoubtedly become the greatest priest among our kind." Really? Lu Junhan had never envisioned himself as a heroic figure. The next advancement for a soul singer is to become a war priest, enabling the use of berserk battle songs and the comprehension of life magic. Further ascension leads to the rank of power priest, culminating in the highest priesthood of the Grand Shaman Vien. Helen's fervor amused Lu Junhan. "So, I just need to sing a song to become the highest priest?" He shook his head in disbelief. "You have no choice but to believe." Helen pouted adorably, her cheeks dimpled with charm. "Oh, what if you become the Grand Shaman? We would still be on a small island, hunting and fishing for our sustenance." Lu Junhan chuckled ruefully. Helen's expression dimmed in an instant. "It's all right. It's all right." Lu Junhan noticed the sorrow in her features, and his own heart ached. "Can't you still come by boat? We can always build another vessel and return to your homeland." "That's impossible." Helen's youthful face shadowed with a hint of despair as she recalled the harsh realities. "Dear Richard, do you know how I came to this island?" she asked. "Your ship was caught in a storm and ran aground, right?" Lu Junhan pondered. "That wasn't my ship. I told you earlier, I was abducted by unscrupulous human pirates. Time has flown. Since the Battle of Hyjal, a millennium has passed in the blink of an eye. The orcs have gradually regained their vitality after 1,000 years of recuperation, and the vast expanse of the Danube wilderness has once again seen the resurgence of the Orcish Empire's monumental totem poles. Meanwhile, humanity has fractured into numerous nations, firmly occupying the Aegean continent. Although most human realms harbor deep-seated animosity towards the behemoths, minor border skirmishes frequently erupt between orcs and humans. No one dares to provoke a large-scale war with the Orcish Kingdom anymore. The Timerlea's snow-capped mountains, which have towered over the Danube continent since time immemorial, form a colossal barrier that obscures half of the northeastern wilderness from the Orcish Empire, shielding it from the prying eyes of the human world. The only nation bordering the Behemoth Kingdom is the Duchy of Dolet, famed as the nation of mercenaries, a part of the Yester Kingdom. The Behemoth Kingdom and Dolet stand in a distant standoff across the expansive wilderness, which serves as a vast buffer zone between them. Although the enmity between the behemoths and humanity has softened considerably over the millennium, trade merchants from human realms have begun to venture to the Behemoth Kingdom, exchanging weapons, fabrics, books, and daily necessities for behemoth furs, slaves, and precious magical beast cores. Yet, the chasm between the two races remains unbridged, with no human nation having formally established trade relations with the behemoths, in this delicate balance. The Behemoth Kingdom maintains a significant demand for human goods and iron fabrics, while the spontaneous trade organized by human merchants is greatly coveted by the Behemoth Kingdom, as a distinguished noble of the Fox clan, who played a pivotal role in the Thousand-Year War. Lu Zhenhan had been entrusted by the Behemoth King to guard the northeastern frontier. The king's decision to station the clever Fox clan there was laden with political intent, as only the astute fox folk could effectively engage with the cunning human merchants to secure the greatest economic benefits. My homeland and kin reside in the beautiful northeastern province of the kingdom. The little fox recounted. How did those human pirates breach your defenses and abduct you and those maidens onto their ship? Lu Zhenhan inquired, puzzled. Are your border guards blind? Dear Richard, let me reveal a troubling truth. The little fox bit her lip, speaking with indignation. The fiery red fur and tails of the Fox clan are considered exquisite pelts and wraps in the eyes of humans, because behemoth pelts are far more splendid than those of wild beasts. Among human nobility, fur coats and boots crafted from behemoth pelts are ever a symbol of wealth and power in high society. That is outrageous. Lu Zhenhan's eyes blazed with a fierce red. He could not tolerate such ignoble acts of reducing sentient beings to mere decorative items. Is this not fascism? He growled. That is merely the tip of the iceberg. The little fox's eyes brimmed with tears like pearls. The Fox Maidens are not only the most beautiful in the Behemoth Kingdom, but also among the most enchanting across the continent. Each Fox Maiden, having undergone the rite of passage, possesses a natural fragrance that lingers under their arms, leaving an indelible impression on all who encounter it. The most frivolous human bards have taken to calling this scent fox perfume. Yet, this allure is not solely about fragrance. The beauty of the Fox Maidens is coupled with an innate charm, capable of ensnaring a man's soul with merely a glance. The shameless humans even claim that the Fox Maidens can alleviate certain ailments. What do you mean by ailments? Lu Zhenhan scrutinized the little fox. Ailments, Helen contemplated before continuing. Perhaps it refers to peculiar afflictions, such as restoring a withered elder to the vitality of youth. Oh, I see. Lu Zhenhan finally comprehended. In the realm of humanity, envious women often refer to the Fox clan maidens as fox spirits. Logically, there exist exquisite beauties among humans, whose allure may rival that of the Fox clan maidens. However, human beauties will never possess the innate fox fragrance and natural allure that these maidens embody. Furthermore, unlike the Fox clan maidens, not every human woman can boast such enviable beauty. Thus, we can extend our understanding of the jealousy that human women harbor. Consequently, a Fox clan beauty has already reached astonishing prices on the black market of the human world, with many high-ranking nobles reportedly favoring salons featuring Fox clan maidens as the main attraction. An innocent man suffers unjustly. The guilty are those who accuse him. Lu Zhenhan flaunted his intellect, reciting his only known idiom. Your words carry a philosophical essence, he noted. Helen smiled bitterly. For centuries, a tale of the Fox clan maidens has circulated throughout the continent. It is said that long ago, 2 Fox clan maidens were sold by slave traders to the distant eastern continent, each presented to the kings of the 2 most powerful eastern realms. With merely these 2 maidens, the slave traders acquired astonishing porcelain and silks as precious as gold, as well as spices. Those 2 Fox clan maidens effortlessly captured the hearts of the 2 eastern monarchs with their unparalleled beauty point, one once wise and mighty king, in his quest to elicit a smile from the Fox Maiden in his embrace, ignited the beacons of distress multiple times, summoning countless loyal nobles to rally to his aid, only to discover they had been deceived upon arrival. Later, when barbarian hordes truly invaded the capital of that kingdom, and the king once again lit the beacons, no nobles came to his rescue, because none wished to be tricked again. This incident led to the demise of the monarch of that once mighty realm. And what of the other Fox Maiden? Lu Zhenhan inquired. The other Fox clan maiden was even more remarkable, captivating the king to such an extent that he neglected state affairs. Eastern bards transformed this tale into a widely sung epic, the essence of which lamented, O great king, why do you delay the morning court? The poem's quality was mediocre, Lu Zhenhan mused. Eventually, this Fox clan maiden fell ill with a heart ailment, prompting the king to go so far as to offer the heart of his loyal uncle. A prince as a broth to the divine creator, seeking to cure the beauty's malady. This foolish act surprisingly garnered the favor of the creator, and the Fox clan maiden was indeed healed. The conceited king even created a lake of fine wine and a grove of exquisite meats. Spending his days indulging with the Fox maiden, forsaking all matters of state, until his furious subjects ultimately overthrew his regime. The beauty and charm of the Fox clan maidens were thus vividly illustrated. In the Duchy of Deroth, a mercenary realm neighboring the Fox clan of the Beeman Kingdom, swarms of mercenary groups infiltrate from the desolate ancient routes each year, seeking to abduct a beautiful Fox clan maiden to secure their livelihoods for years to come. Likewise, countless black market traders offer irresistible prices to the indigenous inhabitants of the Danube wastelands, marauding bandits and thieves aplenty, engaging in a slave trade that incites extreme outrage among all Beemen. The expression on the little fox's face was one of impending tears, her eyes glistening with sorrow. Were you captured by those slave traders, destined for the human realm? Lu Zhenhan pondered, recalling the captivating Fox clan maidens he had seen locked in wooden crates. Did they? No, Helen's long eyelashes fluttered downwards. The ones who abducted me and several of my sisters were desert bandits, traditional foes of our kingdom to the northwest, who had been waging war against us. These cunning desert bandits acquired ships from a northeastern trading partner, shedding their identity as desert raiders and masquerading as merchants from a nation with which we traded. They systematically infiltrated the heart of the kingdom, ambushing our tribe, which, being inland, had not anticipated such treachery. Our defenses were minimal, and the shameless bandits easily succeeded. Do you Beemen not possess a navy? Lu Zhenhan queried, bewildered. Is there no patrol at sea? Richard, Helen raised her head. We Beemen lack the capability to construct large warships. Our carpentry skills do not rival those of human craftsmen. Then surely, the coastline should be heavily guarded. Lu Zhenhan asserted, his military instincts sharpening. No heavy garrison is necessary. Helen replied, we have only stationed a few outposts along the coast, for the formidable sea tribe of Xia does not permit any vessels laden with troops to pass overhead. Only the trading ships of a select few powerful human nations, with whom they have trade agreements, are allowed to traverse. All others are sunk without mercy. The sea tribe? Lu Zhenhan's eyes widened in astonishment, conjuring images of the dragon palace of the eastern sea and its shrimp and crab soldiers. Along with the turtle prime minister. Chapter 9. Yearning for home, the sea tribe? Lu Zhenhan found himself utterly bewildered. Helen, are you suggesting that not only have the Beemen evolved into sentient beings, but even the fish and shrimp of the sea have as well? The vastness of the world is beyond our imagination, dear Richard, Helen mused, picking up a stick to poke the fire. The Aegean continent we have fought over for so long is merely this campfire. While the world is as expansive as this island, why should the races of the sea not evolve into intelligent beings? I believe that, Lu Zhenhan nodded. Beyond the Aegean continent lies the prosperous Silk continent to the east. And to the south, the bountiful Chasang continent. Helen continued, this is merely what we know. The expanse of the seas is limitless. It is said that some dragon riders of old recorded in their journals discovered that the ocean's domain far surpasses that of the land. Water is the source of life, Lu Zhenhan asserted, feeling that such a statement showcased his wisdom. Helen gazed intently at Lu Zhenhan for a long moment, her eyes filled with a complex, unspeakable emotion. You know, dear Richard, she said softly, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I was moved by your will to survive against the odds and your optimistic spirit. Though you may not be conventionally handsome, you possess a heart of gold, evident in your affection for the misfortunate beast. Even upon learning of Guogua's identity, you would not abandon her, and you often express profound wisdom in your words, wisdom that even the great Shaman Vian cannot articulate with such clarity. Are you truly a gift from the war god to the Beeman Kingdom? I cannot be certain of other matters, Lu Zhenhan replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. But it is beyond doubt that the war god has bestowed me upon you. While the war god may have granted you to the Beeman Kingdom, we remain stranded on this desolate island. How many ships dare to boldly pass through here throughout the year? The journey home is painfully distant. Helen sighed. Is the sea tribe truly that formidable? Lu Zhenhan still found it hard to believe. If they forbid your passage, will you simply comply? The sea tribe boasts immensely powerful warriors, such as the Bennylu whale warriors wielding massive iron anchors salvaged from sunken ships, who far surpass any wooden vessels of the continent, Helen explained. The sea tribe possesses its own territories and nations, and conflicts arise among them. The renowned Xia sea tribe resides near the Beeman Kingdom. Though they do not infringe upon the coastline of humans and Beeman, allowing fishing, they absolutely prohibit any troop-laden vessels from traversing overhead, viewing it as a provocation to their dignity. Only the particularly powerful nations across the continents, which pay tribute annually to the sea tribe, are granted permission to navigate their waters for commercial trade. Does the Beeman Kingdom possess such merchant vessels recognized by the sea tribe? Lu Zhenhan's heart tightened. If whales were to transform into humans, goodness, he dared not pursue the thought further. If the sea tribe were indeed so formidable, the idea of accompanying the little fox home seemed utterly futile. The little fox shook her head. Alas, does this mean returning home is hopeless? Lu Zhenhan nearly gasped in frustration. This is the public sea of the sea tribe, the little fox explained. The shameless desert bandits fear the sea tribe as well. They seek to evade their scrutiny while attempting to return. I can understand their language, the little fox continued. I know their ship is a facade, masquerading as a merchant vessel, with all its markings and insignia forged. Heh, Lu Zhenhan smirked. Their audacity is truly astonishing. They are indeed taking a risk, the little fox remarked. The monarchs among the desert dwellers are exceedingly lecherous. They take delight in seizing numerous beauties to enrich their harems. The laws of their land permit each man to possess up to 4 wives or concubines. Those desert marauders intend to first sail back to the northeastern human territories port, and then quietly navigate back to their homeland in the desert. Did you not observe? They have confined us within boxes, aiming to evade the attention of others. Little did they anticipate that once at sea, they would encounter a tempest, leading to their mutual demise. In their pursuit to satiate the king's carnal desires and gain power, these individuals have truly exhausted their wits. Lu Zhenhan scoffed. They deserve it. The humans on the Aegean continent have forsaken their original identities, becoming narrow-minded and selfish. For the sake of profit and to curry favor with the powerful, they would even betray their closest kin. The sea folk have also suffered at their hands, which is why they harbor such disdain for the creatures of the Aegean. In truth, only humans on the Aegean continent possess the capability to construct ocean-faring vessels. Other beings lack the substantial manpower and technology, as if one has toppled an entire ship. Lu Zhenhan shrugged. I have no expectations left. Perhaps the god of war will show mercy upon us, his subjects, and bestow a miracle. Helen gazed at Lu Zhenhan, appearing quite confident. Are there any magical beasts among the fish of the sea? Lu Zhenhan suddenly began to ponder. Indeed there are, the little fox replied thoughtfully, speaking the truth. Then that settles it. Lu Zhenhan laughed heartily. You just mentioned that you are a soul singer, capable of summoning magical beasts as your pets with your spiritual battle songs. As I am also a natural soul singer, if we each summon a sea creature, we can construct a wooden raft and have the beasts tow it back. But the magical beasts dwell in the deep sea. How can we summon them and communicate with them? Helen posed a conundrum. Well, Lu Zhenhan mused, resting his chin on his hand, if we cannot catch those in the sea, we shall catch those in the sky. We could procure a few large birds to serve as laborers. I spotted some sizable birds flying over the island recently. They appear to be ospreys. What do you think of capturing them? Is that even possible? Helen's expression grew troubled. We must treat our summoned pets with a sincere heart. They must be regarded as our kin. Such actions would be far too selfish. As long as we return to your homeland, you can treat it like a grandfather, and no one will utter a word, Lu Zhenhan retorted. But each soul singer can only summon one magical pet. Unless the pet perishes in battle or dies of natural causes, we must abide by the contract, and it is impossible to summon a second one. Although my previous pet fell honorably in the battle against the desert marauders, allowing me to summon another beast. But the little fox said with difficulty, if we truly return home, having a large bird like an osprey as a pet would be a source of ridicule among the other priests. Let them laugh. That is far better than remaining on this desolate island, Lu Zhenhan declared nonchalantly. Besides, you surely wish to seek vengeance, do you not? So many sisters and family members perished at the hands of those marauders. What can be accomplished on this forsaken island? At the mention of revenge, the little fox's eyes reddened. Look at my loose tongue. Lu Zhenhan felt a twinge of regret. Compared to the blood feud with her kin, the honor of the priesthood truly cannot be a burden. The little fox wiped her tears and added, moreover, there is another matter, Helen. Lu Zhenhan cautiously inquired, do the sea folk not despise unauthorized vessels passing through their territory? If our raft encounters them, will we not be attacked? Indeed, Helen replied straightforwardly. Then quickly teach me that life-burning spell. Am I not a natural soul singer? If it comes to that, I can unleash that spell. And we can all scatter. The reckless nature of Lu Zhenhan resurfaced. I'm sorry, Helen lamented, dear Richard. Soul singers have yet to reach the realm of using life magic. Only upon mastering the wrathful battle song and advancing to war priest can one acquire the right to burn their own life. If I could grasp the power of life burning, I might not even be here with you today. Although life burning is considered a suicidal act compared to the rites of the behemoth, the teachings of the god of war strictly dictate that such acts are cowardly. Those who die in this manner cannot enter the spiritual abode of the behemoth. Yet, in the face of my kin being slaughtered, I would undoubtedly follow in the footsteps of my predecessors from the Battle of Hyjal without hesitation. Without a trump card, relying solely on our words is somewhat precarious, Lu Zhenhan thought uneasily. So, shall we still return home? Helen looked at Lu Zhenhan's face, her expression one of reliance. Indeed, Lu Zhenhan, upon her gaze, felt a surge of bravado. To hell with it, the ocean is vast. What are the odds? Do you know? Helen said, tenderly caressing Lu Zhenhan's face. When I first saw you, I thought you were a cowardly and lazy pig-headed man from the pigfolk. Little did I know, the god of war bestowed upon me the finest warrior. Pig-headed man from the pigfolk? Lu Zhenhan awkwardly chuckled, touching his nose. I do resemble a pig head in my current form. To attract the so-called most beautiful fox maidens, a man must possess more than just a handsome exterior. You seem to underestimate our fox maidens, Helen pouted. The little fox's every action was irresistibly alluring. Lu Zhenhan turned his face away, smirking. How is the pig-headed man faring among you? Lu Zhenhan contemplated how he would present himself if he were to return to the little fox's realm. Given the vague enmity between the behemoth and humans, it would be improbable to appear as a human. Not to mention, with his current appearance, even if he proclaimed it loudly, few would believe him. Among the behemoths, the nobility are primarily warrior races, whose role is to protect the commoners, wielding swords and shields to prove their valor in times of war. However, the foxfolk are the only nobility incapable of entering battle. Aside from the priests with magical pets, the majority of my kin usually wield quills and scales rather than swords and shields. Thus, the king granted the strongest warriors of the behemoth, the giant elephant warriors of the Oliphant, and the pigfolk, known for their high reproductive capacity, to the foxfolk. After speaking, the little fox glanced at Lu Zhenhan. Oh, the pigfolk are your vassals. Lu Zhenhan immediately felt diminished. Helen giggled softly, continuing, the population of the elephant folk remains low due to their excessive food selectivity and low reproductive capability. Yet, their terrifying strength compensates for this. Across the entire continent, only the Titan giants, who are equally rare, can rival the strength of the elephant warriors. Even the juvenile Oliphant can easily defeat most behemoth orcs. Because of this, many human warriors enjoy decorating their walls with ivory to showcase their valor. Although the pigfolk are inherently lazy, their extraordinary digestive capabilities and remarkable reproductive rates make them the most populous among the behemoth. When the pigfolk's numbers reached 1/6 of the total population of the behemoth, the king and the council of elders had no choice but to devise management strategies for them. The combat prowess of the pigfolk ranks as medium among the behemoth. While their physiques may be more blubber than muscle, sheer numbers can overwhelm any opponent. An army of 800,000 is still quite formidable. In a way, Lu Zhenhan felt a newfound admiration for the so-called Behemoth Council for coming up with such a scheme. Dear Richard, you need not worry about such matters, Helen exclaimed excitedly. You are a natural soul singer. The council and the temple will accord you the highest honors. My dear girl, Lu Zhenhan sighed, but do you not realize that I am not a pig-headed man? I am a genuine human. I do not believe it. Helen shook her head vigorously. Humans can only resonate with magic. How could you possibly wield the behemoth battle songs? Initially, when I saw your black hair, I thought you were a long-lost demon from thousands of years ago. However, upon recalling that ancient texts describe demons as having purple hair and silver eyes, I concluded that you were a warrior bestowed upon us by the god of war. Campus, there are no humans with black hair on the entire continent. How the hell would I know? Lu Zhenhan exclaimed in bewilderment. I was born this way. My nose isn't broken, and my mother is also a human beauty. Whatever you say, I think you are jesting, Helen laughed, then turned serious. Dear Richard, should we return to our behemoth realm? Such jokes are not to be taken lightly. You would be dragged to the pyre and burned as a heretic. What? Lu Zhenhan felt a chill run down his spine. Promise me? Helen fixed her gaze on his face. Lu Zhenhan felt utterly wronged. Not only had he changed his name, assumed a new identity, but he was also reduced to the status of a pig. If his brother were to find out, he would surely beat him to a pulp. Promise me, will you? Helen said, playfully shaking Lu Zhenhan's arm, her voice dripping with sweetness. As Lu Zhenhan gazed upon Helen's radiant visage, he found himself nodding, almost as if under a spell. Richard, I truly love you. The little fox leapt into his embrace, showering him with hasty kisses. Helen, how old are you this year? Lu Zhenhan's eyes twinkled mischievously as he began to entertain some naughty thoughts. Just come of age, Helen replied proudly. What? Lu Zhenhan's mouth fell agape, reminiscent of a leftover salted fish. How can that be? He gulped hard, his mind swirling in turmoil. She has just celebrated her coming-of-age ceremony. Richard, can you smell the fragrance on me? The little fox tightened her grip on the wolf fur blanket and inquired. I can't is it pleasant? She asked eagerly to him, why, dear little lady, please don't tempt me any further. Lu Zhenhan silently pleaded. What's wrong with you, Richard? Helen observed Lu Zhenhan's dazed expression. I in your country, would someone be sentenced to death for, let's say, being with a girl who has just come of age? You are so wicked. Helen's cheeks blossomed with a rosy hue. I was just asking, hypothetically. Lu Zhenhan feigned indifference. I won't talk to you anymore. The little fox pouted, turning her head away, a few strands of her rosy hair brushing against Lu Zhenhan's face, bringing with it a delightful scent. I was merely joking. Lu Zhenhan attempted to play it cool. I knew my Richard wasn't he as wicked as those vile humans. The little fox giggled. Goodness, this hat is quite large. Lu Zhenhan mused. Chastity is of utmost importance for a priest. Premature marriage can be a burden, hindering advancements in the art of war. Thus, in the kingdom of Baimen, there are strict regulations regarding the age of marriage for priests, requiring them to be at least 18 years old, or else the temple would revoke their priestly title as punishment. The little fox stated earnestly. Lu Zhenhan had intended to ask if clandestine relationships counted, but hesitated. Will you protect me in the future, Richard? The little fox gently wrapped her arms around Lu Zhenhan's neck, her breath fragrant. Of course. That's wonderful. The little fox embraced him tightly. Chapter 1. The Island that night. Lu Zhenhan had many beautiful dreams. He dreamt of being a groom, riding a majestic steed, filled with pride. The next day, he was awakened by the little fox, Helen, who informed him that he had been laughing in his sleep the previous night, causing quite the disturbance. Lu Zhenhan noticed that he had drooled all over the wolf fur blanket. He felt compelled to strive for the realization of his dream from the previous night and began to busily construct a raft. From his explorations around the small island, aside from palm and coconut trees, there were only red willow groves, none of which were suitable for making a raft. The coconut trees were too tall, making transportation a challenge. The palms were too short, and the red willows were simply too slender. Lu Zhenhan had no choice but to broaden his search across the entire island. Meanwhile, Helen began to summon the fish eagles soaring above using a summoning battle song. Lu Zhenhan also inquired how he could use the summoning battle song to call forth magical beasts as pets. Although he had memorized the lyrics of that song, he was still unclear on how to utilize it. Helen explained that the summoning battle song he had learned was merely a basic one, belonging to the lowest tier of wind priests in the altar priesthood. He could only master the first half of the song. The latter half could only be learned after successfully guiding numerous souls of Baimen into the embrace of the war god, at which point the high priest in the temple would grant him the opportunity to advance. The summoning battle song contained many intricate syllables, with some scales even composed of a blend of Elvish and wondrous dragon languages. Many wind priests took years to upgrade due to the extensive time required for mastering the fundamentals, which also depended on individual potential. Only after mastering the entire summoning battle song could one advance to a war priest and learn advanced songs such as the Berserk Song, Blessing Song, Stone Skin Song, and Glorious Song. Only upon advancing to a war priest could one seek employment in the military. Many priests with slightly inferior qualifications in the altar priesthood could spend their entire lives merely as wind priests. The innate soul singers were precious for this reason. They could achieve levels that would require extensive study for an ordinary altar priest, and they typically advanced at an unimaginable speed compared to ordinary priests. The renowned soul singers recorded in Byman's epic history were all heroes of shamanic caliber. During the Battle of Hyjal 1,000 years ago, the only innate soul singer of the Orc Kingdom had just advanced to a war priest and already possessed a dragon as a magical pet. As the sole dragon-riding priest in Byman's history, he inevitably perished in battle against 10 human dragon knights. Yet the story of this heroic priest has been passed down through generations in the education of priests. This is one of the reasons Helen Lena holds such strong confidence in Lu Zhenhan. The summoning battle song not only comforts the departed souls, but also serves the crucial purpose of summoning magical beasts bestowed by the war god. When singing the battle song, one must express their emotions. Only by conveying one's feelings through song can the magical beasts, capable of understanding, truly grasp one's inner thoughts. Each magical beast possesses a certain degree of intelligence. The higher the level, the more powerful and astute the beast. If they accept you and forge a contract, the fate of an apparently ordinary altar priest may change dramatically. History is not short of such tales within Byman's priesthood. Due to the serendipitous success of singing the summoning battle song, a lowly soul singer managed to tame a magical pet far mightier than that of a high priest. The standing of an altar priest in the temple largely depends on the strength of their magical pet. And given that Byman's tradition emphasizes individual strength, even the most knowledgeable altar priests cannot escape this norm. Summoning magical beasts bestowed by the war god primarily relies on the sincerity expressed in the battle song. According to the little fox, only by fully articulating one's intentions and sincerity through song can one achieve success. If the magical beast before you understands you, accepts you, and is willing to fight alongside you, then the task is accomplished. Lu Zhenhan felt somewhat perplexed. While he understood the notion of expressing emotions through song, utilizing the summoning battle song to convey his inner thoughts seemed overly complex. He had only just begun to grasp the meaning of the lyrics, the Byman summoning battle song. When I hold your hand and that of the war god, Kambot I cast aside, the tales of winter. In time, we carried up the generosity of the war god. Countless virtues fall like a lone maple leaf in midair. That is the embodiment of my burning blood and courage. The glory of Kambot begins with you and me. Lu Zhenhan found the meaning of this song somewhat elusive, seemingly devoid of substance. While it undoubtedly served its purpose in comforting the souls of the deceased, he thought to himself that it was irrelevant since the dead could not comprehend his words. However, the idea of using this song to express feelings and tame a magical beast made him feel a bit uneasy. Lu Zhenhan was filled with joyous melodies. Even the few righteous songs he knew conveyed their meaning clearly through their lyrics. Take the moon on the 15th for instance. Lu Zhenhan felt a surge of passion whenever he heard that song, as its lyrics inspired a sense of duty to protect his country and loved ones. How could such vague lyrics in the Byman battle song possibly convey similar sentiments? Could magical beasts truly understand what I am thinking? Lu Zhenhan was skeptical. He himself was often unaware of his own thoughts. How could he expect a magical beast to understand him? Yet, reality began to shift his perspective. Ever since the little fox, Helen, sang the summoning battle song and vividly summoned a fish eagle as her magical pet, Lu Zhenhan's wavering heart began to sway. Despite Helen mentioning that this fish eagle was merely a low-level magical pet, capable of only a simple acid spray and not even comparable to his fruit, Lu Zhenhan found himself intrigued. Curious about the peculiar gestures the little fox made while singing the battle song to summon magical beasts, Lu Zhenhan assumed they were some sort of secret technique and eagerly pressed her for an explanation. The little fox clarified that those were merely her personal habits developed while singing the song, not essential gestures. Although lacking confidence in his own abilities, Lu Zhenhan felt a surge of eagerness. After all, having witnessed the prowess of that blue giant wolf, he believed that having an additional ally would not be a bad thing at all. Lu Zhenhan contemplated when he might find the time to test his abilities with a relatively harmless water arrow rabbit, hoping to ascertain the efficacy of his spirit song. Should the song prove ineffective and the beasts turn hostile, he felt he could still manage such a creature. However, this notion was swiftly dismissed by the indignant little fox, who recognized his intent to gauge the song's true potential. She reiterated the gravity of bonding with magical pets, emphasizing that these creatures share a profound mental contract with their summoners, one that forbids betrayal. Abandoning one's magical companion without cause would result in the war god Campus stripping the summoner of all their powers. Furthermore, due to this mental bond, the loss of a magical beast would evoke grief akin to that of losing a beloved kin. Helen also fervently dissuaded Lu Zhenhan from the idea of signing a pact with Guagua. While it is typically easier to bond with a magical beast one has a close relationship with, Helen did not wish for her Richard, a natural soul singer, to be limited to a creature as ordinary as the lowest-tier doom beast. Given the innate allure and 50% success rate that a natural soul singer possesses when summoning magical pets, Helen had even entertained the thought of having Richard summon a deep-sea giant beast, had circumstances permitted. Nonetheless, even if they could not summon wild beasts or interdimensional creatures from the Aegean continent, Helen had already devised a plan for Richard's future. There are indeed techniques involved in signing magical pets in the kingdom of the behemoth orcs. Powerful families like the Fox clan hatch wild beast eggs and raise formidable creatures for the occasional needs of their summoners. As domesticated magical beasts, while not as strong as their wild counterparts, enjoy significantly enhanced success rates in summoning due to their close bonds. The success rate for summoning wild beasts is exceedingly low. The higher the rank and power of the creature, the more difficult it is to tame. Helen's mother-S tribe held considerable influence within the Fox clan and had long been nurturing several thunder beasts. Seeing Helen's sweet, cherubic smile, Lu Zhenhan refrained from dampening her spirits. He mused that Guagua's bond with him was akin to that of father and son, and whether or not a pact was made was of little consequence. As the prospect of capturing a magical pet seemed bleak for now, Lu Zhenhan dedicated himself to constructing a raft, seizing the opportunity to explore the entire island in hopes of discovering suitable timber. The terrain of the island was rather intricate, and Lu Zhenhan only realized its secrets after a thorough exploration. A few miles northward, beyond a series of mound-like hills, he stumbled upon a hidden paradise. Another island lay adjacent to his own. This neighboring island, similar in size but lacking the mound-like hills, featured a distinctly sunken central area resembling a dormant volcanic crater filled with lush vegetation from atop the hill. Lu Zhenhan gazed down and was astonished to find the crater teeming with bamboo. He was perplexed as to how these wind-sensitive plants thrived in such an exposed location, speculating that the crater's depression shielded them from the fierce sea winds, thereby sparing them from being uprooted. With this revelation, Lu Zhenhan felt a surge of hope, believing that bamboo would greatly facilitate his raft-building endeavors. Lightweight and easy to harvest, bamboo posed a promising alternative to heavier timber. Just as the little fox prepared to swim across, Lu Zhenhan halted her. He had not encountered any formidable beasts on his island, aside from the water arrow rabbit and guagua, a small squirrel capable of emitting icy vapors. Yet, he remained wary of the blue giant wolf that had ambushed him previously. Lu Zhenhan feared that this creature might have originated from the neighboring island, necessitating caution. Estimating the distance between the two islands at approximately 300 meters, Lu Zhenhan observed that during specific times each morning and afternoon, low tide revealed a submerged stone bridge connecting the two islands. This discovery reinforced his suspicion that the blue giant wolf likely crossed during low tide, as it would not possess the strength to leap across. Assessing his own capabilities, Lu Zhenhan concluded that with a sturdy curved dagger in hand, he could fend off the wolf's assaults if he were to join forces with the little fox's fish eagle and guagua in a 3-to-1 scenario. He deemed it feasible to confront the wolf successfully. Lu Zhenhan stood atop the hill, grinning as he pointed between the two islands, asking the little fox, "What do you think these two islands resemble?" The little fox pondered before innocently replying, "They look like the tortoiseshell glasses worn by learned wizards and scholars among humans." After further reflection, Helen added, "They also resemble the stone dumbbells that our brave soldiers in the behemoth use for training." Lu Zhenhan felt a twinge of disappointment. He mused that the imagination of the creatures in this world was still rather limited. "Perhaps we shall return tomorrow to fell some trees for our vessel," Lu Zhenhan suggested. Chapter 2. The enlightening song of the unconventional priest. When Lu Zhenhan and Helen finally set foot on the other small island, half a month had elapsed. That evening, after returning home, Lu Zhenhan resolved to wait until his injuries had completely healed before venturing forth. His instincts as a scout urged him that the neighboring island was not as simple as it appeared. Both he and Helen harbored a sense of trepidation. Initially, Helen had forgotten about the wind-type magical wolf until she reminded herself of it, realizing its formidable prowess among the magical beasts of the Aegean continent. The lightning beast she once possessed was comparable in strength to the wind wolf. The thought of their current companions, a frosty pika beast and a corrosive fish eagle, filled Helen with dread. Despite the knowledge that magical beasts were strictly territorial, it was unlikely that a creature more powerful than the wolf would inhabit such a small island. Yet she could not shake the fear that a wolf family might be residing there. If just one adult wolf were to appear, the consequences could be dire. Conversely, Lu Zhenhan found comfort in Helen's explanation of the territorial nature of magical beasts. He felt more assured about the possibility of a confrontation. Over the past few days, Helen had regaled Lu Zhenhan with tales from the behemoth, particularly about the common knowledge concerning priests. When she described the towering stature of the robust Alephian warriors, reaching around 2.5 meters, and the astounding strength of the Bear Clan's berserker warriors who could lift stones weighing 1,000 pounds, Lu Zhenhan was left in a w-in contrast. His once proud basketball physique now left him feeling somewhat inadequate. Nonetheless, he found solace in the fact that priests in the behemoth were typically of a more diminutive stature yet possessed sharp minds. This notion thrilled Lu Zhenhan, as he believed his physique would allow him to excel among the priests. Deep down, he held little regard for his supposed natural talent as a soul singer and contemplated how he could apply the skills he had learned in the Scout Corps to the behemoth realm. Motivated by this line of thought, Lu Zhenhan devoted himself to training diligently over the past month. His wounds had nearly healed, and the stitches on his arm had been removed. The coconut tree by his door echoed with the sound of his fists striking it daily. The little creature Guagua had begun to imitate him, playfully hitting the sturdy trunk with its tiny paws. As if engaged in a training regimen of its own, Lu Zhenhan found joy in this amusing companionship. Immersed in happiness, Helen repeatedly urged her Richard not to waste time on physical training, as the priests of the altar did not require formidable martial prowess. The Pig clan was vastly outmatched in physical strength compared to the warrior clans. Rendering such efforts futile, the Alephian warriors could fell a coconut tree with a single blow. Achieving the status of an altar priest would allow one to attract followers, as powerful behemoth warriors were always eager to follow a promising priest. Rather than spending time honing his melee skills, it would be more beneficial for Lu Zhenhan to dedicate himself to meditation and accumulating song power. Lu Zhenhan had often heard Helen mention song power, yet he had never fully grasped its meaning. Helen explained that song power was akin to the magical energy wielded by human sorcerers. No priest could endlessly chant battle songs, especially after advancing to war priest status, where the ferocious and bloodthirsty songs required substantial song power to sustain. The greater the accumulation of song power, the higher the likelihood of successfully using battle songs repeatedly. Like magical energy, accumulating song power necessitated meditation. Helen presented a vivid example to Richard, illustrating that a pigfolk spear thrower, after being blessed by a glorious battle song, could extend his range by 1/3. Similarly, an elfin giant elephant warrior, upon receiving the stone skin battle hymn, would find his already tough hide transformed into something akin to stone, having physical damage. However, the radiant aura bestowed by the battle song would only last for the span of 5 ounces of sand in an hourglass. Once this duration passed, the power of the blessing would dissipate, necessitating a waiting period for the priest to chant the song anew. The more potent the priest's song power, the more frequently they could invoke such hymns on the battlefield, thereby amplifying the support granted to nearby behemoth warriors. Moreover, the purity of the song power was reflected in the range of the hymn's effect. A typical war priest would have a blessing radius of merely 30 meters. Beyond this distance, amidst the cacophony of battle, warriors would be unable to hear the priest's song, thus missing out on the blessings of the war deity. Conversely, a distinguished war priest, due to a more abundant and refined song power, would see an expansion of their blessing range. In summary, song power is the sole determinant of a priest's strength. Lu Zhenhan finally grasped the essence of the battle hymn. He likened the priest's role to that of a pre-action mobilization, akin to a toast before battle, with everyone shouting fervently as they charged forth. Since the little fox had spoken so enigmatically, Lu Zhenhan dedicated a day to meditation. The process proved tedious, and within 5 minutes, he had succumbed to slumber, drooling profusely. Upon waking, he discovered Helen gazing at him with a frostbitten expression, which filled him with a sense of embarrassment. Mustering all his courage and shamelessness, he managed to elicit a laugh from the little fox once more. Lu Zhenhan swore to himself that he would never again seek to meditate or cultivate song power. He believed his voice was already sufficiently loud. His brother had once remarked that he sounded like a broken gong, resonating with a mere flick. Why, then, should he bother to practice? Thus, he returned to training his martial arts. For the past few days, he had been diligently practicing the saibwa, a leg technique he had learned from the older brother's army during his time as a scout. Over the years, many techniques had fallen out of favor, yet the saibwa remained a hallmark of the reconnaissance soldier's arsenal, specializing in immobilizing the opponent. A proficient practitioner could even break the enemy's legs using this technique. Lu Zhenhan had excelled in the saibwa and the spinning hand technique from the martial arts during his time in the reconnaissance unit. He believed that his previous encounter with the demon wolf had left him in a state of disarray. And this time, he was determined to confront the beast with newfound vigor. The seedlings planted at his doorstep began to sprout vigorously, although some were destroyed by strong winds, while others, sheltered by a dirt mound, survived. Lu Zhenhan calculated that if he waited just over a month, these melons would likely bear fruit. The mere thought of those delectable melons made him lick his lips in anticipation, for they would be an excellent source of hydration during their sea voyages. Once Lu Zhenhan felt that his nose had fully healed, he finally set foot alongside Helen on another small island. Cautiously, he had packed enough provisions for 2 days, along with wolf pelts and feathered garments for warmth, as well as bows, arrows, and curved blades. Helen had also released her fishing eagle, possessing a connection that allowed her to sense hidden threats through its cries. This island was noticeably denser with thorny thickets and other flora compared to their previous abode. The distance to the volcano's rim was a full half-mile, compelling Lu Zhenhan to tread with heightened caution. A few oblivious small creatures startled him along the way. Each time he nearly released an arrow, he would realize they were merely tiny beings. Upon reaching the volcano's mouth, Lu Zhenhan was utterly astonished. The verdant grass surrounding the crater bore witness to patches of scorched earth, blackened like asphalt. Standing at the edge, he extended his hand, feeling a chill breeze weave between his fingers. Looking down, he beheld a chasm approximately 25 meters deep, creating a distinct vertical climate within the crater, where rare meadows and flower seas flourished. Cloaked in verdant moss, alongside a waterfall cascading like scattered pearls from a steep cliff, a bamboo grove, stretching about 10 meters, dominated the flora within the crater, which appeared both desolate and mysteriously enchanting. The undulating green mountains stretch for 100 miles. The towering peaks rise like a barrier. The verdant hills pierce the clouds. Wisps of white clouds drift in the azure sky. The undulating green mountains stretch for 100 miles. A lover awaits on the heights. The verdant hills pierce the clouds that a figure stands, romantic at heart. I stand atop the heights, gazing afar. That expanse of green waves, boundless, as Lu Zhenhan beheld this exquisite scenery. He initially intended to recite a poem, yet found himself at a loss for words, ultimately breaking into song with long piapiaos standing on the heights. This song, one of his favorites, flowed from his lips without forethought. Though slightly off-key, his performance exceeded expectations. His powerful voice reverberated within the crater, echoing through the valleys, overpowering even the rustling of the bamboo grove. The echoes ricocheted within the crater, as if several Lu Zhenhans were engaged in a duet. Upon finishing, he noticed that Helen's gaze toward him had transformed. Chapter 3. The Mystery of the Volcano Crater. What is it? Lu Zhenhan waved his hand in front of Helen, who stared at him as if entranced. It was simply magnificent, Helen exclaimed, seizing his hand and leaning into him, her entire being nestled within his embrace. Though she didn't fully comprehend the meaning behind it, she sensed the surging power of the battle hymn within his voice, expressing the tale of a valiant knight awaiting his beloved, a fair maiden, their bond akin to an everlasting fire. Lu Zhenhan suddenly remembered he had sung in his native tongue. This is the power of the transcendent battle song. Helen exclaimed excitedly, I never imagined you would grasp the essence of the battle hymn so quickly, as long as you concentrate as you did just now and pour your emotions into your song. Summoning high-level magical beasts will surely become effortless for you. Is that so? Lu Zhenhan queried, perplexed. So, I don't need to use the behemoth song to achieve such effects? Then I'll give the behemoth universal language a try. He mentally translated the lyrics into the behemoth tongue and belted out a rendition. Helen shook her head in confusion. Why do I understand the lyrics now, yet lack that profound sensation of song power resonating in the air? Helen's brows furrowed in concern. This is rather strange. Lu Zhenhan pondered. A natural-born soul singer is always accompanied by miracles. Helen regarded Lu Zhenhan with a hint of jealousy. Nonsense. Lu Zhenhan sniffed. relishing the newfound ease of breathing through his now enlarged nostrils, feeling a sense of exhilaration as he sang with increasing volume. Was this not a miracle, dear Richard? Helen admonished, having corrected Lu Junhan numerous times about his coarse language. She emphasized that a noble priest amongst the beast folk would undoubtedly hold a noble title, even if merely honorary, and that vulgar words would bring scorn upon his status. Lu Junhan's words immediately altered Helen's expression. Why, little girl? Lu Junhan said, feigning innocence. Why, little darling? Please don't be like that. It's my fault. I admit my mistake. I'm not human. I'm a beast. His usual antics of playing tough and feigning pity ensued. Helen finally could not help but laugh again. Richard, Helen said, in our beast folk culture, calling someone a beast is hardly an insult, since our beast kin are indeed beasts. You ought to call yourself a shameless, despicable goblin. Oh? Lu Junhan was taken aback. Then I am a goblin. A shameless goblin, he exclaimed. You are a pearl chicken from the vegetable garden? Helen giggled behind her hand. I am a pearl chicken, Lu Junhan dramatically repeated, secretly amused, realizing that noble insults were surprisingly simplistic. Helen's laughter grew more infectious, and her charming face concealed an allure that was both captivating and enigmatic. Lu Junhan felt a flutter in his heart. Please don't do that, Richard. Helen sensed Lu Junhan's strength, which seemed almost beastly. Noble etiquette does not permit such impropriety towards a lady. She considered slapping him but ultimately relented. Lu Junhan, chastised, became more self-aware. What is happening to me? He wondered, feeling his willpower waning. I am sorry, Helen, Lu Junhan admitted, realizing he had been a bit impulsive. It was indeed my fault. Helen adjusted her priestly robe, tilting her face upward, tears like pearls glistening on her long eyelashes. Our Fox clan girls possess an enchanting allure towards men, and I cannot fathom why the war deity, Kampas, would bestow upon us such a beautiful yet beguiling appearance. This very beauty has made us a byword for wickedness in the eyes of evil humans. Indeed, the girls of the Fox tribe are exceptionally loyal and possess a strong sense of family values. Lu Junhan broke into a cold sweat upon realizing that he, too, had erred like those wicked humans. I do not blame you, Helen wept, leaning against Lu Junhan's chest. Interspecies love among beastmen is rare, yet for some inexplicable reason, Richard, I have fallen for you. How could your enchanting beauty be a fault of yours? Lu Junhan replied earnestly, Helen, my dear girl, I swear to you. No. I vow to the supreme war deity, Kampas, that I shall cherish you for a lifetime. It is my humble wicked thoughts that have tainted your purity. Helen was moved to tears once more. Though his words were beautiful, Lu Junhan pondered in his heart how he must keep a close watch over such a stunningly radiant wife. How are we to descend? Helen finally asked, her concern palpable. The volcanic crater was a daunting 20 meters deep, surrounded by steep cliffs devoid of any gentle slopes, covered in treacherous moss. What is there to fret about? Just watch me. Lu Junhan chuckled. The cliffs here are only a mere 10 meters. During my training, I had to tie myself on cliffs over 100 meters high. He gathered a few vines, tying them together, securing one end to a nearby coconut tree. After testing its strength, he tore strips from his white robe to bind his hands securely, patting some dirt and rubbing it in. Be careful. Helen's face was filled with worry. The generally frail constitution of the altar priestess made her deeply anxious. No worries, Lu Junhan reassured her. You climb up and braid several vines long enough to reach the bottom of the crater. Prepare 20 or 30 of them. Tie one end to the coconut tree, and let the other end down. I will chop some bamboo. Tie it to the vines, and you need not concern yourself. Once I ascend, we will pull the bamboo back up. I still feel uneasy. Let us return, Helen insisted, tugging at Lu Junhan's sleeve. We can make a raft from the coconut tree. The coconut tree is too heavy to drag. Lu Junhan laughed, playfully adjusting her shoulder. I am worried about you. Helen's eyes reddened again. If anything were to happen to you, I would jump down to accompany you. No. Lu Junhan, though touched, felt a twinge of fear. I will be secured by the vines. It is not so easy to fall to my demise. But what if the vines snap? Helen remained unconvinced. I have tested them. They are sturdy, Lu Junhan replied. Pondering, he retrieved a sock from his belongings, slicing a long strip from it with his knife. In this inexplicable world, only this sock could understand his past memories. The cotton sock was stained with varying shades of blood. And despite Helen's efforts to clean it, the stains remained stubbornly intact. Lu Junhan gathered Helen's beautiful red curls and carefully tied the strip around her wrist. Helen, this is the one true possession I have in this world. And now I bestow it upon you, the one and only, Lu Junhan said solemnly, with deep affection. Overwhelmed, Helen could no longer contain her tears, throwing herself into Lu Junhan's embrace, sobbing like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Guogua leaped from Lu Junhan's head to his arm, gazing intently at the sock in his hand. Lu Junhan almost forgot this treasure, cutting another strip to tie around Guogua's neck, much to the creature's delight as it tenderly pawed at the blood-red fabric. I shall take my leave now, Lu Junhan announced, lifting Guogua to the ground and dramatically waving his arm. Guogua swiftly jumped onto his shoulder, climbing to his forehead, tugging at his hair, making Lu Junhan grimace. Let us go. Lu Junhan playfully pinched Guogua's plump behind, grasping the vine and leaping from the edge of the cliff, startling Helen, who gasped in fear, her face paling. She rushed to the edge of the crater. Witnessing Lu Junhan gripping the vine, leaping down the slippery cliff with remarkable agility. With each push off the cliff, he descended smoothly, the vine creating an arc that returned him to the rock face, halting his descent with a firm grip, only to leap again. Helen felt dizzy watching him, torn between closing her eyes and not wanting to miss her beloved Richard. Each time he descended, her heart raced. And when he swung back to the cliff, she exhaled a sigh of relief. It felt as though a war drum was beating within her chest, sending shivers through her. Only when Lu Junhan safely reached the ground did she realize her back was drenched in sweat. Be careful, Helen called out, rising to her feet and shouting into the volcanic valley. Lu Junhan waved back at her, making a silly face. Helen began to sing her soul battle song, the first half of the spirit summoning melody. A tune that could soothe the soul that as Lu Junhan listened to her sweet and melodious voice, he felt an indescribable surge of strength within him. Atop the towering cliff, the red ribbon in Helen's hair danced wildly in the fierce sea breeze. Resembling a flame of love. Chapter 4. The battle song of natural evolution. Lu Junhan surveyed his surroundings at the valley floor. The environment was serene, occasionally interrupted by birds singing melodiously within the bamboo thicket. The area was enveloped in tranquility. He stood on the grassy carpet, fixated on a dark cave nestled against the rocky cliff, captivated by its peculiar allure. Though there were several caves, his attention was inexplicably drawn to this one. The cave's entrance resembled the gaping maw of a primordial beast, jagged stones framing the opening, while the air swirled ominously around it. Drawing on his battlefield experience, Lu Junhan recognized that this cave was ideal for defense. Neither too high nor too low, perfectly suited for both offense and defense. A sense of foreboding surged through him like a jolt of electricity. Standing atop the cliff, Helen's pupils dilated as she observed Lu Junhan suddenly resembling a serpent. Stealthily slithering forward with an uncanny grace and agility, silent and swift. The cave exuded a pungent odor, and scattered around the jagged stones lay piles of glossy, dark excrement, each mound resembling a tower of large droppings. Lu Junhan prodded one of the fresher piles with the wolf fang arrow in his hand. It lacked any grass fibers. With his enhanced sense of smell, he leaned in closer to sniff the excrement. Carefully, he extended his hand, scooping some of the droppings, applying it to his forehead, arms, and body like a form of camouflage. Even Guogua received his share, transformed into a comical spectacle. Once he was entirely smeared in the foul-smelling mixture. Emanating an odor that was both repugnant and potent, he picked up a small stone, hurled it into the cave, and swiftly tucked himself beside a sharp stone stalagmite. Thud. The stone ricocheted off the cave walls, landing inside with a series of crisp sounds. Yet, silence persisted within. Lu Junhan placed his bow and arrow on the ground. Though he heard no footsteps, he detected faint, breathy sounds, and sensed that even Guogua seemed to hold its breath. Helen, witnessing his tense demeanor from the cliff, felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, shifting positions to gain a clearer view. Lu Junhan was like a hunting cheetah, vanishing at the cave's mouth, just as Helen worried. Lu Junhan emerged from the cave, holding 3 fluffy creatures. Helen, too far away to discern details, watched as he waved the 3 small dire wolves at her, knowing his earlier tense expression must have caused her concern. Just as a fluffy, blue-eyed head peeked out of the cave, sniffing inquisitively, Lu Jinhan swiftly struck it down with a precise chop to its neck. His previous experience had honed his blade skills to the point where he could shatter 10 bricks with a single strike. Without a glance back, he dashed into the cave, while the remaining 2 pups, curious and wagging their tails, were swiftly dispatched, their spines snapped with a deft flick of his fingers. The cave was not deep. Strewn with dry grass and dimly lit, Lu Jinhan examined the 3 young creatures closely, recognizing them as identical to the dire wolf he had encountered previously. In the midst of the grass lay a substantial depression, and he noted several tufts of blue wolf fur, as thick as a strand of hair. Lu Jinhan cast a final glance at the depression before exiting the cave, signaling to Helen to hurry and leave the area. Wasting no time, he discarded the 3 small wolf pups, burst from the cave, and hurriedly gathered thorny rose branches from nearby bushes, heedless of the potential for injury, quickly wrapping them around his head and body. Once again, Helen's clear and melodious battle song resonated in the air, and upon hearing her voice, Lu Jinhan felt an urgent pang in his heart. Upon hearing the first few lines, Lu Jinhan sensed something amiss. The lyrics of this martial anthem had transformed. It was no longer the renowned war song of the spirit, but rather a composition that bore a slight resemblance to it in melody, yet resonated with a more powerful and resonant cadence, imbued with the essence of valiant battles. Lu Jinhan felt his eyes grow brighter, his skin acutely sensitive, as even the slightest waft of air brushing against his skin was keenly perceptible. In the distance, the bamboo leaves rustled in the wind, revealing the delicate fibers beneath. Was this a natural evolution? Lu Jinhan was taken aback. He recalled Helen's words about the sacred altar of the behemoth, where certain exceptional individuals could achieve enlightenment regarding the power of the war god, Campos, without formal study, awakening to the battle songs that only higher priests could comprehend. The song Helen was now chanting bore striking resemblance to the blessing songs she often spoke of. Before he could entertain any further thoughts, a clear wolf howl resonated from deep within the bamboo grove, akin to the sound of a finely crafted coin being blown past his lips, a blatant display of provocation, fear, and aggression that reverberated through the valley. Lu Jinhan felt an exhilarating rush of adrenaline, banishing all traces of worry and fear. He was unaware whether this was the influence of the blessing song, but he distinctly felt his blood ablaze, a fervent urge to strike or be struck. This sensation was reminiscent of the battle cry echoing from the depths of his memory, causing a surge of vitality to flood his mind. With a gust of fervent wind, Lu Jinhan dashed towards the source of the howl, his verdant form melding seamlessly into the dense bamboo. The grove harbored natural pathways, and he sprinted through, scattering fallen leaves in all directions. After less than 5 minutes of frenzied running, his pace gradually slowed, and his mind began to cool. He admonished himself not to act recklessly. Deep within the bamboo, another profound growl reverberated, a sound he recognized all too well, a harbinger of the wind element wolf's impending assault. Lu Jinhan lunged forward, rolling deftly upon landing, swift and agile. In that moment, he transformed into the reconnaissance soldier he once was on the battlefield. Moving with the sinuous grace that had become his and his comrade's signature skill, the heart of the bamboo grove lay an open clearing, surrounded by towering Buddha's belly bamboo, which seemed to form a barrel-like circle as if adhering to an unspoken agreement. Lu Jinhan pushed aside a thicket of berry bushes and immediately beheld a blue wolf hind, reminiscent of a calf, facing him. Another wind element wolf, his pupils constricted like a serpent poised to strike. This wolf was slightly smaller than the one that had ambushed him days prior, its abdomen sagging with engorged teats, revealing its gender. The female wolf was fixated on an enormous turtle, pacing restlessly. Emitting low, anxious sounds, as the mother wolf shifted, Lu Jinhan caught a clear glimpse of the giant turtle in its entirety, and he was once more taken aback. Chapter 5. The greedy hunter. This turtle was as large as the entrance to a grand mansion, its shell towering like a small mountain, adorned with a rugged terrain of ancient, mossy hues. Its exposed limbs were as thick as a bull's legs, the skin wrinkled and layered. What astonished Lu Jinhan most was the presence of 2 stout antlers protruding from the turtle's head, its massive cranium drooping feebly, with dull copper-like eyes that emitted a mournful hum, and several alarming wounds on its high-arched snout, oozing thick blood like a baby's lips. The mother wolf sniffed, turning slowly to fixate on Lu Jinhan's direction. Through the gaps in the berry bush, he caught sight of its piercing gaze. The mother wolf paid little heed to the still bushes, merely lowering her head for another sniff, seemingly perplexed. The gentle breeze in the bamboo grove shifted slightly, swirling the fallen leaves at their feet. The mother wolf snorted, then turned her head back to the giant turtle, which emitted a weak groan, its mouth dripping with blood. Lu Zhenhan noticed a small segment of a blood-streaked eggshell protruding from the turtle's rear, indicating that it was in labor. Each time it attempted to push, the mother wolf seized the opportunity to maneuver behind it, and despite the turtle's evident exhaustion, it managed to awkwardly reposition itself to face the wolf once more. Lu Zhenhan observed the two creatures circling each other like combatants, neither willing to strike. The wind element wolf attempted to unleash a wind blade several times, yet Lu Zhenhan noted it was unable to produce even a single one. A realization that brought a smirk to his lips. After much anticipation, a wind blade finally emerged from the wolf's jaws, spinning at high speed yet half the size of those Lu Zhenhan had witnessed previously. Aiming at the turtle's rear, it struck the edge of its shell, leaving a mark on the heavily wrinkled skin of its leg, but the shell remained unscathed. The wolf, breathless and with a blood-red tongue lolling, despite its waning strength, continued to dart in and out, occasionally scratching the giant turtle. The more Lu Zhenhan observed the turtle, the more it stirred memories of something familiar. After some contemplation, he recalled a colossal turtle that guarded the tomb of the ancient General Philion at the foot of his hometown's Jochin Mountain. It bore the same antlered head and enormous physique. Lu Zhenhan remembered playfully urinating on that turtle with his brother during their childhood. A fortune teller had once claimed that such turtles were the offspring of dragons, asserting that the dragon's choice of mate was limitless, resulting in offspring that, while not transforming into dragons, were all peculiar in form. These turtles were said to be the dragon's firstborn. The Jiao, a creature birthed from the union of a dragon and a wild hen, would lay eggs buried underground for 3 years before emerging. The fortune teller had added this detail to bolster his credibility, and this childhood anecdote lingered in Lu Zhenhan's memory, especially because he had envied the dragon's prowess. When I grow up, I shall be like a dragon and take multiple wives, Lu Zhenhan had told his brother. Yet, this childhood reminiscence did not evoke any sense of nostalgia. He cautiously drew a wolf-tooth arrow, aiming at the prowling wolf, fingers poised on the string. Whether this turtle truly bore the lineage of dragons, Lu Zhenhan had long since lost the curiosity of his youth. It was evidently exhausted from labor, and the only threat lay with the wolf. Lu Zhenhan's interest was piqued by the turtle's shell, impervious even to the wolf's wind blades. Just as he prepared to strike, the wolf suddenly launched an attack on the giant turtle. The beast's cunning intelligence was on full display in that instant. This time, it refrained from issuing sharp wind blades. Though the wind element wolf could naturally summon them, it was not an infinite resource. And this particular wolf had exhausted its magical energy. Yet, it possessed more than just magical prowess. Its sharp fangs were far deadlier and stronger. The prolonged skirmish could indeed lead to the turtle's demise from blood loss. But the strange sounds emanating from outside the bamboo grove eroded the wolf's patience. That resounding noise could only be produced by a creature of considerable size, and the 3 hungry pups in the den were a source of concern for their mother, leaving her with little choice but to conclude the battle swiftly and return home. The mother wolf feigned nonchalance, licking her front paw, a seemingly leisurely gesture that was, in fact, a classic misdirection in the blink of an eye. She propelled herself forward, her powerful hind legs launching her into a fierce leap in midair. The wolf's body appeared to momentarily hover, gracefully extending in a streamlined motion, akin to a bird of prey. Her 5 claws, glimmering with an ethereal blue hue, aimed directly at the turtle's eye, while her rugged, inch-long fangs targeted its throat. With a horrendous tearing sound, the sharp teeth clashed against the turtle's coarse skin, emitting a shrill metallic screech as the wolf tugged desperately, twisting its body like a calf, striving to tear away a piece of flesh from the giant turtle. The turtle's skin was evidently resilient. The wolf's grip on the wrinkled surface, despite its forceful pulling, could not rend the turtle's flesh. Lu Zhenhan's breath quickened, utterly entranced by this life-and-death struggle unfolding before him. He reamed his bow at the wolf's rear, taking a deep breath before releasing the string, recalling a proverb about the clashing of the clam and the snipe. Bashia. The nearly lifeless turtle raised its neck, emitting a hoarse, thunderous roar that echoed like a tempest. The wolf clung tenaciously to its thick neck, refusing to relent, as blood erupted like a volcanic eruption from the gap between its fangs. The turtle's left limb executed a seemingly futile gesture, clumsily striking at the wolf suspended by its throat. The thunderous sound of impact reverberated like an explosive charge, shaking the entire bamboo grove as leaves cascaded down like rain. Lu Zhenhan, crouched amidst the underbrush, felt the ground tremble violently beneath him, akin to an antiquated tractor jolting along a rough road. He was nearly overcome by the illusion that this dormant volcano had erupted once more. Darkness enveloped him, and a wave of dizziness washed over his mind, as if something were lodged within his heart. A sweet taste filled his throat, and he was on the verge of vomiting. His fingers, which had been securely gripping the bowstring, slackened, and the wolf's fang arrow was released with a whoosh, piercing the air with its formidable might, raining down bamboo leaves like confetti. Chapter 6. The Summons of Lu Dogwang. As Lu Zhenhan regained his composure, he was taken aback to find that the once dominant sky-blue wind-type demon wolf was now reduced to its upper half resting on the ground, the other half firmly pressed down by the forelimb of a colossal tortoise. Forcibly embedded into the earth, a pit had formed beneath it, from which wisps of dust and steam were rising. The upper half of the demon wolf resembled a roly-poly toy, lodged upright in the soil. Its face contorted into an expression of agony. The once fierce and proud eyes now reflected disbelief, their strength waning, while a piece of the giant tortoise's dark skin clung to its massive jaws. What immense strength! Lu Zhenhan thought, utterly terrified. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he could never have believed such a thing. At the same time, he felt a flicker of relief that he had not acted recklessly. Had he been careless and faced such a blow, he might have met his end. Lu Zhenhan gradually rose to his feet, bow and arrow in hand. The demon wolf was still alive, and the pool of blood oozing from its half-embedded body formed a shallow puddle on the ground. Its half-closed eyes locking onto Lu Zhenhan's form, upon seeing such a large living human suddenly emerge from the underbrush, reeking of familiar wolf dung and adorned with thorny rose branches, a glimmer of recognition passed through the mother wolf's eyes. As if it had just realized something that so, beasts truly possess intelligence. Lu Zhenhan marveled, feeling a surge of respect. His previous disbelief had been replaced by genuine conviction. The mother wolf's gaze suddenly fixed upon the arrow in Lu Zhenhan's hand, the familiar wolf fang tip igniting a spark of recognition in the dying creature. With a strained effort, the mother wolf tilted its head back and emitted a short, blood-flecked howl, a mournful and tragic sound that sliced through the air like a sharp wind. An arrow was lodged in its throat, cutting off its voice. The demon wolf collapsed before the giant tortoise, its body severed at the waist, revealing the tortoise's powerful forelimb now stained with flecks of wolf blood. Lu Zhenhan instinctively wiped his face, his palms spread open. Prior to slaying the demon wolf, his mind was consumed with thoughts of how to defeat it, yet now that it lay dead, an inexplicable sense of melancholy enveloped him. The pit before the giant tortoise compelled Lu Zhenhan to cautiously lean forward, though he dared not approach too closely, maintaining his wariness. Goodness! Lu Zhenhan's eyes gleamed with admiration. Such strength, truly worthy of a bearer of monuments. The giant tortoise, having expended all its strength, struggled to lift its head but could not manage it. Its eye, recently torn apart by the demon wolf, hung limply, blood oozing down in drips. Was it in labor? Lu Zhenhan ventured around to the rear of the giant tortoise, his gaze fixating on a glistening white tortoise egg, as the tortoise attempted to shift its body but found itself rendered immobile. On the shell above the tortoise's tail, a series of peculiar characters caught Lu Zhenhan's attention. He had not anticipated that even the impenetrable shell, which the demon wolf's wind blades could not cut, bore inscriptions. The characters were large and deeply etched. 91, 37, 24, 68. Lu Zhenhan strained to decipher the archaic script. He had spent some time practicing ancient inscriptions with his brother, and despite his limited skills, he could make out the numerical patterns through a mix of guesswork and recognition. What strange writing is this? Lu Zhenhan rolled his eyes, realizing that this was indeed the ancient script he had once practiced. What? Suddenly, he froze. How could it be ancient script? The slow-witted Lu Zhenhan was struck by the realization that he was ensconced in a bizarre world, a place inhabited not only by humans but also by evolved beasts beyond mere monkeys. Where did these characters come from? Who inscribed them? Words and thoughts eluded him, leaving his mind in turmoil. He could only think of one thing: how to unveil the identity of the being that had left these inscriptions on the tortoise's shell, and whether they hailed from the same world as he did. Was there a way to return? But the tortoise cannot speak. What to do? Lu Junhan's face turned ashen as he sank onto the ground, oblivious to the thorns of the rose branches piercing his skin. After much contemplation, Lu Junhan's eyes suddenly lit up. He remembered that he could use the spirit song to tame magical beasts. Since a tamed beast and its summoner could communicate mentally and understand one another, it was worth a try. Perhaps it would yield some answers. Lu Junhan made an effort to calm his excited heart, and the trembling melody of the battle song resounded through the air. A faint golden aura enveloped the giant tortoise, and unexpectedly, a flicker of awareness shone in the tortoise's single, weary-eyed. A peculiar sensation washed over Lu Junhan, as if his body and soul had momentarily separated. Memories, chaos, gunfire, his brother's handsome visage, mother, sister, all flooded his mind in rapid succession like scenes from a film, only for that very recollection to be suddenly absorbed, leaving a chilly sensation at the center of his forehead. It worked, Lu Junhan rejoiced. He had heard Helen speak of this feeling when a magical beast was subdued and communicated with its summoner. You come, too late that we come from point one world. Could not have imagined I, Bishi, have roamed far and wide, yet lost. A torrent of strange, yet chaotic thoughts surged through Lu Junhan's mind, overwhelming him to the point of disorientation, as if a faint but terrifying cracking sound emanated from his skull. Clutching his ears, he fell to the ground. Baxi, Baxi. The giant tortoise suddenly opened its mouth wide, revealing a set of human-like teeth, letting out a bellow that echoed back like a flash of light. Its vocal cords seemed naturally hoarse, with a deep exhalation reminiscent of an old bull gasping for breath. This tortoise has gone mad, Lu Junhan muttered, rubbing his aching head, grappling with the essence of the mind connection they had just shared, yet failing to make sense of it. The tortoise's massive head drooped, its eyelids heavy, and even the skin on its limbs began to sag. Hey, is it dead? A wave of profound and undeniable sorrow washed over Lu Junhan, and he found himself uncontrollably shedding tears. What is happening? Lu Junhan felt strange as tears blurred his vision. Could it be? He wiped away the outpouring tears, astonished that he was crying over the death of his magical beast. How ridiculous! Lu Junhan couldn't stop the cascade of tears, which fell like large droplets. I don't know why magical beast. Oh no. Lu Junhan collapsed atop the tortoise's corpse, weeping bitterly. I still have so many questions left to ask you. Oh, why did you have to just pass away like this? That tortoise shell, however, was quite a treasure. Lu Junhan wiped his nose, and though sadness filled his heart, he began to weigh the remaining value of the tortoise. Chapter 7. The transformation of a fool into a scholar. Wiping away his tears with his sleeve, Lu Junhan squinted through his blurred vision and began searching for dry bamboo in the grove. Countless dried bamboo stalks were piled atop the tortoise's remains, and a roaring fire quickly engulfed the once mighty creature, the crackling of the bamboo unable to drown out Lu Junhan's anguished cries. A cry from a sea eagle echoed through the sky, and Lu Junhan looked up to see Helen's clumsy magical beast circling above the bamboo grove. Sensing something was amiss, Lu Junhan turned abruptly to find Helen standing before him. Her face marred with bruises and scrapes, her hair was disheveled, and her ceremonial robe bore rips and traces of moss. Her pitiable appearance compelled Lu Junhan to embrace her tightly, his heart racing. What are you doing down here? Do you have any idea how high this cliff is? Lu Junhan trembled, tears overflowing from his eyes. Richard, I heard a thunderous crash. What happened? Helen twisted her neck to gaze at the towering flames, then turned to Lu Junhan, whose face was streaked with tears and blackened ash, her expression one of shock. She hurriedly began to wipe his face with her delicate hands, which only seemed to smear the grime further. Is that all blood? Lu Junhan choked on his words as he grasped Helen's small hand. Her palm was marked with cuts from the vines. Why did you come down here? If something went wrong, how could I live on? I was just too worried about you. Helen pouted. Richard, what on earth happened to you? Why are you so heartbroken? Poop. Lu Junhan wiped away a tear, lamenting, I have been wronged to death. Oh dear, that I acquired a beast. Oh dear. Before it could even greet me, oh dear, it has already perished. The size of this specimen is quite remarkable. Helen gazed at the charred remains of the tortoise crackling in the flames, expressing her regret. What a pity it is dead. Otherwise, it would surely have been a formidable beast. I could even faintly sense a trace of draconic essence in its burning body. It must be a dragonkin beast? A dragonkin beast? Lu Zhenhan inquired, lifting his tear-streaked face. Hee. Helen said, unable to conceal her pride. My mentor, Lady Cui Beishi, is indeed a priestess of the dragonkin. I can never mistake this scent of dragon. It is a powerful and familiar fragrance. What do you mean by specimen? Lu Zhenhan asked weakly. It refers to the tortoise. Helen replied, excitement mingled with innocence in her voice. Did you know that the great shaman of Wayan in my hometown is a tortoise person of the specimen tribe? What a shame if only your magical pet had not perished. Bringing it back home would surely have garnered the great shaman's appreciation. A dragonkin beast. My Richard can now have the emblem of a dragonkin embroidered on his priestly robe. This beast has imparted its essence to you, and my Richard is indeed a dragonkin priest. There are no more than 10 dragonkin priests in all the temples of Baiman. Great camp is above. A dragonkin, my foot? Lu Zhenhan sobbed, his voice trembling. My eyes are close to becoming the Amazon River. I don't even know what is happening. I am utterly heartbroken. Do not cry. Be good, Helen comforted him, patting Lu Zhenhan's shoulder as one would soothe a child. I told you, beasts and their masters form a bond through the mind. When it dies, you are bound to shed tears. But I had no feelings for it. We had only just met, Lu Zhenhan lamented. There is nothing to be done. We priests believe that only pure tears are the most fitting resting place for a companion's soul, Helen sighed. She began to sing the first half of the soul requiem of the spirit-summoning battle song. Seeking to guide the spirit of this giant tortoise, Lu Zhenhan found himself unable to resist and joined her in song. The tranquil requiem radiated a resplendent halo, enveloping the charred remains of the tortoise. And gradually, Lu Zhenhan ceased his weeping. Damn it, Lu Zhenhan cursed, noticing Helen's face stiffen, and quickly swallowed his words. Had I known that singing could stop my tears, I would have done so sooner. Lu Zhenhan drew his knife and began to skin the half of the wolf's pelt. The other half had already been crushed and ruined by the giant tortoise, rendering it useless. Your tears bear witness to your bond of camaraderie. The sorrow is the only sentiment Richard has left after your passing. Rest in peace, dear specimen warrior. Helen kissed her clasped hands and knelt before the charred remains of the tortoise in a gesture of respect. What camaraderie do I have with it? Lu Zhenhan mumbled softly, his eyes wide as walnuts. Suddenly, a heavy rain fell from the sky, as if the heavens themselves were moved, gradually extinguishing the raging fire. Lu Zhenhan quickly wrapped the feathered robe around Helen, gazing upwards at the sky, shaking his head in resignation. Look, Richard, even the war god campus has been touched by the bond between you and the specimen. Helen twirled around in delight, her feathered robe billowing as she looked at Lu Zhenhan. Lu Zhenhan merely turned up his lips. You look quite adorable when you cry, Helen suddenly remarked, tenderly caressing Lu Zhenhan's face, her gaze softening. Here we go again. This is what I dread most, Lu Zhenhan lamented. If I were to die in the future, would you cry for me, Richard? Helen gazed deeply into Lu Zhenhan's eyes. Nonsense. You must not speak such words, Lu Zhenhan exclaimed, his expression contorted with agitation. This coarse remark not only failed to anger Helen but also elicited a sweet smile from her. Come take a look at this, Helen. Lu Zhenhan took her small hand and led her behind the still smoldering tortoise remains, pointing at the inscriptions on the dark shell. They say priests possess profound knowledge. Can you decipher this? Lu Zhenhan questioned. Helen's brows furrowed as she scrutinized the inscriptions for a while, shaking her head in regret. I'm very sorry, dear Richard, but this is not any script I am familiar with. However, I can assert that any race capable of inventing writing must be an extraordinary intelligent being. How many scripts do you know? Lu Zhenhan inquired, raising an eyebrow. Our Foxkin tribe produces the economic management talents of the Baiman Kingdom. From a young age, we are taught most of the scripts and languages of the Aegean continent. Although I am merely a minor Foxkin from a humble family, I have received a comprehensive education in the common tongue of beastmen, the common tongue of Aegean humans, Chiclatin, the common tongue of desert dwellers, and the mountain dwarf language. At 13, I was discovered by the wandering mentor Cui Beishi for my potential as a priest and, After receiving enlightenment, I studied at the altar of the nearby city of Surslaner for 6 months. Now, I can basically understand some dragon and elvish languages. Helen looked at Lu Zhenhan, sensing his peculiar demeanor. The only function of the spirit-summoning battle song that grants wisdom can greatly impart the language and knowledge of our mentors to us, Helen added. Are there still scripts on this continent that you do not understand? Lu Zhenhan pressed on. Of course, there are. The indigenous dialects of various races are as numerous as the stars in the sky, and there are scripts and languages from the distant Silk continent in the Far East. I could never learn them all. On our Danube Great Plains, there are ancient relics left from the divine and demonic wars 1,000 years ago, and the inscriptions upon them are beyond my comprehension. Even for the most knowledgeable great shaman of Wyan, Helen confessed earnestly. I recognize the script on this tortoise shell, Lu Zhenhan said, attempting a smile that felt somewhat forced. Great Campas above, Helen gasped, her beautiful eyes widening. I am not lying. I speak the truth. Lu Zhenhan took a deep breath, speaking solemnly. Chapter 8. The bold feast of dragon eggs. I once sang the spirit-summoning battle song before you, allowing you to learn my language. If I cannot decipher these inscriptions, yet you can, does that not imply that this marvelous script, composed entirely of lines, originates from the same world as you? Helen inquired. I believe so. If so, then not only did the war god bestow upon us Byman a natural soul singer in you, but our Lord also granted you your innate magical beast companion. Helen lamented, caressing the rough shell of the giant tortoise. What a pity it is that before you could achieve any merit, your companion has already met its demise. That is not quite the interpretation, Lu Zhenhan replied, somewhat bemused. I actually summoned it to inquire how I could return to my original world. Do you wish to leave me? Richard? Helen's eyes glistened with unshed tears. I was merely considering it. Lu Zhenhan felt a twinge of guilt. A sacred sanctuary requires only devout priests. Perhaps I have been overly presumptuous. Helen turned her head away, her shoulders trembling gently. Helen. Lu Zhenhan fidgeted with his fingers, his heart aching, yet he could not find the words to comfort her. Since the war god Campas has brought you here, there must be a reason. Helen suddenly looked up, a sly smile gracing her face as she gazed at Lu Zhenhan. Now that this magical beast has returned to the embrace of the war god, how do you plan to return to your original world? Who said the foxkin are cunning? Lu Zhenhan thought to himself, recognizing the truth in her words as he met her mischievous gaze. With no hope of returning home, Lu Zhenhan reluctantly returned to reality. Helen, as if nothing had happened, sweetly used the fishbone pinned in her hair to unpick the stitches on Lu Zhenhan's robe, helping him sew the opened wolf pelt together. Lu Zhenhan still needed a pair of boots. Helen sewed meticulously, her countless stitches reflecting her delicate heart. Lu Zhenhan squatted beside her, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt, searching for words to comfort her but finding none. He understood that Helen still harbored some resentment. He had indeed been rather selfish, solely focused on himself and entirely overlooking her. If he were to return, would he truly abandon Helen? Lu Zhenhan suddenly realized that even if he could return, whether he would have the resolve to do so was also a matter of concern. To ease the awkward atmosphere, Lu Zhenhan and Helen engaged in casual conversation, meandering from the topic of the 3 slain magical wolf pups to the demise of the 2 magical beasts. When they discovered that the female wolf was likely the mate of the magical wolf that had ambushed Lu Zhenhan that day, Helen expressed some regret, stating that they should have spared the few remaining nursing wolf pups instead of being so cruel. As the reproduction of magical beasts was quite challenging, Lu Zhenhan also reflected on this, acknowledging that both the specimen and the wolf were indeed remarkable, 2 magnificent mothers. By now, Lu Zhenhan had gradually grown accustomed to Helen's manner of speaking. Although he found her way of conversing somewhat convoluted, he learned quickly, and the term wolf rolled off his tongue smoothly, perhaps owing to the influence of the spirit-summoning battle song. Helen, too, was gradually adapting to Lu Zhenhan's unique linguistic style, occasionally exclaiming with an abasraki for emphasis. Suddenly, Helen slapped her forehead and let out a shriek. What is it? My dear little girl. Lu Zhenhan was taken aback. You truly are a fool. Helen pounded Lu Zhenhan's chest with her small fists, striking it like a drum. I nearly forgot because you didn't mention it. That model was also pregnant. Why did you set it ablaze without a second thought? Its egg could have hatched into a formidable sub-dragon beast. Ah? Lu Zhenhan suddenly recalled this detail. The more powerful the magical beasts, the greater their pride. The war god must have believed that your strength was insufficient to make a sub-dragon beast submit to you, which is why he bestowed upon you a pregnant one, visibly suffering from excessive blood loss, leading to a difficult birth, hoping you would incubate this beast's egg. Regret was etched across Helen's beautiful face. Kamba, I curse your mother. How dare you toy with me? Lu Zhenhan's mouth twisted in anger as he cursed inwardly. How could a sub-dragon beast possibly be defeated by a wind-type wolf? It was only because it was pregnant and suffering from significant blood loss. The more Helen thought about it, the more vexed she became, and she delivered 2 more playful punches to Lu Zhenhan. He pretended to be on the verge of spitting blood to elicit sympathy. Do you know how precious a sub-dragon beast is? Helen pouted, forcefully poking Lu Zhenhan's forehead with her finger. Miss Helen Laina, I swear to the supreme god Kamba, I will definitely capture another sub-dragon beast as my magical pet. Lu Zhenhan swore fervently, gesturing dramatically. Dragons are the most powerful beings on the continent. They possess intelligence comparable to humans. Sub-dragon beasts are their offspring, born from mating with other formidable beasts. Do you think their subspecies are easy to find? Helen raised her fingers. Throughout the entire Danube wilderness, among all the temples of our provinces, out of over 400 priests, there is only one grand shaman of Wyan, for main priests, and a limited number of high-ranking priests who possess sub-dragon beasts. Even when considering the most prosperous human nations across the Aegean continent, there are only about 50 sub-dragon knights and 2 dragon knights. It turns out that dragons here are just as lecherous as those back in our world. Lu Zhenhan mused. Noticing Lu Zhenhan's silence, Helen assumed he was feeling guilty and quickly turned to comfort him. My dear Richard, don't be sad. You Haven T felt the aura of a sub-dragon beast, so this mistake cannot be entirely blamed on you. Lu Zhenhan crooked his mouth in a look of indifference, feeling no sense of loss at all. However, I still feel it is a pity. Helen picked up a fishbone needle and pointed it at Lu Zhenhan's arm. Let me poke you to relieve my frustration? Come on. Helen gritted her teeth twice, but ultimately couldn't bring herself to do it. Haha, I know you're concerned about me. Hey, after being scared by you, I'm feeling a bit hungry. Lu Zhenhan stood up and began searching for food. The coconuts and roasted meat they had brought were all left on the cliff, and Helen shrugged her shoulders, indicating she had nothing on her. Alas, Lu Zhenhan's little eyes darted, and he suddenly had an idea. Richard, what do you intend to do? Helen looked at Lu Zhenhan, who wore a mischievous grin. As he approached the turtle corpse with a curved knife in hand, I'm looking for something to eat. Lu Zhenhan bent down. Ha. Lu Zhenhan discarded the curved knife and pulled out a turtle egg the size of a melon. Its front end charred black with smoke, while the back was a lovely white. The scalding eggshell made Lu Zhenhan constantly switch hands. You plan to eat that? Helen frowned as she asked. There's a saying, turtle eggs are priceless. Not even a deity would trade for one. Lu Zhenhan placed the enormous turtle egg on the grass and, using his versatile curved knife, sliced it into 4 pieces as if cutting a watermelon. My dear Miss Helen, may I have the honor of sharing this meal with you? Lu Zhenhan bowed slightly while holding a piece of egg. Noble sir, please enjoy it yourself. Helen shook her half-formed boot and said, I need to prepare equipment essential for my beloved's journey. Lu Zhenhan took a big bite of the turtle egg's sweet center. The roasting time hadn't been sufficient, and the yolk was still solidifying, radiating an enticing glow. Guagua also jumped down from Lu Zhenhan's head and shamelessly sprawled over a piece of egg that was about its size, gnawing away. Guagua, eat more. Lu Zhenhan, as if in a competition with Guagua, opened his mouth wide to take a big bite while gesturing animatedly. Richard. Helen paused her needlework and couldn't help but say, I want to criticize you for eating the egg of your own magical beast. But you absolutely must not eat your own magical beast. Do you hear me? Although we didn't develop feelings, I wouldn't resort to eating my own magical beast, would I? Lu Zhenhan felt that Helen was thinking too poorly of him. It is for the best. I think you dare to eat anything, by the way. Helen smiled again. However, your cooking skills are quite impressive. The food you prepare is delightful, even better than that cooked by hobbits. What are hobbits? Lu Zhenhan finished one piece and picked up another. Hobbits are our neighbors and buymen and residents of the Danube wilderness. They are only as tall as normal children and are born food connoisseurs. Their only hope is to be accompanied by delicious food, with no pursuits beyond that. Helen frowned and said, Richard, could you refrain from making that noise when you eat? While I know that the pigmen usually eat like this, I hope you could avoid it, all right? Lu Jinhan felt his face redden from her words. Even Guagua, that little creature, was now mimicking him to the extreme, chewing noisily as well. Pigman? Have I completely turned into a pigman now? Lu Jinhan touched his nose, feeling a bit dejected. Countless times he had wanted to share tales of his original world with Helen, but each time the words hovered on the tip of his tongue. He swallowed them back down. He understood that this innocent girl would never accept a world filled entirely with humans, capable of ruthlessly slaughtering any living being. Let us just muddle through. If I'm a pigman, then so be it. Lu Jinhan took another big bite of the egg white, this time chewing with his mouth closed. Helen secretly chuckled behind her hand. Chapter 9. The Argument Between Priests and Sorcerers. Helen, there is something I wish to inquire about. I'm not sure if it is feasible. Lu Jinhan devoured the remaining 3 pieces of turtle egg in silence, wiped his mouth, and earnestly asked Helen. Helen lifted her gaze. It's like this. Lu Jinhan carefully considered his words. I wish to take this model shell with me. I feel it is my first magical beast, and I must keep something as a memento. Is that so? Helen pondered for a moment and replied. That is indeed permissible. There are instances in human history where esteemed dragon knights have fashioned shields from the skulls of their fallen mounts. The frost giants, as a different form of remembrance for their companions. Unfortunately, this model is too massive. Its shell. We can seek someone to trim it later. Lu Jinhan hurriedly interjected. In truth, he was coveting the shell for its quality, which even the wind wolf's blades could not damage. They were about to set sail, and this shell would serve perfectly as a natural tent, too small for 2 people to sleep side by side. In that case, you may try. Then we can bury our companion's remains. Helen nodded. Lu Jinhan had been waiting for this response, and his curved knife flew through the air, thoroughly cleaning the massive turtle's body. This knife was clearly sharper than the wolf's fang, yet Lu Jinhan still sweated profusely. After all, the turtle's skin was quite tough, and if it weren't for the fire having charred a fair amount of it, Lu Jinhan wouldn't have been able to finish the task so smoothly. Lu Jinhan also extracted a pearl the size of a goose egg from the turtle's jaw, which thrilled him. The pearl shimmered with iridescence, and wisps of mist swirled inside like airflow. It seemed that this model was also an elder, as pearls often resided within the shells of older clams, snakes, turtles, and dragons. Helen smiled and said, This is a gift from your companion. Cherish it well. It should still have a magical beast crystal core in its head. Do you wish to retrieve it? What is a crystal core? Lu Jinhan asked. It's like the one hanging around Gua's neck. Helen pointed at the 6-faced crystal tied with vines around Gua's neck, which was still munching on egg pieces. Lu Jinhan recalled that it had been found after they had slain that wolf and cremated its body. Of course, I want it. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinhan immediately picked up the knife and struck at the turtle's head. The hard turtle skull sent sparks flying from the blade of his curved knife, producing a sharp sound as a tiny chip was knocked off the edge. Let it go, Helen advised. In a way. Lu Jinhan continued to strike the turtle's head, creating several more chips, and finally managed to sever it. He reached inside and searched for a long time, finding almost nothing. Nothing? Helen was equally puzzled. Truly nothing. Lu Jinhan shook his befuddled hand, still unaware of what to ask. What is the use of a crystal core? The crystal core is extremely valuable. Firstly, it is a beautiful gem that can be used as decoration. Additionally, crystal cores can absorb elemental power, serving as a magical amplifier for sorcerers, and are quite expensive. Certainly, only high-tier magical beasts can produce crystal cores. Your Guagua and my fish eagle are simply incapable of such. The more powerful the magical beast, the more precious its crystal core tends to be. Helen remarked with a smile. Every year, our kingdom of Baiman sells some magical beast crystal cores to humans. It is an important source of income for the kingdom. Selling crystal cores to humans? Lu was inwardly cursing the king of Baiman for his foolishness. Given that you harbor a long-standing enmity with humans, and they have always regarded you with hostility, isn't selling them the crystal cores merely inviting trouble upon yourselves? That's not the case. Helen seemed to perceive Lu's sarcasm and continued to elucidate. Firstly, crystal cores are not a unique product of the Danube continent. If we do not sell them to human nations, those nations can easily procure them elsewhere or hunt them down themselves. For instance, the crystal core of the wind wolf that hangs around Guagua's neck was given to a human sorcerer, and only wind mages can utilize it. Moreover, the wind wolf, while it is above average among magical beasts, is still considered relatively common. and its crystal core can only store enough magical energy to allow a wind mage to cast a few dozen wind blades. That is still quite impressive. Lu shuddered at the thought of the wind blades from the wind wolf. If I were a human sorcerer, possessing 100 crystal cores, who would I fear? Richard. Helen laughed. The strength of human sorcerers is far beyond that of ordinary magical beasts. Although they must endure lengthy incantations, sprinkle fragrant herbs, and utilize scrolls to summon their magic, their spells are undeniably more formidable than the direct elemental summons of magical beasts. Take this wind wolf, for example. It can only employ the singular attack spell of wind blades, monotonous and unvaried, limited to just that one form. Sorcerers, however, can chant and use scrolls to unleash a flurry of wind blades or conjure small tornadoes that can lift a 500-pound stone several meters into the air before crashing it down. They can also erect wind walls to deflect attacks against them. You cannot predict what kind of magic they will employ, making it impossible to consider dodging with the same ease as one would against a wind wolf. Would you not agree they are rather formidable? Is it truly that impressive? Lu's expression shifted dramatically. Hee. Helen giggled mischievously. Just trying to scare you. The magical elements summoned by sorcerers are not as pure as those from magical beasts. For instance, a wind blade from a wind wolf can sever a wrist-thick wooden rod, whereas a human sorcerer's wind blade is fortunate to cut through even a fifth of that. That is still quite terrifying. Lu maintained, feeling somewhat daunted. The number of human sorcerers has greatly diminished compared to 1,000 years ago during the Hegial War. While we Baiman priests are few, the number of human sorcerers is even scarcer. Typically, a human nation may only have a dozen skilled sorcerers, and when counting magic apprentices, the total does not exceed 50. Hence, only royal courts and powerful nobles can afford to support sorcerers. Considering human wealth, meeting their sorcerers' demands for magical beast crystal cores is quite a simple matter. However, magic is a curious force. If misused, the backlash can cost a sorcerer their life. Compared to the battle songs of our Baiman priests, the magical powers they choose, while more potent, are also far more perilous, as our battle songs are immune to operational errors that could lead to backlash. A hint of pride flickered in the little fox's eyes. But our Baiman priests serve merely as support units. Lu felt a bit disheartened. After all, sorcerers are offensive units. What could be compared? The god of war is eternally just. He has not granted priests powerful abilities, yet he has bestowed upon our Baiman warriors strength and resilience far surpassing that of human soldiers. Though our population is vastly outnumbered, one Baiman warrior can topple 5 human soldiers, or even more. Helen asserted. The god of war also treats humans with fairness. Their sorcerers are categorized strictly into 4 elements: air, fire, water, and earth, with most sorcerers mastering only one. Even the most gifted sorcerers can only learn 2 compatible magical elements. Thus, our exports of crystal cores to them pose no harm. Instead, they allow us to acquire the textiles and steel we desperately need. If Baiman warriors are so powerful, why not seek revenge for the grievances of 1,000 years ago? Lu inwardly chastised the king of Baiman for his cowardice. Richard, the might of humans is beyond our imagination. While their warriors may lack the strength of Baiman warriors, they receive superior training and possess more systematic tactical command. Along with better weaponry, this alone is sufficient to narrow the gap with our Baiman warriors, Helen replied earnestly. Moreover, we must admit that humans are remarkably clever. They excel in every aspect, not to mention their prowess in art and culture. In terms of martial prowess, while our Baiman warriors are formidable, there exist exceptional human heroes whose martial skills are equally impressive. Often, our warriors find themselves at a disadvantage when facing them. No proud Baiman warrior would foolishly claim they could challenge the mightiest human combatants. The Dragon Knights. The archery skills of the elven race are superb, yet the finest human archers are not at all inferior to elves, and some outstanding human archers wield magically enhanced arrows that can inflict even greater damage. What of our priests? Lu's curiosity piqued. If Baiman warriors are akin to wild stallions, our priests serve as their reins. Our primary duty is to proclaim the glory of the god of war and bestow the love of campus upon all Baiman. We did not arrive in this world with the purpose of opposing human sorcerers. There is little comparison to be made between us, Helen explained. In that case. Lu interjected, if we were to engage in battle, it would simply be one word, defeat, wouldn't it? 2 words, Helen corrected, utter defeat, and 3 words, still defeat. How unfortunate, Lu lamented. It seems I ought to save time and refrain from meditation, focusing instead on practicing my combat skills. I was merely jesting, Helen winked at Lu. While we cannot directly engage in offense, our magical beasts certainly can. Although sorcerers possess formidable magic, the time required for them to prepare their spells is quite lengthy, whereas our magical beasts can unleash spells instantaneously. However, sorcerers are often accompanied by powerful warrior allies for protection, so there truly is no basis for comparison between us in a real contest. The strength of a priest's magical beast partner could determine the outcome. Are you relying on that silly bird? Lu erupted in laughter, pointing at the fish eagle grooming its feathers atop a bamboo stalk. Isn't that the pet you asked me to summon? Helen retorted, her eyes reddening with indignation. I'm sorry. Lu quickly apologized. Hee. Did you just naturally evolve to comprehend the blessing song? There is always a trade-off. If you return now, you could transition to become a war priest at the temple and learn deeper battle songs. Isn't that a good thing? You are rather clever, Helen chuckled softly. I was just so worried about you. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck, and I learned the blessing song. The miracles and power of the god of war. Campus truly know no bounds. Clearly, this is all due to me. It has nothing to do with the god of war, Lu muttered under his breath. Richard, do you know that dedicated war priests can use auxiliary instruments? My battle song's power would double. What instrument do you think I should use? I forgot to mention that the power of song, like magic, belongs to elemental forces, so magical beast crystal cores can also store song power and be embedded in instruments. Should I use a harp or a cannon? I adore both of these instruments, Helen exclaimed dreamily, leaning against Lu's arm with a playful demeanor. I see. Lu pondered the potential for embedding crystal cores in both instruments before earnestly recommending. You should use a large drum. It is impressive when swung about, and you can embed numerous magical beast crystal cores to store song power. Large drum? Helen's beautiful azure eyes widened to their fullest extent, nearly causing her to faint. Are you suggesting I carry a large drum to proclaim the glory of the god of war? You expect a lovely Miss Fox, a noble lady baroness, to bear such an unsightly drum into battle? Helen nearly ground her silver teeth to dust. You despicable Richard. But you asked for my opinion. Lu felt thoroughly wronged, as if he bore 1,000 grievances. Humph. Helen turned her head away, ignoring him. Lu rolled his eyes and sighed. What is it? Helen fell for it again. I merely lament the situation. Lu Junhan pointed at the giant turtle's shell, lamenting the absence of a crystal core in such a splendid Eilong breed of magical beast. If only my Helen were here, it would have made for an exquisite vessel to store song power. He mused, acknowledging the creature's worth. Helen, radiant with a smile, replied, though I cannot fathom why this model lacks a crystal core. I graciously accept your kind intention. Lu Junhan broke into a foolish grin, marveling at his own knack for charming the young lady. You fool! Helen shot him a playful glare. Lu Junhan's laughter faltered, and in a drunken sway, he stumbled, collapsing to the ground. What nonsense is this? Helen thought, suspecting Lu Junhan had lost his senses again. He lay there, gasping for breath, his head throbbing as if it might explode. What is wrong, Richard? Helen asked anxiously, gripping his arm and shaking him vigorously. I don't know. I just feel a bit dizzy, he managed to say, attempting to rise but stumbling again, hitting the ground harder this time, causing a loud thud as mud splattered around. Richard, the little fox exclaimed, shedding her feathered cloak and supporting Lu Junhan's head. So hot, he gasped, feeling as though he were engulfed in flames. I'll fetch some water from the waterfall, Helen said, rising and scanning the area. She picked up a curved blade, mustered her strength, and severed a section of bamboo. Just as she turned, she noticed Guagua rolling its eyes and convulsing on the ground. Its once golden fur now a fiery red. Please don't scare me. Helen was drenched in sweat. It's so hot. Lu Junhan panted heavily. I'll go get water. Helen, feeling shy, turned away but soon glanced back, not fully reassured. Richard was now pounding the ground with his fists, each strike sending droplets of rainwater splattering from the grass. Guagua was similarly thumping the earth with its tiny paws, the acidic fish eagle. Startled by their bizarre antics, took to the sky, circling above but too frightened to land. Witnessing the trembling bamboo grove around her, Helen was utterly panicked. She wanted to fetch water but was also concerned for Richard and Guagua. Water. Lu Junhan gasped, clutching his neck, an unfamiliar beast's head materializing on his chest and neck. Gritting her teeth, Helen sprinted to the waterfall for water. Upon her breathless return with the bamboo tube, both Richard and Guagua had already fainted, and the grass around them lay trampled and chaotic. Helen took a sip of water, recalling how Richard had once revived her in a similar manner. Now, she found herself in the role of savior. And the thought made her cheeks flush. In a flurry, she helped Guagua drink a few mouthfuls, finally allowing herself a moment of respite. "You two rascals!" Helen exclaimed, a mix of love and exasperation directed at Lu Junhan and Guagua. After a simple cooling treatment, Guagua appeared somewhat better, its demeanor noticeably more serene as it gradually slipped into slumber. However, Richard remained unwell, his face growing increasingly flushed. "What to do?" Helen anxiously rubbed her hands together. Her fiery tail flicking restlessly, pacing nervously, she stepped on the remnants of the dragon egg that Lu Junhan and Guagua had devoured, an epiphany striking her. Yet, disappointment followed swiftly. She was merely a shrine priestess, not a shamanic healer, and had no remedies for poisoning. Another wave of anxious pacing ensued. By the spirits of the ancestors, Helen recalled the Fox tribe's legends, realizing that this was her only recourse. Whether this method would prove as effective as the tales suggested, she herself could not ascertain. Lu Junhan's face contorted into a deep crimson, his expression darkening, prompting Helen to finally steel her resolve. "Richard!" Tears cascaded down her cheeks as she called out his name, her voice a blend of helplessness and sorrow. Memories flooded her mind. Richard's defiant smile in adversity, their hands clasped as they gazed longingly at their homeland from a hilltop. Drops of her tears mingled with the memories. "Forgive me, my mentor," she whispered. "I sacrifice for the one I love, forsaking your teachings." A hint of inexplicable sweetness graced Lu Junhan's features as Helen reached out, her touch bringing a soothing coolness to his fevered skin. Hearing Helen's call stirred something within him. His lips twitched, but he quickly succumbed to a deeper slumber. "Ice, all right?" Helen sighed in relief. Gathering her composure, she began to softly sing a lullaby, her hand gently caressing Lu Junhan's face. The little fox transformed the lullaby into a cradle song, singing through the night until her voice was utterly spent. Collapsing onto Lu Junhan's chest, succumbing to sleep. The prolonged tension and toil had granted Helen a peaceful slumber, with a few strands of hair cascading from her forehead into Lu Junhan's large nostrils. He awakened before she did, roused by the melodious battle hymn, oblivious to the significant sacrifice Helen had made for him earlier that night. Lu Junhan felt particularly refreshed, dreaming he had fallen into a fluffy cloud, embraced tightly by an indistinct woman. Upon waking, he sensed something was amiss. His muscles felt overly engorged, burning with a sensation reminiscent of the explosive energy he experienced after intense training in the military. He dared not move, fearing he might disturb the slumbering Helen. Recalling how tirelessly Helen had cared for him, oblivious to the muddy ground, constantly swapping damp cloths between him and Guagua, brought a pang of discomfort to his heart. A wry smile crossed his lips. Ever since meeting the little fox, he felt he had lost all semblance of dignity. Listening to Helen's gentle breaths, he closed his eyes, reluctant to disrupt the serene atmosphere. A tiny paw scratched at him gently, prompting Lu Junhan to open his eyes, only to find Guagua winking at him with a mischievous glint. Chapter 11. Prelude to a curse. Guagua's golden fluff had turned into a muddy mess, its oversized ears flopping about like windmills. "Go away," Lu Junhan exclaimed, exasperated that the little creature had discerned his feigned slumber. Its smug demeanor irked him, as the tender moment was utterly spoiled. "Guagua," the little creature called softly, playfully sticking out its pink tongue and making a silly face, "if you don't leave, I'll give you a thrashing," Lu Junhan threatened, feigning a swing with his large palm. Guagua cheekily leaned in, displaying a carefree defiance. Above them, the enormous moon, dotted with craters, hung in the sky, casting a cool and clear light over the bamboo grove, where Lu Junhan and Guagua glared at each other. He knew the little creature understood his every intent, and he lowered his voice, threatening it with each item he presented. Guagua grinned slyly and raised a paw. "What are you up to now?" Lu Junhan glared, and Guagua poked Helen in the side. "Ah!" she yelped, clutching her waist and lifting herself slightly, her sleepy eyes catching sight of Lu Junhan's annoyed expression directed at Guagua. In that instant, Guagua took advantage of the distraction, biting at Helen's feathered cloak and darting away like a rabbit racing towards its demise. "Richard," Helen exclaimed in delight, "you're awake. When did you wake up?" Lu Zhenhan, taken aback by Guagua's triumphant stance at the edge of the bamboo clearing, nearly fainted. "What's the matter, my dear Richard?" Helen's voice was barely above a whisper. Lu Zhenhan, with burning fingers, pointed toward the direction Guagua had taken off with the cloak. Seeing their attention, Guagua pranced about, flaunting its antics. "What's it doing?" Helen asked, a mix of affection and annoyance in her gaze. "It's dancing," Lu Zhenhan replied, lacking the courage to raise his head. "Dancing? I know frosty peekaboo beasts love to mimic, but can you be sure it's dancing?" Helen chuckled, her laughter teasingly directed at him. "Is that dance one you taught it, Richard?" Helen stifled a giggle behind her hand. "This is simply too ridiculous." Lu Zhenhan pinched his nose, chuckling sheepishly. "I've only danced once. Who knew it would learn from me?" He felt as if all his past glory had been squandered by Guagua's antics, the urge to silence it growing stronger. It resembles the harvest dance performed by the shamans back home. Helen rose to her feet, saying, "Allow me to fetch your feathered garment." "No, no, no." Lu Zhenhan hurriedly stood up. "You mustn't. If you go to retrieve the clothing, it will become angry." Helen looked at Lu Zhenhan in confusion. "You must say your asso for it to stop. If you fail to utter that phrase, it will refuse to eat and sulk," Lu Zhenhan explained. Helen clapped her hands and, bending down towards the wriggling Guagua, skeptically uttered, "Ya rasso, oh mazahai." Lu Zhenhan bellowed beside her, his voice resonating like a bronze bell. Helen cast him a questioning glance before observing Guagua, who performed a bowing gesture as if presenting a hada, concluding the dance with a gleeful leap into Lu Zhenhan's embrace. Irritated yet exasperated, Lu Zhenhan clumsily donned the feathered garment and playfully pinched Guagua's little face. "Richard, what is that on your body?" Helen inquired, her fingers brushing against Lu Zhenhan's neck, where a vividly visible blood-red mark of a beast instilled a sense of dread within her. "It's a tattoo," Lu Zhenhan replied, puzzled as to why this invisible ink would not fade. "I forgot to mention something," Helen stated seriously. "Among the Baimen, tattoos are as sacred as family crests. They are inviolable. Only warriors with military merit are entitled to bear tattoos, and as priests of the sanctuary, we serve the god of war. Indiscriminate tattooing will lead to gossip from the valiant Baimen warriors, and the military will take issue with it. Richard, it would be best for you to cover your tattoo and not let it be seen easily." "Rest assured." Lu Zhenhan's face flushed crimson. The atmosphere became subtly awkward. "Why did you?" Helen struggled for a moment, attempting to convey what had transpired between them, but after much hesitation, she could only manage a half-hearted remark. "How should I know?" Lu Zhenhan protested, feeling as wronged as Yufei in the Pavilion of Winds, nearly baring his heart. "After consuming that turtle egg, I have no idea what happened. My blood felt like boiling water. And I almost lost my sanity," Lu Zhenhan exclaimed in frustration. "I too am suspicious of that Oolong's egg," Helen mused, lowering her head. "Logically, Oolong beast eggs should be non-toxic, but I cannot ascertain the origins of this one. So I now sense something is amiss within me, yet I cannot articulate it." Lu Zhenhan also felt an inexplicable oddity. "Richard, your symptoms closely resemble a condition that arises among our Baimen warriors." Helen seemed resolute. "Though I cannot be certain, it truly resembles." "What condition?" Lu Zhenhan inquired. "Frenzy?" Helen chuckled lightly, as if finding her own words amusing. "The shamans among the Baimen can concoct potions from dragon blood to induce a state of frenzy. Given that this model possesses dragon lineage and you consumed its egg, it is possible you are experiencing some degree of incomplete frenzy." "Frenzy? I believe you've mentioned it before, a transformation that Baimen warriors undergo while chanting war songs during rituals." "Correct?" Lu Zhenhan asked. "Indeed," Helen confirmed. "Once a priest of the sanctuary advances to a war priest, they can learn various types of war songs from their mentors. Among them, the most complex is the Frenzy War Song, which enables Baimen warriors to instantly double their strength and destructiveness, providing a certain resistance to magical attacks, transforming them into relentless killing machines, fighting until death. This is precisely why priests are of utmost importance to the Baimen military." "Continue," Lu Zhenhan urged, intrigued. "However, the Frenzy War Song also carries significant side effects. Some warriors with weaker constitutions may find themselves in a state of lethargy for extended periods. or even succumb to death. This song drains both physical and mental stamina. Hence, the temple's code strictly forbids chanting it outside of necessary circumstances. Were it not for the looming confrontation with humanity, whose numbers are overwhelmingly vast and whose mages are excessively powerful, the temple's grand priesthood might have long since sealed this war song away. Lu Zhenhan found this particularly fascinating. Background setting. Baiman shamans. In the world of Baiman, shamans embody two distinct identities, the first being that of a wizard, skilled in the art of prophecy. The name of Helen's beloved, Richard, was revealed through the wizard's prophetic abilities. However, prophecies are often unreliable, a fact that the simple-minded Baiman beastmen remain unaware of. The second identity of a shaman is that of a healer. They can treat minor ailments, and since the Baiman kingdom lacks human-like priests, the role of shamans remains crucial. Shamans are also adept at concocting poisons and peculiar inventions. An ancient Baiman proverb states, "The curiosity of a shaman can kill a cat." Garfield, that is haha. Chapter 12. The beastly curse of blood sacrifice frenzy was originally a privilege granted to high-ranking Baiman warriors. The god of war, Kamba, is just, and he has provided both Baiman warriors and priests with pathways to greater strength. Seasoned Baiman warriors can grasp the power of the god of war's horn through bloodshed and battle, unleashing their rage to enter a frenzied state, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. Such valiant souls are referred to as frenzied beast warriors among the Baiman beastmen. They can achieve frenzy without the aid of a priest's war song, a phenomenon we commonly refer to as autonomous frenzy, Helen explained. Dilaudid also has this effect, Lu Zhenhan thought to himself. The combat energy unleashed by autonomous frenzied beast warriors far exceeds that of those who enter frenzy through war songs. And notably, they only experience mild dizziness after the frenzy subsides, maintaining much of their combat capability. Unlike the frenzied beast warriors induced by war songs, in confrontations with human armies, whose numbers far surpass those of the Baiman, frenzy serves as the most effective yet desperate means for the Baiman beastmen. Helen gazed at Lu Zhenhan, saying, "I once participated in the annual hunting competition in my hometown and witnessed the performances of the Oliphant tribe's frenzied elephant warriors. Upon entering their autonomous frenzy, the expressions of those Oliphant warriors were strikingly similar to yours just now. Blood vessels bulging, their muscles visibly defined, akin to a mass of worms writhing beneath the skin. Exuding a terrifying power, my strength is indeed considerable," Lu Zhenhan remarked, glancing at the crushed coconut shell on the ground, both amused and exasperated. Simultaneously, Baiman shamans can also extract substances that induce frenzy. However, such concoctions carry severe side effects. "I am quite concerned that the oolong's egg may possess similar effects," Helen expressed. "What after effects arise from consuming a shaman's potion?" Lu Zhenhan inquired eagerly, yearning to uncover the truth. Aside from the autonomous frenzied Baiman warriors, those who enter frenzy through potions and songs are merely ordinary Baiman warriors. The formidable combat power associated with frenzy necessitates a strong will, loyal conviction, and the requisite clarity to sustain it. Ordinary warriors clearly cannot meet such high demands. This is where the role of priests of the sanctuary comes into play. Baiman warriors are the sword in the hands of the god of war Kamba, and we are the hands that wield that sword. The lullaby within the spirit song can restore these weary, pain-ridden ordinary warriors, immersed in frenzied slaughter, to their original will and consciousness. We are beast men, not wild beasts. Helen lowered her gaze, letting out a gentle sigh. Among ordinary beastmen warriors, even with the comfort and summoning of the lullaby, 20% of those with weaker constitutions may succumb to excessive strain and paralysis, or even death. Great power always comes at a necessary cost. Lu Zhenhan felt a pang of frustration. He was increasingly embracing his new identity, his thoughts and speech veering towards that of a beastman rather than a human. Among the hundreds of families of the Fox people, with 80,000 subservient tribes, the number of warriors capable of entering autonomous frenzy does not exceed 20. Thus, the fact that you can enter a frenzied state truly astonishes me. I cannot adequately describe the pain etched on your face just now. Remember, your identity is that of a frail priest? Helen lamented, unable to suppress a pained groan. Oh, just god of war. How could you allow a physically frail priest to enter frenzy? He is the chosen soul singer you have selected. Have I entered frenzy? No, Helen, you are mistaken. It cannot be so. Lu Zhenhan strained to recall his state at that moment, affirming, I had no thoughts of slaughter or rage. I merely felt an overwhelming heat coursing through my body, an unbearable heat. Besides that, I felt nothing else. This statement plunged Helen into contemplation once more. Lu Jinhan observed the increasingly grave expression on her face, his own heart beginning to race. If it were not a state of frenzy, Helen's countenance suddenly grew grim. That complicates matters. Helen pondered for a considerable time, her expression tinged with embarrassment as she gazed at Lu Jinhan and said, "My dear Richard, if this state of quasi-madness is not a result of frenzy, then there is but one possibility. What in the devil's name is it?" Lu Jinhan fixed his gaze upon Helen. "Our pets, the sacrificial offerings of the altar, possess an exceedingly rare chance, following an unnatural death, to graft their inherent magical elemental powers onto the priest. This phenomenon, recorded in the sacrificial codex for millennia, has occurred only twice, and the temple refers to it as the curse of the blood offering. This condition reflects the profound bond between the magical beast and the priest. The most dreadful manifestation of this curse results in a state of quasi-madness." "What does that mean?" Lu Jinhan's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly causing him to leap from his seat. Regardless of what the term curse implied, he was resolute in his conviction that he could not misinterpret its significance. The relationship between a priest and their magical pet should be one of unity. Priests regard their magical companions with the affection reserved for kin, and it is rare for animosity to arise between them. Throughout the centuries, the Codex of the Behemoth has recorded merely 2 instances of priests afflicted by the curse of the blood offering, Helen remarked. "What became of those 2? Lu Jinhan inquired. "They abandoned their injured magical pets on the battlefield and fled for their lives. Such cowardly actions directly led to their pets meeting a bloody fate on the field of battle," Helen cursed vehemently. "Those 2 wretched creatures, akin to mere chickens in a garden, damn them." Lu Jinhan swallowed hard, hastily pressing on with his query. "I still do not quite understand. If the magical powers are grafted, does that not mean those 2 priests possessed magic akin to human sorcerers? Would that not be advantageous? How could it possibly be a bad thing? When a priest forsakes their dignity and identity, tainted by the wrathful resentment of their magical pet through the curse of the blood offering, they also incur the wrathful curse of the war god. Campus refuses to allow a betrayer of their companions to stand among the esteemed shamans. As punishment, the priest who accepts the curse of the blood offering will find that their once resounding battle songs no longer hold any magical effect. This is the price of forsaking friendship. Do not be deceived into thinking that acquiring magical power is a boon. Magic and song power are fundamentally disparate elemental forces. To possess both is to invite violent repulsion. And thus arises the state of quasi-madness associated with the curse of the blood offering. With the frail body of a priest, even if one escapes this calamity, another misfortune awaits. The little fox's expression darkened considerably, her concern for the safety of her esteemed priest's beloved weighing heavily upon her heart, fearing it would shatter like fragile foam. "What misfortune?" Lu Jinhan pressed. "Although they may have acquired magical power, it does not imply they can wield it effortlessly. Magic is a wondrous force. Without systematic study and innate understanding, attempting to control it is tantamount to courting death, as reckless magical use can result in instant obliteration." Helen explained. "This is the true essence of the curse of the blood offering. Magical beasts are not devoid of intelligence." Her words fell upon Lu Jinhan like a bucket of icy water, chilling him to the core. Lu Jinhan stammered. "When did I offend that grand model? I did not abandon it on the battlefield to flee for my life. It is my pet. Why would it do this to me?" His teeth clenched in frustration. Helen remained silent, her gaze fixed on the uneven shards of eggshell scattered on the ground. "But it was already dead at the time. How could it know I consumed its egg?" Lu Jinhan exclaimed, his disbelief evident. "Greed is the gravest sin of the Pigu tribe." Helen's expression turned somber. "Ha ha." Lu Jinhan shook his head. "I still refuse to believe it. Such a thing cannot be true. In truth, I cannot be certain either. Richard, I sincerely hope that all of this is merely a miscalculation on my part," Helen replied, equally disheartened. "And what of Guogua?" Lu Jinhan asked, tugging at Guogua's ear. "Why is it that Guogua shares my fate? Why would it also enter a state akin to the blood offering?" At that moment, Guogua also consumed a shard of that dragon egg, and it was still perched atop your head, just as before. "Correct?" Helen inquired further. "Indeed. The powerful curse of the blood offering specifically targets your body. Guagua is merely unfortunate to be along for the ride, having a penchant for lounging atop your head all day, Helen remarked, seemingly unable to resist a jab at Guagua's constant presence with Lu Junhan. It's over for me. Even if I am doomed, Guagua is ensnared as well, Lu Junhan lamented, sinking to the ground in despair. I have said I cannot be certain. Helen shot him a pointed look. You should try the battle song. If you can use it, it would prove my hypothesis incorrect. Stand up. Where is your courage as a priest? Must the war god himself pull you to your feet? Upon hearing this, Lu Junhan sprang to his feet and began to howl at the top of his lungs. Helen found this aspect of him both endearing and perplexing. Though he appeared timid in everyday life, when it truly mattered, he exhibited not a trace of anxiety. Truly, he was a curious beloved. The rhythm of the battle song compelled Helen to join in. Singing along to the cadence, as the song concluded, she regarded Lu Junhan with a complex expression, her gaze instilling a sense of unease within him. Speak of the outcome. Lu Junhan felt that his battle song had completely lost the enchanting quality it once possessed. Richard, without a doubt, you have indeed fallen victim to the vile curse of the blood offering, Helen said, a sardonic smile playing at her lips. Has my battle song lost its efficacy? Lu Junhan felt a wave of indescribable disappointment wash over him. Akin to the sudden realization of the value of a toy he had previously taken for granted. My dear Richard, you have no idea how unfortunate you are, nor do you comprehend how fortunate you truly are. Helen's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Your current battle song, compared to the first time you sang it, reveals that the innate vigor of a born soul singer has nearly vanished, and the original effects of the spiritual battle song have diminished significantly. Thanks to the war god, he has afforded you a glimmer of hope. The curse of the blood offering has not entirely stripped your battle song of its power. Campus, Lu Junhan exhaled deeply, relieved that there was still some semblance of hope. Regarding the blood offering, the temple's sacrificial codex contains scant accounts, and my understanding of the curse's power is far from complete. Nevertheless, you should be considered a miracle. For this attests to the extent of the war god's favor upon you, Helen exclaimed with excitement. I suspect that ancient tortoise lacked the strength to cast any meaningful curses, Lu Junhan retorted, regaining his confidence as he affectionately ruffled Guagua's fur. Beast of misfortune, just how much calamity do you intend to bring upon Richard? Helen gently pinched Guagua's cheek, causing it to burrow into Lu Junhan's embrace, exposing only its large ears, trembling in fear. Lu Junhan, too, harbored a sense of unease. Ever since arriving here and encountering the cursed frost snow piku, he had indeed attracted nothing but misfortune. He had sustained an injury to his nose, nearly lost his life to a wind element magical wolf before even having a meal, and then was cursed by his own magical beast. What a string of misfortunes! Yet, witnessing Guagua's fearful reaction to Helen's words, Lu Junhan's heart softened. Who says it is a beast of misfortune? He exclaimed, cradling Guagua protectively, adopting a tone of affectionate defiance. I maintain that Guagua is a creature of good fortune. Without it, I might have already met my end. Guagua peeked out from his embrace, its large eyes blinking at Lu Junhan. Oh, you. Helen playfully prodded Lu Junhan's forehead, chiding him good-naturedly. I was merely jesting. Look at how anxious you have become. Didn't I mention I possess magic? Lu Junhan suddenly recalled. What am I capable of? Do not recklessly wield magic. Helen's face turned pale with fright. That could cost you your life. Nonsense, Lu Junhan replied, puzzled. I do not feel any signs of magical power within me. I just feel an abundance of strength. When that model and the magical wolf were battling, did you witness it using any magic? Helen asked, equally perplexed. Look, Lu Junhan pointed to a claw-shaped hole in the ground. Nearly half a foot deep that I saw that model strike the ground with its claws, creating that hole and killing the magical wolf. What immense strength, Helen exclaimed, her eyes wide as she gazed at the hole. Could it be that it has transferred its strength to me? Lu Junhan replied with a wry smile. Strength is not magic. Can that even be transferred? Magic relies on elemental power, and strength is merely another form of power. If it were to transfer its strength to you, it is not beyond the realm of possibility, Helen mused, still finding it hard to believe. Yet, how could a dragon-like magical beast lack magical abilities and possess only strength? I shall find out. Lu Junhan flexed his bulging muscles and strode towards a massive blue stone resembling a reclining ox at the edge of the bamboo grove. This square stone was as tall and hefty as two of the wheels that farmers used for threshing. Its surface entirely covered with slippery moss and withered vines. "Stop!" Helen let out a piercing scream. "What is it?" Lu Junhan asked, covering his ears. "The backlash of magic," Helen exclaimed. "Have you forgotten the curse of the magical beasts?" "Impossible!" Lu Junhan laughed. "I'm straining to speak here, yet I see no curse manifesting. If backlash were to occur, there would be no escape. No means no." Helen's hair whipped around like a red wave, her expression leaving no room for negotiation. Taking advantage of their dispute, Guagua hopped out of Lu Junhan's arms and bounced towards the blue stone. Lu Junhan and Helen halted their argument, staring blankly at Guagua. "What does Guagua intend to do?" Lu Junhan inquired of Helen. She shook her head. "Surely it can't be trying to test the weight of that stone?" Lu Junhan chuckled that Guagua's tiny paws had already grasped the base of the massive stone. Its small figure dwarfed by the stone, resembling a sprout standing beside a cabbage. "Guagua, no!" Lu Junhan's pupils instantly constricted as he bellowed with a voice that sounded like a broken gong. "Watch out for the backlash of magical powers." "You little rascal." Chapter 1. A difficult journey. Guagua had lifted the enormous stone, weighing over 2,000 pounds, trembling as it elevated the stone from its chest to its head. Its two ear-like appendages braced the bottom of the blue stone, and its body seemed to sink into the ground like it had stepped into quicksand, visibly descending into the earth. Countless ants and centipedes hurriedly scurried up the stone's base in a frenzied panic. Guagua turned back to Lu Junhan, mischievously wrinkling its nose and sticking out its pink, translucent tongue, while a bead of sweat trickled down its cheek, glistening like a precious gem. Lu Junhan and Helen stood frozen, watching as that tiny figure was gradually buried in the earth, the stone obscuring Guagua's original position. "Damn it!" Lu Junhan nearly lunged forward to flip the stone over. He had no time to ponder why he had become so immensely strong. Only feeling a warmth surging through his arm, a powerful force coursing through him. The massive stone was effortlessly lifted, as if it were merely a piece of dough, tracing a graceful arc before crashing down, shattering numerous stalks of Buddha belly bamboo. Helen, standing nearby, covered her mouth with her delicate hand, her expression one of disbelief. "Guagua!" Lu Junhan yanked the little creature from the earth. Guagua appeared as healthy as a well-fed noble, save for the worm atop its head, which slightly marred its status. "You scared the life out of me." Lu Junhan held Guagua tightly in his embrace. "Campus above!" Helen exclaimed in front of the stone that had crushed several stalks of Buddha belly bamboo. "This truly is the power of the curse." Lu Junhan stared at the blue stone, equally astonished. Although his strength was considerable, he had not been arrogant enough to believe he could lift such a heavy stone. He glanced down at his hands. They were still his original hands, unchanged in any way. Was it these hands that wrought such a miracle? Lu Junhan was astonished by his own capabilities. "The curse of the blood sacrifice has taken effect." Helen moaned in agony. "Curse my foot." Lu Junhan replied, slightly annoyed. "A curse is a curse. I want to see what this turtle can curse me with. I have done it no wrong. Let me see you." "Oh, Richard." Helen's trembling hands accompanied her quavering voice. "All is well. There is no backlash from magic at all." Lu Junhan, though somewhat apprehensive, forced a smile. Helen rushed into his arms, relentlessly pounding on his chest while scolding him. "Do you have any idea how worried I was for you? You pig-headed pig of the pig tribe." "Yes, yes, yes." Lu Junhan's heart brimmed with happiness. "I am indeed a pig-headed pig of the pig tribe. That is beyond dispute." Realizing her outburst, Helen quickly extricated herself from Lu Junhan's embrace, ruffling her wavy red hair. Lu Junhan chuckled foolishly, savoring the warmth of their recent embrace. Why was there no magical backlash? Is it possible that this power is not magical at all? Lu Junhan rubbed his hands together, beaming. "Doesn't that mean I've hit the jackpot? Hurry and pack up. Let's south leave this place at once," Helen said, glancing at the corpse of the giant turtle. Feeling an ineffable strangeness, "I will inquire with my mentor about this matter when I return." "What is there to pack?" Lu Junhan spat contemptuously at the giant turtle's corpse. "I intended to bury it, but now it seems that's out of the question." "Richard, this is not in accordance with our doctrine," Helen protested. "Fine. I'll first carry you to the cliff, then I'll bury it." Lu Zhenhan's eyes glinted with cunning. Helen chose not to argue further. She was quite hungry after all their exertions, having consumed nothing but a little water, and her strength was nearing depletion. Lu Zhenhan hoisted Helen onto his back and adeptly climbed the cliff using the vines. He felt a powerful energy coursing through his arms, igniting his heart and body, while excessive excitement caused slight muscle spasms that he could hardly control. Helen was somewhat alarmed, feeling as if she might plummet at any moment as she watched Lu Zhenhan tremble while climbing. After delivering Helen to the cliff, Lu Zhenhan returned below, determined not to waste time burying the giant turtle's corpse. Dream on! He gathered the wolf pelts and the unfinished wolf skin boots, stuffing them into the giant turtle's clean, hollowed-out shell. A surprising discovery thrilled Lu Zhenhan. The pearl he had extracted from the giant turtle's jaw, soaked in rainwater and mud, revealed its true nature once cleaned. It emanated a soft, gentle glow, akin to moonlight, cool and clear, neither blinding nor dim, illuminating everything within a 15-meter radius. Lu Zhenhan had long heard of the famed luminous pearl but never imagined he would encounter one himself. He grinned widely, thinking, what a splendid lamp! Having uprooted entire stalks of Buddha belly bamboo, Lu Zhenhan felt a surge of impulsive exuberance, akin to a newly affluent individual flaunting their wealth. He couldn't help but display his newfound strength. Striking poses for his own amusement, he decided to test the reclining ox stone as well. Typically, he wouldn't have noticed any difference, but when exceeding his original strength, he felt a mysterious warmth surge from his core to his limbs, transforming him into a figure of extraordinary might, akin to Xiangyu. Lu Zhenhan could not ascertain the stone's exact weight, but he was certain that lifting it posed no challenge, compared to before. It was akin to carrying a bag of fertilizer. Reflecting on Guogui's earlier struggle, Lu Zhenhan felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Laughter echoed throughout the bamboo grove, guided by the Andean trade winds. Their bamboo raft sailed with the waves, the clouds above moving slowly. Lu Zhenhan and Helen had been adrift at sea for nearly half a month. In the distance, a faint blue line appeared where the sea met the sky. According to Helen, that was the famous Nalan Cape Strait of the Aegean continent, and beyond it lay the Aegean Sea. Another half-month of sailing, and they would reach the vast Danube prairie. Concealed by the snow-capped Timerlea Mountains, the long-dreamed home of the Beeman Kingdom was finally in sight. The anticipation of returning home dulled the memories of their arduous journey. Both Helen and Lu Zhenhan felt a mix of joy and sorrow. The hardships they endured were beyond mere words to describe. The bamboo raft, woven from entire stalks of Buddha belly bamboo, was deteriorating under the corrosive effects of seawater. The vines used for binding had already begun to rot. Had Lu Zhenhan not constructed a double-layered raft, it might have disintegrated days prior. The sail made from wolf and water hare skins, stitched together with fish gut thread, had already suffered damage from a storm, causing it to leak air. Lu Zhenhan had prepared for this voyage for 2 full months, yet once they set sail, the crude nature of their equipment quickly became apparent. The coconut tied to the back of the raft, originally meant to be dragged along in the water, had fallen victim to a tiger shark attack 3 days into their journey. The advancing coconuts were mistaken for some delectable bait, and in one bite, the shark shattered a whole bunch of them. Lu Zhenhan's hard-earned freshwater resources and vitamins were reduced to nothing in that instant. Fortunately, hidden within the giant turtle shell were dozens of golden-striped melons, which, under Lu Zhenhan's careful nurturing, had ripened just before his departure. Though smaller than the melons Lu Zhenhan had previously enjoyed, their taste remained as sweet and delectable as ever. The frost and snow conjured by Guogua possessed the ability to freeze seawater into solid ice, thus providing Lu Zhenhan and Helen with a precious source of fresh water. Once the seawater solidifies into ice, it transforms into natural freshwater. However, Guogua's magical prowess is rather limited, allowing her to utilize her frost powers only twice a day, and she must also consume a significant portion of the fresh water she generates. Before setting off, Lu Zhenhan prepared an abundance of charcoal, constructing a stove from stone shards and clamshells, intending to cook some seafood over a bamboo raft. Regrettably, during the tiger shark's assault on the coconuts, it inadvertently sent all the charcoal tumbling into the sea. Since then, the salted fish and cured meat that were initially prepared became mere decorations, and live fish, stone marrow, and raw bird eggs became the staple diet for Lu Zhenhan and Helen. Stone marrow, a crystalline form of bird droppings that has calcified underground, is the finest source of vitamins. However, Helen found it utterly unpalatable, let alone the live fish and raw bird eggs. Lu Junhan had to force her to consume them, leading to the first instance of tension between him and Helen. Eventually, Helen fell ill, her once vibrant ceremonial robe stained with crystallized sweat, her formerly rosy lips now blistered and parched. Lu Junhan had refrained from consuming any of the fragrant melons, saving them all for Helen. Their diminutive size rendered them insufficient for her to adapt to the raw, blood-soaked fish slices due to the lack of water for washing. Thus, Lu Junhan resolved to reserve the melons for her. He wasted none of the seeds, carefully drying and wrapping them in one of his socks. Each time Helen mustered the strength to invite him to share a meal, Lu Junhan would thump his belly loudly, repeatedly claiming he had already feasted extensively. Yet, as he uttered these words, he could not help but lick his lips. The two of them supported each other as they drifted endlessly upon the sea. Devoid of the romantic notions they had once envisioned, stripped of the idyllic scenes found in novels, replaced instead by relentless hardship. The scorching sun rapidly evaporated the moisture from their bodies, and the scarcity of food utterly crushed their spirits and resolve. Each night became their most cherished time, gazing at the clear, pristine sky. Lu Junhan held Helen close, lying together on the bamboo raft, counting the stars above, relishing the sole moment of respite from the blazing sun. The soft and elegant glow of the luminous pearl provided them with the finest illumination. Whenever Lu Junhan caught a whiff of the faint fragrance emanating from Helen, he felt as if he could soar away with the wind. As they drew nearer to the narrows of Nalu, Helen's condition worsened, her once enchanting features gradually giving way to a pallor of fatigue, with only her long, lustrous, blood-red curls remaining unchanged. The colossal sword-wielding statue of the narrows of Nalu came into view. Helen seemed to drift closer to the brink of death, overshadowed by the specter of mortality due to her lack of nourishment and fragile constitution. Lu Junhan felt an acute sense of urgency. Yet he was at a loss for any means to heal her. For the first time, he regretted leaving that island and embarking on this uncertain journey back. The smile on Helen's face grew increasingly serene, her body still enveloped in that delightful fragrance that lingered in Lu Junhan's nostrils. She began to gently caress his face with trembling hands, her parched lips whispering his name, Richard. Lu Junhan's heart shattered into countless fragments. What could be more agonizing than witnessing the slow demise of a beloved one before your very eyes, feeling utterly powerless to alter their fate? Lu Junhan exerted every effort, even daring to plunge into the depths of the sea in search of some seaweed to provide Helen with vital vitamins. Yet the depths were far too treacherous, and he could not afford to lose focus. The cries of the acid-spitting fish eagle grew increasingly frantic, and Lu Junhan understood that it was the creature's response to the impending demise of its master. Yet he felt utterly helpless. Richard, Helen whispered weakly. Instantly, Lu Junhan's eyes brimmed with tears. Chapter 2. Hair like blood. A life of valor requires no justification. This is the creed of the stalwart Lu Junhan. Gazing upon the towering, sword-wielding statues flanking the narrows of Nalu, he found a torrent of curses welling up within him, trembling lips holding back the words. Even now, he clung to a glimmer of hope regarding the deities of this world. According to Helen, the colossal sword-wielding statues carved from the mountainsides were remnants of an ancient battle between gods and demons. Lu Junhan now harbored a modicum of reverence for the divine. Silently praying for a miracle as they passed beyond the narrows of Nalu, the Andean trade winds became increasingly clear and potent, with the Aegean continent coming into view on the distant horizon. A faint coastline barely discernible, yet Helen's condition deteriorated day by day. She could scarcely drink the snowmelt conjured by Guagua, and even the name Richard escaped her lips. As night fell, the acid-spitting fish eagle grew ever more restless, frequently darting to and fro, letting out occasional cries. Lu Junhan's heart tightened. Helen, he implored as he fetched a pot of snowmelt, hoping in vain to offer a sip to the little fox. Helen managed to open her eyes, and for a fleeting moment, a strange glimmer sparked within them as she gazed at the snowmelt in the pot, shaking her head with great difficulty. Holding back his sorrow, Lu Junhan tilted his face upward, and the snowmelt in the pot began to ripple gently, as if raindrops were falling. Richard. Helen summoned all her strength to utter his name, her voice hoarse and dry, reminiscent of her parched body. You should drink some water. Lu Junhan wiped the corners of his eyes and lifted the pot, slowly pouring the precious snowmelt onto Helen's cracked, dry lips. The golden-hued snowmelt silently dripped from the corner of her mouth onto the bamboo raft. "Sing me a song, Richard. I can no longer speak. For too long." Helen gazed at Lu Zhenhan with a frail, yet profound intensity. A peculiar radiance infused a hint of color into her pallid complexion. Her eyes shimmering like the glistening surface of the ocean, seemingly transporting them back to the day they first met. That cascade of crimson curls danced like the flames of youthful exuberance. Adorned with the blood-stained strip of Lu Zhenhan's sock, the red ribbon fluttering in the wind, evoking a sense of impending loss. The night breeze whispered, the luminous pearl glimmered, and the waves surged as Lu Zhenhan beheld the fading glow of Helen. A tide of inexplicable grief and anger surged within his chest as he contemplated the vast sea and the boundless starry sky, reminiscing about every moment spent with Helen, unable to suppress his sorrow. "The wolf-toothed moon, the forlorn beauty, I raise my cup to drink in the storm and snow. Who overturned the cabinet of the past, stirring up dust and discord, the fate of parting, after countless cycles. You furrow your brow, crying out for a beauty who cannot return. Even though the annals of history have turned to why love remains eternal. The splendor flows like the eastern rivers. I take but a ladle of love to understand. I only yearn for your metamorphosed form. Your hair like blood, so tragically beautiful as the farewell I burn incense, moved by whom? Inviting the bright moon. Let the memories shine bright. Love is perfect under the moonlight. Your hair like blood, tears cascade. Who have I waited to grow old? The intoxicated years of this mortal realm, I carve a monument of eternal love for you without regret." Lu Zhenhan's voice resonated deeply, each note blending with the sound of the water, drifting further into the distance, even calming the restless acid-spitting fish eagle, which obediently began to preen its feathers. Guagua, too, widened its eyes, fixated on Lu Zhenhan. Not daring to blink, Helen was captivated by the sorrowful and heartfelt melody, her eyes, deep as the ocean, gazing at Lu Zhenhan, filled with reluctance and affection, love for life, for her beloved man. The final note lingered in the air, entwined with the sound of the water, as a golden beam of light pierced through Helen's form, the shimmering wave tracing a path around the bamboo raft, passing through the hearts of the acid-spitting fish eagle and Guagua, ultimately piercing Lu Zhenhan's chest. Under the gentle glow of the luminous pearl, the two embraced, seemingly enveloped by golden vines. Time became an indistinct blur until Helen finally opened her eyes and softly inquired. "Richard, what was that song?" "Hair like blood," he replied. "Your red hair is like blood, leaving an indelible mark in the depths of my memory." Lu Zhenhan felt a bitter taste in his mouth. "Did you compose it yourself?" Helen asked why Richard is truly a born soul singer. Even the greatest of human bards could not craft such a beautiful song, though not speak. Lu Zhenhan held Helen tightly, tears streaming down his cheeks. "The god of war, Campos." Helen sighed deeply. "Time will forever bear witness to your generosity, Helen." Lu Zhenhan's heart felt as if it were being cut by a knife. "Richard, perhaps you cannot believe it." Helen struggled to lift her arm, resting it against Lu Zhenhan's rugged face. "The song you just sang possesses the power of the Soul Chain battle song." Lu Zhenhan suddenly lifted his head. Even if he were dim-witted, he understood that the Soul Chain battle song was a secret of battle hymn learned only when the altar of war was advanced to the staff priest level. This hymn could transform the life force of up to 4 warriors into shared resources, allowing each to equally distribute damage. Even in the face of the most grievous injuries, when the mental chains collapse, a glimmer of hope remains for the 4 warriors assigned to the battle song, preventing their immediate demise. Within the sacred rites of the behemoth, the staff priest approaches the pinnacle of high-ranking priesthood, second only to the 4 great shamans and the 12 high priests of the grand priestly order. The staff priest stands as the highest symbol within the temple of the behemoth war god. Each staff priest typically possesses a noble title, their status within the behemoth akin to that of a distinguished sorcerer among humans. The mental chains of the battle song belong to a significantly advanced tier. And according to Helen's current vocal strength, even if she were to master it proficiently, she would be unable to wield it, let alone Lu Zhenhan, who is still an apprentice priest cursed by a beast. This battle song is essentially useless during large-scale warfare, yet at a pivotal moment, it could undoubtedly save the life of someone of great importance to oneself. A staff priest will always be present beside the king of the Behemoth Kingdom. Among every 100 priests, over the span of 20 years, the number of those like Helen, capable of natural evolution, does not exceed 2. Throughout the millennia of behemoth orc priestly canon, there has been no instance of anyone naturally evolving an advanced battle song. Lu Zhenhan's current rank is at most that of a soul singer, merely one step above the most mediocre wind whisperer, just beginning his journey. He has managed to summon a magical pet, which not only perished but also, before its demise, inflicted upon him the rare curse of a millennium's worth of blood sacrifice, reducing the effectiveness of the only battle song he knew to a mere 20%. As if that were not enough, he found himself unexpectedly inspired by Helen's impending demise, composing and singing an original piece titled Blood Like Hair. This song, crafted in the common tongue of the behemoth, intertwined profound sorrow with an inexplicable melancholy, resonating deeply with listeners. Every battle song of the behemoth priests possesses a unique gravity, unless one is a prodigy like a natural soul singer. Mispronouncing a single syllable can render the song ineffective. Moreover, this Blood Like Hair, which did not employ the musical score from the war god temple, entirely subverted the norms of behemoth battle songs, allowing it to evoke the effects of a battle song, a notion Lu Zhenhan himself found hard to believe. He was not oblivious to the fact that even with his most skilled spiritual battle song, altering just a single lyric would render the entire piece utterly mundane, devoid of any battle-enhancing effects. According to the Little Fox, fortunately, behemoth battle songs do not rebound. If it were a human sorcerer, mispronouncing a summoning incantation could very well lead to magical backlash, potentially costing them their life. Thus, when Helen spoke, Lu Zhenhan was momentarily taken aback. He had never witnessed the mental chains of a battle song, and when that golden beam of light passed through Helen and his body, overwhelmed by grief, he had no time to ponder its nature. Now, upon hearing Helen's words, he realized it was indeed a miraculous battle song he had unleashed. Mental chains? Lu Zhenhan distinctly felt his body growing heavier, his spirit waning, likely a consequence of his connection to Helen's life force. An unimaginable miracle, Helen exclaimed. Although she still appeared somewhat weak, it was evident that Lu Zhenhan's beast-like vitality, coursing through the mental chains into her body, had revitalized her from the brink of death as they passed the Naren Horn. I beheld the majestic giant elephants carved from the cliffs on either side and swore that as long as any deity restored my Helen to health, I would devote my life to their worship. Lu Zhenhan exclaimed joyfully. Now I am the faithful servant of the great Kampa, the war god above. Helen gasped. How can you, a natural soul singer, still harbor doubts regarding the teachings of the war god? Helen. Lu Zhenhan pondered, unable to resist asking. In this world, has anyone ever seen a god with their own eyes? Before Helen could respond, he laughed heartily, interrupting her, declaring that no answer was necessary. Foolish tribe of pig-headed pigmen? A natural soul singer? A priest whose battle songs were rendered ineffective by the curse of a magical pet? Pioneering an entirely new behemoth battle song, the strongest among the traditionally frail priests, a mighty warrior? Lu Zhenhan found himself overwhelmed by the dizzying array of identities he now possessed. His astonishment at himself was overshadowed by the ecstatic joy of Helen reclaiming her life, leaving him little time to contemplate anything else as he embraced her tightly. A melodious harp sound resonated across the water, accompanied by a celestial female voice that alternated between sweet freshness and soaring intensity, exuding an air of both grandeur and an enchanting mirage, captivating Lu Zhenhan's heart. If Helen's battle song embodied purity and devotion, this lyricless, whisper-like melody exuded an alluring enchantment, surrounded by the gentle glow of the night pearl. The bamboo raft drifted forward, revealing a dark protrusion that appeared to be a reef, from which the mesmerizing song emanated through the heavy mist. Helen, summoning her frail strength, rose unsteadily, her expression solemn and dignified. The mist surrounding the reef was dispersed by the soft glow of the night pearl on the raft, revealing a girl of exquisite beauty seated upon the black rock. Adorning her head was a crystal crown, shimmering under the light of the night pearl. Below her waist lay a magnificent fish tail, the same dazzling golden hue as her damp hair, enchanting to the eye. Her skin resembled the purest milk, her lips were as captivating as rose petals, and her eyes, deep blue like the ocean, offered boundless realms of imagination. Richard, it seems we are indeed unfortunate. Helen smiled sadly at Lu Zhenhan, for we have encountered the royal mermaid of the Empire of Sia in the sea. Lu Zhenhan's pupils narrowed. A mermaid. The royalty of the sea. The beings of the ocean who despise land dwellers. The legendary sea overlords who feast upon fresh humans. The terrifying, natural water mages. The mermaid gently plucked at her crystal harp, her whisper-like notes flowing into enchanting melodies that captivated the air around her. Yet her gaze never once acknowledged the bamboo raft. Lu Zhenhan silently picked up a bamboo pole from the raft. Its tip sharpened into a spear-like point, still stained with the dark blood of a tiger shark. He was unconcerned about adding the blood of these oceanic beings to it. The wind picked up, and Lu Zhenhan swept his long hair back, revealing a transformed man, no longer the jovial Richard. His keen gaze resembled that of a sharp arrow piercing the historical vaults of ancient battles. Chapter 3. The Overbearing Mermaid Princess. If you lack wings, then only your soul possesses the right to float above the ocean. An ancient decree of the sea tribe of Sia, passed down in the land world, Behemoth. The mermaid ceased her soft singing, her beautiful eyes fixed on Lu Zhenhan as she inquired. Was that song you just sang? The mermaid asked slowly in the common tongue of the Aegean continent. As if confiding in a long-lost friend, her mellifluous voice suffused with a dreamlike quality. It was I who sang it. Lu Zhenhan tightened his grip on the bamboo pole. The ocean surged suddenly, and a dozen shadowy figures emerged, patrolling the waters. One figure drew closer, illuminated by the glow of the night pearl, revealing a towering man over 2 meters tall, with a spindle-shaped head and a muscular, well-defined body, clad in garments made of seaweed. His gaze was cold and confident, mirroring the murderous intent of the massive fishbone harpoon he wielded. Each of them rode a powerful tiger shark, cutting through the waves with ease, their coral saddles emitting a fierce red glow under the night sky, while the massive heads of the sharks occasionally swept menacingly over the bamboo raft, their eyes glinting like those of a hungry tiger sizing up its prey. Helen's hand trembled violently in Lu Zhenhan's palm, her efforts to conceal her fear proving futile. It's the goblin tribe is shark warriors, Helen whispered into Lu Zhenhan's ear, her expression akin to someone who had just escaped a nightmare. Her body trembling uncontrollably, her voice quaking as well. Behemoth. The mermaid strummed her harp, the sound echoing in the air. Why do you appear in the waters of Sia? You do not know the rules of our sea tribe. Do you? No land dweller may pass through our skies. Beautiful and noble Princess Mermaid. We are merely 2 unfortunate behemoth orcs adrift in a sea of suffering, having endured countless hardships. We only wish to return home as swiftly as possible. We do not intend to challenge the dignity of your noble sea tribe. We simply seek to return home. Helen performed a noble curtsy towards the mermaid. The beautiful maiden of the Fox clan, one can surmise, must indeed be a noble among the beemen. The mermaid princess chuckled with delight. Lu Zhenhan's eyes widened in astonishment. This dignitary must also be a priestess of the beemen. No? What a marvelous battle song of the beemen. For countless years, our sea tribe has never forgotten. The mermaid princess tossed her 2 damp, golden tresses behind her, gazing at Lu Zhenhan, whose expression resembled that of a bewildered pig, with a playful smile. Indeed, your highness, Helen, maintaining a flawless and impeccable noble demeanor, responded to the mermaid's inquiry with neither subservience nor arrogance. Lu Zhenhan rolled his eyes dramatically. After all these years, the mermaid exclaimed with a tone of incredulity, the pig clan can produce a priestess too? Have the beeman orcs become even more formidable, or have they completely declined? The selection of the altar priest is determined by the great god of war, and does not rest on whether the priestess hails from the pig or the fox clan. Your highness, Helen replied with graceful poise. Are you 2 lovers? The mermaid inquired of Lu Zhenhan. Brave warrior of the pig clan, do not remain silent like a clownfish in the depths. Answer my question. The mermaid's gaze was both noble and haughty, akin to a majestic eagle surveying the multitude below. Yes, we are lovers. Noble princess. Lu Zhenhan glanced at the dozen or so tiger shark knights lingering nearby, instantly donning a congenial smile. Helen and he exchanged a deeply affectionate glance. No wonder your recent song was filled with sorrow and lament. Even we, the mermaids, known for our exquisite voices and abundant emotions, find it astonishing. The mermaid princess revealed a captivating smile. Since you are lovers, the beeman tribe is not as vile as humankind. The light of Neptune and Amphitrite shines upon you. and I have decided to forgive your trespass into the waters of the Empire of Shadi. Who says the sea folk are unreasonable? Lu Junhan and Helen shared a relieved smile, feeling that the rumors might not be entirely credible. Before Helen could express her gratitude, the mermaid spoke again. Regrettably, to prove your love, I have decided that only one of you may leave safely. The one who remains will be offered as a tribute to the goddess Amphitrite, wife of the sea god. The mermaid smirked, revealing teeth as beautiful as seashells, glistening in the night sky with a mesmerizing allure. The smiles of Helen and Lu Junhan instantly froze. A group of tiger shark knights encircled them, 12 in total, forming an impenetrable barrier around their bamboo raft. Some knights, unable to squeeze in, urged their sharks to leap gracefully from the water, soaring over the raft, as a 7-meter-long tiger shark plunged into the inky depths without even stirring a ripple. Showcasing their awe-inspiring aquatic prowess, Lu Junhan cast a cold glance at the fierce shark heads within arm's reach, the pungent scent of blood wafting from their serrated jaws. The tiger-like heads bore a prominent black symbol between their brows. Exuding an aura of ferocity, Guagua, with her round belly, leaped onto Lu Junhan's shoulder, baring her teeth and making faces, attempting to intimidate the tiger sharks before them. Helen summoned an acid-spitting fish eagle, preparing for battle. The two responded to the mermaid princess's absurd and ludicrous ultimatum with their most direct actions. Lu Junhan wore a scornful smile, gripping his bamboo pole, silently observing the mermaid princess. His smile seemed to convey that he was watching a fool crowned as the champion of the Olympic gods. The mermaid princess appeared taken aback by this outcome, her expression tinged with surprise as she curiously observed the courageous pair before her, the audacity of this Beeman couple exceeding her expectations. "Fox girl, tell me your name," the mermaid insisted with an undeniable tone, her tail rhythmically splashing against the rocks beneath the waves. "I am Helen, priestess of the Beeman altar, soul singer." "Lena, your highness." The little fox maintained her impeccable noble demeanor. "I never would have imagined that you, a fox girl, are also a priestess." The mermaid princess sneered maliciously. "A fox beauty in the human realms of Aegean lands is valued at around 5,000 gold coins. As a priestess, you may fetch an even higher price. Should I capture you alive and sell you to wicked humans?" Helen's body trembled slightly, yet she held her head high, unwavering in the face of the mermaid princess's malevolent grin. "And what about me?" Lu Junhan pointed to his own enormous nose. The priest of the pig clan, the mermaid furrowed her brow slightly. "Your mannerisms do not resemble those of a cultured noble." "You are not mistaken. I have yet to attain a noble title," Lu Junhan conceded. "I cannot fathom why the most beautiful woman of the Aegean would take an interest in you, a pig clan individual renowned for laziness, gluttony, sloth, and ugliness. Although you are a priest, what does that truly signify? In my eyes, your magical beast is utterly insignificant, as fragile as a clam shell. Why do you dare defy my will? By what right?" The mermaid's voice was ethereal, laced with seduction. "Must all of the pig clan be so lacking?" Lu Junhan pressed his finger against his chest. "Your highness, do not allow your perception to be clouded by mere appearances. You hail from the oceanic realm, so what gives you the authority to so hastily judge the valiant servants of the gods of war who tread upon the land? Do you dare challenge the mightiest warriors of the sea?" The mermaid princess seemed increasingly amused. Even the tiger shark knights nearby erupted in raucous laughter. "We Beemen have a saying." Lu Junhan began to conjure words. "The god of war has granted us humility, but do not mistake it for weakness. To challenge the strong, whether in victory or defeat, is the ultimate honor of every Beeman." Helen added coldly, "Foolish priest." The mermaid clearly grew incensed. "Richard, go teach them a lesson in ignorance and arrogance. Show them what true power entails." A towering shark knight brandished a bone spear, urging his tiger shark mount to advance, and from his wild gaze, one could discern his volatile nature. His bulging muscles hinted at his destructive potential. "Just one?" Lu Junhan shook his finger. "Let all of you come at once." "Arrogant and ignorant Beeman," the tiger shark knight's roar thundered like a storm. "I, Richard Clayton, will shred you within 3 breaths, turning you into dinner for my tiger shark, with your magical beast as dessert." "Wait," Lu Junhan interjected. "If I defeat you, then your comrades will challenge us one by one. Wouldn't that be troublesome?" "I am just looking out for you." Silence. The mermaid princess could no longer contain herself. "Foolish land creature. Your ignorance is akin to that of your impotent deities. If you can defeat my guard, Knight Richard, I shall pardon you and this fox girl, allowing you to traverse the waters of the empire of Xiadi unimpeded. Ha ha, that is precisely what I was waiting to hear. Lu Zhenhan felt a surge of satisfaction within, though his face remained composed. The knight named Richard leaped from his mount onto the bamboo raft, causing it to sway beneath his considerable weight. Let your pitiful magical beast attack me, Richard, the tiger shark knight tossed his massive bone spear to a comrade, rubbing his enormous, webbed hands together and laughing boisterously at Lu Zhenhan. The surrounding tiger shark knights erupted in raucous laughter. Clownfish, ha ha, only fit to hide within your shell, only deserving of frolicking in shallow waters like a mere shrimp. A chorus of derisive laughter, accompanied by insults and mockery, descended upon Lu Zhenhan. Helen, thoroughly incensed, felt her pride as a priestess ignited like a raging flame by the mermaid princess's words. Your ignorance is akin to your powerless deities. Yet, her fury was forcibly quelled by the imposing presence of the shark knight before her, towering 2 meters high, significantly taller than Lu Zhenhan, his bulk rendering the entire bamboo raft slanted towards him, illustrating the sheer weight of this goblin clan's fearsome shark knight. The terror of the sea folk and their legends were widely recorded and recounted across the continent 2,000 years ago. An eminent storm-rending sorcerer among the Xiadi sea folk, essentially a wizard among them, developed an immensely powerful water barrier, granting the sea folk armies the ability to breach the constraints of the ocean and invade the land. Just the Xiadi Sea Kingdom alone caused blood to flow like rivers across the Aegean continent, and only through the united efforts of all humans, beemen, elves, and dwarves was this sea army ultimately defeated. The waterfolk among the beemen suffered catastrophic losses during that maritime conflict, with 9 out of 10 perishing, leaving them utterly incapacitated thereafter. The vast expanse of the ocean made the underwater realms seem far larger than those on land. With a more complex and diverse array of life forms, the intelligent beings of the sea possessed not only stronger physiques but also sharper minds than their terrestrial counterparts. Had it not been for the sea-dwelling sorcerer who invented the intricate water barrier and fell in battle against humanity, the aquatic army might have long since swept through the Aegean continent. Helen was acutely aware of the formidable prowess possessed by the goblin shark knight before her during the Great Land-Sea War 2 millennia ago. The goblin sharkmen were the backbone of the naval forces, boasting robust physiques and razor-sharp teeth, reigning supreme both on land and in water. Their fierce combat capabilities were far beyond what humanity could withstand. Only the mightiest of the behemoth, the colossal Oliphant warriors, or the fierce bearmen of the pier could hope to engage them in direct confrontation. The goblin sharkmen were to be feared not only for their overwhelming strength, but also for their innate mastery of water magic, which instilled deep trepidation in their adversaries. Known for their ferocity, goblin shark warriors would not hesitate to self-destruct if faced with defeat, as their bodies, hard as mirrors, often allowed them to reconstitute their remains into a semblance of humanoid form. Their deeds have left indelible marks in the songs of human bards and in the epics of the behemoth. Helen could not help but worry. The pigmen excelled not in combat or brawling, but in their insatiable desire for procreation and the enjoyment of food, far surpassing other races. Even if a pigman were a high priest, the disparity in power against a goblin shark warrior would be immense, for the shark knight possessed both fierce physical assault capabilities and magical prowess, creating an insurmountable gap. Richard was yet without a magical companion. He had no behemoth warrior as a follower, and his sole subordinate, a frosty Pichu beast, was less a beast and more an adopted son. Renowned for neither his combat skills nor his magical capabilities, which were lamentably poor. However, there was no time for Helen to elaborate on these matters to Richard, for Lu Zhenhan had already engaged the goblin shark knight. Chapter 4. The clash had just begun. Strong and powerful muscles are a virtue. Behemoth proverb. Thus far, Lu Zhenhan's life had been dominated by acts of violence. The nature of his opponent could be discerned at a glance. The shark knight before him, with the calmness evident in the steady breathing from his gill-like cheeks, bore the marks of countless battles on his scarred torso. Lu Zhenhan slowly unfastened his feathered garment, revealing a physique of formidable muscle clad in wolfskin trousers, showcasing the wild and unrestrained nature of the orc. Richard, the shark knight, found himself somewhat envious of the behemoth orc. He had not expected such a seemingly ordinary pigman to possess such a robust physique. Lu Xinhan began to chant a battle song loudly, causing Richard's expression to grow gravely serious. He had no habit of underestimating his foes. Countless life and death skirmishes had taught him the mindset with which to confront an adversary. Guagua stood before the powerful Shark Knight, dwarfed as if gazing up at a towering mountain. The faces of the observing Shark Knights displayed disdain. If they could not even handle such a clumsy magical beast, the Shark Knight's reputation would indeed be unfounded. Guagua puffed out its round rear, taking a deep breath, while Knight Richard stood still, watching it prepare to unleash its magic. A faint chant began to emanate from the knight's lips, and strange syllables summoned a swirling mass of water elements, forming a crescent-shaped barrier of pale blue droplets before him. "Wave shield!" Helen exclaimed in astonishment. Guagua's first magic was swiftly unleashed, a white frostball tracing an eerie arc as it shot toward the yet-to-coalesce weak point in the water element. A peculiar spectacle unfolded as the frostball struck the center of the water shield, continuing its momentum to collide with the Shark Knight's chest, bursting forth a blast of cold air. The water shield gradually crystallized into a translucent solid shield, slowly taking shape in the air before shattering at the Shark Knight's feet. The Goblin Knight, with inherent pride, brushed away the frost remnants from his chest with a hand clad in seaweed gloves. The sound reminiscent of a knife scraping against glass. "What a clever little creature!" The mermaid princess, spectating from the rocks, remarked with admiration. "It knew to first incapacitate my knight, granting him ample time to prepare his magical shield, and then launched an unexpected attack. What a cunning magical pet! Let us see how the next round of attacks unfolds." Lu Xinhan had completed his battle song, and both he and Guagua radiated a brilliant golden light, exuding an air of mystery and allure. The Goblin Shark Knight, having thoroughly gauged his opponent's strength, would not wait for them to mount another offensive. With a powerful stride, his webbed foot crashed toward Guagua lying on the ground. In an extraordinary turn of events, the creature that should have been squashed beneath his foot not only remained unscathed, but also cheerfully supported it. All the Shark Knights gaped in disbelief. Akin to salmon on the brink of death. How could this be? Countless questions flashed through the minds of the surrounding Shark Knights. Richard, a rare warrior of the Goblin clan, could crush coral reefs with a mere kick, let alone this plump, clumsy magical beast. Richard himself was taken aback. After a brief moment of distraction, he realized he had made a grave mistake. Powerful arms, akin to those of a crab, suddenly wrapped around his neck, and the tightening grip felt like that of a colossal octopus from the depths, squeezing the precious air from his gills. Who is he? Thoughts raced through the Goblin Knight's mind, feeling his body lighten as he was seized by the nape and hurled into the air. Amid the astonished gazes of the surrounding Shark Knights, the massive Richard was hoisted into the air by Lu Xinhan, the seemingly inconspicuous pigman. Richard was bewildered, feeling his limbs, once agile, suddenly lose all control and become immobile. Yet, it mattered little. He still possessed his innate water magic. His long combat experience enabled the Shark Knight to react with remarkable speed, a series of urgent syllables escaping his lips. The abundant water elements of the tide responded decisively to his call. Rapidly coalescing, the Shark Knight summoned a water dragon, and as Lu Xinhan choked him and lifted him into the air, the dragon's form was already well on its way to completion, glimmering scales reflecting the moonlight in a mesmerizing display. This was the true caliber of the Shark Knight. He had barely exerted himself moments prior. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the nascent water dragon disintegrated upon contact with Lu Xinhan's knee and Richard's spine, leaving behind a few reluctant water elements swirling around the knight's pale face, as if in a lingering embrace. The once bright cerulean eyes of the Shark Knight dulled, devoid of life, and his massive body slumped from Lu Xinhan's knee. The surrounding Shark Knights, who had been laughing and mocking the behemoth priest just moments ago, now found themselves in a state of shock as their once proud warrior lay lifeless at the feet of the very priest they had scorned and belittled. This stark contrast left their minds blank and gasping for breath. Each Shark Knight looked at the detestable behemoth priest and the fallen Richard in disbelief. How could this be? Without even a violent tremor of the raft, a knight weighing over 300 pounds was silently dispatched? Countless questions erupted in the oxygen-deprived minds of the knights. Is this behemoth priest truly the frail, cunning one renowned across the Aegean continent? Is he still reliant on magical companions for combat? Can a priest kill a sea-dwelling shark knight barehanded? Even against the mightiest Oliphant warriors, goblin shark knights would never fall so easily. One by one, doubts cascaded like bubbles in the sea, swirling among the remaining hammerhead shark knights. As a result, their bodies began to tremble uncontrollably, resembling inflated balloons, their emotions on the brink of explosion from impulsivity and hatred. Their pride made it unbearable to accept that a noble, battle-hardened sea warrior had so easily perished at the hands of a frail, infamous land priest, and in such an odd and shameful manner. The desire for revenge did not strip these proud knights of their reason. Several began to remove their gloves, preparing to challenge this audacious behemoth priest. "What's the matter?" Lu Zhenhan taunted the group of hammerhead knights. "Just moments ago, you were hesitant to engage all at once, and now you're perplexed? I should have known that you sea dwellers would rely on numbers to secure victory. Is this what your sea god taught you about bravery? Enough, tiny beast." A robust magic shark knight, even more formidable than the previous one, straightened his back atop his steed and brandished a bone fork at Lu Zhenhan. "I, goblin magic shark knight Poseidon, formally challenge you. I shall ensure your blood forever stains these waters. Come forth," Lu Zhenhan, increasingly caustic, retorted. "One after another, let them come. If he loses, who shall be next? Ha! I am indifferent. After all, gentlemen always fight better than rogues." "Poseidon," the voice of the mermaid princess shimmered with barely concealed ire. "Have you forgotten the words I once spoke? Why is it that even these contemptible behemoth orcs understand that challenging the strong, regardless of victory or defeat, aligns with the knightly spirit and noble honor? Yet you have forgotten?" The tiger shark knights struggled to restrain their restless mounts, and under the weight of noble honor, they endeavored to steady their breaths. "Barbarian priest," the mermaid princess, evidently enraged herself, demanded, "Tell me, why do you not employ your magical pet in battle? You defy the teachings of your impotent deities." "Your Highness," Lu Zhenhan, nonchalantly picking his nose, elegantly executed a knightly salute towards the mermaid princess. "I beg your forgiveness for my audacity. The god of war, Campus, teaches us that a priest's magical pet is meant to uphold justice and protect one's homeland, not to confront the provocations of rogues." This statement was sufficiently venomous, visibly incensing the mermaid princess, whose rose-like lips trembled uncontrollably, yet she valiantly maintained her composure. "You are fortunate, arrogant orc. Today, my captain, the mighty whale warrior of the Bennylu tribe, is not present." The mermaid furrowed her brows, gazing intently at Lu Zhenhan. "We shall meet again, I promise by our father in the sea." "Regrettably, beautiful princess," Lu Zhenhan lamented with a sorrowful expression, "my dragon magical pet is rather preoccupied today, and I neglected to bring it along. If you are interested, let us choose a time and place where you can bring your Bennylu warrior, and I shall summon my dragon magical pet for a grand battle of 300 rounds." The magic shark knight scoffed, all too aware that this was mere bravado, and that Lu Zhenhan was not even drafting a script for his bluster. Who could forget that once a behemoth priest signs a mental pact with a large magical beast, the temple of the god of war would bestow a Medusa badge. This badge inherently possesses a dual hibernation space, allowing the priest to summon their magical pet from a fixed barrier, regardless of location. Thus, the notion of forgetting to bring it was utterly absurd. As for the dragon magical beast, that was even more ludicrous. Even in the vast underwater world, the dragon magical beast remains at the apex of the food chain. That rotund frost-snowed pika, despite its corpulence, bore no resemblance to a dragon magical beast. "Orc priest, when we meet again, I hope your luck remains as fortuitous." The mermaid princess could barely suppress a chuckle, letting out a soft scoff. "Indeed, you are quite handsome. Your beauty shall be etched in my memory forever, and I eagerly anticipate our next encounter." Lu Zhenhan fluffed his feathered attire, raising an eyebrow in response. "Indeed," the mermaid princess replied with a cold smile, "I believe that opportunity shall arise soon. If you feel unsatisfied, you are welcome to summon more people tomorrow." Lu Zhenhan attempted to provoke her, feeling a tinge of apprehension. What if this mermaid truly pursued him relentlessly? That shark knight had acted presumptuously, failing to attack while mounted. Had he not underestimated his opponent, the outcome could have been uncertain. Though Lu Zhenhan's underwater performance during reconnaissance had been commendable, He had no confidence in confronting a shark man directly, which would undoubtedly be an unwise endeavor. I have stated before, should you defeat my knight Richard, I shall forgive you and let you and that fox girl go. The mermaid princess regarded Lu Zhenhan with disdain, her expression reflecting her contempt for his unsightly visage. We of the Sea tribe are the most noble of races. How could we not honor our promises? Rest assured, every word a mermaid speaks is as precious as pearls. Obisraki. Lu Zhenhan felt a weight lift from his heart. To be candid, he found the Sea tribe's so-called noble dignity and pride somewhat foolish, yet undeniably endearing. The mermaid princess let out a light whistle, summoning a sleek, ebony seahorse from the depths of the dark ocean. The skeletal horse head glanced coldly at Lu Zhenhan as the mermaid princess gracefully mounted the crystal saddle atop the seahorse. Waving her hand at a goblin knight, promptly lifted the lifeless body of the fallen knight Richard and placed it upon the coral saddle, merging seamlessly with the remaining tiger shark knights, quietly disappearing into the frigid waters, leaving only gentle ripples on the surface to attest to their former existence. Pig tribe priest, tell me your name. The mermaid princess, seated calmly atop the seahorse, regarded Lu Zhenhan with serene eyes. Her gaze as tranquil as the waves. Alicha, Helen answered in Lu Zhenhan's stead. My name is Avril. Remember this noble name. Now, I shall spare you both. The mermaid smiled with pride, her demeanor defiant. Next time I shall offer you both as sacrifices to the sea god Neptune and Amphitrite. Lu Zhenhan scoffed derisively, his expression one of mockery. The magnificent seahorse let out a powerful snort and, bearing the mermaid princess Avril, sped swiftly across the icy ocean. Avril's golden hair whipped high in the wind, and two arcs of water surged from either side of the saddle as the seahorse, with the exaggerated speed of a military speedboat Lu Zhenhan had once witnessed, swiftly became a distant black on the horizon. Helen? Lu Zhenhan furrowed his brow, suddenly sensing something amiss in the mermaid princess's departing words. Turning his gaze toward the little fox. How is the reputation of the Sea tribe, Richard? The little fox sighed. There is a saying on the Aegean continent. The Sea tribe possesses the right to go back on their word and lie. Spare us? Lu Zhenhan mulled over the implications of the mermaid's parting words, suddenly recalling the magnificent seahorse. The full moon hung in the sky, its glow soft as water. What the hell? Lu Zhenhan's eyes widened in disbelief. His mouth agape like the clearly visible ring-shaped mountains on the moon. Chapter 5. The mysterious Eastern behemoth regarding food. Every behemoth has its own preferences, unrelated to faith. Behemoth proverb. As the black seahorse vanished into the dim night, Helen could no longer hold herself up and softly collapsed into Lu Zhenhan's embrace. What's wrong? Lu Zhenhan inquired with concern. Do you realize how perilous your situation was just now? The little fox's response was weak, her eyes barely open. Perilous? Lu Zhenhan flexed his muscular arm, chuckling. My little girl, have you forgotten that I am a priest cursed by magical beasts? I possess a fraction of dragon power. How could I be in danger? Lu Zhenhan's words carried a rare humility. During his time in the reconnaissance unit, he had been groomed as a capture specialist. The only reason he hadn't been assigned tasks was that the captain deemed his attacks excessively lethal, often resulting in instant kills. Ironically, this had now afforded him such formidable dragon power, rendering him a quintessential killing machine. Yet, these thoughts he kept to himself, for some matters were best left unexplained. Helen was still too young. Knowing too much could be detrimental. Though Lu Zhenhan appeared somewhat foolish, his mind was sharp. This realization prompted him to chuckle jovially, preparing to gloss over the incident. Richard? Helen's words were tinged with reproach. What is a priest? Helen stated. A priest is the messenger of the temple, the guiding light for the behemoth's advancement. If behemoth warriors are flames, we are the hot oil that fuels their fire. The combined strength of 10 behemoth warriors can never match that of 4 warriors and 1 priest. If a priest must engage directly in combat, then what purpose do magical pets serve? But I have no warriors by my side. Lu Zhenhan shrugged helplessly while stroking the little fox's head. Once you return to the Behemoth Kingdom and confirm your identity, countless warriors will vie to be your followers. Especially given your innate title as Soul Singer, even the temple will dispatch powerful temple knights to ensure your safety. Helen rolled her eyes at him, her fiery tail raised. But that hasn't happened yet. Lu Zhenhan seized Helen's tail. You saw what just happened. That shark knight, Obisraki. He was both magical and robust. Without a clever strategy, if it came down to just you, me, and Guagua, we'd be finished. Then you must promise never to engage in foolish confrontations with such formidable warriors again. There are no such things among priests, and do not speak of being cursed by magical beasts in the future. Revealing that undermines your identity as a natural soul singer, I understand. Lu Zhenhan, unfazed, leaned in closer. These matters were better left unspoken. He was more aware than anyone of the intricacies involved. You are truly unlike the pigmen renowned for their foolishness across the continent. Rather, you resemble us foxes, astutely surprising me. The little fox abruptly shoved aside Lu Zhenhan, who was as sticky as a leather adhesive. I might consider joining your family by marriage. Lu Zhenhan, growing increasingly shameless, remarked that the young man was so inept that he would take his wife's surname. By marrying into your family, I would thus become one of you foxes. Helen's gaze suddenly dimmed, a faint veil of sorrow overshadowing her countenance. What's wrong? Lu Zhenhan sensed a hint of unease. Nothing. Helen gently nestled into Lu Zhenhan's embrace, her slender fingers caressing his rugged face as she gazed up at him with emotion, saying, Richard, no matter the circumstances or how difficult it may be, you will never abandon me, will you? Is that even a question? A resolute smile illuminated Lu Zhenhan's face in the light of the luminous pearl. Helen, in tears, threw herself upon him, leaving him drenched in her kisses. A flicker of anxiety swept through Lu Zhenhan's heart. This matter had been weighing heavily on his mind for quite some time, preventing him from sleeping. What could be the reason behind Helen's peculiar behavior? Was it her identity? Just because the pigmen are vassals of the foxes, could that be the reason? Regardless, he must secure this priestly identity. That way, he too would be considered noble. Lu Zhenhan's thoughts were a muddled mess, his emotions oscillating between frustration and excitement, interspersed with worries about the mermaid's potential revenge. He tossed and turned for half the night before finally slipping into a deep slumber. It was unclear how long he had been asleep when he was jolted awake by a tremendous lurch of the bamboo raft. Thankfully, the turtle shell was securely fastened. Otherwise, he would have surely tumbled into the sea. Rubbing his eyes, Lu Zhenhan realized that daylight had broken, and as he crawled out from under the wolfskin blanket, he was confronted by a dark, imposing wall. After another rub of his eyes, he discerned that it was the hull of a ship, an enormous vessel, towering 2 stories high. His bamboo raft had become entangled in the ship's anchor line. Helen emerged as well, her expression one of lingering affection, as she fumbled with a button Lu Zhenhan had inadvertently undone. A ship? Helen's complexion instantly soured. In the Aegean continent, only a few exceptionally powerful human nations engage in trade with the sea folk, and these nations possess formidable strength, at least having dragon knights as terrifying entities to gain the sea folk's recognition and secure designated shipping lanes. All these human nations are notorious for rampant slave trading. As far as Helen knew, ships venturing out to sea, aside from those traveling to the distant east to import silk, tea, and porcelain, were all slave ships. To brazenly sail into the territory of the Xiahai nation, this human nation must possess an overwhelming military backing. If they were to spot a Fox clan beauty without an escort, Helen dared not contemplate further. She cursed herself for not advancing to a war priest sooner, for not mastering the life-calling cosmic chain lightning earlier. Richard, Helen grasped Lu Zhenhan's arm, her voice trembling. We must flee. At that moment, a sailor's upper body emerged from the ship's railing. His piercing eyes fixated on the two of them. Lu Zhenhan and Helen gazed up at him, both struck with astonishment. The sailor wore an open-laced linen shirt, revealing a hairy chest, and his arms, propped against the ship's railing, were thick with muscle, exhibiting blatant signs of brute strength. Yet, it was not merely these traits that astonished Helen. The sailor's face was unmistakably that of an authentic, by Ming beast man. His face was covered in a patchwork of black and white fur, meticulously groomed, but the dark fur surrounding his eyes resembled 2 iron plates, accentuating his menacing visage. Bear, that was Lu Zhenhan's immediate impression. Helen's hand trembled as she clutched Lu Zhenhan's. Is he from the Peer tribe? Lu Zhenhan whispered. No. Helen quietly covered her mouth. Within the Bai Ming, Peer tribe bear men either had white fur on their chests or were entirely white-furred, not exhibiting this black and white pattern. Hey, the Bai Ming sailor called from the ship's railing, speaking in authentic Aegean common tongue. "Esteemed travelers, why have you been so careless as to collide with my vessel?" "My apologies," Lu Zhenhan replied. "We shall depart at once. Wait." The Bai Ming sailor's eyes gleamed with sudden interest. Helen felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. It seemed as if the gaze of this extraordinary Bai Ming beast-man was scrutinizing her surroundings, akin to two fireworks igniting into searing flames. The sailor leapt down from the ship with ease, landing on the bamboo raft, performing a swift roll before standing before the two priests. His physique resembled an iron tower. The robust shark warrior from yesterday paled in comparison. His thick, hairy legs rested upon the raft, creaking beneath his weight, and he exuded an aura filled with the potential for plunder. "Where are you headed?" "If necessary, I could offer you a ride," the Bai Ming sailor inquired amiably, though his affability only intensified Helen's trepidation. The little fox shrank behind Lu Zhenhan, revealing only her beautifully fearful eyes. "We are bound for the northeastern province of the Bai Ming Kingdom, Spang." Lu Zhenhan replied coolly, smiling. He hoped this fellow would refrain from any foolish actions, for he certainly would not mind showcasing his prowess once more. Guagua also climbed from his shoulder to his head, baring its teeth at the Bai Ming sailor with a series of growls. "Although it was not on the way, we can accompany you," the Bai Ming sailor said, spreading his hands. "There's no need for hostility. I am also a Bai Ming. In a sense, we are kindred spirits. Why have I never encountered you before? I am a priest. It is impossible for there to be a Bai Ming I do not recognize. Are you a remnant of some long-extinct breed of Bai Ming?" the little fox timidly inquired from behind Lu Zhenhan. "A priest?" The mysterious Bai Ming sailor was taken aback, scrutinizing the pair once more. The man had a bulbous nose. Though his physique was robust, he was still considerably shorter than the sailor, yet his eyes left a striking impression. Radiating a fearless light. As for the woman, she was entirely obscured by the mas that's so strange. "I am, after all, a born soul singer." Lu Zhenhan raised an eyebrow slightly. "I did not expect that you too are noble priests." "My sincerest apologies." The Bai Ming sailor felt a chill run down his spine under Lu Zhenhan's gaze, which seemed to appraise him like a butcher evaluating a lamb ready for slaughter. Those eyes hinted at a wealth of bloody stories, concealed yet palpable to those who could discern the subtle nuances. "Why do you say that?" The little fox, sensing the lack of hostility from the other party, relaxed slightly and stepped out from behind Lu Zhenhan. Initially skeptical, the Bai Ming sailor began to believe. The little fox wore a vibrant red priestly robe, albeit somewhat tattered, but the intricate runes and the battle god emblem were unmistakably authentic. "Please forgive my rudeness," the Bai Ming sailor said respectfully. "Though I hail from the distant eastern continent of Bai Ming, it is an honor for all Bai Ming to serve a priest." "Eastern? The Silk Continent? There, the landscapes are more beautiful than paradise, and the lands more prosperous than the legendary Diamond Valley." Helen could no longer contain her excitement, bouncing with a flurry of questions. "Indeed, beautiful fox lady." The Eastern Bai Ming lowered his head, momentarily entranced by Helen's beauty. "You are truly a gentleman." Lu Zhenhan, recognizing the Bai Ming bore no ill will, tempered his hostility and casually offered a compliment. "Not at all," the Eastern Bai Ming humbly replied. More heads, adorned with black and white fur, poked over the ship's railing, pointing excitedly at the bamboo raft. "Please, esteemed priests, come aboard. This bamboo raft is hardly fitting for the esteemed identity of the beautiful fox lady." The Eastern Bai Ming urged. "Thank you," Helen responded with a noble curtsy. "It would be my honor." Lu Zhenhan also graciously placed a hand over his heart and nodded at him. The sailors on the ship promptly lowered a rope ladder, erupting into joyous cheers. "What is happening?" Lu Zhenhan wondered, casting a curious glance at the Eastern Bai Ming, who was enthusiastically waving towards the ship. Was a priest boarding their vessel truly so thrilling? Lu Zhenhan lifted his large turtle shell, stuffing the luminous pearl and his belongings inside, using his head to support the shell as he and the little fox ascended the rope ladder onto the grand ship. The Eastern Bai Ming secured the bamboo raft with a sturdy brown rope, swiftly climbing aboard, and in just a few moments, he had hoisted the bamboo raft onto the ship. A swarm of Eastern Bai Ming sailors rushed over, dismantling the bamboo raft as if it were a child's toy, completely disregarding Lu Zhenhan and the little fox, who were left standing aside, overlooked. "Apologies." The Eastern Bai Ming, who had spoken with them earlier. Squeezed through the crowd, holding a piece of Buddha bamboo, he rubbed it against his clothing, and with a crisp snap, he effortlessly broke the thick bamboo in half as if it were a mere sprout. According to the customs of the Aegean continent, my name is Good Johansson, but you may call me Good. I am the chief sailor and guardian of the ship Panglai. The stranger, Good, extended his left hand. His words were somewhat garbled, as his other hand was occupied with shoving bamboo into his mouth. The hard bamboo crunched between his teeth like sweet sugarcane, the fibers cracking audibly before being swallowed with a satisfying gulp. Behind his nearly uniform figure stood a group of bowing and scraping eastern behemoths, equally engrossed in devouring bamboo. Lu Junhan and Helen were taken aback. Chapter 6. The Traveler from Yunshin Apologies. Good Johansson said, scratching his head in embarrassment. I acted without your consent. No worries. No worries. Lu Junhan grasped his hand firmly. The other behemoth sailors approached, nodding and bowing in greeting, each clutching bamboo and munching away, their expressions decidedly obsequious. Helen was at a loss for words. Have the Eastern counterparts become so formidable? At first, I thought it was a vessel of wicked humans. What a shock, wicked humans. Good chuckled in disbelief. Are humans truly wicked? I had not noticed. A hearty, resonant laughter erupted from within the cabin. From a space surrounded by brown ropes and turpentine-laden cargo emerged a gaunt human elder, beaming at Lu Junhan and Helen. The elder's countenance was kindly, with 3 wisps of long beard adorning his chin, and beneath a tall crown of white, a trace of silver hair peeked through. Clad in a white silk robe, he exuded an air of scholarly sophistication, his pale garment billowing in the sea breeze, evoking the image of a transcendent figure returning home on the wind. Lu Junhan felt this elder resembled the famous Chu Yuan, depicted in ancient paintings, leaping into the Miluo River. Gazing upon this familiar Eastern visage, Lu Junhan was overwhelmed with emotion, as if traversing the boundaries of time. The esteemed behemoth priests of the Aegean continent. I have long admired your grandeur through countless records and tomes. The elder smiled and said, your presence has brought honor to the ship Panglai. May the blessings of the war god be upon you. Esteemed elder of the Eastern humans, Helen graciously performed a noble gesture of respect towards the elder. In truth, even this little fox was utterly perplexed. How could there be a ship shared by behemoths and humans? According to Western custom, you may call me Mr. Ferguson, or simply Mr. Sue, the elder said. Behemoth soul singer Helen Laina. The little fox placed a hand on her chest and pointed at Lu Junhan, saying, this is my beloved. A natural soul singer, the dragon priest of the Pige tribe, Richard. Clever Helen, in uttering this, exercised a bit of cunning, first declaring Lu Junhan's identity as a dragon priest, partly to guard against any ill intentions from the other party, ensuring they would tread carefully. Of course, this was primarily a residual effect of the brutish appearance of those Eastern behemoths. Those bear-like Eastern behemoths devoured bamboo so ravenously. Who could say whether they might consume humans as well? The learned Helen was aware that some creatures on the continent had peculiar dietary habits. It was said that on a land known as Sangri, the savages not only consumed humans, but also their excrement. Ferguson is indeed Ferguson, a dragon priest? Upon hearing this introduction, Mr. Sue appeared taken aback, but soon regained his composure. The esteemed priests have truly humbled me with your vast knowledge, Mr. Richard. I initially mistook you for a human from our eastern silk continent. I never imagined you were a behemoth priest. Richard's appearance was indeed rather unique. The little fox offered a faint smile. Though I do not often traverse the Aegean continent, I have heard tales of the legendary behemoth priests, the natural soul singers, and the dragon priest, Mr. Sue, twirling the blood jade ring on his thumb, smiled. Lu Junhan's gaze was fixated, like a leech, on the elder's spotted ring. On Mr. Sue's thumb, 2 blood jade rings gleamed. Their deep crimson laced with a hint of snow white, forming a marvelous pattern that radiated nobility. Lu Junhan glanced at the tortoise shell he had carelessly tossed aside on the distant deck. Noticing that the turquoise and agate on the hilt of the curved dagger did not possess such luster. Suddenly, Lu Junhan found the elder rather ostentatious for wearing 2 rings. Mr. Sue, please forgive my impertinence. Helen could not help but inquire. How do you dare to enter the waters of the Sea Kingdom? Even with the Sea Kingdom's permission, it seems you are not allowed to approach the borders of the behemoth nation. considering that the human nations that have signed treaties with the Sea Kingdom have always harbored animosity towards us beastmen. Their additional conditions with the Sea Clan explicitly prohibit trade vessels from entering our behemoth realm. Miss Helen, we are not a trading group from the Eastern Silk Continent. We are travelers from the distant Shaman continent, across the sea. Mr. Su replied. Oh? Helen awaited further explanation. Many years ago, my ancestors were the most esteemed practitioners of the Yunshin Empire, the mightiest nation of the Silk Continent. Practitioners are akin to the magicians of the Aegean continent, but our Eastern practitioners do not aim to study harmful magic. Rather, we excel in researching marvelous arrays and methods to prolong life. Aspiring to achieve lifespans akin to those of the elves and dwarves of the Aegean continent, Mr. Su gazed into the distance, lost in memories of the past. Life magicians? Lu Zhenhan could not help but feel a surge of respect. This explanation was indeed poetic. No wonder he was the wisest natural soul singer among the behemoths. Mr. Su smiled approvingly at Lu Zhenhan. At that time, our Yunshin Empire swept across the entire eastern continent, subjugating 6 of the largest human nations, establishing a vast empire that rivaled the Sea Kingdom, our brilliant civilization capturing the world's attention. Our lands were once protected by walls stretching for 10,000 miles. 10,000 miles? Helen gasped. Indeed. Mr. Su nodded. 10,000 miles in length. What a vast territory! Helen could hardly conceal her astonishment. Our king, later known as His Majesty the Emperor, decreed that my ancestors set sail in search of an elixir for immortality. To enable him to rule the empire for eternity, my ancestors led 3,000 young men and women, along with guards, venturing far across the sea, traversing treacherous lands, seeking for countless years yet finding no elixir of immortality. The emperor's edict was that if they could not find it, they should never return. Thus, my ancestors never dared to return to their homeland. A hint of melancholy graced Mr. Su's face as he spoke. In time, my ancestors grew weary from years of travel and chose to anchor with their crew in Shaman continent, where they settled and thrived. However, our dream of returning to our homeland has never faded. Thus, every 50 years, we send forth ships and envoys in search of the elixir, hoping to fulfill His Majesty's wish and return home. Immortality? Helen chuckled sadly, shaking her head. Even among the longest-lived of the behemoths, no one can attain immortality. Lu Zhenhan's facial muscles twitched slightly, a fleeting wave of emotion quickly masked. Impossible. This world is not my world, Lu Zhenhan silently mused. Oaths are oaths. Our practitioners' vows are as solemn and noble as yours. Behemoth priests die in truth, even after a millennium. Were the elixir to be found, the emperor of your has surely long since faded into the winds. Mr. Su gazed at the sea, hands clasped behind his back, his expression one of wistfulness. The fierce sea breeze tousled his robe's ties, making them dance in the air. I have indeed heard no word of any Yunshin Empire existing on the current Eastern Silk Continent. It seems that the mightiest nation there now is called the Tongzong Empire, and the Eastern merchants traveling to the Aegean continent appear to hail from there. Helen fell into a contemplative silence. When oaths and reality seem like 2 eternally divergent shores, the nobility of the vow is highlighted. In that moment, Helen was touched by the elder's sentiment, who tirelessly pursued the unknown future. Lu Zhenhan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the enigmatic Eastern elder, sensing an inexplicable intuition that this old man was anything but ordinary. From the elder's ethereal gaze, Lu Zhenhan detected a deeply hidden malice, a familiarity he recognized within himself. We have been incessantly learning the languages of the Western continent, for it holds civilizations beyond our imagination. We have not given up on our quest for the elixir. As long as there is hope, we shall never yield. That we wander across various seas, striving for this goal, Mr. Su said with a carefree smile. Sometimes, the pursuit itself can be a form of joy. I still find it a bit perplexing. Dear Eastern Elder, Helen remarked, given the Sea Clan's barbarity and might, how could they permit you to roam freely in their waters? Ah, Mr. Su laughed heartily. I neglected to introduce this. When my ancestors departed their homeland, the Emperor selected the most loyal warriors, the Panda warriors of the Panta tribe, to serve as guardians for the vessel. The Panda warriors possessed the strength of bears and the agility of cats, ensuring that their thrown javelins possess power comparable to that of bows and crossbows. The Panda sailors standing adjacent all snapped to attention, their towering physiques as upright as the hills themselves. Though only 20 in number, their presence exuded an air of solemnity that could rival that of 1,000 troops. These valiant warriors of the Panta were the descendants of the panda guardians from yesteryears. Upon catching sight of the bamboo raft of the two esteemed priests, they were reminded of their prolonged sojourn at sea, which had deprived them of the taste of their beloved bamboo for far too long. How embarrassing this must be! Could it be that the ancient Yunchin Empire had simultaneously conquered the eastern Beeman Kingdom? Helen was taken aback. Our Yunchin Empire boasts not only Beeman warriors but also dominion over the seas. With a formidable naval force comprised primarily of aquatic warriors, Mr. Su could not conceal his pride. When we set sail back then, our escort included a naval contingent, and our sea guardians, the mighty Catile crocodile warriors, had once forged treaties with all aquatic clans through their valor. Wherever our medicinal vessels journeyed, no hindrances were permitted. Remarkable indeed. Helen's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. The Beeman Kingdom does have a navy. Yet it is merely an amphibious force, with structured units only for the frog and turtle warriors, who have persistently guarded the southwestern border of the kingdom at the Sunset Marsh alongside the Smai clan. Other aquatic beemen either perished in the cataclysmic land-sea battles 2 millennia ago or sought refuge in maritime realms, facing difficulties in reproduction and nearing extinction. To find a guardian as powerful as the Catile crocodile warriors would be nothing short of a fantasy. Even the current king of Beeman, His Majesty Grek Sal, possesses merely 4 bay crocodile warriors as his honor guard. Alas, our Catile warriors, having not brought their families on the voyage, have faded into the annals of history, leaving behind only the emblem embedded in the bow of our ship and the crocodile horns symbolizing our pact with the aquatic clans, along with our boundless reminiscence and longing for them. Mr. Su sighed deeply. What if the aquatic clans no longer recognized the covenant established a millennium ago? Lu Zhenhan fell into a contemplative silence before finally articulating his concern. Truly a perceptive priest? One who considers every eventuality, Mr. Su regarded Lu Zhenhan with a knowing smile. Your apprehensions are quite natural. Indeed, there are aquatic realms that, after wars and annexations, refuse to acknowledge our former agreements. However, our naval escort was not limited to just one contingent. We also had the Emo Shao clan's clamfolk. The Emo Shao clan's clamfolk? Lu Zhenhan gazed at the 2 large clam pots within his turtle shell, momentarily bewildered. The clamfolk are natural illusionists. As we traverse the seas, we too possess certain capabilities. Otherwise, we would undoubtedly fall prey to the aquatic clans. Ha ha. Only through formidable strength can we ensure the safety of our small vessel. If the aquatic clans find us uninteresting, they will naturally cease their hostilities. Mr. Su spoke with grandiosity, stroking his long beard. Both Lu Zhenhan and Helen harbored skepticism. The panda warriors, while robust and immensely powerful, could not possibly contend with the buoyancy of seawater. What good is strength without it? Lu Zhenhan mused inwardly, suspecting this old man harbored some secret weapon. Illusionists? Helen regarded Mr. Su with curiosity. A mere hearsay cannot compare to first-hand experience. Let us showcase for our Beeman friends what we can do. Mr. Su clapped his hands together. A brilliant white light surged before Lu Zhenhan, and a distorted image materialized, rapidly clarifying to reveal a figure strikingly similar to Lu Zhenhan himself. The sudden appearance of this doppelganger startled Lu Zhenhan immensely. This replica, adorned in a blue wolf fur coat, bore a thick beard, a towering physique, and hair tangled as though nourished by urea fertilizer. Long and wild, its nose resembled a garlic bulb, 3 parts pig, 5 parts human, and 2 parts ghostly. Under the sunlight, this doppelganger cast a long shadow. Lu Zhenhan, gazing at this counterfeit, felt an indescribable shock. He noticed a flake of dandruff clinging to the replica's forehead, and instinctively reached up to feel his own. Upon inspecting his fingers, he discovered a flake the size of a sesame seed. Raising his gaze again, he found the doppelganger's flake had vanished. Lu Zhenhan looked at the little fox, who returned his gaze with a mouth agape as if yawning like a frog. He could even detect a faint scent of fox fragrance emanating from the doppelganger. What on earth is happening? Lu Zhenhan inquired of Mr. Su. Ha ha. The old man chuckled and clapped his hands once more. A beautiful girl emerged from the cabin, draped in a flowing white gown that cascaded to the ground, with 2 translucent clam shells adorning her back, speckled with subtle yellow spots. The fierce sunlight melted into the shells. casting a gentle glow. With each step, the shells emitted a delicate tremor, as if she were a butterfly flitting through the spring air, her movements imbued with an ethereal grace that penetrated Lu Junhan's heart like a sweet spring. "How beautiful!" Helen murmured, her voice laced with undeniable envy and admiration. Chapter 7. The aquatic clan approaches. The girl bore an otherworldly countenance, her skin a flawless canvas of nature's artistry. Her eyes were particularly unforgettable. Lu Junhan pondered for a long while, unable to conjure an adequate descriptor. They were eyes that spoke volumes. Lu Junhan thought to himself. Helen too was beautiful, her allure captivating, every gesture radiating a lethal temptation. Yet, this girl's beauty conveyed an entirely different essence, one brimming with an enchanting spirit. Such beauty rendered one unavoidably aware of their own shortcomings. Her eastern features and harmonious form evoked memories of Lin Dayu from Dream of the Red Chamber. Especially her hair, reminiscent of clouds, shining with a brilliance that illuminated the soul. "I have encountered so many beautiful women these past few days." Lu Junhan felt tears welling in his eyes. After meeting a regal and enticing mermaid princess last night, today he beheld yet another stunning beauty. He marveled at the splendor of this world. Clam Girl Ningyu welcomes the esteemed Beeman guests. The clam girl smiled with the warmth of spring. A charming black mole at the corner of her mouth accentuated by her snow-white skin, exuding a captivating allure. An ineffable shyness entwined with her grace. A flash of blue light passed, and the earlier Lu Junhan vanished into thin air. "An illusion?" Lu Junhan and Helen exchanged glances. "Indeed," Ningyu affirmed. "Could that recently conjured figure assist you in battle?" Lu Junhan's inquiry bore the hallmark of the Page clan style. "That was merely an illusion." Ningyu exhaled softly, a sweet fragrance wafting from her, reminiscent of the creamy delight of a white rabbit candy. "Is it akin to the raptors of the Danube Great Plains?" Helen queried. "The renowned raptors of the Aegean continent are well known. Yet our Mo Shao clan's mirage illusion merely deceives the eye through light manipulation. The raptors truly transform into bears and eagles for combat, a feat beyond our Mo Shao illusions." Ningyu spoke humbly, her gaze sweeping over Helen's breathtakingly alluring visage, involuntarily gracing her lips with a hint of astonishment. Beauty not only attracts the opposite sex but can also captivate the same. However, Ningyu's moment of astonishment concluded upon meeting Lu Junhan's gaze. Anyone who has just feasted upon a fragrant chicken leg would surely react similarly upon encountering a heap of swine dung, a sentiment reflected in Ningyu's expression. Observing this, Helen felt an inexplicable relief. She herself could not fathom the reason. "Is this merely a ploy to intimidate the aquatic clans?" Lu Junhan whispered to Helen. "They seem to be quite adept at boasting." "Huh?" Mr. Su's hearty laughter interrupted the banter between the two esteemed guests. "Having long heard of the Danube Great Plains wealth, if we were to escort you back, would it be possible to negotiate with your officials for our traveler's entry and permit us to gather herbs in the famed South Cross Star Forest, the Taimu Leia Snow Mountain, and the Sunset Marsh of the Beeman Kingdom?" "Respected elder," the little fox replied, slightly bowing her head, "the Beeman people are renowned for their hospitality, though I lack the authority to grant you anything. And our nation has certain restrictions on normal entry. As a token of gratitude for your generosity, I will guarantee, in my capacity as a hereditary baron of the Beeman Kingdom, that your wishes will be fulfilled." "Gathering herbs? The elixir of immortality, perhaps?" Lu Junhan chuckled, but upon realizing no one echoed his jest, he quickly feigned a coughed eye. "In that case, all the better." Mr. Su waved his hand toward good. "Set sail." "Yes, my lord," the panda warriors replied, shaking off their bulk with a resonant tone. "Why, lord, there's a situation," a sailor atop the lookout shouted, swiftly descending the mast. Lu Junhan watched in envy as the rotund sailor, akin to a bear, nimbly descended the mast. A throng of panda sailors gathered at the ship's railing, squinting ahead. 5 miles ahead, the sea appeared cleaved by a colossal blade, giving rise to countless rushing waves, and dark fish fins flickered ominously upon the surface. Swiftly approaching. Had I known that the Xiahai Kingdom was the most unreasonable of all maritime nations, it seems that the lesson imparted to them the day before yesterday was insufficient to dissuade them. Elder Su adjusted his cap with an air of arrogance. Helen stuck her tongue out at Lu Junhan, marveling at the audacity of those who dared provoke the sea tribe. "I suspect he is merely boasting." Lu Junhan mouthed slowly, and Helen understood. Just as she was about to laugh, she noticed Ningyu's furrowed brow, fixated on Lu Zhenhan, her face betraying a hint of anger. This girl is truly exquisite in her complexity. Lu Zhenhan lamented inwardly. Helen observed Ningyu's lips twitch slightly and, upon closer inspection, discerned that the shape was either foolish or feeble-minded. She shot Lu Zhenhan a reproachful glance. I suspect she cannot be a good person. Lu Zhenhan venomously cursed the already departed clam girl. Helen nearly fainted from indignation. Chapter 8. I am the dragon priest? Who do I fear? The resounding crash of impact echoed relentlessly, the timbers of the ship groaning beneath the water's surface. Lu Zhenhan and Helen beheld a dozen panda sailors brandishing enormous fishing forks, aimed at the water, shouting curses incessantly in the cabin. Several 13- or 14-year-old children donned white conical hats, peering curiously from the doorframe. While a few panda sailors waved at them, urging them to return inside, a sense of foreboding washed over Lu Zhenhan. I have a bad feeling, he confided to Helen. She shrugged off his hand. Striding directly to the ship's railing, peering down, nearly losing her balance. The water below teemed with a dense layer of tiger sharks, their white eyes and the distinctive markings on their heads unmistakable. Lu Zhenhan rolled his eyes in exasperation. The menacing display of the tiger shark's exposed fangs had been a revelation. Last night's dim lighting had obscured their terrifying appearance, but now, in broad daylight, the sheer horror of their serrated teeth, akin to 2 rows of daggers, was glaringly evident. Their gaping maws were unfathomably deep, glistening in the sunlight, exuding a disquieting gleam and a foul stench. Today, the number of these sharks had increased at least 5-fold. Their murderous intent palpable, sending shivers down his spine. The climax is about to unfold, Lu Zhenhan sneered. Warriors of the Xiahai tribe, we are but ordinary travelers. The covenant that permits us to traverse the 7 seas was established by our ancestors and yours. Do you mean to suggest that a vow sworn before the highest deity and one's own conscience is merely a scrap of paper? Elder Su glared coldly into the water, his voice steady yet imbued with an unyielding strength. Akin to iron, the sea parted with a splashing sound as a dozen goblin shark knights emerged from the cerulean depths, their presence silencing the surrounding tiger sharks, rendering them as still as a gathering of jellyfish. One tiger shark knight, without uttering a word, contemptuously cast a glance at the ship's occupants, unfastened a massive conch shell from his waist, and began to blow a resounding blast, drowning out even the sound of the tides. The surrounding tiger sharks, as if obeying a command, swayed their dorsal fins and swam aside. A colossal and terrifying shadow gradually materialized from the vacant sea before the ship, with a resounding splash. A towering column of water erupted, cascading down like a celestial canopy, drenching the deck as if it had been doused with a deluge. A gigantic, fearsome figure surfaced at the waterline, astride an unknown leviathan, exuding an air of haughty authority that drew every gaze. The creature beneath him was no less than 10 meters long, yet it was dwarfed by the knight's imposing stature. This knight resembled a mythological giant. Though seated, with half his body submerged, he stood over 3 meters tall. His physique resembled a mountain, as if the creator had concentrated all masculine vigor and muscle into this single being. Adorned in armor crafted from the bright red shells of lobsters and woven seaweed. His eyes shimmered with a destructive light. Wherever that gaze fell, even the sea seemed to halt its restless flow. Emblazoned across the chest of the giant's armor was a shield-shaped emblem intricately carved with sharp instruments. Surrounded by antler corals, and at its center lay a colossal weapon of the sea god, a trident and a crown. Water cascaded over his armor, his head shorn to a sheen, glimmering emerald in the sunlight. With 2 long whiskers cascading from his lips, Bennylu warrior, Helen gasped, hastily covering her mouth. In a wonder he exuded such world-shattering power. He was the most formidable of the sea tribe, a Bennylu Orcanite. Lu Zhenhan realized this as well. The status of a Bennylu warrior within the sea tribe was akin to that of the Oliphant elephant warriors among the behemoths, comparable to the dragon knights among humans, or the mountain giants of the realm of giants. All were the invincible apex of the warrior hierarchy, the results of divine favoritism during creation. Each Bennylu warrior stood as a guardian of the underwater royalty, the crown depicted on their chest emblem deriving from this lineage. The presence of a single Bennylu warrior signified the inevitable emergence of the royal family of the sea. Lu Junhan discreetly surveyed his surroundings. Elder Su's earlier arrogance had vanished, replaced by an incomprehensible dread. He glanced at the clam girl, Ningyu, who remained unervingly calm. This realization left Lu Junhan somewhat disheartened. He had believed his composure to be unparalleled. Yet the clam girl's presence diminished his pride. Why, lords? The dozen Orcanites bowed in unison atop their mounts to the Bennylu warrior. Insignificant and fragile beings, report your identities. The Bennylu warrior's voice resonated like thunder amidst a storm. His vocal cords akin to a colossal war drum, his gaze sweeping over them like the king of beasts surveying mere ants. We are the descendants of travelers from the east, a millennium past. Our vessel bears the emblem of the Cartel tribe and the ram's horn as our mark, Su replied with reverence. The covenant forged has not been forgotten by the sea tribe. Since you are permitted to traverse our skies, why then did you hunt our beast kin the day before yesterday? The Bennylu warrior inquired in a deep, rumbling voice, if that is the case. I, Louis Philippe Figo, hereditary viscount of the Bennylu clan and commander of the Zayahai Royal Guard, shall ensure that you insignificant beings comprehend what true wrath from the sea entails. Such fury is capable of melting the ancient covenant as if it were nothing. Please allow me to explain, my lord? Elder Su interjected. We had no intention of hunting the creatures of the SEA. It was merely that the arrow fish pierced our vessel during its rapid swimming. And when we extracted it from the hull, it had already suffered grievous injury and lost too much blood. We could not bear to prolong its suffering, hence we granted it release. You see? Our ship is docked here, having only just completed repairs, so you were not seeking to trouble us. Lu Junhan discreetly winked at Helen. Silence. The Bennylu warrior erupted in fury. Our arrowfish are the kingdom's long-range weapons, each meticulously trained. How will you compensate us, my lord? Ningyu could no longer restrain herself. Nobility does not equate to oppression of the weak. If you insist on such unreasonable arguments, we are powerless to contend. The panda sailors aboard the ship raised their fishing forks, directing them at the Bennylu warrior, their faces reflecting suppressed rage. Arrogant and ignorant Eastern beings, faced with a powerful adversary, you fail to display the requisite respect. Such ignorance is sufficient to see your souls dissipate within the azure waters. The Bennylu warrior, enraged to the point of laughter, drew forth a massive weapon, an iron anchor, rusted and ancient, from beneath the coral saddle. The whale knight wielded it as if it were a mere toy, proclaiming, the covenant of a millennium ago has reached its conclusion. I shall impart a lesson upon you, awakening you to the true might of the sea tribe. All eyes were fixed on the anchor, undoubtedly salvaged from a colossal sunken ship, its 3 prongs curving in a sinister arc, encrusted with countless flecks of red rust. A flicker of panic crept into everyone's gaze, except for Lu Junhan, who contemplated whether his newfound strength could withstand the assault of this whale knight. The dragon power bestowed upon him igniting an impulsive desire for dominance. A delicate hand grasped his tightly. Once more, the waters stirred as the mermaid princess, riding a magnificent black seahorse, reappeared before them all. Be silent, Figo. The mermaid princess's voice remained imperious. The Bennylu warrior immediately bowed his towering head. Humans of the Far East. The mermaid princess Avel raised her chin, coldly regarding Elder Su. You carry the mantle of peace, but that must come with the condition of preserving our environment. We have no intention of tearing asunder the covenant established by our ancestors. That is a vow sworn before the supreme sea deity. The renown of your ship's Cartel tribe's Yangtze crocodile warriors still echoes upon the cliffs of the sea tribe to this day. However, this heinous murder of the arrow fish cannot simply be dismissed in pursuit of you. I have expended 3 precious days of my time across these vast seas. The appearance of a mermaid princess alone signifies our patience and respect for the covenant. Now, if you would surrender 2 crew members as an apology and vow that such foolishness shall not occur again, I shall, in the name of the underwater royalty, guarantee that this matter is settled. Upon catching sight of her, Lu Junhan instinctively recoiled, yet it was too late. The gaze of the mermaid princess locked onto his, and a wave of unease washed over Lu Junhan, thinking how fortuitous this encounter was. The mermaid princess's eyes sparkled, her smile blossoming lightly like coral flowers beneath the sea. Just the 2 of them. What now? With a wicked grin, the mermaid princess pointed her elongated fingernail, coated in the essence of the oceanic balsam. Towards Lu Jinhan and Helen, Ferguson Sue fell silent. What nonsense! Lu Jinhan's blood surged to his head, and he couldn't help but curse. Chapter 9. Undercurrent's little Guagua was also reveling in her power. Prancing on Lu Jinhan's head like a shrewish woman, creating a commotion. The entire ship was an uproar. Vulgar Baiman priest? The mermaid princess scoffed disdainfully, yet hatred glimmered more vividly in her eyes. Her golden hair shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. And Lu Jinhan felt an overwhelming urge to shave it all off. The Benny Road warriors and the shark warriors glared furiously at Lu Jinhan, while the whale warrior gripped the iron anchor. Its red tassels creaking under pressure, mingling with seawater to form a blood-like hue that dripped ominously. Lu Jinhan met his gaze fearlessly. His previously languid demeanor transformed into a sharp flash of defiance. Akin to a candle's flicker in the dark night, seemingly weak, yet suddenly bursting forth with brilliance, illuminating the shadowy surroundings. Elder Su and Ningyu both took note of Lu Jinhan's instantaneous transformation, redefining their understanding of him. The terrifying gaze of the Benny Road warrior stemmed from sheer power. This Baiman priest, based solely on his recent words and actions, appeared unremarkable. Yet in that fleeting moment, Lu Jinhan unleashed a distinctly different aura and gaze. Awakening the realization that all previous displays were mere fades. Could he truly be a dragon priest? The thoughts raced through the minds of those aboard the ship. Human, the mermaid princess coldly addressed Elder Su. Our sea tribe cannot remain above water for more than an hour. You must decide now, to give or not to give. A cold dread washed over Aver's face, reminiscent of the dark currents beneath the sea. Did you not say yesterday that you would spare us? Helen's indignation flared. Aver emitted a melodious laugh. Dear fox girl, I merely promised to let you go, but I never said you wouldn't be offered as gifts to us. We must refuse. This mermaid's heart was not easily swayed as Lu Jinhan sheltered Helen behind him. He could not gauge whether the sailors would indeed treat them as gifts to appease their own plight. Guagua, perched atop Lu Jinhan's head, mischievously urinated, creating a beautiful arc that landed on the bald head of Benny Road warrior Figo. Arc. The whale knight, humiliated, could no longer contain himself, letting out a roar akin to a tsunami as he hurled his iron anchor with ferocity. The massive weapon slicing through the air towards Lu Jinhan's forehead. The panda sailors growled in unison, their fishing spears flying from their hands in a heartbeat. A dozen burly men mustered their strength. The spearheads whistling through the air, colliding with the swiftly approaching anchor. With a resounding clash, sparks erupted, and every fishing spear found its mark on the anchor, which was forcefully knocked toward the depths of the ocean. Helen's body convulsed violently. Even with the concentrated might of the panda warriors, they could only match the whale warrior's strength. What tremendous power did this Benny Road warrior possess? Helen's mind was a blank slate, and she weakly released her grip on Lu Jinhan. With a thunderous roar, the Benny Road warrior grasped the anchor, standing atop his massive steed at the ship's forefront, towering at nearly 6 meters tall. His colossal head dominating the view. Whale Lord, I surrender. Lu Jinhan, one foot on the ship's edge and the other bent, leaned close to the whale warrior's nose, plastering a sycophantic grin on his face while nodding profusely. Concealed behind him, those who stood witness saw him clutching a chunk of ballast. This ballast, secured to the ship by a brown rope, was roughly the size of a cheese wheel, composed of fine basalt. Its purpose was to anchor ropes, preventing them from being swept away by the wind, each weighing at least 17 or 18 pounds, with the smaller one still weighing around 10 pounds. One noticed when Lu Jinhan had picked up the ballast. Their attention had been captivated by the recent clash of anchor and spear. The Benny Road warrior's gaze was a blend of wildness, brutality, and bloodlust, clearly not one to easily forgive. Many imagined the next scene would be one of a figure torn to shreds appearing on the horizon. Helen gritted her silver teeth, her fiery tail trembling with anxiety, while the clam girl Ningyu averted her gaze, seeking solace from Ferguson Sue. Only the mermaid princess beamed with delight, her enchanting face reflecting a sense of vindictive joy. Her golden locks radiating a vibrant glow of merriment. Hero! Lu Jinhan suddenly collapsed to his knees, tears streaming down his face. I have an elderly mother at home and young children in need of care. Grant me a chance for survival. The blood of the little fox had been ignited, overshadowed by the Baiman priest's honor and shame. making her forget the specter of death, deeply pained by Richard's actions. The ospreys soared overhead, emitting mournful cries, a poignant reminder of the bittersweet longing for a charge to the inevitable. All present were left astounded, witnessing what true shamelessness and audacity looked like. Ningyu scratched at her tender skin, a rash forming in response. Look, that is, Lu Junhan gazed behind the whale warrior, astonishment evident in his eyes, his lips trembling as he pointed forward, as if a famished specter had emerged from hell or an angel descended from heaven. All the sea folk turned their heads. The sky and sea melded into one, bathed in radiant hues, with only a few seagulls in pursuit of fish, nothing else. Where? A foolish shark knight shifted positions. Peering into the distance, the others turned back, dumbfounded. The Benny warrior stood there, bloodied, while Lu Junhan wore a mischievous grin, holding a blood-soaked piece of stone resembling cheese, now shattered. Blood gushed from the warrior's massive nose, resembling a fountain, while his nostrils had completely collapsed. "To hell with you." Lu Junhan struck him again with a resounding slap. A collective gasp echoed, akin to a group of deflating bellows. The Benny warrior staggered, his eyes glazing over, before collapsing into the sea, sending waves crashing onto the deck. With a plop, the bone forks slipped from the once steadfast grasp of the shark knights, disbelief etched across their faces. The mermaid princess was also taken aback, her astonishment strikingly innocent and beautiful. The deck was littered with dropped jaws. "What incredible strength!" a panda warrior exclaimed. A few children donned in straw hats and white robes emerged from the cabin, gazing at Lu Junhan's windswept figure with curiosity and admiration. A towering column of water erupted as the Benny warrior sprang from the depths, one hand wiping away the stars and blood from his eyes, while the other swung the iron anchor, aiming a fierce blow at Lu Junhan. His face burned with humiliation and rage, his eyes a blazing crimson, madness creeping into the hearts of the sea folk as well. This strike, if successful, would surely spell doom not only for Lu Junhan but likely for the entire ship. Before him loomed a mountain of uncertainty. Most could not be certain whether anything could withstand such a furious onslaught. Ferguson Su stirred. From the moment Ningyu cast a glance at him, Elder Su had grasped the blood jade ring in his hand. Since Lu Junhan had struck the Benny warrior's face into a mosaic of bruises, Su had begun to mutter a string of peculiar incantations, uttered so discreetly that only his lips moved, unnoticed by the crowd. Just as the whale warrior prepared to unleash his frenzied blow, the jade ring erupted with a blinding light, radiant as the sun. The golden glow dissipated. Two towering bronze giants emerged from the depths. The whale warrior's anchor, swung with the force of thunder, collided with their chests. A deafening roar resounded, causing all to cover their ears and crouch to the ground. The shape of the iron anchor in the Benny warrior's hand had morphed. The two bronze giants bore clear, terrifying dents upon their chests. The massive steed of the Benny warrior let out a mournful cry, unleashing a towering umbrella-like spray of water as it slowly sank, because the two giants stood upon its body. The giants slowly extended their arms, mechanically grasping the whale warrior's hands, pulling him swiftly beneath the waves. Their movements were slow yet resolute. The Benny warrior, awakening from his stupor, attempted to resist, but it was too late. The giants possessed a strength far superior, and even the whale warrior could only sway but not break free. The bronze giant was adorned with a multitude of scars, its surface shimmering with enigmatic and mysterious mercury sigils, arranged in an intricate pattern. These sigils exuded a golden aura, which lingered in the depths of the sea long after the giant had submerged, swirling like fragrant sandalwood smoke. Is that a golem? The mermaid princess awakened from her panic, glaring furiously at Mr. Su, her delicate shoulders trembling. This is not a mere golem, but rather a statue of the Zaidaijin forged from the bronze weaponry collected by His Majesty the first Emperor of the Yunjin Empire from the 6 nations of the Silk Continent 2 millennia ago. Your gold figure may be formidable, but what use will it serve at sea? Let me warn you. If you hand over those 2 individuals now, you may still have time. Princess Aver watched as the figures of the giant and the whale warrior were engulfed by the waves. Stubbornly retorting, though her voice was noticeably less assured, Mr. Su, ignoring her, continued to recite the complex syllables, while the blood jade ring on his finger flashed with a brilliant aura, releasing a golden energy that surged into the ring. He then slipped it back onto his left thumb. I swear, as a princess of the Xia Empire, I will use the blood of you all to avenge the humiliation I have suffered today. The mermaid Princess Aver was thoroughly incensed, her once flawless visage drained of color as she spat out a curse with gritted teeth. The power of the sea folk had been fully revealed. Though Aver refrained from boasting, for the sea tribe indeed possessed such strength, a heavy silence fell upon the ship, as if a stone weighed upon the hearts of the crew. Gentlemen, Mr. Su wrung his hands, anxiously glancing at Lu Zhenhan and Helen, his gaze wandering. This situation is quite troublesome. His expression was one of difficulty and guilt as he looked at Lu Zhenhan and Helen. Helen, adjusting her fiery red hair, stepped forward with an erect posture, her hair ribbon fluttering defiantly in the sea breeze, exuding unparalleled pride. "My lord." Ningyu could not help but call out to Mr. Su, her tone laced with reproach. "Ningyu, I must consider the safety of everyone on this vessel. Have you thought about the consequences of offending the Xia sea folk?" Mr. Su lowered his head, no longer meeting her gaze, nor that of Lu Zhenhan and the little fox. Lu Zhenhan's eyes were fixed on the two blood jade rings on the old man's thumb. His eyes bloodshot. Chapter 10. To sing is to sing. The ritual is forever the warrior's mind. The codex of the behemoth priests, a flicker of resolute determination passed across Ningyu's face, her lips beginning to move imperceptibly. "No!" Mr. Su cried out in despair. It was too late. Waves of blue light surged forth, as shark knights and a swarm of tiger sharks, alongside Princess Aver riding a black seahorse, found themselves encircled by the towering golden figures. 12 golden statues formed an impenetrable barrier around them. The once relaxed nerves of the sea folk were now on the verge of breaking, as these 12 golden guardians stood resolutely upon the water's surface, each step accompanied by a resounding metallic clank, creating ripples upon the sea. The azure pupils of the mermaid princess reflected the ever-enlarging golden statues, fear creeping into the hearts of all sea folk. The fleeting moment of confusion had not allowed them to comprehend what they faced. Now, the golden giants were unmistakably imposing, their bodies gleaming with a wind-bronze hue, exuding an ancient, unparalleled majesty. Though their movements were slow, they bore a weighty sense of oppression akin to a mountain. Their faces were peculiar, with curled hair and beards, deep-set eagle-like eyes, prominent noses, and pronounced cheekbones, their expressions ambiguous between mirth and solemnity. Their garments were etched with unfamiliar designs, adorned with strange and mysterious mercury sigils that evidently provided the impetus for their every action. Each statue bore scars, some horrifyingly grotesque, leaving one to ponder what kind of adversary could inflict such honorable marks upon such formidable metallic forms. On the Aegean continent, a few powerful nations' alchemists could create golems, relying on the hexagrams and gemstones inscribed upon them, powered by crystal cores for combat or adventure in the ancient Battle of Hyjar. Golems had indeed participated in the conflict against the behemoths. These constructs felt no pain, driven solely by the alchemists' magic circles, proving their might. Yet, no nation had ever succeeded in crafting golems of such colossal stature. With weights surpassing 200,000 pounds, a task deemed impossible for alchemists. The inherent weakness of metallic magic meant that golems in the Aegean were typically crafted from wood, clay, or stone, with stone golems being the more robust variety. It was said that some nefarious necromancers could even fashion bone golems, yet any of these constructs would pale before the towering Zydigen, like fireflies before the full moon. What an extraordinary Eastern realm it was! Possessing such advanced skills 2 millennia ago, capable of establishing a formidable empire, commanding the sea folk as their naval force, and erecting walls stretching for thousands of miles. Helen was so enraptured by admiration and nostalgia for this great nation that she momentarily forgot her own predicament. All the sea folk were entranced, forgetting to dive for safety, their gazes fixed upon the 12 towering golden figures, akin to deities. Why had the golden beings just submerged, only to now stand atop the water like water spiders? Many among the sea folk strained to discern the answer. The tiger sharks had scattered in retreat, acting on instinct to evade a powerful foe. The once mighty and proud shark knights, in the face of such overwhelming strength, realized how fragile their resolve truly was. Not only they, but even the beautiful mermaid Princess Aver's heart was wholly consumed by the ancient wisdom embodied in the golden figures. "Heh, a mirage," Lu Zhenhan sneered. a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Ningyu. Mr. Su barked at the clam girl in irritation, his brow furrowed in a tight knot, betraying his anxiety and helplessness. The golden figures before the sea folk stood as a colossal barrier, blocking the sunlight and casting shadows over the hearts of all present. Dear Mermaid Princess Aver. Mr. Su anxiously called out to the mermaid in the depths. This is an accident, merely a misunderstanding. We travelers are but transient visitors upon the sea, with no intention of offending your dignity. Please forgive our oversight. Human, do you continue to insult me? The mermaid princess's tail lightly struck the water. Attempting to mask her inner turmoil, unable to fight, yet reluctant to flee, Lu Zhenhan venomously inquired, "What exactly do you wish to do, behemoth priest?" Mr. Su's gaze, filled with deep-seated ire, was fixed upon Lu Zhenhan. Richard, Helen grasped Lu Zhenhan's arm, stating, "As behemoth priests, we dare to confront the mightiest foes and require no one's pity, mercy, or protection. Dying on the battlefield is the finest fate for any behemoth priest. I refuse to remain on this vessel. We shall depart." Helen's unexpected firmness ignited a flicker of hope within Mr. Su. "That is not what I meant." Mr. Su attempted to argue, but suddenly realized he could not keep them aboard, hastily closing his mouth. "Hypocrite," Lu Zhenhan scoffed loudly, his nostrils flaring with disdain. The mermaid princess raised her hand, halting the anxious shark knights who were regaining their composure. Since the opposing party had clearly shown signs of weakness, it was the perfect moment to retreat gracefully. Engaging in a reckless battle over a point of pride seemed unwise, especially given the unimaginable terror these golden figures presented. With a deep, resigned sigh, the clam girl Ningyu waved her hand, causing the 12 golden statues to dissipate into the ether, leaving the sea surface suddenly vast and empty. "Our bamboo raft is gone. How shall we proceed?" Lu Zhenhan muttered, filled with reluctance. "Swim," Helen replied succinctly yet firmly. "Wait." The mermaid princess interjected. "I demand that you bind those two and present them as a gift to me. Otherwise, I shall not accept your previous apology." Aver, sensing the unease of the Eastern guests, began to assert herself once more. "These guests are in no way connected to us. How can we have the right to bind them as gifts for you?" "Your demands are excessive." The clam girl could no longer contain herself, her brows furrowing in indignation. "Richard, we are leaving." Helen, devoid of resentment or reproach, scanned the crowd with an impassive expression. Mr. Su subtly gestured to the panda warriors, whose eyes reflected empathy, each avoiding his gaze, looking down at the scattered bamboo rafts on the deck, while Gouda shamefully turned his face away. Lu Zhenhan grasped Helen with one hand while dragging a massive tortoise shell with the other. Slowly traversing the space between the people on the ship, the shell scraped against the deck, producing a jarring noise, and his gaze was filled with contempt. "I despise you." As Lu Zhenhan passed by Ferguson and Su, he leaned in close to Su's ear and whispered, "Utter contempt." A faint smile flickered across Su's aged face, a visible wave of disdain rippling through him. A profound and indescribable anguish surged within Helena's heart, a weight akin to a heavy stone pressing down upon her chest, nearly suffocating her. Helen began to chant the most powerful verse from the Beaming's war song, her voice resonating with fervor. "The falling maple leaf it embodies my burning blood and courage, the glory of Kantas. Let it commence with us." The grandiose melody, echoed by countless voices of priests, transformed in Helen's mouth into a tone of tragic valor, allowing all who heard the war song to envision the brave beaming warriors charging forth with unwavering resolve towards their formidable foes. The panda warriors suppressed their emotions, bowing their heads, their fingers cracking like dry twigs. Though of Eastern origin, they had thrived in the Western lands for many years, and the hearts of the Beaming were intertwined, evoking a sense of shared sorrow among the Panta tribe's panda warriors. The wind howled at the icy waters, chilling, as the valiant departed never to return. The gaze of the conch maiden, Ningyu, glistened with tears as she began to sing an ancient Eastern song. The melancholic tune conveyed the Mo Shao tribe's farewell to this beleaguered Beaming. With pride defying the tumultuous waves, with fervor surpassing the blazing sun, with courage of iron and bones of steel, with aspirations boundless and visions stretching fard, Theo strive for self-improvement, to be a true hero. Indeed, the Beaming must be self-reliant. Lu Jinhan could no longer contain the surging passion within him. An exhilarating yet unorthodox battle hymn burst forth from his lips. The melody soared, as he sang while striking the tortoise shell he dragged. Akin to beating a colossal war drum, the resonant thud of the shell harmonized with his rousing song, merging into a unique cadence that evoked the clash of arms. Radiant beams of light danced around him, a magnificent aura resembling peacock feathers radiating from his being, enveloping the bodies of all the panda warriors. The Panta tribe's panda warriors underwent a sudden transformation, their muscles swelling like water-filled skins. Heavy veins surfacing upon their bodies, the linen shirts of the sailors tightened, their black and white fur standing erect, their whiskers bristling, and the dark rings around their eyes instantly turned a vivid crimson. The panda warriors trembled with uncontainable ferocity. "Let us teach those sea-dwelling scoundrels a lesson." Gouda roared to the heavens, seizing a fishing spear from the deck. He leaped onto the ship's edge. A fleeting shadow darting forth, the spear aimed at a magic shark warrior gliding through the waters. The other panda warriors were not to be outdone. They too let out a fervent roar, grabbing their fishing spears and hurling them downward. The magic shark warriors were blissfully unaware of the turmoil unfolding aboard the ship, reveling in the absence of the formidable golden men. They felt relieved that the mysterious Eastern travelers were humbly yielding to their princess. As melancholy melodies began to resonate, the moment they lost themselves in the enchanting tunes, a line of black and white heads emerged, and a barrage of fishing spears descended upon them. The magic shark knights, elite of the sea tribe, were not mere pretenders. Each goblin knight instinctively sought to defend themselves with their bone spears. The magic shark knights were the epitome of strength and sorcery, the envy of all warriors. Their might rivaling their pride as they raised their spears to block the oncoming attack, they began to chant the initial syllables of their innate magic. Although their spells could not match the immediate ferocity of the beasts, their incantations had been simplified compared to those of human mages. If given sufficient time, an accomplished magic shark knight could conjure a small water-based spell, ready to join the fray, capable of wreaking havoc upon the vessel with but a moment's preparation. Regrettably, most of the bone spears had already been lost to the frigid ocean when Lu Jinhan had delivered a resounding slap to the Bennylu warrior. They only realized their predicament when they felt a sudden lightness in their hands. Too late to comprehend the impending doom as a swarm of fishing spears descended upon them like a plague of locusts. The sound of flesh tearing echoed ominously. The barbed tips of the spears, propelled by the terrifying might of the Panta tribe's panda warriors, exceeded the speed of the naked eye, piercing through the skulls of the magic shark warriors and impaling their robust forms. The shark warriors vanished without a trace, and piercing screams echoed. Only massive whirlpools formed upon the surface as the magic shark warriors, along with their tiger-headed sharks, were launched into the vast depths of the sea, leaving not even a splash in their wake. Only vague silhouettes could be seen plummeting swiftly beneath the waves until they faded from sight. Bubbles gurgled to the surface, bursting to reveal large, vivid crimson circles in the azure waters. What a terrifying power! What formidable Panta warriors! Were these truly the mightiest beaming warriors of the ancient Far East? The mermaid princess was left in shock, as was Helen, and even Lu Jinhan found himself taken aback. "Frenzy!" Helen exclaimed. The panda warriors exhibited the classic symptoms of beaming frenzy, inspired by the fervent war song, allowing even the most rudimentary beaming warrior to unleash double their usual combat prowess. Without the aid of instruments, they could evoke the frenzy song through their innate vocal power, a feat even the highest priests would struggle to achieve. How had Richard, cursed by the blood of beasts, managed such a feat? His limited expression of song power was evident in his performance. How could he possibly master such a complex hymn? Helen's beautiful pupils widened to their utmost. Moreover, he had utilized an unorthodox war song. Even if it were a natural evolution, how could it deviate from the established hymns recorded in the Beaming's canon? Yesterday's soul-locking war song had been this way, and today's frenzy song was no different. Could it be that a natural-born soul singer possessed the terrifying ability to alter the war song of the divine cantas? Helen felt as though she no longer recognized her Richard. The mermaid princess was not spared either. Even though she and her steed were farther from the ship than the magic shark knights, the fishing spear that soared through the air was launched by none other than Gouda, the strongest of the panda warriors, his spear aimed directly at the loathed princess. Ji harbored no thoughts of mercy. He could not fathom why he despised her so, his mind acting on instinct as the spear was released. The mount of Ai Wei Air, a majestic bony seahorse, was the first target struck, the horse's head erupting in a shower of sparks as the spear tip seemed to penetrate not flesh but solid iron. Yet, even iron could not withstand Guda's frenzied strength. The spear, infused with unparalleled power, fully pierced through the seahorse's sturdy skull, its sharpened tip, now dulled by the seahorse's bones, relentlessly plunged into the mermaid princess's pale, delicate abdomen. The cold fur-wood handle of the spear quivered and exploded into flames, a consequence of the unbearable friction and the resultant high temperature. Such immense power failed to drive the seahorse deep into the ocean. Instead, it merely retreated 2 or 3 meters against the tide. The mermaid princess and the seahorse collapsed onto the surface of the sea, her scarlet tail twitching spasmodically. What a splendid ambush! Lu Zhenhan discarded the tortoise shell in his grasp. Leaping into the sea with a single bound, swiftly making his way to the mermaid princess's side. The flames flickered atop the fishing spear, and Lu Zhenhan hurriedly extinguished them, refraining from pulling out the spear. Instead, cradling the mermaid princess, still attached to the seahorse, as he swam back to the ship. By the time Lu Zhenhan climbed the rope back onto the vessel, Helen was already employing her war song to dispel the frenzy's effects on the panda warriors. "What have you all done?" Su, the elder, demanded sharply, panic flooding his eyes, his voice trembling, his once wise demeanor dissipated. Lu Zhenhan cast a sidelong glance at him, as if regarding an old tortoise who had been cuckolded by his wife. "You foolish, terrifying, brainless beaming priests," Ferguson Su could scarcely find words to curse, his 3 long whiskers twitching in an unfelt wind, his complexion pale with fear. "Enough of the noise," Lu Zhenhan retorted nonchalantly, "don't forget. We're all in the same boat now." This statement struck Su like a bucket of cold water, leaving him stunned. All his curses and grinding reproaches dissolved into nothingness. "It's over." The elder plopped down onto the deck, despondently muttering, "The sea tribe will hunt us for the rest of our lives. That is what you said." Lu Zhenhan spoke while his hands remained busy, continuously checking the mermaid's pulse and heartbeat. "I believe that if we could revive this mermaid princess and take her with us, we would possess a trump card. Do you understand the concept of being cautious in dealing with a rat? Can you grasp the notion of using the emperor's authority to command the feudal lords?" Chapter 1. From arrogance to deference, old Su rolled his eyes, but his expression brightened, evidently finding this a rather clever idea, albeit somewhat despicable and underhanded. "What's the situation?" Helen approached after singing a battle hymn for the dozen or so Panta warriors, dispelling their frenzy. "This creature is remarkably resilient." Lu Zhenhan twisted the seahorse's ear. Its tentacles felt like iron. With considerable effort, he managed to pull off one of its ears, which was as hard as if it were forged from metal. Ordinary seahorses grow to no more than the size of a finger after a decade. Yet this one was so colossal that its age was unfathomable. Its body was all bone, making its toughness entirely reasonable. Helen nodded in agreement. Why not remove the spear and save her quickly? Nung Yu also approached, gently caressing the mermaid princess's forehead. "This little girl is merely a bit willful. Her absolute power has given her an equally absolute temper. It cannot be removed. Doing so would cause excessive bleeding and she would perish." Lu Zhenhan said, stroking the spear. "This is unprofessional. This is not tactical. What a pity." As soon as these words were uttered, a few pandas nearby nearly fainted. "Where is the doctor?" Lu Zhenhan turned his head and asked. "We have no doctor," Guda grumbled in a deep voice. "We are strong and do not require a doctor." "You fool!" Lu Zhenhan nearly collapsed in exasperation. "Is there any hope for her?" Helen asked. Her heart heavy with concern. Aviel lay in a state of unconsciousness, appearing innocent and pure, her beautiful body impaled by a spear, causing Helen's heart to soften uncontrollably. "Serves her right," Lu Zhenhan exclaimed. "Helen, have you forgotten how barbarically she treated us? Life, after all, is beautiful. Slaughter and the identity of a priest are eternally at odds. We are the celebrators of life, and only the malevolent grim reaper wielding a scythe has the right to do such things." Helen replied. "Enough of this," Lu Zhenhan said, his expression indifferent. "You must save her. Otherwise, we are doomed, foolish priest." Old Su separated the crowd and shouted at Lu Zhenhan. How do we save her? Lu Zhenhan spread his hands. This seahorse may have shielded her from immense force, but the spear embedded in her belly remains a spear, not a straw. I truly cannot comprehend how you became the priest of Baiman. Compared to this lady from the fox tribe, you are akin to a lowly worm next to a noble peacock. Nengyu did not conceal her disdain for Lu Zhenhan. Is that so? Lu Zhenhan rubbed his nose, his face turning red from the remark. I have always felt that although I bear the appearance of a pig, I have yet to embody the temperament of one. Richard. Helen gazed earnestly at Lu Zhenhan's large face. I know you are joking. From the moment you saved me, I realized that you are not someone who lacks a love for life. Absolutely not. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhenhan felt a surge of pride. Straightening his back and suppressing his usual roguish demeanor, it is not that I do not wish to save her. It is simply that I cannot. Lu Zhenhan shook his head regretfully. There is not a single doctor on this ship. No one expected this. Oh dear, oh dear. Old Su rubbed his hands together, drenched in sweat. What are you afraid of from the sea tribe? Lu Zhenhan found it utterly disgraceful. Your golden men are so powerful. I would have dealt with them long ago. Why are you afraid? Foolish Baiman priest? Old Su's earlier politeness had long since vanished. What do you know? The golden men are powered by our sorcerer's intricate formations. Summoned only once a day, each use cannot exceed the time of 4 ounces of sand in an hourglass. Once the time is up, the formation cannot provide enough energy, and the golden men will automatically return to the mustard seed. 4 ounces of hourglass time? Lu Zhenhan calculated. That is barely 5 minutes, somewhat short. Hemph. Old Su droned on it. If our young 12 golden men could fight around the clock, we would have unified the 7 seas by now. Truly a fool. Truly a pig of the Ged tribe. Do you know how many golden men we have left? 4. You idiot. The other 8 golden men have long been damaged during these years of sailing. The sea is filled with formidable beasts. What do you know? Oh dear, oh dear. Moreover, our golden men cannot stand on the water's surface, which is our greatest dilemma. Since losing the Kartile warriors, we are no longer on the same level as the sea tribe. Nengyu stated. Then let us all prepare for our demise. Lu Zhenhan stood up. What for? To wait for them to come and behead us, Lu Zhenhan replied. Richard. Helen shot him a reproachful glance. I truly cannot save her. My lady, Lu Zhenhan feigned innocence. Who said that? Helen retorted. Have you not naturally evolved to be able to use the mind-lock chain battle him? Have you forgotten? Everyone around fixed their gaze on Lu Zhenhan, scrutinizing him intensely. The spear embedded in the mermaid princess Aviel's abdomen was finally removed. After being bathed in the blood-red mind-lock battle hymn, her body began to rapidly regain vitality, the wound gradually healing and new flesh sprouting. I simply do not understand how I agreed to save her. Lu Zhenhan shook his head, bewildered. After completing the hymn, he and 2 of the strongest panda warriors were responsible for forming a chain. The faces of the 2 panda warriors were not pleasant. Even when the burden was shared, Aviel's injuries left them clutching their chests, their faces paling slightly. If only I had expended a bit less effort earlier. Gouda muttered. He too was tasked with sharing the burden of the mind chain. In other words, he had inflicted 1/4 of the spear's damage upon himself. The other panda warrior, Gerald, stood nearby, casting a sidelong glance and snorting. His physique was almost square, both tall and wide, a natural brute. Only Lu Zhenhan remained lively, his presence making many feel he was more a beast than a priest of the Ged tribe. How do you feel? Lu Zhenhan warmly patted the shoulders of the Panta warriors. What was it like after the frenzy? Any discomfort? Not bad, just a tad dizzy, a little. Gouda smiled broadly. We in the East have no Baiman priests, so we have never tasted the flavor of frenzy. Although the elders say that powerful Panta warriors can enter a frenzy through intoxication, we still lack the requisite anger and alcohol to ignite that potential. What made you so impulsive to help us earlier? Lu Zhenhan inquired. That mermaid princess was too overbearing, Gouda growled. We Panta warriors are all men of iron and bone. We cannot stand by and watch her bully the weak. I heard that mermaids eat human flesh. Lu Zhenhan immediately seized the opportunity to slander the mermaids. Backstabbing others is not the act of an upright priest, Nengyu approached. How could a mermaid possibly consume human flesh? How could you, a learned priest, believe such rumors spun by the ignorant? For some reason, Lu Zhenhan found himself overwhelmed by Nengyu. He felt she was even more adept at reprimanding him than Helen. Being in her presence, with her beautifully speaking eyes, made him feel utterly exposed and uncomfortable. Lu Xinhan cleared his throat, making an effort to compose himself. Miss Nungyu, where have you placed the mermaid Princess Aviel? I have placed her on my waterbed. Mermaids cannot be out of water for too long. Water is the best healing balm for the sea tribe. She is already asleep. I estimate that when she awakens, she should be none the worse for wear. Your battle hymn is indeed very effective. Nungyu rarely smiled at Lu Xinhan. I take back my earlier underestimation of you. You have proven your selflessness through your strength and compassion. Although you still cling to your disguises, I ask that how you see me. Lu Xinhan straightened his posture, suddenly feeling a surge of vanity, a heroic sensation washing over him. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Nungyu said with a smile. Hee. Lu Xinhan could only grin foolishly, rubbing his hands together, unsure of what to say. Helen suddenly pinched his waist hard from behind. Miss Nungyu, on behalf of Richard, I accept your apology, which you should not have had to offer. Helen bowed slightly. Your compassion provided us with the strongest pillar of support at the most critical moment. The Baiman priests shall never forget even the smallest kindness. Did I take back what I just said about you not being a good person? As soon as Lu Xinhan said this, he realized he had misspoken. Nungyu's face flushed a deep crimson. The surrounding pandas struggled to suppress their laughter. Suffering immensely, Nungyu suddenly felt that she had forgiven this fool, deeming it an utterly unforgivable mistake. Honesty is indeed a virtue, while deceit remains the greatest original sin. Helen had no choice but to muster her courage and deal with the aftermath. Casting a fierce glance at old Lude, Mr. Richard, Ferguson Sue seemed to spring from some hidden corner, calling out to Lu Xinhan in an overly sycophantic tone. Lu Xinhan felt an immediate prickling sensation all over his skin. Mr. Sue, is there something you need? Helen, undeterred by old Lu's earlier cowardice, maintained her radiant smile, greeting the old man with the utmost grace. Dear Mr. Richard, might I inquire if this large tortoise shell belongs to you? The old man's eyes gleamed with a similar light, akin to a miser who has suddenly stumbled upon the treasures of the ancient Babylonians. Yes, it is the relic of my beast, which sacrificed itself in a fierce battle to protect me. Lu Xinhan managed to squeeze out a couple of tears, his acting skills undoubtedly top-notch. Helen discreetly pinched him again. A beast? Your beast? Old Sue appeared utterly dazed, as if struck by a sudden blow. Indeed, Lu Xinhan lamented, that was my companion, a model of the sub-dragon lineage. How unpredictable the world is. I never imagined I would be sending a black-haired person off with a white-haired one. This model is at least several thousand years old. Ningyu interjected coldly, her slender fingers tapping the annual rings along the edge of the tortoise shell. Her gaze was soon captivated by the inscriptions upon it, rendering her momentarily transfixed. Dear Mr. Richard, the old man continued in his exaggerated, flattering tone. You are not a sub-dragon priest. You have deceived me terribly. What? Lu Xinhan was genuinely startled, not by his words but by his hypocritical demeanor paired with such a nauseating facade. You are clearly a dragon priest, the old man insisted. Dragon priest? Helen's beautiful eyes brimmed with confusion. Panta warriors, set sail. The old man suddenly assumed a commanding demeanor, issuing orders to his subordinates with an air of authority. Before shifting back to a sycophantic manner, lowering his voice to Lu Xinhan and Helen, Dear priest. Indeed. This is undeniably a dragon. A dragon? Helen chuckled. I do not wish to offend your wisdom, but according to my limited knowledge, it seems there is a vast difference between dragons and this model. True, this model possesses a familiar aura of dragon-like essence, but at most, it is merely a sub-dragon beast, as for dragon priests. Throughout history, there has only been one great behemoth priest who has ever possessed such grandeur. Even the mighty war god, Campus, has only had 3 beasts under his command, yet has never owned a dragon. You are mistaken. Ferguson Sue interjected. I acknowledge that your memory is not at fault, but the dragon I speak of does not hail from the Western continent, nor from the Aegean continent, the Chasang continent, or the Golden Coast continent. It originates from the legends of our Silk continent. Chapter 2. A transaction from the sky, a dragon? Helen laughed. I do not wish to belittle your wisdom, but according to my limited understanding, There seems to be an immense disparity between a colossal dragon and this model. True, this model possesses a familiar essence of dragon energy, but it is merely a sub-dragon beast at best. As for dragon priests, historically, there has only ever been one great behemoth priest who has enjoyed such splendor. Even the illustrious war god Campus has only commanded 3 magical companions, and has never possessed a dragon of the highest intellect. You are mistaken. Ferguson Sue remarked, I concede that your memory is intact, but the dragon I am referring to does not originate from the Western continent, nor from the Aegean continent, the Chasang continent, or the Golden Coast continent. It comes from the legends of our Silk continent. Legends? Helen was increasingly astonished. My lord, look here. Ningyu pointed to some faint black spots on the tortoise shell, having remained silent while studying it intently. I see it. That indeed resembles the Book of Matrices. Old Su nodded at Ningyu. Erudite Eastern sage, please elucidate for us why you believe this model to be a dragon. Helen felt thoroughly bewildered. Long before our ancestors ventured to the Western continent, our Silk continent had a beautiful legend. 6,000 years ago, a divine tortoise emerged from the Luo River, its back displaying the matrix of Luo. This matrix, gifted to our ancestors by the divine tortoise, was later deciphered by our clever forebears. To this day, the 12 golden figures we utilize, inscribed with their arcane formations, are derived from the wisdom gleaned from the matrix of Luo. And this divine tortoise is the most powerful mythical beast in our Eastern legends, a direct descendant of dragons, named Baxi, possessing the immense strength to move mountains. Old Su declared proudly, dragons in the East are not as commonplace as those in the West. They are steeped in mystery, never revealing their forms in the mortal realm, nor engaging in worldly disputes. To this day, Eastern dragons remain a mere legend. I understand. It is something everyone knows exists, yet no one has ever seen. Lu Zhenhan remarked. Very apt. Ningyu chuckled softly. Oh, what do you imply? Helen detected something amiss. Are you suggesting that Richard's model is indeed the offspring of the dragon that granted you wisdom? Absolutely correct. Old Su nodded with a smile. Conversing with an intelligent person is a delight. The mysterious inscriptions on this dragon child tortoise shell have been recorded in our annals. I never anticipated that my Richard could possess a dragon from Eastern legend as a magical companion. The little fox could not suppress her delight, casting affectionate glances at the bewildered Lu Zhenhan, growing increasingly enamored. Why dragon beast? Lu Zhenhan's eyes sparkled, tears streaming down his face as he dramatically fell upon the tortoise shell. However, after all this, what is it that you truly wish to convey? Lu Zhenhan turned to face Old Su. The dragon is the longest living mythical beast in Eastern legends. This model is its direct descendant, destined to share the longevity of heaven and earth. Ferguson Su straightened his attire solemnly. And I, tasked with the highest mission from the Emperor of the Yunqin Empire, seek the elixir of immortality. What do you intend to do? Lu Zhenhan found the situation amusing. Do you mean to consume it? Unfortunately, it is but a shell as hard as iron. I doubt your teeth could even manage to gnaw through it. There is no need for such dramatics. Ferguson Su chuckled. According to our ancient Eastern legends, these dragon offspring, upon reaching 10,000 years of age, can shed their shells and transform into dragons. Once they have shed their shells, 5 ribbed patterns will emerge on the shell, and within each rib will lie a pearl of condensed temporal essence. Consuming a dragon pearl allows one to age alongside the sun and moon. And how old is this model? Lu Zhenhan queried, puzzled by the old man's detailed explanation, wondering if he was not concerned about Lu turning against him. Even a fool could see he was eyeing the model with ulterior motives. I have counted. There are only 4 rib patterns. This dragon offspring still requires 1,000 more years to transform into a dragon. Old Su lamented, his face drawn. Just say what you wish to convey. Lu Zhenhan pressed. Actually, I merely wish to ascertain whether this model was indeed found on some deserted island by you, or if it was truly summoned as a magical companion. Old Su looked anxiously at Lu Zhenhan. Abyssal. Lu Zhenhan nearly lost his temper, but restrained himself. What do you mean by that, Old Su? I harbor no ill intentions. Ferguson Su loathed the boy inwardly yet maintained a faade of the most proficient celestial being. I merely wish to say that if this model is deceased, its flesh could still possess longevity-enhancing properties. If you do not mind, could you tell me where you discovered it? Might you take me there? We all have a share. Everyone is entitled to a portion. Old Su exclaimed excitedly. It has been dead for at least 2 or 3 months. Even if there is flesh, it is likely long since decayed. Lu Zhenhan shrugged in disappointment. Heavens! Old Su appeared as though struck by lightning, staggering and collapsing onto the deck, his visage aging significantly in an instant. However, Lu Zhenhan cunningly winked. I did manage to slice off a bit of meat, which I cured into jerky and have been carrying with me. Not much, just a piece, primarily because the meat I encountered was exceptionally fatty, and I did not bring enough provisions. Richard, Helen nearly erupted. Seizing Lu Zhenhan's ear, how could you treat your magical beast this way? You? Helen? Lu Zhenhan feigned indignation, wrapping his arms around her waist while desperately winking at her. Helen struggled fiercely, her fiery tail striking Lu Zhenhan's face, rendering him utterly disheveled. Old Su sprinkled a pinch of powder on Helen's face, and she instantly ceased her struggle, falling into a deep slumber. Lu Zhenhan stared at him, his breath held. Signs of anger were evident on Lu Zhenhan's face. Dear Mr. Richard, rest assured, I have merely put her to sleep. There are absolutely no side effects. This potion lasts for 2 days, and upon waking, Miss Helen will be even more vibrant. The elixirs we concoct are intended for emperors, containing no toxins whatsoever. Old Su grinned. Shall we continue our discussion on the topic we just broached? Might you consider parting with that piece of dragon meat? No problem. I have already consumed this substance, so it matters not to me, however. Lu Zhenhan, exuding an air of someone waiting for a price, swayed his legs nonchalantly, casting a disdainful glance at Mr. Su, his fingers rapidly rubbing together. This, Ferguson, Su's face, marked by greed, fluctuated between expressions, though not entertain any nefarious ideas, Lu Zhenhan sneered. I possess a mad battle song. You have witnessed my prowess in song and martial skill. Should I once again incite your subordinates into a frenzy? Unleashing indiscriminate chaos, it would surely ruin our camaraderie. If the mighty Kampas, the god of war, were to hear Lu Zhenhan's brash boasts, it would be a miracle if he did not perish from rage. Yet Mr. Su was genuinely frightened, for in truth, he had momentarily harbored such thoughts. Everything aboard this vessel is dedicated to the pursuit of the elixir of immortality. Speak your desire, and it shall be granted. Mr. Su gritted his teeth and declared, The 300 men and women aboard are the finest servants. I could exchange them all for you, at the price of the Aegean continent, each one. After rigorous training in song, dance, language, and martial arts, is worth no less than 100 gold coins, including the panda warriors of the Panta tribe, whom I can offer you as well. Lu Zhenhan, cradling the slumbering Helen, shook his head like a rattling drum, his legs trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, he was indeed a rogue engaged in extortion. I shall also present you with the clam girl Ningyu. Ferguson, Su's eyes reddened, his composure evaporating. Why, lord? The beautiful shell of Ningyu quivered slightly. Silence. Mr. Su's face edged toward madness. You are all subordinates accompanying me at sea, and I possess the authority to determine the fate of our kin in exchange for the elixir. The panda warriors silently bowed their heads, manipulating the helm and sails, yet the despondency on their faces was palpable. The weight of the responsibility to barter their own lives for the return of their kin pressed heavily upon them. Suffocating all, Lu Zhenhan continued to shake his head. What exactly do you desire? Ferguson, Su ground his teeth and asked. The clam girl is the most beautiful woman in the East. Do you comprehend how rare a clam girl is within our tribe? You swine. She is a sorceress. What more do you wish? Look at my foul mouth. Old Su slapped himself. Forgive me, venerable priest. I should not speak of you thus. I was wrong. Please do not take it to heart. My lord, tears like pearls glistened on Ningyu's face. I refuse your offer. I am a person, not a commodity. If you insist, I would rather choose to perish in these azure waters. No need. Lu Zhenhan waved his hand. A forcibly twisted melon is never sweet. I shall not stoop so low as to bully an innocent girl to achieve my ends. For this statement, Ningyu gazed at Lu Zhenhan for a long while, feeling as though she had come to know a different person. Then what is it that you desire? Mr. Su looked at himself and mused. You cannot possibly fancy me, can you? I am but an old bone. Of little use. Ah, the mermaid princess of the sea people. Yes, I will also gift her to you, the most beautiful woman of the western sea folk. It is said that being with her could bestow the power of mysterious domain barriers upon you. Surely you would not refuse? That mermaid was captured by me. She is my slave and has no relation to you. Lu Zhenhan scoffed, gazing at the clouds above with an expression that suggested wealth and fame were mere refuse. In truth, he was trembling with excitement within. By the heavens, so many servants and warriors, ha ha. Lu Zhenhan wanted to laugh but dared not, holding back the agony of suppressed mirth. Grandfather, Ferguson, Sue was nearly driven to madness. What do you want? What more could you desire? There is no money aboard this ship. We are merely travelers, and this journey is nearly at its end. We have no funds to offer you. I want your signet ring, the one that can summon the Jin people, that blood jade signet. Lu Zhenhan's true intentions finally emerged. The old man's expression darkened. This is the last treasure of our tribe. Even if you take it, you cannot break the seal spell that I can learn. I am a born soul singer, Lu Zhenhan replied with a cold laugh. Your incantations, simply teach them to me, and it will be a matter of moments. No, Mr. Su resolutely refused, his decisiveness catching Lu Zhenhan off guard. Heh. Lu Zhenhan sneered. Your words are laden with too much insincerity. I find it difficult to believe in your capabilities. Can you truly make decisions? Let it go. The deal is off. Return me to the Danube wilderness. I grant you time. Ponder your quest for the elixir at your leisure. Give me a moment. I shall reconsider. Ferguson, Sue's face contorted in a painful internal struggle. Very well, Lu Zhenhan said. We have yet to escape the Sea People's influence. Returning is still a matter of uncertainty, so I shall provide ample time for your contemplation. Your corporeal form should indeed be exchanged with the lady in your arms. You are no longer a match. You are the worst of the foxes, Mr. Su gasped in exasperation, glaring at Lu Zhenhan with resentment. Thank you for your kind words. Lu Zhenhan hung a piece of dark, pickled meat on his thumb, pointing it high. You should fulfill your promise, and then return to negotiate terms with me. I do not sense your sincerity. Do not provoke my patience, if it comes to it. I shall toss this jerky into the sea to feed the turtles. Do not, Mr. Su hastily waved his hands. I shall find a way. I will demonstrate my sincerity. Grant me a moment to consider. Are there any rooms in the cabin? I would like to take a rest. Lu Zhenhan chuckled. Ningyu, lead the esteemed guest. Mr. Su, looking weary, commanded the clam girl. Watching Lu Zhenhan disappear into the cabin, a sharp glint crossed Ferguson. Sue's face. This swine. The ethereal visage of Ferguson. Su twisted into a grimace. By the heavens, do not let that old fool go back on his word. Lu Zhenhan, anxious, followed Ningyu's silent, helpless steps, his heart feeling as though it were a bucket of water. Swirling in chaos, in his embrace lay the slumbering Helen, while in his hands he held the sun-dried, darkened pickled rabbit meat and a large salted fish, along with that non-existent dragon meat. Chapter 3. The concealed trap. The sea folk resembled a terrifying nightmare, rendering it impossible for anyone to find peace. While Lu Zhenhan claimed he intended to sleep, his heart was perpetually in turmoil. With Helen asleep, he had lost his soul confidant. Deep down, Lu Zhenhan felt he had perhaps gone too far. Although Ferguson, Su presented himself with a facade of virtue, his inner cowardice and baseness were quite evident. His momentary hesitation to barter the lives of two strangers for his own safety had irrevocably tarnished Lu Zhenhan's impression of him. Lu Zhenhan harbored a deep-seated disdain for those who betray others. Yet, he still sensed he might have crossed a line, for no other reason than the striking resemblance between himself and Ferguson. Su, in terms of appearance, hair color, and skin tone, Lu Zhenhan felt an inexplicable disquietude, a lingering sense of having committed a transgression that refused to dissipate. Go obtain the two signets from another. Had he truly concocted such a colossal farce? Dragon meat? A jest. With merely a few pieces of sun-dried, pitch-black rabbit jerky and two large salted fish, he believed he could exchange for all of their possessions? That was rather far-fetched, wasn't it? Lu Zhenhan found the absurdity of it amusing. These individuals had sought the elixir of immortality for thousands of years, forsaking their homeland and everything. Was it truly worth it? Humanity is complex, Lu Zhenhan mused. He simultaneously reminded himself that this world was not his own. Returning with Helen to the kingdom of Baiman, with his rudimentary skills in battle songs, whether he could secure any position of priesthood or nobility was uncertain at best. Helen remained unaware of one crucial fact. The Baiman were also human, and the distribution of power and interests among them, along with their conflicts, were not necessarily less than those of the so-called evil humans. Lu Xinhan had to be cautious. Those he could trust were far too few. He had already discerned the considerable distress his self-composed battle song had caused Helen. He suspected that this unprecedented innovation would have an impact within the Baiman priesthood akin to witnessing a handgun inexplicably firing artillery shells on the battlefield. During their conversations, he had come to understand deeply the stringent and harsh nature of the religious system in the kingdom of Baiman regarding unconventional occurrences, just as Helen had cautioned him. Such an innovative battle song must not be prematurely exposed to the shamans and priests of the temple, for this innovation could very well lead to Lu Xinhan being branded as a heretic and destroyed. Helen had spoken to him on multiple occasions about the fates of some exceptionally talented yet unconventional magicians in the human realms. Her words were laden with profound concern, which set off alarm bells in Lu Xinhan's mind. Often, so-called geniuses and groundbreaking innovations could find themselves condemned to the guillotine. This principle applied not only to the human world but equally to all sentient beings endowed with intellect. Lu Xinhan's most pressing concern at this moment was that Helen resembled the most exquisite flower, while he himself had lost even the fundamental ability to invoke the spirit battle song. Aside from the raw strength bestowed upon him by the curse of the beast blood sacrifice, he felt utterly powerless, a delicate and beguiling presence, a seed of mischief. Lu Xinhan recalled the terminology from the game of mahjong. Although he and Guagua still possessed considerable brute strength, Lu Xinhan had not yet succumbed to the folly of arrogance. Engaging in stealth and infiltration was one matter. However, when it came to face-to-face combat, sheer strength could not substitute for skill. This only solidified Lu Xinhan's resolve to deceitfully acquire the 2 mustard seed rings capable of summoning formidable golems. What if he lacked powerful beasts? He could still summon even more formidable Zhai-Dai golems. And what if he had not ascended to the status of a priest? He had those valiant and robust panda warriors of the Panta tribe as his followers. The mere thought of this ignited a fervent fire within Lu Xinhan. He seized a moment to stealthily slip outside to observe the conditions on the deck. The ship had unfurled its sails, slicing through the waves with determination, while the Panta warriors busily attended to their tasks. Only Ferguson Sue lingered by the large turtle shell, tenderly caressing its rough exterior. The greed and impatience reflected in his eyes sent a chill down Lu Xinhan's spine. Was he the only one consumed by greed? Lu Xinhan quietly retreated back into the cabin, his resolve to orchestrate a grand deception only growing stronger. The cabin's design was ingeniously crafted, though not spacious. It felt far from cramped. Numerous children wearing white conical hats clung to the doorframes of their rooms, curiously watching him. Lu Xinhan knew that his appearance must have struck them as comically odd. "Lord Beeman," one timid child inquired, "I heard that Lord Su intends to send us to you as slaves. Is that true?" "Indeed." Lu Xinhan paused and turned back. "Will you eat us as food?" The child pulled aside the veil covering her face, revealing a delicate visage adorned with 2 horn braids. "Yes, Beeman delights in consuming the flesh of children," Lu Xinhan replied, maliciously smiling. "I don't believe you." The little girl stifled a giggle behind her hand. "What are you discussing?" Ferguson Sue appeared behind Lu Xinhan like a wraith, causing all the children to stick out their tongues, bowing slightly before retreating into their rooms, shutting the doors behind them. "Have you made up your mind?" Lu Xinhan asked directly. "Your conditions are far too harsh." Ferguson Sue's face contorted with frustration. "My golem is our greatest bargaining chip for safety on this journey. If I give it to you, what shall I do upon my return? To offend the powerful Shiaisi nation for your sake is unacceptable. Moreover, you are adrift at sea, yet I saved you. Surely, gratitude should be reciprocated? Did I plead for your rescue? Who was it that gnawed on my bamboo raft as if it were sugarcane? I have yet to demand compensation from you, and now you lay the blame on me?" Lu Xinhan retorted, "I have no objections to you seeking the elixir of immortality at your leisure. Time is on your side. You could live another 30 or 50 years and search slowly. No rush, priest." Ferguson Sue's lips trembled at the mention of the elixir of immortality. "Are you truly unmoved? The terms I offer are exceedingly generous. You have seen the beauty of Ningyu. Having such a stunning Eastern Sea illusionist as a concubine is a privilege that even the emperor of the ancient Yunqin Empire did not possess." "How could that be?" Lu Xinhan laughed, skeptical. "If you doubt me, so be it in our Yunqin Kingdom. The status of illusionists is akin to that of your priests. I doubt any king in the Beeman Kingdom would dare force a priestess devoted to the god of war into his harem. To barter one's sister as a bargaining chip, you do not find that deplorable? Lu Junhan's disdain for this old man grew stronger, an emotion he did not attempt to conceal. Go obtain the elixir. Any sacrifice is worthwhile. To be frank, it was because our ancestors had little faith in the cattle warriors when they set sail that they brought so many people along. These individuals were originally intended for offerings to the sea. It was precisely through these sacrificial rituals and the countless cattle warriors' sacrifice that we could reach the western continent so smoothly. Ferguson Sue grinned wickedly. Lu Junhan gasped in horror. He had not anticipated that someone so ethereal could casually utter such malevolent words. Of course, only we highborn can know of such matters, Ferguson Sue added. How many offerings have you used on this journey? Lu Junhan glared sideways at him, his fists clenched tightly. Not yet utilized. The blood of cattle warriors has not been shed in vain. The sea tribes are generally trustworthy, and since we are navigating through public waters, we have not yet needed to resort to these offerings, Ferguson Sue replied with a smile. Though the sea tribes may be despicable, you and your ancestors are even more so. Lu Junhan loosened his fists. Everything comes at a price, especially when our goals are so distant and elusive. Do you believe I will not barter with you? Lu Junhan regarded him intently, his gaze cold as the pointed tips of the Panta warrior's harpoons. I do not believe you. Ferguson Sue maintained his calm demeanor. Priest, consider this. The beautiful illusionist of the clam people and a mermaid princess will both belong to you. For a man, just think about it. Can you truly remain unmoved? The mermaid beauty of royal blood from the Western Sea, after uniting with her first man, can bestow upon him a domain barrier as a blessing from her sea deities, Neptune and Amphitrite. This is far more beneficial than the fox women who can merely dispel negative states. Accept her. You might just gain unexpected rewards. Moreover, the mermaid herself possesses water magic and domain barrier powers, which would greatly benefit your status. Consider this, my priest. Ferguson Sue's eyes sparkled with a strange light, his tone imbued with an indescribable allure, as if his words possessed an enchanting power capable of unearthing the deepest temptations within one's heart. Do not speak of useless things. To say I am not moved would be a lie. I am indeed moved, but what of it? I have principles. I will not act like a thief, robbing others of their autonomy. Furthermore, Lu Junhan's gaze flickered with an odd intensity. I must tell you, your little hypnotic tricks are best not employed against me. You? Ferguson Sue stared at him in astonishment, his mouth agape as if he were re-evaluating this Beeman. Manipulating others' psyches is equally my specialty. I forgot to mention that. Lu Junhan grinned broadly, revealing his teeth. What sort of priest are you? Ferguson Sue lamented. Goodness, you don't even know that, dragon priest? Lu Junhan turned with an air of superiority. What you speak of is mere illusion. When you come to terms with this, we may converse again. I am quite famished, so fetch me something to eat. Do not attempt to play tricks with the food. I have undergone rigorous poison detection training. Do not provoke me into turning hostile. You would turn hostile? Ferguson Sue's expression suddenly twisted into a ghastly visage. Is that so? Have you heard of the Beeman priest's life-summoning magic? Lu Junhan turned back, fixing his gaze on Ferguson Sue. I know a bit. Ferguson Sue was not unfamiliar with the tales of the Fox tribe priests summoning lightning with their very lives during the legendary Battle of Hegir a millennium ago. That is good. Let me not elaborate further. My nebula chain lightning does not wish to land upon your head, for that would be rather dull. Ferguson Sue, were he to know that this fellow barely possessed the semblance of the spirit battle song, would likely break into a sweat. Show your sincerity, my esteemed wizard. Lu Junhan smiled as he entered his room, tossing a blunt remark at Ferguson Xu. By the way, I still require food. Lu Junhan poked his head out once more. The food was served by Ningyu and Ferguson Sue together, a large pot of oatmeal and several pieces of steamed salted fish. Ningyu's eyes were slightly red and puffy, clearly having shed tears. The mermaid princess had also been brought in. She was awake now, lying in what resembled a large box filled with seawater, blinking her eyes weakly. Lu Junhan thought that water box resembled a coffin. Please, take your time, Ferguson Sue remarked, his eyes glimmering with a peculiar light. He often bore such an expression, causing Lu Junhan to feel a shiver each time he laid eyes upon it. Why send this mermaid here? Lu Junhan questioned. as the room felt noticeably more cramped with the addition of the coffin-like box. "She is your slave. You have the right to oversee her. Furthermore, I must guard against retaliation from the sea tribes. By the way, there are already a few sea tribes trailing behind our ship. I have sent word to them, and they have since vanished beneath the water's surface. I suspect they are waiting for some significant figures and armies to arrive." Ferguson Sue's tone was ambiguous, neither praise nor mockery. "You are the most ungrateful person I have ever encountered. I believe you would kill without a second thought. Thank you for your compliment." Lu Zhenhan shamelessly yet gentlemanly performed a knee salute. Beside him, Ningyu gazed at Lu Zhenhan with an expression akin to that of a fortress wall, reflecting the extraordinary thickness of his skin, which had truly reached a zenith of audacity, and no need for pleasantries. "My lord, here are 2 pills that replenish vital energy. Administer them to Miss Helen and the mermaid princess, and they will restore the energy they most lack within 2 days. Ferguson Sue produced 2 pearl-sized crimson pills and placed them into Lu Zhenhan's hand. When Lu Zhenhan attempted to feed the pill to Aviel, he encountered slight resistance. The mermaid stubbornly stared at him, refusing to open her mouth, until he grasped her neck and forced the pill into her mouth. "You vile beast!" Aviel coughed and scolded in a weak voice. "Speak like that again, and I shall deliver a resounding slap weighing half a pound." Lu Zhenhan threatened her. Aviel immediately sealed her lips, though her eyes sparkled with the ferocity of a pufferfish. "Do not look at me like that. I fear you may fall in love with me." Lu Zhenhan jested with the little mermaid. "Fall in love with you? Your narcissism is indeed proportional to your repulsiveness." Aviel rolled her eyes, while Ferguson Sue chuckled nearby. "You think this mermaid might ambush me? Did you not say she should naturally possess water magic?" Lu Zhenhan inquired of Ferguson Sue. "Her physique pales in comparison to yours, my lord. Although the mental bond alleviates her injuries, it is insufficient for her to muster the strength to attack you." Ferguson Sue replied, slightly furrowing his brows. "My decision to place her in your care was made with this consideration in mind. According to the tomes left by our ancestors, the merfolk of royal lineage possess the power of domain barriers. This ability is innate from birth, but I cannot ascertain what kind of barrier this mermaid possesses. Perhaps she commands a water elemental beast, or maybe she can conjure a beautiful water lily. I worry that Ningyu may lack the adaptability to handle this situation. Hence I entrusted this mermaid to you, whose astuteness is ample to deal with her." "What is a domain barrier?" Lu Zhenhan asked. "The domain barrier is described in detail in the records of our ancestors. Each mermaid of royal blood is inherently blessed by the sea gods Neptune and Amphitrite, though this blessing is sealed. Every mermaid awakens this blessing at a specific moment, gaining its power. The strength of this domain may range from formidable offensive capabilities to mere ornamental allure. The intricacies of divine blessings are far beyond mortal comprehension," Ferguson Sue explained. "She is indeed unfortunate. With such immense potential, she nearly met her demise. What good is powerful magic if it cannot protect her? I doubt she has even awakened her domain barrier, judging by her obstinate demeanor. She hardly seems like one who could awaken so early. Her heart is likely filled with the tedium of existence." "Is it not? Ha!" Lu Zhenhan mercilessly mocked Aviel. "You shall one day regret your words." The mermaid closed her eyes, forcing herself to refrain from conversing further with this loathsome swine. To kill or to spare her. I am left in quite the predicament. Old Sue, you truly know how to trouble me." Lu Zhenhan felt a twinge of unease within. Ferguson Sue chuckled. "Our survival here hinges entirely on this mermaid. Enduring some grievances is warranted, my lord. If there is nothing amiss, may I take my leave?" Ningyu interjected. "Wait a moment," Lu Zhenhan responded. "You need not depart. I intend for you to supervise this mermaid alongside Lord Richard." "Exactly. I would also like this clam girl to sample these provisions first. For now, I shall refrain from eating. I must be cautious," Lu Zhenhan said with a sly glance at the elder. "Lord Richard." Ningyu raised an eyebrow. Although Lord Sue is a sorcerer, he lacks the ability to concoct poisons. You need not worry on that account. It seems only the shamans among your beastmen possess such capabilities. "Correct. Better safe than sorry," Lu Zhenhan replied, unashamed. "I shall wait a day before consuming these provisions. I must first observe how you fare after eating." "Your caution reminds me of a cunning rat," Ningyu remarked, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Suit yourself," Lu Zhenhan huffed, feigning indifference. "Do you truly believe I would be so unconcerned about your well-being?" Ferguson Sue feigned a heartbroken expression. Though we sorcerers can brew potions, they are merely for prolonging life. We cannot even claim to be on par with a physician, let alone concoct those fearsome poisons. Indeed, it is precisely you whom I trust the least, Lu Zhenhan chuckled. Ningyu, do demonstrate for Lord Richard. Ferguson Sue waved his sleeve and turned to exit the room. A subtle twitch of pleasure crossed Ferguson Sue's features. Indeed, our sorcerers from the Silk Continent do not concoct poisons. But we have been trained since childhood to transmute lead into mercury, all to please the sovereign, he thought gleefully. Chapter 4. Once entering the Marquee Gate, depths like the sea, Lu Zhenhan suddenly sensed something amiss. What exactly felt wrong, he could not articulate. Ningyu, the mermaid, and he maintained an awkward silence, as if an unspoken boundary lingered between them, with no one willing to break the stillness. Lu Zhenhan draped his wolfskin blanket over the slumbering Helen, his movements gentle as he covered the little fox, his muscular form strikingly rigid. In the cabin, a copper mirror with a four-cornered, ornate design stood, exuding an antique charm. Lu Zhenhan leaned in to inspect himself, greeted by two gaping holes and a tangled mess of hair reminiscent of a bird's nest on fire. Could you help me tidy my hair? Lu Zhenhan asked Ningyu. She glanced at him, accepting the curved blade he offered. It was heavy, almost slipping from her grasp, but she managed to hold it with both hands. I find your appearance quite befitting of your identity, the mermaid remarked as she languidly flicked her tail in the box. Splashing water. What do you mean? Lu Zhenhan inquired. A wild mane suits a savage beast man, Aviel retorted. Thank you for the compliment, Lu Zhenhan smiled, choosing not to engage in her banter. He realized that expecting this little vixen to refrain from sarcasm and ridicule was a mere fantasy. I am not proficient in hairstyling, Lord Richard. Ningyu's delicate fingers hovered over Lu Zhenhan's neck. Just a casual trim will suffice. Lu Zhenhan took a seat in front of the mirror, the stool creaking beneath him. I shall assist as well, Aviel said, forcing herself to sit up, her eyes glinting with mischief. You can move now? Lu Zhenhan expressed mild surprise, though a sense of unease crept in. I am not yet at the level to wield magic. The mermaid seemed to see through his thoughts, a smirk dancing on her lips. It was Lord Richard who rescued you. He employed the Beastman priest's mental chain song to share your injuries. Dear Princess, Ningyu explained to Aviel. Aviel appeared taken aback, her beautiful sea blue eyes fixated on Lu Zhenhan for some time before she uttered. Who cares that he saved me? I shall pretend I did not hear you. Lu Zhenhan repositioned the stool before the wooden box, holding the bronze mirror in hand. Ningyu, do not hand our dear princess a knife. I fear she might slit my throat. I will wield the knife. Princess, you help me hold back the hair, Ningyu instructed. The blade's edge grazed the hair, emitting a faint crackling sound as several strands floated down. What a fine blade, the mermaid remarked softly. We of the sea tribe cannot forge iron. Had we such fine weapons, we would have traversed the 7 seas long ago. But do you not trade with humans? Simply exchange for some weapons? Lu Zhenhan smiled at the mirror. The cunning of humans is beyond your imagination. The mermaid replied. Humans are perpetually wary of us sea folk, primarily due to the maritime wars thousands of years ago, wherein our strength alarmed them. Speaking of which, during the Great Sea Land War, we beastmen were allies with humans. Lu Zhenhan recalled hearing Helen speak of this. There are only eternal interests, no everlasting friends, Aviel stated. Is it not the case that your beastmen are now suffering at the hands of humans? Knowing what you do now, perhaps it would have been better to have surrendered to us sea folk. That reminds me, why is it that merfolk like Aviel cannot remain out of water for too long? While you, Ningyu, can? Lu Zhenhan asked, turning to the clam girl. If I recall correctly, you are of the Eastern Sea Tribe, are you not? I am an exception, Ningyu adjusted Lu Zhenhan's head. I bear the water separation jade pendant, inscribed with the array by our ancient Yunqin sorcerers, allowing me to live without returning to the water. The powerful and mysterious Eastern Sea Tribe. The mermaid smiled at Ningyu, then reached out to touch her beautiful and exquisite shell. We possess but one water separation jade pendant, and this array has long been lost. The passage of time can erase many things, Ningyu lamented. The Emo Shao tribe's clan people, how many remain now? The mermaid inquired with curiosity. Ningyu's slightly bitter smile provided her with the most profound answer. It turns out that they are as rare as we mermaids, Ai Wei Air remarked. Your Highness, I have heard that you mermaids possess a mysterious domain barrier. What is yours? Lu Zhenhan asked, adding with a hint of suspicion. I mean no offense. I am merely curious. Suddenly, you've become so docile. It feels as if I can sense a plot brewing. Why barrier has yet to awaken. If it were to awaken now, say amidst a furious tempest, it would indeed prove quite useful against your ship. The mermaid replied with a smile. Is that a threat? Lu Zhenhan rolled his eyes. The domain barrier is a symbol of the noble mermaid lineage. I would never stoop to using it as a means of intimidation. The mermaid's tail flicked restlessly in the water. That is of no concern. I too possess life magic, and none of us need fear the other. Lu Zhenhan stated. Would you like me to showcase my life magic to enlighten you? Desperado. The mermaid truly found it difficult to gauge the origins of this individual. The thought of him daring to strike a whale warrior sent a shiver of apprehension through her. Yet, she could not show weakness, so she feigned indifference, sniffing dismissively and tossing her golden locks. Lord Richard, what do you think? Ningyu asked as she tidied Lu Zhenhan's hair, dampening her fingers slightly to smooth it down. Lu Zhenhan gazed at his reflection in the mirror, momentarily stunned. The once chaotic hair, reminiscent of a bird's nest, had been meticulously arranged by Ningyu's deft hands. His bangs were trimmed into two irregular strands that gracefully concealed his large, unsightly nose, while the shorter locks accentuated his ruggedness. Haha, let me see the result too. AI Wei Air chimed in. Lu Zhenhan slowly turned his head. A chiseled face came into view for the mermaid princess, the previously hideous features now transformed. A cascading lock of hair obscured the horrific nostrils, and in those previously unnoticed eyes sparkled a fearless light. This hairstyle, combined with Lu Zhenhan's robust physique and stubbled chin, exuded an untamed wildness that even the mermaid princess Ai Wei Air found exhilarating. What is so remarkable about it? It's still just a brute, Ai Wei Air declared insincerely, yet her gaze remained riveted. When will you let me trim your beard again? Ningyu also scrutinized Lu Zhenhan's face. I never realized I could look this handsome, Lu Zhenhan exclaimed joyfully as he stood up. Suddenly, Lord Richard. Ningyu stumbled slightly but regained her balance. I'm feeling a bit unwell. May I dot unwell? Lu Zhenhan glanced at her. Then at Ai Wei Air, sensing something was amiss with the two of them. Their gazes revealed a struggle of helplessness and a peculiar desire, their pupils shimmering with an odd light. Then please rest for a moment. Lu Zhenhan offered, stepping aside to allow Ningyu to sit down. Observing the two, he felt an escalating sense of conspiracy thickening in the air. Richard, the little fox, also called Lu Zhenhan's name. You reawake? Lu Zhenhan leaned closer to Helen, yet her eyes remained shut. Helen, wake up! Lu Zhenhan anxiously glanced around, genuinely worried. Wake up, Lord Richard. Ningyu spoke from behind her. May I dot returned. Tio rest for a while. Lu Zhenhan turned to Ningyu and said, You. His voice abruptly faltered. Ningyu's delicate face lost its usual chill, her expressive eyes brimming with unshed tears, revealing a mix of pleading, urgency, struggle, and concealment. If you are unwell, you should return at once. Ningyu stood, attempting to open the door, but retreated repeatedly, failing to unlock it. Sunlight streamed through the porthole, casting a bright, blinding beam directly upon Ningyu. Her hand fell upon the door latch, already gripping it firmly. Lu Zhenhan felt his heart race, echoing with a tumultuous beat, leaving him in a daze. That beast, old Su. What should I do? Lu Zhenhan found himself utterly at a loss. Chapter 5. A revelation. Lu Zhenhan sat in the water chamber, ultimately deciding to seek out Ferguson Su. The situation had unfolded so unexpectedly that he had nearly envisioned all the tricks Ferguson Su might employ. Yet he had not anticipated that this seemingly aloof and refined elder would resort to such tactics. Lu Zhenhan felt an overwhelming urge to deliver a solid blow to him. However, he struggled to summon the resolve. The guilt swirling within him mingled with a peculiar sense of delight, a contradiction that left him flustered. He had some awareness of his own character. To forge a deep bond with the little fox amidst adversity was perhaps the pinnacle of his aspirations. Yet, he could never have imagined such absurdity would occur, especially to him. Lu Zhenhan felt his thoughts muddled. A chaotic mess he could not untangle. One thing was certain. He had begun to genuinely detest Ferguson Su. A true loathing. After donning his clothing, Lu Zhenhan pulled open the door, stepping out only to hesitate once more. The darkened room was devoid of light, and he felt his face burning with embarrassment. Akin to a petty thief, Ferguson Sue appeared to be deliberately waiting for him on deck, exuding an air of confidence as if he held all the cards. The briny sea breeze swept across the ship's bow, the canvas flapping, while the distant sky darkened ominously, heavy clouds casting a pall over the horizon. "My dear Lord Richard," Ferguson Sue said with a restrained smile, his expression tinged with unspoken complexities, "have you been waiting for me long?" Lu Zhenhan adjusted the wolf pelt draped over him. "My efforts, all that I have done for you, should suffice to prove my sincerity, no?" Ferguson Sue straightened from his lean against the turtle shell, casually dusting off his robe, which bore no speck of dust. Lu Zhenhan remained silent. Initially, he had thought to deliver a stunning blow to this elder, only to discover that his feelings were rooted in mere annoyance, devoid of true hatred. What frightened him was the growing notion of gratitude stirring within him. "Why are you doing this?" Lu Zhenhan asked, eyeing him askance. "I mean no harm. I truly harbor no ill intentions." Ferguson Sue replied with a subtle smile. "Lord Richard, my kin and I have pursued a dream for over a millennium, and suddenly, it feels within reach. Can you understand my exhilaration? You, however, stand as a mountain obstructing my dream's fruition. I lack the means to conquer this mountain, thus I must exchange a fitting price." His earlier gestures were merely a demonstration of my sincerity, hoping you might appreciate my goodwill. Your actions display a disregard for others' feelings. Lu Zhenhan sighed. "Rest assured, I will handle all subsequent matters. Ningyu pledged to follow my commands before we set sail. As a sorceress, she bears the responsibility for her kin's fate and future. I will exert every effort to ensure you have a beautiful clam maiden as a concubine. As for that mermaid, she is your captive, and according to the customs of the Aegean continent, her body and soul belong to you until redeemed." Ferguson Sue inwardly cursed the imbecile before him, who took advantage of the situation. This is quite troublesome. Lu Zhenhan thought of Ningyu's stubborn temperament and felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. Coupled with the mermaid, who was inherently his adversary, and the ever-loyal Helen, his mind grew even more troubled. "These women are but minor inconveniences, my lord. The real trouble lies with the sea folk pursuing us. I am most concerned about this." Although only 2 days remained until reaching the vast plains of the Orc Kingdom, the sea folk's time to engage in battle was limited, yet he genuinely worried about their safety upon reaching land. "While I am the highest-ranking officer on this voyage, I am merely a sorcerer, lacking in strategy and military command skills." Ferguson Sue frowned. "They say the Baimen are born warriors. I have heard much of your exceptional combat skills from the captain of the Panta warriors." "Good. You must have spent considerable time within the Baimen army, yes? I have always believed that aside from combat experience, I am utterly lacking in other aspects." Lu Zhenhan smiled. "Your battle with the Bennylu warriors showcased to me what true courage and cunning look like," Ferguson Sue said, bowing deeply in respect. At this moment, Ferguson Sue appeared to embody the very essence of a benevolent elder. "What did you use to transform them into that state?" Lu Zhenhan sighed, pressing his lips together as he inquired. "That is a closely guarded secret of our Yunqin sorcerers, a formula that must not be divulged," Ferguson Sue replied, glancing around before lowering his voice. Lu Zhenhan sneered. "I would not have guessed that you are still carrying these items. How could one possibly transport such a potion?" "I am no longer a court alchemist serving a king," Ferguson Sue replied with a sly grin. "I specially concocted a batch just for you, my lord, to serve you diligently. Should I express my gratitude?" Lu Zhenhan retorted. "That would be a fair interpretation." Ferguson Sue remarked with unusual calmness. "However, such fortune is not something everyone can encounter. The direct consequence of my actions is that none of these individuals can accompany me back to the Chasang continent. I know they harbor deep disdain for what I have done." Lu Zhenhan was taken aback by the old man's directness, momentarily stunned. "I willingly risk my reputation to serve you, Lord Richard, but it is not without consequence." Ferguson Sue, sensing the opportune moment, interjected. "You wish for me to hand over that piece of dragon meat? Do you not?" Lu Zhenhan raised an eyebrow, sharp as a sword, and seized the conversation. "Your wisdom could illuminate the heavens." Ferguson Sue nodded, his face adorned with a radiant smile akin to sunlight. "Are the conditions you previously offered unchanged?" "They remain unchanged. Everything is yours. They cannot return to the Chasang continent with me, and regardless, I will not allow them to do so. A flash of ferocity crossed Ferguson Sue's gaunt face. I possess fiefs and territories in the Beeman Kingdom that are unreachable even by birds in 3 days. To be frank, I lack neither warriors nor servants. Lu Zhenhan let out a slight grunt, subtly testing the old man's limits. If you do not require them, I shall deal with them myself. Ferguson Sue paused before responding. They once swore their lives in loyalty to me. Loyalty. What a foolish yet noble concept. Nevertheless, it saves me considerable trouble. However, I advise you, my lord, that they are our finest warriors and descendants. I have heard that your country boasts arenas and brothels. These Panta warriors could serve as gladiators, their physiques and skills capable of generating untold wealth for you. The women could be sold to the brothels, and I am certain many nobles would take a liking to them. Silence! Lu Zhenhan growled, gripping the detestable old man's collar and lifting him off the ground, the veins on his forehead pulsating. He could hardly suppress the urge to hurl him into the sea. Several Panda warriors abandoned their tasks and rushed over. The tall and robust Good stood firm, arms outstretched to block their path. Why, Lord? Good called from a distance. Lord Su remains our leader. I hope you will grant him the respect he deserves. As it reflects on us Panta warriors, Lu Zhenhan, panting heavily, released his grip in frustration. Lord Richard, I am merely speaking the truth. These insignificant lives should not provoke such agitation from your nobility. Ferguson Sue straightened his collar, a pleasant smile gracing his face. For your sake, I have already offended the sea tribe, making it nearly impossible for me to return home on this ship. He continued, I hope upon your return to the Beeman Kingdom, you can allocate a portion of the income from my fiefs to me in gold coins, so I may board a merchant vessel from Aegean continent back to Chasan continent. I have wealth? Where do you see that I possess riches? I am still in need of funds myself. Lu Zhenhan scoffed repeatedly. Your Beeman priests all have fiefs granted by the temple, and most hold noble titles. Given your remarkable prowess in battle songs, how could you not have received the temple's favor? How could you lack wealth, my lord? After all I have done for you, can you not display a modicum of generosity? Ferguson Sue, now visibly anxious, let his face sag with desperation. Let us not speak of money. Discussing finances feels so mundane. What of our bond? Lu Zhenhan interjected. What I wish to know most is how you plan to explain this matter to Ningyu. While my acquaintance with her is brief, I know she possesses a fierce temperament and stands by her word. You are aware of her previous declaration. She stated that should you force her into actions she does not desire, she would rather pay with her life to nullify the promise. Lu Zhenhan rolled his eyes. I admit, I feel a certain pride regarding today's events, and I hold no intention of blaming you. Yet, I am curious how you will justify this to Ningyu. Given her intelligence, it would not be difficult for her to deduce that this is your doing. How unfortunate that she trusts you so deeply. If she, in despair, chooses to pay with her life to honor her promise, then let her do so. In pursuit of the elixir, such a sacrifice might still fall within an acceptable range. Ferguson Sue's words were laced with a chilling undertone, reminiscent of the icy winds of the Andes. You are impressive. Lu Zhenhan raised his thumb in mock admiration, the muscles on his face twitching slightly. So it is settled. Other matters can be discussed. But I lack funds. I am but a pauper. Lu Zhenhan tugged at his wolfskin blanket. This is my only possession. Ferguson Sue let out a few cold laughs, pointing at Guagua, who was chasing after an osprey's on the deck. You can adorn a pet with an expensive necklace crafted from a mid-tier magical beast's crystal core, yet you are unwilling to provide me with a modest sum for my return journey? My lord, are you truly a miser? I feel as though I am negotiating with a cunning fox merchant. Ha. Lu Zhenhan chuckled darkly. This predicament is of your own making. Do not blame me very well. His voice boomed. Is it not merely money? When the time comes, provide me with a figure, and you may collect it directly from my financial officer. Thank you immensely, my lord. Ferguson Sue finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Wait, what about the signet ring I requested? Lu Zhenhan suddenly recalled. It seems you neglected to mention it in your earlier conditions. That is not negotiable. The signet ring cannot be given to you. Ferguson Sue firmly clutched the ring on his hand, refusing outright. Is it truly impossible? Lu Zhenhan pressed, his eyes wide with determination. Impossible. Damn it. No trade. Ferguson Sue's brow furrowed, hands on his hips, without the signet ring. The deal is off, Lord Richard, Ferguson Sue exclaimed in exasperation. How can you act this way? I have demonstrated my sincerity through my actions, yet you respond thus. A knowing smile crept onto Lu Junhan's lips. Consider this, my priest. Ferguson Su tilted his head, observing Lu Junhan. Then grant me another 100 of those red lead pills. Lu Junhan remarked slyly, your seductive schemes have proven effective. I must lower my demands. My heavens! The old man lamented. A cloud-sheen alchemist concocts but a few of those red lead pills a year, and that does not account for the herbs needed or the failure rate. I managed to extract 3 only due to the giant seahorse gifted by the mermaid princess. Where could one find such a treasure? You demand 100, and without materials, even 10 years may not yield a single one. If that cannot be done, what else can be negotiated? You possess a signet ring on each hand, alongside 4 golden figures. Could you not spare 2 for me? If this continues, I will refuse to trade. This is my final offer. I emphasize, this is your last opportunity. Lu Junhan's demeanor shifted to that of a rogue, preparing to sever ties. He rolled up his sleeves, casting his gaze about for a suitable stone to throw. It is not that I refuse to trade. Rather, it is truly impossible. Ferguson Su grasped Lu Junhan's arm, anxious he might depart. Our golden figures are our greatest asset. Without them, I cannot face the unknown world. Are you contemplating that once you obtain the dragon meat, you will consume half yourself and return with the rest of the meat and the golden figures to your settlement, taking the remaining tribesmen along? All the way back to the Silk Continent, using these invincible golden figures to carve out a kingdom for yourself to enjoy at leisure? Lu Junhan winked at Ferguson Su. You? Ferguson Su stammered. Unable to form a coherent response. That is merely my estimation. Lu Junhan smiled. Chapter 6. The army approaches. Noble promises depend on the recipient. Lord Beeman Priest, your baseless conjectures incite my utmost indignation. Old Su steadied himself, protesting with righteous fervor. He began to reassess this Beeman, whose seemingly foolish exterior concealed a sharp insight that startled him. If you had not entertained such thoughts, I would deem you a fool. Were I in your position, I would undoubtedly act thus. One must always have some aspirations. Lu Junhan patted Ferguson Su's shoulder. However, my conditions remain unchanged. You have 2 rings, and I require but 1. Keeping one for yourself to conquer the world should suffice. Do not protest in silence, knowing I have hit upon your innermost thoughts. Lu Junhan declared. Your silence challenges my already fragile patience. Should this continue, I shall cast the dragon meat into the sea. Very well. Ferguson Su gritted his teeth. I concede. However, I have a condition of my own. What condition? You must give me that turtle shell. The old man caressed the immense turtle shell as if fondling a cherished woman. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Junhan agreed wholeheartedly. Child, are you still fixated on the 4 dragon balls embedded in this shell? Allow your grandfather to enlighten you on the meaning of treachery. Lu Junhan mused inwardly. We all swore by our deities, marking the commencement of this pact. During this period, neither party shall inflict harm upon the other's safety. Should anyone breach this promise, they shall meet a gruesome end. Ferguson Su proposed, and no problem. Lu Junhan responded with ease, reciting the contract in the name of the war god, Campus. Campus? Lu Junhan scoffed internally. Who the hell knows him? From this moment on, you shall be the master of the Penglai ship. Ferguson Su declared, a cunning smile adorning his face as he removed the ring from his thumb and handed it to Lu Junhan. Lu Junhan accepted the blood jade ring, also passing over the string of inferior dragon meat he held. He smiled with great delight. Come closer, and I shall teach you the incantation to summon the golden beings. Ferguson Su trembled uncontrollably, his hands shaking violently as he accepted the dragon meat. After mastering the incantation, Lu Junhan excitedly twirled the blood jade ring on his thumb. Ferguson Su clapped his hands. I pay my respects to Lord Richard. The loyal panda warrior of the Panta tribe shall uphold our ancestors' vow and follow in your footsteps. We shall defend your honor and dignity with our lives. Good approached from the far end of the deck, kneeling on one knee, his voice deep and resonant as he swore fealty to Lu Junhan. Flanked by a row of imposing panda warriors, I shall bestow upon you honor and status befitting your loyalty. Lu Junhan could hardly suppress a chuckle as he counted the panda warriors. There were exactly 20. Each boasting a robust black and white head. Ferguson Su, clutching the giant turtle shell and the dragon meat, could not contain his laughter, tears streaming down his face. The panda warriors looked on in disdain, no longer concealing their contempt. Damn you, old bear, Good spat at the deck, uttering a curse in the dialect of the Panda tribe. Old Su rolled his eyes, defiantly giving Good a dismissive gesture. Is this ship truly mine? Lu Zhenhan squinted at the old man. Disbelief mingling with amusement, a series of muffled conch horn blasts echoed across the sea. Countless dark clouds raced overhead like galloping steeds, lightning zigzagging through the sky. The Penglai's speed was abruptly stifled by the surging waves. The massive sails flapping violently in the howling wind. Amidst the symphony of tides and thunder, a colossal formation appeared on the distant sea, the undulating waves making them seem like ethereal beings standing atop the crests. What a grand display! Lu Zhenhan inhaled deeply. Good, take your positions, prepare for battle, and fetch me a proper captain's coat. I cannot appear in such attire for negotiations with the sea folk. Ferguson Sue's laughter subsided, his expression turning grave as he raised a hand to shield his eyes, scrutinizing the swirling clouds above. Be why the heavens? The old man's face tightened with concern. It must be the Macula tribe's tide-calling crab men. They are the sorcerers of the sea folk, the storm rippers. This is undoubtedly a regular military unit of the sea folk. He too was a man with a head on his shoulders. A blade that pierces goes in white and comes out red. Lu Zhenhan linked arms with the old man, shoving him into the turtle shell, eliciting cries of protest from Ferguson Sue. Fear not. Lu Zhenhan crouched down, patting the old man's pallid face. If they wished for our demise, they could have acted long ago. The larger the spectacle they create, the more it proves they wish to rescue their princess. They fear we might act in desperation. You are not afraid at all? Ferguson Sue clutched the ribs of the turtle shell, trembling as he inquired. You are you, and I am I? Lu Zhenhan smirked. The old man watched him depart, his gaze lingering. Lu Zhenhan stood at the bow of the ship, his back straight as a spear driven into the ground. The clouds grew darker, lightning flashing in rapid succession. The wind howling, shrouding the sea in a thick fog. The shrieking sea breeze whipped Lu Zhenhan's hair into a frenzy, obscuring his vision. He vigorously shook his head to clear it. The calming melody of the spirit battle song drowned out the tumultuous roar of the waves. Rising fervently, Lu Zhenhan's gaze transformed into a glimmer of sharp blades intersecting in a long chamber, coldly directed. Behind him stood a row of formidable Panta warriors, their chilling tridents gleaming ominously. Ferguson Sue sighed. Retracting his head from the turtle shell, the dark, turbulent sea roared with might, splashing droplets everywhere in the distance. Gulls screeched in a haunting, raspy tone, flying ever lower. Ahead of the Penglai, the undulating waves revealed the approaching visage of a sea folk army. Flags woven from various colored seaweed fluttered defiantly in the fierce ocean winds, prominently displaying a trident crowned with a regal design. Several towering Bennylu whale warriors commanded the swift narwhals beneath them, issuing wild commands to maintain formation. Their iron anchors gleamed dazzlingly in the lightning. The corners of the formation, stout figures donned in red bone helmets, adorned with long whiskers, crossed their arms and chanted towards the heavens. Their incantations quickening the rolling of the clouds and intensifying the lightning strikes. Amid the low yet resonant sound of conch horns from the opposing forces, Lu Zhenhan ordered Good to drop anchor. I'll borrow something from you. Lu Zhenhan pulled Ferguson Sue from the turtle shell. Soon, a white flag ascended from the mast of the Penglai, crafted from exquisite fabric resembling a long robe. Amidst the churning waters, numerous silver-finned creatures darted past the ship before returning to formation. A golden coral chariot, pulled by 4 sea dragons, burst forth from the ranks of the sea folk. The dragons bore bony rings akin to steel whips, intermittently surfacing in the water, their tubular snouts releasing plumes of vapor that cascaded elegantly into the air. Upon the chariot stood a tall, regal man wielding a golden trident, clad in golden armor. His piercing gaze emerging through the sole crevice in his helmet, fixed intently upon Lu Zhenhan at the bow. With a thunderous roar, the sea dragon halted, and the armored man gestured with his trident, causing a multitude of silver fins to emerge from the depths, rapidly approaching the Penglai. Waves shimmered as countless silver-scaled fish leaped from the water. The elongated, spindle-shaped bodies of the fish, with their prominent spear-like snouts, glinted ominously under the clouds, casting shadows of impending doom. Flying fish, Good exclaimed, rushing forward to shield Lu Zhenhan in the face of the flying fish's speed. Any movement could only be described as sluggish. Good barely took a step before the fish breached the air. Each fish twisted in midair, effortlessly altering their trajectory, soaring past the bow and plunging into the churning depths below, a blatant provocation. The sky darkened ominously, plunging into a profound gloom. Tiny raindrops began to fall, only to be whisked away by the fierce winds. Good and the panda warriors illuminated torches and wind lanterns, the peculiar lanterns. Square in shape and seemingly made of paper, floated upwards defiantly, persisting through the storm. Although the light was dim, it carved a brilliant path through the surrounding darkness. The panda warriors stood steadfast against the wind, their torches flickering in the gusts. The golden-armored figure on the chariot, drawn by powerful sea horses, approached within an arrow's distance of the ship. The raging waves parted before him, yielding like a gentle stream, allowing him to pass with ease. The royal merfolk of the sea were masters of water manipulation. A hint of worry creased Good's sturdy face. The golden figure rose from the chariot made of golden coral, and Lu Junhan noticed not a fish tail but rather strong, muscular legs clad in intricately carved armor. The golden warrior regarded Lu Junhan with a mocking glint in his eye, and Lu Junhan scrutinized him in kind. The golden warrior waved his trident, and a flash of golden scales heralded the emergence of a massive golden tuna, shooting towards the white flag atop the mast. A stunning arc traced through the air as the tuna's enormous tail swept violently, striking the elevated white flag and gracefully lifting the robe, which slowly descended into the dark waters below. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed as Lu Junhan seized a torch and hurled it towards the airborne tuna. A shower of crimson sparks cascaded chaotically across the night sky, illuminating the previously pitch-black mast with a brilliant display reminiscent of fireworks. "Let me teach them what true courtesy entails," Lu Junhan bellowed. With unmatched force, a fishing spear struck with a dull thud, its barbed tip piercing the tuna's eye before embedding itself forcefully into the mast. The spruce wood of the spear's shaft vibrated and buzzed in the air. Blood gushed forth from the freshly opened wound in a shrill spray, misty droplets scattering in the wind, some landing on the sail while others fell into the sea. The tuna writhed in agony, futilely twisting its body before coming to a halt, its tail drooping lifelessly in the wind. A white robe billowed alone against the sharp, elongated snout of the tuna. Good's hands were empty. The spear that had just pierced the tuna's eye had belonged to him moments before. "You wretched bear, perish," Good shouted at the forces in the sea. Chapter 7. The unfortunate hostage who knows when this old ticket will allow me to board the dilapidated Punglai once more? Old Sue's eyes glistened with moisture. Good's valor astonished the aquatic kin. "Tell me your names." After a brief silence, the golden-armored general barked. He drew closer to the chariot and the vessel, his army advancing silently behind him. The vast assembly of thousands eerily quiet, creating an atmosphere that sent shivers down the spine. "I am Richard, the captain of the ship from the land of travelers, the humble dragon priest of the Orc Kingdom. Lu Junhan extends his sincerest respect to you." Lu Junhan spat, the saliva drifting with the wind, splattering across the face of the golden general. "I am Prince Zemillion of the Sea Tribe, Poseidon, Orc priest. Why have you abducted my sister, the pride of all sea kin, the most beautiful flower, Avril? Return her at once." Prince Zemillion brandished a massive kite-shaped shield from the chariot, striking it with his trident, the sound reverberating like thunder. "Return her, and I shall relent." Lu Junhan chuckled, digging into his nostrils and flicking a booger in the direction of the prince. "You vile dragon priest?" Zemillion roared. "Are you challenging my patience?" "Your Highness," Lu Junhan retorted, "my humble life can summon the life magic of the Orc priest. Nebula chain lightning. If you wish for your sister's flower-like beauty to wither in the blink of an eye due to your impulsiveness, I am not afraid of mutual destruction. State your terms, you detestable Orc," Zemillion snapped, tugging at the restless sea dragon, steering the chariot in another direction. "How can I have my sister returned?" he demanded loudly. "We are innocent travelers. It was your provocation that compelled us to rise against the oppression of our dignity." Lu Junhan felt hoarse from shouting, using a trumpet flower to amplify his voice. "Let us not stray from the main issue. I need to know your terms. Do you seek gold or precious pearls? Speak, Orc dragon priest." Zemillion impatiently interrupted Lu Junhan's ramblings. "I am not greedy. I merely wish to return to my homeland, the beautiful Danube wilderness, I need you not to obstruct our path home, allowing our dilapidated vessel to return to our homeland swiftly, Lu Junhan shouted into the trumpet flower. Absolutely not. Prince Zemillion waved his trident. First release my sister Avril, or all discussions are off. What do you intend? Lu Junhan scowled, preparing to show his unruly side. Although Avril is the treasure of both myself and the Sea Kin, I will not hesitate to sacrifice her when necessary. You detestable byman, as long as you do not return Avril in the next moment, I shall ensure all of you accompany her to the grave. Zemillion tugged at the reins restlessly, racing across the sea surface. Obis Raki, more shameless than my own father, Lu Junhan exclaimed, nearly dropping his jaw into the water. I swear by the god of war Campos that upon my return to the vast Danube wilderness, I will return your sister to you unharmed. Do you see the emblem of the cartel at the bow of my ship? We are a race that keeps its promises. Lu Junhan's expression turned solemn. I hope you do not let a moment of impulse ruin the life of Princess Avril. The merman prince paced restlessly upon the waves, remaining silent for an extended period. Several individuals, clearly advisors, approached the chariot through the waves. Lu Junhan whispered to Good, do you think this fellow is an impostor of a prince? I clearly see he has 2 legs. Mermen transform their tails into legs upon marriage. But if they reach the surface, they lose their ability to speak, Good replied, shaking his massive head. You seem knowledgeable, Lu Junhan remarked, patting Good's large neck with a chuckle. Byman Dragon Priest? After deliberation with his advisors, Prince Zemillion's tone softened considerably. I have given your suggestion considerable thought, but I have an additional condition. Otherwise, I would rather demonstrate the pride of our Sea Kin through my army. Speak, Lu Junhan exclaimed, feeling triumphant. You underestimate me. I have sworn oaths to the god of war Campos that are beyond your reckoning. The loyalty of priests to the god of war has been validated by our Sea Kin for over 2 millennia. Given that you are a rare dragon priest, capable of conquering such a proud race, it signifies that your character must embody nobility and integrity. Prince Zemillion declared, we require a hostage of equal standing as collateral. It is not a matter of distrust in your noble character, but we need assurance. Curse it. What a cunning Sea Kin, Good muttered under his breath. No problem. Just a curious question. Will my hostage drown in the sea? Lu Junhan asked, his heart soaring at the prospect. We will use the barrier of the Storm Ripper Sorcerer to ensure he does not drown, and we will fairly exchange hostages when your ship docks. Prince Zemillion replied. Agreed? Lu Junhan shouted with fervor, why lord? I shall be the hostage, Good declared, stepping forward with determination. Who said you could go? Lu Junhan shot him a glare, bending down to extract Old Su from his shell, discreetly pushing up his chin, secretly dislocating it. Old Su flailed his arms helplessly, unable to utter a word, why lord? Several panda warriors nearby looked on in sympathy. Silence, Lu Junhan pointed to his own nostrils, declaring, remember, I am now the captain. I have the authority to decide all of this. The sorcerer is the highest authority among our kin. Treating him this way is unjust, Good protested. Stepping forward, I volunteer to be the hostage. You re-mad, Lu Junhan scolded, spitting as he spoke. It's not like going means you can't return, truly. So it is decided. Lu Junhan subtly wiped a blood-red jade ring onto Old Su's thumb. Transferring ownership. Dear Prince, how about I offer our ship's former captain, the great Eastern puppeteer, Yunchin's sorcerer Ferguson Su, as collateral? Louis Figo. Prince Zemillion bellowed. A warrior wrapped in thick bandages stepped forward from the ranks, shame evident on his face. Behold this human. The prince pointed his trident at Old Su standing at the bow. What is his standing on this vessel? The bandaged whale warrior used his uninjured hand to shade his eyes, scrutinizing Old Su for a long time before declaring, it is he. He summoned 2 bronze giants with wicked sorcery and broke my arm. It was he who conversed with the princess. Old Su's face turned pale in the wind. Silence, Sir Louis Figo. Do you not think you have embarrassed yourself enough? The prince reprimanded the unfortunate whale warrior, then turned to Old Su, standing proudly at the bow, with a smile. Great Eastern sorcerer. Will you voluntarily serve as our Sea Kin's hostage? Ferguson Su nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. Lu Junhan loosened his grip on Su's hand behind his back, a tuft of hair stuck between his fingers. Next time, don't pull so hard, Lu Junhan thought to himself. Prince Emilian grinned, thinking how foolish the Baiman tribe was, not realizing they were swearing upon Neptune and Amphitrite, and readily agreeing to his request. Then, Lu Junhan hurled Ferguson Su towards the prince in the sea. His strength far exceeded what the prince could comprehend, and the dislocated Ferguson Su sailed through the air in a graceful arc, landing a considerable distance away in front of the prince's chariot, creating a massive splash that drenched the prince from head to toe. It was truly unintentional, Lu Junhan said. Chapter 8. A clever delegation and explanation. Lu Junhan felt a twinge of regret for tossing the detestable Ferguson Su into the sea as a hostage, for he had lost a witness to argue on his behalf. The face of Ningyu was shrouded in a layer of frost, while Aver donned a gown of jade white, her eyes rimmed with crimson swelling. Leaving Lu Junhan momentarily dazed, Ningyu remained silent, biting her lip, tears cascading down her cheeks in a mournful stream, as the crystalline shell behind her trembled silently. Shameless Baiman. Aver trembled, yet found herself incapable of uttering further curses. Believe it or not, it was indeed Ferguson Su administered the poison. What do you expect me to do? Lu Junhan felt an overwhelming embarrassment. How could Lord Fengshe concoct such a vile potion and use it on his loyal subordinate? Ningyu choked out, I need to hear him confirm it with my own ears. You filthy pig. Aver's face radiated with brilliance. If the two of you cannot find solace, then I am powerless. Lu Junhan turned his head away, forcing himself not to think or look further. After all, I too am a victim. You must not speak any further. The mermaid sprang up, her small fists raining down on Lu Junhan in a fit of anger. And having yet to become accustomed to walking, she stumbled into his embrace. I won't speak. I won't. Lu Junhan held Aver close. I am merely clarifying the facts. Aver's tears fell like pearls onto the cabin floor, producing a sound that rang clear and heart-wrenching. The siren cries at night. Her tears turned to pearls, Ningyu said with a sorrowful smile, her own face awash with tears, pitifully alluring. This cannot be entirely my fault. Can it? Lu Junhan sought to defend himself but found no words. The usually eloquent debater rendered speechless today. Where's Lord Su? Why does he not come to see us, to witness his own handiwork? Ningyu's eyelashes fluttered widely. He has endeavored so ardently to please you. Surely he deserves what he desires. Her gaze fell upon Lu Junhan's thumb, where a beautiful blood jade ring rested. A transaction. A shameless transaction. Ningyu rose coldly, her tone as frigid as a voice carried from a snow-capped mountain. Say what you will. Lu Junhan cradled Aver's delicate face in his arms, gently stroking her exquisite golden locks. I swear. I had no prior knowledge of this matter. Moreover, I expressed my utmost indignation. I have already turned Ferguson Su over to the Prince of the Sea Folk as a hostage, as a means to relieve your grievances. My brother has come? Aver lifted her head from the warmth of his embrace, surprise illuminating her features, only to suddenly recoil in disgust, a rash forming on her tender arms. Am I truly so detestable? Lu Junhan felt a wave of despondency wash over him, as though his heart had been obstructed. I do not detest you. Aver's cerulean eyes brimmed with hatred. I hope the sea god casts all curses upon you. I wish for you to languish forever in the depths of an unending hell, scorched by everlasting flames. Why make Lord Su a hostage? Ningyu raised her lips in a smirk, regarding Lu Junhan. How could you treat a noble Lord Fengshe in such a manner? Noble? Lu Junhan scoffed. If using a subordinate's life to pursue an elusive selfish desire can be deemed noble, how I long for even a smidgen of such nobility. Ningyu bit her lip tightly, her chest heaving violently. Everything aboard this vessel now belongs to me. Ferguson Su swore an oath with the highest deity of the East alongside me, and because of that, if you do not believe, I can take you to find Good, who will elucidate everything for you. Lu Junhan shook his head, exhaling a sigh. To speak frankly, I truly do not know how to face you, yet I must come. Ningyu, I implore you not to squander your precious life on futile self-destruction. I will not permit your demise, for you know I possess the ability to share life through the Heartlock war song. I assure you, as long as I draw breath, I shall not stand idly by and watch you perish. You and Aver are my first women. Despite my time spent with Helen, you remain my first. I am a coarse Baiman. I know I am unworthy of you. The weeping of Ningyu and Aver resounded once more. Had it not been for this unfortunate incident, I believe you both could have found a handsome prince or nobleman. Living joyously for a lifetime, Lu Junhan continued. The sobs grew louder. But I, Richard, am a man of 7 feet. I accept whatever I have done, yet to pay with my life as penance for you both is simply impossible. This is not our fault, neither yours nor mine. This is the misfortune brought upon us by greed. If ever, your sea folk could exhibit a modicum of tolerance and refrain from conflict with those aboard this vessel. Perhaps today's events could have been avoided, such as fate. Lu Junhan laughed, albeit somewhat forced. The weeping intensified. Moreover, there is something I must tell you. Lu Junhan gritted his teeth, recounting his youthful days and how he came to this world, speaking slowly, oblivious to how much time had elapsed. The harrowing battles he described unfolded like a tale belonging to another, and he could not fathom why he was sharing it with these 2 girls he had known for less than 2 days. Yet he did. The sound of weeping ceased. Lu Junhan narrated the last moment he beheld his brother, reminiscing about the times spent singing Cat Ear Cave in the Cat Ear Cave. His eyes glimmered with tears, the kind that only a true man possesses. These tears were far more poignant than genuine pearls. The 2 girls were captivated, even forgetting their sorrow. They had not anticipated that a seemingly simple pig-like orc could harbor such a complex past. Lu Junhan spoke of the moments spent on the island with the little fox, his mundane story unfolding with an unusual depth of feeling. A pair of delicate hands encircled Lu Junhan from behind, a familiar fragrance wafting into his nostrils, and no matter where you come from, you will always be my Richard. You have awakened? Lu Junhan wiped his tears, joy illuminating his voice. I was in a daze. But upon hearing your story, I am fully awake. Helen's red curls cascaded gracefully onto Lu Junhan's shoulder. Chapter 9. The Domain Barrier. Helen, there are things I have always wanted to tell you, yet I could never find the right moment. Lu Junhan pressed his lips together, gently leaning against Helen's delicate face. I never pondered who you are. Your ability to comprehend the Baiman war song indicates that you are Baiman, a gift bestowed upon me by the god of war. Helen pressed her forehead against Lu Junhan's, gazing deeply into his broad face. To others, you may not appear handsome, yet to me, your steadfastness and unyielding spirit are forever the most beautiful rainbow in my heart. Why do you not tell them how during your time adrift at sea, you saved the sweetest melons for me while consuming only the rinds yourself? Why not share how, when I was on the brink of illness and death, you used the suddenly realized Heartlock war song to save my life? Why not speak of the pain and despair you felt during that time? You know, Richard, when I last saw your sorrowful expression, I swore to the god of war that if there is a next life, you shall be my only one. What is the big deal? Is it not merely a person from another world who suddenly became a pig? Aver turned her head away, no longer looking at Lu Junhan. She felt a twinge of shame for being so captivated, her feet shuffling restlessly on the ground. I do not wish to say more. What has happened has happened. I am a man grounded in reality. I have never forced anyone to do what they do not wish to do, except those I loathe. Once we return to the Donau wilderness, as long as I pass the temple's scrutiny, become a Baiman priest, and acquire a fief and wealth, you may go wherever you wish. If you choose not to leave, I shall treat you well for life. I will marry you, Lu Junhan stated. I shall make no vows. My oaths have often been uttered in ignorance. Yet you are not yet a formal Baiman priest? Both Ningyu and Aver were left agape in astonishment. Richard is a born soul singer. Although not yet a formal priest, he possesses the battle song prowess of a staff priest. Helen tightly linked her arm with Lu Junhan's, an expression of jealousy mingling with undeniable pride. What should I do? Aver looked at herself, lost in confusion. Your brother has come to retrieve you. Once we reach land, I will hand you over to him, Lu Junhan said with a wistful sigh. Inexplicably harboring an unshakable affection for this willful and unreasonable princess, a feeling that was both unclear and profound. The mermaid's eyes misted over once more. Ningyu, upon returning to the Baiman kingdom, I will find a merchant ship to take you back to the Chasan continent. Lu Junhan sighed gently. A slender, delicate hand gently entwined with his other robust arm. Why must I leave you? Ningyu snorted coldly. How can I return with any face, since the Panta warrior and this ship have been offered as a price for you? How can I be any different? A noble illusionist cannot betray their oath. Hee. The little fox remarked with a hint of sarcasm. In our Baiman culture, their essay saying, marry a Kaikian, and you shall follow a Kaikian. Marry a Daoge, and you shall accompany a Daoge. Miss Helen, how old are you? Ningyu gazed at Helen. 18, Helen replied, feeling a wave of self-doubt under her scrutiny. And you, Richard? Ningyu turned her attention to Lu Zhenhan. 19. I may appear older, but in truth, I am not that advanced in years. Lu Zhenhan lowered his chin slightly to conceal his dense beard. Well then, I am older than both of you, from this day forth. Richard must forget all that has transpired and diligently learn how to become a competent Baiman priest. A conjurer's husband should embody the finest of heroes and warriors. Henceforth, you shall consume only unleavened bread. Abstain from alcoholic beverages and refrain from female companionship, for all these will corrupt your soul. You must hone your fighting spirit with will and determination, allowing courage and loyalty to permeate your very essence. Ningyu showed no trace of bashfulness. Her series of prohibitions left Lu Zhenhan utterly bewildered. Why? The little fox's face flushed, her bushy tail swaying animatedly. Why must we heed your words? Before she could finish, the little fox found herself clutching an ugly, enormous rat, startling her into leaping into Lu Zhenhan's embrace, frantically swatting at the creature, which streaked through a blue light and vanished, and just like that. Ningyu snorted disdainfully, her piercing gaze penetrating Lu Zhenhan's eyes. Lu Zhenhan nodded foolishly. Very well, Ningyu affirmed. Pinch me. Lu Zhenhan directed at the little fox. Why? To see if I am dreaming. Lu Zhenhan let out a pained scream. Princess Aver, what of you? Ningyu looked at the mermaid slumped on the ground. How could I ever be with this hideous Baiman? I would rather plunge into the depths of hell. Aver curled her legs tightly, as though wishing to transform back into her enchanting fish tail. I support you. Helen insidiously encouraged the mermaid. Humph. Aver turned her head away. Richard, allow me to see your domain barrier, shall we? Is it not said that by being with a mermaid, one would receive the gentle blessings of the sea goddess Amphitrite? The little fox taunted Aver deliberately. Don't look. There's nothing worth seeing. Lu Zhenhan felt particularly embarrassed, having previously admired it before entering the room for negotiations, where he had entertained a gathering of pandas on the deck. Let us take a look together. Ningyu shook Lu Zhenhan's arm. Aver glared at Lu Zhenhan, her curiosity piqued. Little girls will always be little girls. Aver's curiosity could easily culminate in disaster, even for a panda. Lu Zhenhan focused his mind, blushing, and as he heeded the call, a shimmering, dreamlike blue barrier materialized before him in an arc. The abundant water element, amplified by its maritime location, made the barrier appear as a mirror of blue gemstone. Waves rippled across the mirror-like barrier. Ningyu was dumbfounded, Helen was astonished, and Lu Zhenhan lowered his head in embarrassment. Aver emitted a series of desperate, piercing screams, the high-pitched sound waves dizzying everyone in the confined space. Emerging from the barrier was the mermaid, unmistakably Aver herself. The line between illusion and reality blurred to near indistinction. A wave of blue light rolled over Aver, accompanied by a faint, ethereal chant of blessings that lingered in the room, drifting softly away. Her domain barrier was awakening. Ningyu grasped Lu Zhenhan, who was intent on stepping forward. A mirror-like barrier appeared before Aver, and with a flash of dreamlike blue light, a towering silhouette gradually came into focus, strong and muscular, as sturdy as rock, with a blood-red dragon coiling about to take flight. The illustrious Lu Zhenhan, accompanied by the evaporating water element, suddenly materialized. Lu Zhenhan's scalp tingled, utterly dumbfounded. He never could have imagined such a scene. Chapter 10. Love without wings. I forgot to wear my glasses today. The sea goddess Amphitrite remarked. Fool! Ningyu pinched Lu Zhenhan sharply. What on earth are you thinking? This is the starry reflection barrier. Whatever you envision will manifest in the barrier. Aver cried out in despair. Fainting limply, the Lu Zhenhan within the barrier vanished, leaving only the mermaid princess gazing around in confusion. They say our Fox clan women are bewitching, but the mermaid tribe is no less extraordinary. Little Fox Helen spoke with an unmistakable sourness. Dissolve the barrier already? Ningyu scolded Lu Zhenhan playfully, turning her head away. Lu Zhenhan hurriedly dispelled the barrier, feeling a bit awkward despite his greasy countenance. You're in trouble, Ningyu stated. Others may not know, but we travelers from Yunqin are well acquainted with the sea folk. The starry reflection barrier only appears between deeply loving couples, a highest blessing from the sea goddess Amphitrite. Yet for this to occur between you two is utterly absurd. I've heard of this barrier. Helen nodded in agreement. Aver loves me? Lu Jinhan felt cold sweat and bitter laughter surge forth. This jest was overly ambitious. And he hadn't deluded himself to such an extent. I too do not believe she would fall for you. Helen glared fiercely at her Richard. This domain barrier possesses unimaginable benefits. The water element mermaid conjured within serves as a natural magical shield, capable of warding off many lethal injuries. For you, known for your frail physique as a Baiman priest, it could not be more advantageous. Ningyu gazed at Lu Zhenhan with a hint of envy. Who claims my Guagua is a beast of misfortune? It is undoubtedly a creature of good fortune. Lu Zhenhan laughed heartily, reveling in such serendipity, feeling as though fortune had rained down upon him. What of our magical beasts? Helen recalled her own magical beast, the fish eagle. Guagua was currently frolicking on the deck, riding the fish eagle in wild delight. The little creature was quite spirited. Lu Zhenhan boasted. Only moments ago, it was helping me guard the premises. Good fortune comes in abundance. This barrier is also renowned as an evolving barrier. It continues to evolve. Ningyu reflected on the earlier scene, tears of laughter streaming down her face. What does it evolve into? Lu Zhenhan hazarded a guess. I do not know. Ningyu's face flushed. Yes, it. Lu Zhenhan's eyes twinkled with realization, his heart suddenly enlightened. Ningyu bit her lip, her cheeks burning fiercely. What can it evolve into? Do tell. I only know the first evolution is the Starry Gate. The barrier behind will open a connected space, allowing anyone within the barrier to transcend spatial barriers and stand before the other. Ningyu pouted, shyly sharing her thoughts. Her heart raced with excitement. It would serve well for an escape. Lu Zhenhan mused, resting his chin upon his hand, lost in reverie. Beautiful you. Do you truly expect someone to remain by your side for a lifetime? Yet, even if this mermaid princess were to leave you, she would forever confront another version of you. Helen's words dripped with jealousy, intertwined with deep envy. I truly am unfortunate. Lu Zhenhan felt utterly speechless, internally reveling in glee while outwardly maintaining a facade of despondency, as though he were on the brink of despair. Humph. Ningyu cast him a glance, knowing well that he was relishing the moment. However, do not become too pleased. The barrier is not solely beneficial. There are drawbacks as well. More drawbacks? Pray tell, not curses or anything of the sort. Lu Zhenhan, having been cursed before, felt a chill run down his spine at Ningyu's words. It cannot entirely be termed a drawback. Ningyu fanned her beautiful shell behind her. Due to the unique interconnectedness of the barrier, your lives are now entwined. The death of either party will inevitably lead to the demise of the other. Abyssal. Lu Zhenhan felt utterly disheartened. He had unwittingly given away half of his life. No worries. Though I may feel gloomy, my resolve remains firm. Who could possibly harm me? I have the 4 great golden beings. Richard, do not become too smug. Helen interjected with a snort. Mermaids, like all sea folk, cannot endure prolonged exposure to land and earth elements. The earth element is their most significant nightmare. Extended contact with it does not merely strip them of their ability to speak. Their very lives hang in the balance. Richard, you may enjoy this favor, but perhaps you lack the destiny to match it. Fox Clan. So jealous. Ningyu giggled, covering her mouth. Little sister Fox, I hate to disappoint you. But within the shell of Richard's dragon offspring, the Bishi, lie 4 ribs, each containing a sacred pearl, water, fire, earth, and wood. If the 5th sacred pearl, the metal pearl, is gathered, this Bishi can shed its shell and transform into a dragon. Consuming all 5 pearls together grants the gift of eternal life. Although this Bishi has not attained a lifespan of 10,000 years, it has at least produced 4 beads. Among them, the Avoid Earth bead, when worn by a human or ingested, allows one to manifest upon land, thus living like an ordinary human. Are these 4 beads truly so formidable? Lu Zhenhan felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. He had nearly bestowed such a precious item upon the old man's Sue. What a close call. Thankfully, his mischievous nature had saved him. Otherwise, he would have unwittingly favored that old coot. Yet, the shell of that model is exceedingly tough. Even the wind blade of the demon wolf struggles to inflict harm upon it. How could you possibly breach it? Helen pouted, still unconvinced. Helen, I am a clam person, after all, Ningyu replied with a triumphant smile. Richard does not belong exclusively to you. You cannot monopolize him. Illusions? Helen was uncertain how illusions related to that turtle shell. Illusions are, of course, ineffective. They merely deceive the eye. However, as a clam person, I know that clams, snakes, turtles, and dragons can all condense into pearls with their bodies. Correct. We clam people are born pearl divers, and our secret method for seeking pearls is specifically designed for extracting dragon pearls. Ningyu smiled. Much like the rare illusionists among your Foxkin's behemoth sacred altar priests, the proportion of my kin producing illusionists is also quite low. Most of my people on the Chasan continent earn their living through pearl diving. Sister, you possess an abundance of skills, Helen sincerely marveled. Listen to your sister, Ningyu said gently, caressing Helen's youthful face. The little fox obediently nodded. What about me? Lu Zhenhan hesitated to ask, feeling somewhat embarrassed, yet matters of his happiness compelled him to inquire. I am unsure how you will resolve the dispute with the Sea Clan, but if Princess Avril genuinely wishes to be with you, I shall not be so ungracious as to refuse the bountiful blessings of the sea goddess Amphitrite. Ningyu pinched Lu Zhenhan's nose playfully, her expression warm. However, we must maintain a proper distance between us. Lu Zhenhan internally lamented. Was this not a form of torment? Yet, upon seeing Ningyu's serious demeanor, he felt a twinge of trepidation. Realizing he had encountered his match, Chapter 11, Good Morning, Danube Wilderness. The Sea Clan continued to pursue the ship Panglai, their presence grand and imposing. The towering silhouette of the Timerla mountain range revealed itself on the third day, and the Danube Wilderness finally came into view. The ship cautiously navigated around the icebergs drifting downstream, and the face of Good, the helmsman, bore an added gravity. Standing at the bow, Lu Zhenhan, with Guagua atop his head, gazed distantly at the cold and mysterious Timerla mountain range, where clouds swirled at its peak, distant and unattainable. Why is the Danube Wilderness on this side of Timerla so lush, rather than a frozen wasteland? Lu Zhenhan gestured grandly as he posed his question to Helen. The warm currents brought by the Andes trade winds are unable to surpass the towering Timerla, while the imposing Tangula Peak keeps spring confined to the Danube Wilderness. Leaving the cold forever on the other side of the mountain, Helen inhaled the familiar air, opening her arms wide, her tattered ceremonial robe billowing in the wind, and a floral smile graced her face. If only the great human sorcerers could unleash a destructive forbidden spell to blast open a gaping hole in the heart of Timerla, then warm, moist air could flow across the impassable snow peaks, transforming the other side into yet another Danube wilderness. How splendid that would be! Lu Zhenhan sighed deeply. What peculiar thoughts occupy your mind? Ningyu could not help but chuckle. She rarely laughed, and when she did, it sent shivers down Lu Zhenhan's spine, rendering him momentarily speechless. He is a fool. Avril shot Lu Zhenhan a glare, now only daring to hide behind the deck, gazing at the mountain from a distance. Unable to face her kin, the thought of it only deepened her resentment towards Lu Zhenhan. On the other side of the mountain lies the mighty human kingdom of Tel Aviv, the only human realm we behemoths hold in esteem. Their berserkers are the only warriors capable of matching our behemoth army in strength and bravery. Helen continued, nonchalantly casting a glance at Avril, our current king, His Majesty Grek Sal, once traversed the so-called insurmountable Timerla during his youth, reaching the realm of the Tel Aviv berserkers, where he forged bonds with many heroes. Presently, among the Royal Guard instructors, there are 10 Tel Aviv berserkers, all of whom were companions he met during his adventures. How do the berserkers compare to my panda warriors? Lu Zhenhan inquired, brimming with enthusiasm. In terms of size and strength, they are indeed comparable. However, berserkers excel in wielding throwing axes, unlike Good and his kin, who utilize harpoons, Helen explained. Our Panta clan's panda strength is merely primitive brute force, Good humbly interjected, steering the ship. Look at how humble a subordinate he is. Lu Zhenhan appreciated this quality in Good. Actually, your earlier idea was rather insightful, Avril remarked, frowning slightly as if grasping a newfound understanding. It is of no use. The Berserker Kingdom lacks sorcerers. They solely revere the god of strength, Odin. Timerla serves as a natural barrier, stretching for thousands of miles, distinctly marking the border between us and humanity. It is not merely this mountain and wilderness that impede human progress. After the Hegarl battle a millennium ago, we should have vanished. Helen chuckled lightly. The present human kingdoms are embroiled in constant cycles of division and unification, leaving no one to concern themselves with us. What is that? Ningyu pointed towards a colossal stone statue along the coastline. That is a statue of a goddess, holding a torch in her left hand and a codex in her right. Alas, much of it is now submerged, remnants of the war among the gods a millennium ago. Akin to the two sword-bearing deities near the Nalen horn. Helen's shoulders trembled as she recognized familiar elements from her homeland, a surge of nostalgia overwhelming her. What a splendid civilization now, even its name has been lost to the winds. Lu Zhenhan felt an urge to compose poetry, but after racking his brain for a while, he could not conjure even a single line. What are you planning to do? Ningyu quietly tugged at Lu Zhenhan. Glancing at the mermaid. Avril's face displayed a myriad of emotions, ranging from dejection to yearning, followed by sighing. For the past 2 days, she had been learning to walk, resulting in frequent pauses to massage her sore ankles. I am not sure, Lu Zhenhan replied, feeling perplexed. Do not return her to the Sea Clan. The mermaid's attachment to this matter is beyond your imagination. It would be tantamount to murder. Ningyu's shell trembled in the cold wind. If I don't return her, then I won't. Lu Zhenhan draped his wolf pelt over Ningyu's shoulders. What are your plans? Ningyu inquired. None. You, of all people. Ningyu nearly fainted from exasperation. Why not think of a strategy? How will you negotiate a hostage exchange? Do you think the Sea Clan would simply allow us to disembark? One water magic spell could spell doom for you. Do not be deceived by your own size. I am not without my own 2 hands. Lu Zhenhan clenched his fists, producing a series of loud cracks. Heavens! Ningyu was utterly speechless. How could someone so evidently brutish attract the attention of the god of war? And even be a born soul singer? Perhaps he was cursed by a beast. Lu Zhenhan, unfazed by shame, added with a sense of pride, that self-created battle song of mine is indeed a miracle. Perhaps the god of war has his own discerning eye. You fool, when others place hope in you, you often collapse. When you feel utterly hopeless, you somehow devise a clever plan. Ningyu playfully spread her delicate palm, revealing a pearl the size of a pigeon's egg rolling about. The pearl shimmered with an ethereal sapphire hue, as if it contained the essence of a distant mountain, hazy and indistinct. You took this from my turtle shell, didn't you? Lu Zhenhan instantly deduced. The avoid water pearl. Ningyu leaned in closer to Lu Zhenhan's ear and whispered a few words. Excellent. Heaven is aiding me. Lu Zhenhan erupted in hearty laughter. What are you saying? Helen gazed at them curiously. I won't tell you. Lu Zhenhan winked with a grin. Suddenly, a flurry of playful punches ensued. Chapter 12. The Unkind Brother-in-Law. The long voyage finally reached its conclusion as the ship Penglai docked at last. The coastline was a desolate expanse of basalt, with lush green pastures visible in the distance, caressed by a gentle breeze akin to a lover's breath. The Sea Clan army appeared as if conjured from thin air, with Prince Cimmerian directing his subordinates to lift a water-blue barrier frame, dragged by seaweed, from the ship's deck. The coastline was relatively shallow, and whale warriors swam in the distance, occasionally glancing over, beside Lu Zhenhan. Avril was encased within a large wooden box filled with water, her tail joyfully splashing, sending up sprays of water. Sister, the prince urgently called out. Please remain calm, my lord. Lu Zhenhan interrupted his cries. Your Highness, please allow my crew to disembark first. I apologize for my ignorance and malice. I genuinely worry that if your mage, the Stormbreaker, were to misfire, we would all be doomed. I shall obliterate your vessel. Along this journey, I could sink 1,000 ships like yours. The uncontainable ire of Prince Cimmerian was palpable. Your suspicion rivals that of humanity itself, Beeman. One must always consider the worst-case scenario. If you do not mind, I shall first allow my crew to disembark. Lu Zhenhan waved his hand, and the crew began to assemble the gangplank, directing everyone to hastily carry their belongings ashore. All wore wide-brimmed hats, with a gentle breeze causing the veils atop them to dance like dandelion seeds in the wind. Slave traders? Cimmerian scrutinized the seemingly honest Beeman, utterly baffled by his intelligence. A trivial transaction, Lu Zhenhan boldly declared. I was, in fact, hoping to negotiate an agreement with your esteemed nation of Xiahai. Should you permit me passage across the seas, I could supply you with a substantial quantity of weaponry and armor each year. Armor and weaponry? Which nation allows private trade of arms and armor? The price of pure steel is equivalent to silver coins. Do not presume I am unaware. Prince Cimmerian was profoundly skeptical. I neglected to mention that my father-in-law is the highest official in Beeman's northeastern province. Lu Zhenhan boasted without a flicker of his eyelid, as if the pig bladder had been punctured without causing him any alarm. Is that so? Zemillion indeed observed a breathtakingly beautiful fox clan maiden walking alongside a woman clad in a wide-brimmed hat as they traversed the gangplank. Zemillion nearly succumbed to his impulse to act, but with his sister still in the hands of the opposing party, he restrained his thieving heart. Why mine's house, 5,000 dwarf slaves toiling day and night, crafting blades and swords that could cleave even the finest Milanese armor as if it were mere butter. Lu Zhenhan, aware that dwarves were the finest blacksmiths, began to extol their virtues, buying time in the process. Truly, Zemillion felt a flicker of interest. The greatest limitation for the sea folk was indeed weaponry and armor. The armors crafted from seaweed and coral, and weapons fashioned from fish bones, scarcely met the demands of warfare. Humans had consistently refused to fully open the arms trade, allowing only a sporadic supply of inferior weaponry into the hands of the sea clans, which corroded rapidly in seawater and proved largely ineffectual. If this Beeman before him spoke the truth, it was indeed worth considering. More precious than pearls. Lu Zhenhan swore an oath, invoking the just war god, claiming that though Beeman's weapons might be somewhat crude, their quality was absolutely on par with that of humanity, and no merchant would willingly expose their shortcomings. Upon hearing this, Prince Zemillion, swayed by his earnest demeanor, began to waver in his resolve. Should he truly slay him? Your Highness must be aware of how, on the day of my encounter with your sister, the esteemed princess, I managed to vanquish so many Mermish knights. It was all thanks to our weaponry. Our arms can easily rend tough flesh. Even the robust seahorse of the princess was pierced through by my subordinate's lance. Lu Zhenhan seized the moment, casting sidelong glances to urge the crew to hasten their pace. What conditions do you desire? Prince Zemillion was unable to restrain his growing intrigue. He resolved to engage in a serious discussion with this Beeman. Acquiring quality weaponry would be of significant benefit to the Xiahai people. Their ongoing conflict with the sea folk of Yalisai beyond the Nalan Cape demanded such provisions, and with superior arms, they could swiftly dominate the entire Aegean region. I require. Lu Zhenhan launched into a lengthy oration, pausing after each statement for contemplation. Observing that only Guagua remained, struggling under the weight of a large tortoise shell as she trudged towards the shore, Lu Zhenhan concluded his proposal with a grin. In the distance, a large group of onlookers gazed upon him as he bartered with the prince. This condition is unacceptable. Could we possibly compromise further? The prince was utterly absorbed in the thrill of negotiation. Finding the terms presented by the foolish Beeman to be exceedingly lenient, which incited a fervent desire to haggle, he suddenly deemed this Beeman adorably dim-witted. Is it costly? Lu Zhenhan scratched his head, inwardly chuckling. Very well. I shall offer your Highness 10 fox singers and dancers as a gift, in hopes that you shall cease your haggling. Splendid, splendid. The prince's eyes sparkled with delight. I desire the one from earlier. What of the girl adorned with seashells? She is my slave. If your Highness wishes, I shall gift her to you as well. Lu Zhenhan grandly gestured. Your generosity leaves me feeling quite ashamed. The prince's eyes glistened. Truly, this Beeman is quite commendable. I shall go ashore to summon them. Please wait. Lu Zhenhan, with a guileless demeanor, bowed deeply and gradually made his way up the gangplank, quickening his pace until he was running. Your Highness, a sorcerer, filled with immense doubt, addressed Prince Zemillion. When will the Fox clan be able to wed with the Pig clan? They are master and vassal, after all. How could commoners possibly marry nobles? This is dire, the prince suddenly realized. The Beeman has been deceiving me. Fortunately, my Aweir remains. She must have fled to avoid harm, employing a cunning ruse to escape. These cowardly clownfish abandon even their companions. The prince's gaze fell upon the wooden box at the prow, where his sister thrashed about in the water, and his heart eased, and no sooner had he spoken than the image of Aweir within the water box began to distort. The shattered water element resembling a broken mirror, with crystals plummeting, dissolving into mere illusions. Go and investigate. Prince Zemillion nearly leapt from his seat. Only a box of water, Your Highness. An agile octopus warrior emerged from above, its slick head peeking out. This Beeman can indeed conjure an image of the princess using water elements. Could he be a water mage? Several storm sorcerers exchanged glances. Despicable, shameless, vile, filthy creature. The prince's eyes turned blood-red as he slowly turned his head towards the orc shaman charging up the hillside. Abruptly snatching off his helmet, the prince's handsome, sculpted features twisted in fury as a deep azure barrier materialized before him. The once tranquil shore erupted into a tremendous whirlpool, with waves of water swirling madly. Nearly toppling even the sea folk, the azure barrier, filled with frenzied torrents, gradually rose into the sky, transforming into a colossal wave towering high as it surged towards Lu Zhenhan. Lu Zhenhan was in the midst of hoisting Guagua onto his shoulder while dragging the tortoise shell. Continuing his sprint forward, from her vantage point atop the hill, Helen observed the towering wave approaching Lu Zhenhan with hurricane-like speed, her pupils dilating in alarm. The crest of the wave morphed into a stampede of hundreds of horses made of water, their hooves thundering like a tempest, relentlessly pursuing the slow-moving Lu Zhenhan. The water elemental horses galloped, their long manes undulating with each stride, their powerful muscles rippling with every hoof fall. The elevated shoreline quaked under the pounding of the water elemental steeds, and Helen could clearly see the small stones beneath her feet rolling down the slope from the violent vibrations. Tightly gripping her jade pendant, Helen suddenly felt a sharp pain in her hand. Turning to look, she discovered Aweir clutching her hand with an iron grip, her wide-brimmed hat askew as she anxiously peered at Lu Zhenhan, who was struggling with the tortoise shell, racing towards the higher ground. "I am sorry." Aweir quickly released Helen's hand upon noticing her gaze, repeatedly apologizing. "Your brother's domain barrier is truly formidable." Helen observed the aftermath of the stampeding wave. The ship and the surrounding flora lay in disarray. Utterly ravaged, that was his beast wave barrier. Had it not been to pursue Richard, he would have transformed the colossal waves into a great whale, directly devouring and crushing his foes. Aweir's eyes remained fixated on Lu Zhenhan without a moment's respite. The speed of the galloping horses was indeed astonishing. Despite Lu Zhenhan's rapid pace with the cumbersome tortoise shell, he was ultimately overtaken, now just a few dozen paces from the high ground. The roaring herd of horses unleashed a tremendous blast of air, crashing down upon the fleeing Lu Zhenhan, and a massive wave descended, sending a shockwave across the open fields. Gasps erupted from the crowd as many young crew members collapsed in shock, their faces pale. Such a magical spectacle was not one easily witnessed. The colossal wave delivered its final blow, surging forward a full arrow's length before dissipating into a retreating tide, flowing down the slope. The grassland was littered with striking hoofprints, each indented a full half-inch, with enormous hoof prints filled with receding water, and even some protruding basalt cracked under the pressure. Lu Zhenhan continued to run, head down, utterly dry, as if he had just emerged from the desert. Whispers and gestures filled the air among the onlookers. Ningyu smiled demurely. Lu Zhenhan finally halted, turning to wave at Prince Zemillion in the water. Guagua perched atop his head, cradling a cerulean orb, both with tears glistening in their eyes, waving their arms with deep affection. The despicable beast-man uttered a line that nearly caused the sea folk prince to faint. "Farewell, my dear Zemillion, Poseidon, my brother-in-law." Chapter 1. Forward, destination. Bog Village Prison. Aweir fled from the uncertainty of her family's fate, simultaneously ensnared in profound guilt. The sudden manifestation of helplessness and bewilderment throughout the journey of life left the little girl, who had never encountered setbacks before, in a state of confusion. With no options available to her, she could only incessantly curse Lu Zhenhan, unable to find any outlet for her emotions. It was due to this ugly beast, the Baiman, that she had descended to such a wretched state, neither human nor beast. The most unfortunate aspect was that this detestable pig and herself were reflections of each other. The mere thought of it made Aweir feel as though she had swallowed a wretched sea creature. Consequently, her curses grew more fervent. Lu Zhenhan, trudging across the desolate plains, found himself incessantly subjected to the princess's tirades, which were becoming increasingly irksome. He regretted that Ningyu had bestowed the dust avoidance pearl upon this person, fashioning it into a pouch that hung from her side. How much better it would have been had she been rendered mute? Yet, her repetitive insults were devoid of any novelty, further deepening Lu Zhenhan's vexation. The boundaries of the Danube wilderness far surpassed Lu Zhenhan's imagination. Tall sagebrush obscured a significant portion of the view, and despite walking for an entire day, they had yet to encounter a single village of the Baiman. Helen explained that this was due to the remarkably low population of the Baimen. Apart from the pig tribe, the reproductive capabilities of the other races were sorely lacking. The 300 sailors, however, were a pleasant surprise for Lu Zhenhan. They did not complain but followed the Panta warriors, advancing in an orderly fashion. Iwayer, who had just learned to walk, found her feet blistered after only a few miles. Enduring her curses, Lu Zhenhan carried her on his back, while Helen pouted, transforming her little mouth into a crescent moon. Ouch! Helen let out a delicate sigh as she settled onto a patch of grass. Seemingly nursing a twisted ankle, Guagua promptly leaped down from Lu Zhenhan's head. "What are you doing?" Iwayer glared, wrapping her arms around Lu Zhenhan's neck, casting a hostile glance at the little fox. Richard. Helen writhed in pain. "Come, let me carry you." Lu Zhenhan adjusted Iwayer on his back and extended his hand towards Helen. Like the wind, she dashed over and leapt into Lu Zhenhan's embrace, her face alight with joy. Ningyu shook her head beside them, letting out a sigh. "How far is it to your hometown, Wisepang?" Lu Zhenhan wished for the journey to be as prolonged as possible, as long as we head towards Tamulalea. "The snow-capped mountains will serve as our guide." The little fox clung to Lu Zhenhan's neck, swinging her small feet like a pendulum, her fiery tail waving joyfully. With such a large group suddenly appearing, "Do you think it will cause any misunderstandings?" Lu Zhenhan casually inquired. "We shall first head to Bok village outside Wisepang City, which is my uncle's fief. There lies a small mine, and he is the lord there. We will take refuge there before approaching the temple in Wisepang City to request the qualifications for altar offerings and to receive a fief." Helen's gaze dimmed. "He is my only remaining relative." Lu Zhenhan fell silent too. Iwayer, unaware of the circumstances, asked casually, "What about your family?" Helen's eyes reddened as she spoke, on the verge of tears. "Last time, those detestable desert humans sneaked into our northeastern province of Fox, which is my family's fief, aboard ships that had signed trade agreements with your sea tribe. They were all armed bandits who massacred all the men in my family and abducted the girls onto their ships." Iwayer fell silent, empathizing with the feeling of being captured, a sentiment she had come to understand deeply. "This is still your sea tribe's fault." Lu Zhenhan felt a surge of anger. What kind of maritime prohibition is this? In the end, it harmed the Baimen kingdom. The beastmen here believed the sea tribe would safeguard the coastline, thus leaving themselves unprotected, only to have you sea tribe sign agreements with humans, allowing trade vessels to pass through, thereby giving them an opening. What does that have to do with the sea tribe? Iwayer retorted sharply. The sea tribe is not the gatekeeper of Baimen. Is it wrong for us to not permit human armies in our skies? If blame is to be placed, it should rest on your own Baimen army for being ineffective. Our regular army is stationed along the border, and merely guarding against humans is already a significant challenge. How could we possibly spare forces to defend against shameless human traffickers in the rear? Helen retorted defiantly. You are useless yourselves. The sea tribe is formidable. Is that even a question? If the sea tribe is so powerful, then why were you captured by Richard? The argument was escalating dangerously. Enough, Ningyu interjected. Her calm words conveyed an authority that compelled both young ladies to obediently fall silent. For some reason, whenever Ningyu spoke, everyone, including Lu Zhenhan, felt an involuntary chill. Helen, for instance, if you are an hereditary baron, how is the basic military strength of your territory constituted? Lu Zhenhan found himself perplexed, as he too harbored questions about how a village within a fief could be so easily overrun by human slave traders, leaving everything cleaned out and all the females abducted, a situation that seemed utterly bizarre. Foxes do not possess the same physical prowess as other Baimen. We embody wisdom. Therefore, we foxes cannot, like other nobles, take up ancestral blades to slay enemies in battle. We heavily rely on our vassal race, the pig tribe, and the elephant tribe's giant warriors. The combat prowess of the giant warriors is beyond reproach. Even the adolescent elephant warriors remain a nightmare for enemies on the battlefield. However, regrettably, the population of the elephant tribe is even scarcer than that of our fox clan, compounded by their picky eating habits. Their favored bananas cannot grow in the moist soil of the Danube wilderness, necessitating trade with the elven tribes in the southern cross forest. Only the most prominent families within the fox clan can afford to raise formidable elephant warriors. A trace of helplessness flickered in Helen's eyes. How many elephant warriors does your family possess? Lu Zhenhan schemed silently, contemplating the inheritance he could acquire. The rise and fall of the Fox family hinge on the output of altar offerings. Unfortunately, in the past decade, only I have grasped the wisdom of the war god and become a priest. Hence, my family cannot afford to support powerful Olafin warriors. Additionally, it will take several years for the king and the elder council to officially issue the fief decree. So during this calamity, the family must rely on the vassal pig warriors. Most of the strong among them have already been conscripted into the regular army, leaving behind only the elderly, weak, and sickly. Thus, we could not withstand the onslaught of these exceptionally skilled human bandits. Helen shook her head in bewilderment. In truth, the crucial issue lay in the unexpected risk of bandits arriving by sea. Your fief is far from the border, and the troops stationed there could not return in time to provide aid. This, perhaps, is the greatest crux of the matter. Ningyu sighed. How tragic, blood staining the ground. The glint of blades everywhere, the anguished wails of my kin echoing throughout. After committing such atrocities, the human bandits even nonchalantly skinned the luxurious pelts off my kin. Helen buried her face into Lu Zhenhan's chest. Trembling uncontrollably, this matter is not over. Lu Zhenhan halted in his tracks, a layer of frost settling over his face, his eyes twitching violently. I will have my revenge. One day, right, Richard? Helen looked up, her tear-filled eyes searching his. I shall remain silent for now. Wait and see. Lu Zhenhan huffed, his breath causing his unruly hair to rise high. How did your uncle escape? Ningyu inquired. He is the warden of Bok prison and usually does not work in the village. A hint of pride crept onto Helen's face. My uncle is also a priest of the altar, albeit the lowest-ranking wind whisperer. He has always been my pride. Does Baiman have prisons? Iwayer asked curiously. Envisioning a Baiman populated solely by uncivilized savages, where the killing of a person would go unregulated. We have a complete legal system, unlike your sea tribe. Helen shot her a disdainful glance. You Iwayer bit her lip. But upon seeing Ningyu glare at her, she swallowed her words. What if I fail to obtain the title of altar priest? Lu Zhenhan suddenly voiced his concerns. He was now responsible for a family, and his future sustenance relied solely on him. Without a single coin to his name, a sense of fear began to creep in. There is no what if, Ningyu stated firmly. Our rations are only sufficient for 3 days. Should you fail to acquire the title of altar priest, there remains but one option. Baiman has an arena, does it not? You could become a gladiator, fighting to earn money to support us, or starve us to death. Nonsense, Lu Zhenhan retorted. There is another way. Helen bit her lip. What way? Lu Zhenhan pressed. Sell Princess Iwayer as a slave. A beautiful mermaid princess would fetch a handsome price. The little fox grinned slyly. A brilliant idea? Lu Zhenhan nodded in agreement. Iwayer nearly fainted once more. Chapter 2. A reunion of kin. After a day traversing the wilderness, they finally arrived at their destination, Bok Village Prison. The sentinel stationed atop the lofty watchtower beheld a colossal and peculiar army, and promptly sounded a resounding horn. Dozens of fully armed warriors rushed forth in a state of alarm from behind the palisade, suspecting an enemy incursion. Helen responded to the sentinel with a melodious war song. These formidable warriors were clad in worn leather armor, wielding an eclectic array of weaponry. As Lu Zhenhan approached, he discerned that these warriors were none other than the renowned pigmen of the Piga tribe. Their noses bearing a striking resemblance to his own, albeit his was a flat, gaping nostril, while theirs were grand and prominent. Campus the war god. Miss Helen, exclaimed a pigman, resembling a general, as he rode atop a wild boar. A grimy and unrecognizable ostrich feather protruding from his helmet's shiny rivets. Uncle Yorkshire. Helen leapt from Lu Zhenhan's embrace, rushing towards him in delight. Yes, I am your loyal old York, the pigman, overwhelmed with joy, dismounted from his wild boar, knelt on one knee, and fervently kissed the back of Helen's hand, tears streaming down his face like a deluge of memories unleashed, soaking Helen's delicate hand. I have dreamt of you all. Helen could not contain her own tears, transforming into a heart-wrenchingly innocent girl upon sighting a long-lost relative, her usual allure vanishing. Faithful Piga, pay your respects to Miss Helen. The disheveled ranks of pigmen knelt clumsily on one knee. Lord Simak has missed you dearly since the incident at Maple Leaf Village 6 months ago. Yorkshire lamented, his face streaked with tears. He has spent an entire month inebriated, weeping daily over portraits of Miss Heidi and yourself, and my uncle. Helen forced a bittersweet smile. Word has already been sent. They likely mistook it for an enemy attack and should arrive shortly. Yorkshire wiped his tears, mud mixed with his tears smeared across his pig-like nose. Who are these? Yorkshire's gaze shifted to Lu Jinhan and his companions, astonished by the towering stature of the panda warriors behind him. Nearly stumbling back as the tusks of the wild boar poked at his rear. This is my savior. Just as Helen clasped Lu Jinhan's arm, a figure stumbled forward and embraced her tightly. Lu Jinhan seethed with rage. He had already disapproved of the odorous pigman kissing Helen's hand, and now this was an even greater affront. Daring to embrace her, he prepared to take action. "Helen, my darling!" the newcomer cried out, enveloping the little fox in a near-hysterical embrace. Upon regaining his composure, Lu Jinhan realized that this figure was a middle-aged fox with a fiery red tail. His ornate ceremonial robe was sullied and stained, and his boots were caked with dirt and remnants of vomit, exuding a potent stench of alcohol. This fox was quite handsome, with a head of vibrant curls, though his complexion appeared wan and haggard. "My dear uncle!" Helen could no longer suppress her emotions, her cries resonating loudly, causing Lu Jinhan's eardrums to quiver. "Let me have a good look at you." The middle-aged fox gazed intently at the little fox's face, trembling as he wiped her tears away, embracing her once more. "Uncle Simak," Helen sobbed, clutching him tightly, while the surrounding pigmen dabbed at their own tears, their dusty faces marked by streaks of white where the tears flowed. "How did you return, merciful war god?" The middle-aged fox struggled to regain his composure amidst his excitement. "It was this Piga who saved my life. The vile human slave trader's ship was caught in a tremendous storm off the coast of Nalan Cape. Our vessel ran aground, and all perished, Haiti, Haibe, and Huerue. All lost. And those wretched slave traders met their demise as well. This kind-hearted Piga fortuitously washed ashore on that desolate island and rescued me." Helen, stifling her grief, introduced Lu Jinhan to her uncle. "I cannot adequately express my gratitude for your generosity." Lord Simak nodded appreciatively towards Lu Jinhan, who, with a flick of his hair, maintained the decorum befitting a noble while sincerely conveying his thanks. "It is an honor for a Piga to serve their lord." Lu Jinhan, ever the boastful man, had learned how to navigate such encounters, having cultivated his own strategies. "Which family do you serve? I shall ensure the temple bestows upon your family the highest accolades." "For you have saved the youngest priestess of the kingdom?" Lord Simak inquired. "I am a member of a small tribe residing on the Danube wasteland. My family was devoured by the sudden appearance of otherworldly beasts during a hunt, and I am the sole survivor." Lu Jinhan shed tears as if genuinely mourning, his expression exaggeratedly pained. "If that is the case, I can grant you permission to join my tribe. I shall bestow upon you the title of Knight's Retainer. My rank is that of a viscount, and thus I am limited, yet your achievements merit a noble title." The generosity of the viscount caused the surrounding pigmen to gasp in astonishment. A Knight's Retainer indeed. Yorkshire, now 40, was merely a captain of a militia. "Uncle, Richard is a born soul singer." Helen blushed as she spoke. The eyes of Lord Simak and the pigmen around him widened in disbelief, a collective intake of breath nearly sucking the air from the vicinity. "A born soul singer?" Lord Simak, suspecting an issue with his hearing, cast a disbelieving glance between his niece and the unattractive Piga. The rarity of born soul singers echoed in Lord Simak's mind. A realization tumbling through his thoughts. Richard is also a dragon priest? The little fox knew this proclamation would send shockwaves through the crowd. The sound of weapons clattering to the ground reverberated as the pigmen stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape in shock. "What?" The soul of Lord Simak felt as if it had momentarily left his body, taking a while to regain his wits. A born soul singer? A dragon priest? A foolish and ugly Piga? Lord Simak struggled to comprehend the implications of such statements, overwhelmed by their magnitude. Even among the most prolific of fox priestesses, only one had ever emerged in the past 1,000 years, a dragon priest? In the annals of history, there had only been one in all those years of the behemoth. This was simply too. Viscount Simak found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of confusion. Chapter 3. The mysterious prisoner. I was brought to that deserted island by my magical pet. Adventure is a requisite trial for any priest. Lu Jinhan continued, fully aware that the dragons here could indeed take flight. Richard had yet to receive confirmation of his identity from the temple, and his magical pet dragon, also perished during the storm while rescuing me. Helen felt compelled to follow his lead, her expression slightly awkward. I can now sense the formidable aura emanating from him. Lord Simak, well-versed in worldly matters, nodded, scrutinizing Lu Junhan. Lu Junhan stood tall, striving to project the essence of a dragon more clearly. However, regarding whether this formidable presence is indeed a remnant of dragon essence. Please forgive my lack of insight. I am merely a wind whisperer priest, and this matter must be validated by high-ranking temple officials. Lord Simak, maintaining his composure, stated, "After all, this is an exceedingly extraordinary matter for all behemoth priests. It was always meant to be this way. I intended to refine my skills through prolonged training before petitioning the temple," Lu Junhan replied with gentlemanly grace. "Where do these formidable behemoth warriors hail from? Are they from the Peel tribe?" Lord Simak's gaze lingered on the clam girl and others, a look of confusion upon his face. These valiant behemoth warriors come from the mysterious east. They are the panda warriors of the Panta tribe, and are related by blood to the bear folk of the Peel tribe. They are all my followers. Lu Junhan, bearing the mermaid, executed a gentlemanly bow yet again. These human children and this beautiful clam girl from the Mosho tribe are also my followers. The mermaid lady on my back is my slave. What? The mermaid is your slave? Lord Simak could no longer contain himself, rolling his eyes as if about to faint. Behold, she still has a few scales on her heel. Lu Junhan lifted Aver's skirt, revealing a line of red scales adorning her pristine ankle. Aver struggled fiercely, kicking Lu Junhan in frustration. The surrounding pigmen stared in disbelief, mirroring Lord Simak's utter astonishment. They felt utterly speechless. What a mysterious Piga indeed! Lord Simak could only think to himself. The followers surrounding this Piga included children, a mermaid, and valiant warriors, completely shattering the preconceived notions of Lord Simak. "Uncle," Helen clung to Lu Junhan's arm, playfully insisting, "Let us go inside and talk. I haven't had my homeland's yogurt in ages." The esteemed Viscount Zimark discerned the connection between his niece and the pigs. His demeanor tinged with an unmistakable awkwardness as he nodded. The pigs picked up the weapons strewn across the ground, whispering amongst themselves, chattering as they led the way. The towering gate swung open, revealing a pig-faced figure atop the corner tower, brandishing a porcupine quill, who leaned over the wooden barrier, gesturing and pointing with an air of superiority. Beyond the gate lay an expansive and desolate quarry, where 200 or 300 prisoners, clad in tattered linen garments and shackled with wooden leg irons, listlessly hammered at the oar, their gazes drawn to the procession of newcomers. The sudden appearance of several strikingly beautiful women left these prisoners momentarily stunned. Whistles echoing amidst the din, while the supervising pigs brandished their whips, hurling incessant insults. One prisoner, possessing the features of a deer mouse, audaciously whistled at the group of girls. His brazen grin swiftly met with a colossal fist that sent him hurtling through the air, crashing painfully onto a rock, clutching his face in agony. The imposing figures of the panda warriors compelled the ruffians to temper their disgraceful expressions. Good's fist could effortlessly shatter granite, yet this time he had shown restraint. "Who are these people?" Lu Junhan inquired with disdain directed at Helen. "They are all criminals of the Wolf clan," replied Viscount Zimark, glancing back. "That elder wolfman just now is naturally inclined towards lechery. Isn't the Wolf clan stationed with the foxes along the Danube wasteland, guarding the border with humanity? Why do they require the Fox clan to oversee their criminals?" Lu Junhan queried, perplexed. "The Fox clan guards the northeastern frontier of the Danube wasteland, while the Wolf werewolves patrol the northwestern edge. The true border with humanity lies predominantly in the northwest, where only the fiercest of wolves can instill fear into these humans. We foxes are not the main force. Our duties are primarily trade-related. Therefore, at times, we must assist the Wolf clan with various logistical tasks," explained Viscount Zimark. Lu Junhan thought to himself, realizing it was merely sycophancy. A group of tall figures in the quarry caught Lu Junhan's attention. They were the only ones who did not gaze upon them, which piqued his interest. These prisoners sported tousled, curly golden hair, and beneath their tattered linen tunics lay their robust, muscular forms in comparison to the panda warriors. They were only slightly shorter. Lu Junhan estimated their heights to be at least around 1.9 meters. As the panda warriors passed by, they too were drawn to these figures, who wielded thick steel drills that left deep pits in the ground with each blow. Notably, While other prisoners hammered at the drills, these individuals inserted them directly into the stone with their hands, their motions resembling more of planting flowers than mining. Moreover, their leg irons were made of iron. A stark contrast to the wooden shackles of the other prisoners. Amongst the strong, there often exists a mutual respect. These towering figures sensed the intense gaze from behind them, gradually pausing their labor to turn around. Lu Zhenhan was momentarily stunned, his blood seemingly forgetting to flow in that instant. These individuals bore pale yellow eyes with blue pupils that narrowed into slits, their distinctly defined, somewhat thick lips, and their unruly golden curls tied haphazardly with linen strips. The long golden manes draped over their necks and shoulders, and their broad, garlic clove-shaped noses, combined with their indomitable gazes, betrayed their identity. Lions of the Rhine? Lu Zhenhan murmured in astonishment. You are actually imprisoning the Rhine clan? Helen had informed him that the current king of Baimen, Grexal, was indeed a lion of the Rhine, and naturally, the lion clan could be considered royal. Lu Zhenhan had no doubt about his memory. Moreover, Helen had mentioned that among the 6 noble clans, the lions were one of them, and noble crimes could typically only be adjudicated by the Elder Council and the king, with no one else permitted to overstep their authority. Richard, they are not lions of the Rhine, Viscount Zimark replied with a smile. Not? Lu Zhenhan squinted, slightly confused. Chapter 4. Unfulfilled Lovers. Richard, they are not lions of the Rhine. Viscount Zimark patiently explained to the rustic. They are all vassals of the Wolf clan. Specifically, the dog-headed men of the Dog clan. Dog-headed men? Lu Zhenhan and the Panda warriors exchanged incredulous glances, scrutinizing the robust figures. Despite their malnourished faces displaying a sickly hue, they bore little resemblance to dog-headed men. Did Baimen's beastmen warriors truly possess such formidable stature? Lu Zhenhan mused silently. Richard, the Dog clan's dog-headed men are typically cowardly shepherds. These are the outliers among them, the most powerful mastiffs of the Dog clan. Helen interjected hastily, fearing Lu Zhenhan would pose a question that might raise her uncle's suspicions. Mastiffs? Lu Zhenhan exclaimed in realization. No wonder they resembled lions. Only the mothers of 9 pups from the Dog clan could bear a mastiff. And mastiffs were exceptional among Baimen's beastmen, capable of effortlessly overpowering even their sovereign, the wolf werewolves. Viscount Zimark further elucidated the enigma for the rustic. What crimes have they committed? Good asked, his voice dull. Their crime is simply their appearance, sighed Viscount Zimark regretfully. Who made our king a member of the Rhine clan? And who made these mastiffs resemble our royalty? They have committed no crime. Their unique looks alone have led to their condemnation. What bad luck, Good remarked, gazing at the mastiffs with a hint of pity. They can only enlist in the charge when war breaks out and survive to absolve their crimes. It is indeed a tragedy. Viscount Zimark shook his head. Come on, uncle, Helen whined. I am truly famished. Let us go, let us go. Viscount Zimark waved his hand. Why, dear niece? I shall unveil a fine wine I have treasured for years. Lu Zhenhan's entourage's voracious appetites left the pig clan cooks furrowing their brows. In just one meal, they consumed a significant portion of the rations meant for so many, particularly the frost snow piku beast. With its diminutive belly, seemed insatiable, devouring to the extent of the ocean's bounty. They slaughtered 7 of the captive Lasha beasts to satiate their hunger. Viscount Zimark also felt the terrifying capacity for consumption of this group. Sensing that his meager salary was on the brink of being entirely consumed by them, Lu Zhenhan, being an astute individual, retrieved his curved dagger, pried out the 4 gemstones from the hilt, and presented them all to Viscount Zimark. Consider these gems as our meal expenses, Lu Zhenhan stated sincerely, contemplating that should the other party decline even slightly, he could begrudgingly reclaim half. It is my pleasure to serve you, the middle-aged fox accepted without batting an eye. Obis Raki? Lu Zhenhan pinched his thigh hard, realizing how he had forgotten that this fellow was the most shrewd of the foxes. Esteemed Mr. Richard, what are your next intentions? Will you participate in the sacrificial assessment at the temple or continue on your adventures? Viscount Zimark summoned a fox steward to securely take the gemstones. Naturally, I shall partake in the sacrificial assessment, Lu Zhenhan replied. Helen wrapped her arm around Lu Zhenhan's, her face aglow with anticipation. Richard will surely become the youngest Vainson shaman of the kingdom. Perhaps even the high priest? I think so too, Ningyu nodded with a smile. The 3 exchanged smiles, while Aviel scoffed nearby. I intend to participate in the assessment. Moreover, Helen has naturally evolved her blessing battle song. According to regulations, she should now be able to advance to a war priestess, and we are preparing to head to the temple together to assist Helen in applying for this title and crafting a dedicated sacrificial instrument. The thought of acquiring a fief and becoming a lord himself filled Lu Junhan with elation. What? Viscount Zimark nearly leapt from his feet. Helen has actually undergone natural evolution to advance. How is that possible? Uncle, Helen shyly replied. All of this is thanks to Richard. He awakened my emotions to comprehend the power of the war god in an instant. Uncle is truly aging. The Viscount paused, glancing at Lu Junhan, then at his niece, before finally sighing deeply. My dear niece, a well-groomed appearance is an essential virtue for a qualified priest. Your current attire does not reflect your noble standing. I still have some old garments of your aunt's in my room. You should change into one of those. Viscount Zimark hesitated for a moment, as if weighing his words, before finally expressing this sentiment. Very well, uncle. Helen glanced at her uncle, who wore an unusually grave expression. Though questions swirled in her mind, she stood up, nodded at Lu Junhan and the others, and departed. As Helen's silhouette vanished behind the door, Viscount Zimark fixed his gaze on Lu Junhan, who returned the look. Mr. Richard, allow me to express my sincerest gratitude for your selfless assistance extended towards my niece. The middle-aged foxman carefully weighed his words before cautiously inquiring, it is evident that Helen holds you in high regard. May I be so bold as to inquire about your relationship? I hold your niece in the highest affection, dear sir, Lu Junhan replied, sensing the subtle air of superiority emanating from the middle-aged foxman. That is a beautiful misunderstanding. In the lives of young individuals, such beautiful misunderstandings are not uncommon. I assure you, years hence, this will be among your most cherished memories. The Viscount spoke leisurely. Lu Junhan squinted at the man before him. Clearly intent on orchestrating a marriage and thwarting any romance, he contemplated whether to adopt a more audacious demeanor. Could you provide us with a reason? Ningyu interjected. Mr. Richard's love for Helen has already been proven by his very life. Perhaps you are unaware, but Richard once saved Helen's life using the Song of Life Changed. To demonstrate love with one's life is undeniably a grand testament, Ningyu stated. Richard was able to employ the Song of Life Chains? The Viscount appeared taken aback, though he quickly masked his surprise, maintaining a facade of feigned enthusiasm. I regret to inform you that the Pig clan is, after all, our vassal race. It is inconceivable for a noble of higher rank to marry a commoner from a vassal race. That is a fallacy, Lu Junhan retorted without reservation, his gaze piercing into the bothersome middle-aged foxman. Firstly, I am not a commoner. I am a priest and will soon possess my own fief. Secondly, what if I were a commoner? Please mind your demeanor, esteemed Mr. Richard. A true noble would never stoop to threats in conversation. The Viscount bestowed upon Lu Junhan a condescending smile. I am determined to marry her, regardless of your opinions. Lu Junhan fully embraced a rebellious attitude, propping a foot upon the chair, leaning slightly forward and exuding an air of provocation. Suddenly, all the panda warriors sprang to their feet, encircling them tightly. Good squeezed his nose, nonchalantly picked up a chair, and effortlessly snapped off a thick leg. Guogua leaped down from Lu Junhan's head, claws outstretched, wiggling its small rear end. You all? The Viscount appeared flustered, bewildered by the unruly behavior reminiscent of marauders. Stand down! Ningyu glared fiercely at the visibly violent pandas and tugged at Lu Junhan's arm. You sit down too! Lu Junhan obediently complied, while Good begrudgingly discarded the makeshift weapon. Viscount, could you elaborate on the specific reasons? Ningyu grasped Guogua's tail, returning it to Lu Junhan's embrace. Mr. Richard's earlier actions have validated my inner convictions. The Viscount's legs trembled beneath the table as he responded. My apologies for my prior rudeness. Please, go on. Lu Junhan immediately donned a cordial expression, adopting a polite demeanor. The Viscount rolled his eyes and turned his attention back to Ningyu Dai in the realm of Baiman. While there is no codified prohibition against interspecies marriage, nearly all races adhere to the custom of marrying within their own kind. Such customs are not formed in a day, nor can they be dismantled swiftly. I am uncertain if Mr. Richard of the Pig clan is aware. But among our nobility, it is customary to preserve the purity of bloodlines. While there may be instances of interspecies unions among commoners, such occurrences are certainly not applicable to our esteemed foxes. Must there not be exceptions? Are we not allowed to unite in marriage even if Helen and I genuinely love each other? Lu Junhan's frustration began to rise, for it was evident that the Viscount was fixated on his identity as a member of the Pig clan, incessantly emphasizing the nobility of his own kind. Love is the most ephemeral of concepts, the Viscount replied, wearing the sly grin typical of foxfolk. Permit an elder to offer you this rational counsel. What nonsense! Lu Junhan cursed inwardly. Is it truly the case that there are no precedents for intermarriage among the nobility of Baimen? Ningyu interjected, grasping Lu Junhan's hand. None. The Viscount's response was as blunt as chewing on ice. I have heard that His Majesty King Grexal of Baimen has a queen and 3 princesses, all of the Tej race. Why, then, is this fact conveniently omitted in your discourse? Ningyu's cunning smile rivaled that of the middle-aged foxman. You are not nobles, hence your knowledge of the inner workings is limited. Allow me to clarify why our king, His Majesty Grexal of the Rhine, surrounds himself with beauties of the Tej race. The Viscount surveyed the audience before him, speaking slowly. It is well known that the kings of Baimen do not inherit their thrones. Baimen is a realm where the strong survive. Thus, each king's reign lasts a mere 10 years. Upon expiration, the 5 great nobles select challengers, from whom the most formidable warrior is chosen to duel the king for the throne. His Majesty Grexal ascended to the throne at the age of 20, and now, at 45, has ruled for a full 25 years, having faced 2 sets of champions. This esteemed monarch defeated representatives from 4 other races and the Tej's former king, His Majesty Hemingway, in the contest for the throne. Surprisingly, before he could be crowned by the High Shaman of the Sanctum, he proposed to the daughter of the former king, Princess Angel of the Taiga. Is it truly that simple? Lu Junhan rolled his eyes. Please allow me to finish. The Viscount shot a glare at the impudent interjector, then continued addressing Ning Yu. In Baimen, the offspring of beastmen may exhibit deformities at birth, meaning that a beastman mother may give birth to a child with only rudimentary intelligence, resembling a wild beast. Such beastly progeny are referred to as beast kin and are considered family members. Some may even serve as mounts for their brothers in battle, earning glory together. However, the majority of beast kin live their lives in a state of confusion. The warrior said, there are no perfect beast men. Ningyu understood the unspoken implications of his words, her mind momentarily clouded. Lu Junhan chuckled foolishly, realizing that no one was paying him heed, and quickly fell silent. In certain noble families of Baimen, the sin of intermarriage with other races is considered a grave offense, warranting family retribution, the Viscount stated coldly. The Tej are among them, and what then? Can the Tej inflict retribution upon the newly crowned king? Ningyu queried. While the king of Baimen possesses the right to multiple consorts, each race must contribute beauties from their kin to the king. However, such tribute is largely a decision made to balance power among the races. The Viscount replied with a rueful shake of his head. At the time, His Majesty Grexal was still single, so his proposal to Princess Angel implied that, should it succeed, she would undoubtedly become queen. The king of the Rhine, yet his queen would be of the Tej. The immediate consequence was a massive brawl between the vassal clans of the 2 races, the rabbit folk of Boai and the cat folk of Garfield. Erupting in the royal city of Shabakt. Ningyu sighed. The repercussions of this turmoil were extensive. Even the Rhine, known for their lax views on sexuality and family, was incensed. The patriarch of the Rhine, who was also His Majesty Grexal's father, nearly engaged in a duel with his own son. Our esteemed king. In truth, maintaining an ambiguous relationship with a woman of another race is not uncommon among the nobility of Baimen. Some of the more powerful nobles even possess beautiful human and elven slaves as their concubines, and it is quite normal for them to keep several enchanting fox maidens. The middle-aged foxman cast a knowing glance at Ai Wei Air and Ningyu before continuing. Yet no noble dares to make such matters public. These audacious acts are intertwined with family honor, and no noble would dare to challenge the honor of their lineage so brazenly. Lu Junhan rummaged through his ears, feigning ignorance. The reaction of the Tej clan was equally intense, yet unexpectedly, Princess Angel herself accepted the proposal of His Majesty Grexal. This matter concluded with the steadfastness of His Majesty the King and the mediation of the war goddess priest. At that time, many nobles, including the obstinate lions of the Rhine clan, were willing to relent, primarily due to the belief that this might merely be a fleeting whim of the capricious monarch, who would soon grow weary of it. After all, The reputation of the Lion clan for being notoriously irresponsible in love far eclipsed their prowess in battle. Viscount Zimark, with an air of utmost reverence, exclaimed. What astonished everyone was the unwavering fidelity of His Majesty Grek Sal towards love, which could rival that of the long-extinct Manduk clan's lovebirds in the Beeman world. He categorically rejected the requests from other clans to present beautiful maidens, accepting only 3 concubines from the Tej clan due to the king's obligation to take 4 wives, and spent 25 years in blissful harmony with Queen Angel. Can you prove your loyalty akin to that of His Majesty the King? Do you possess the influence to sway the Elder Council's mediation? Do you have the strength to compel our Fox clan to concede? Viscount Zimark posed a series of questions that left Lu Zhenhan utterly speechless. You do not even possess a noble title. I am aware you once had a dragon companion, but what of now? The Viscount lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. The identity of the altar priest is intrinsically linked to one's magical pet. If you still had a dragon, your love for the princess would not meet opposition from the kingdom or the temple. However, your dragon has perished amidst the storm. Whether you can obtain the legitimate title of priest is, for me, a matter of doubt. Tell me, do I still have reason to allow my niece to marry you? Helen is a naturally evolved war priest. Her mentor is the illustrious Countess Nicole, the finest staff priest in our kingdom. Helen will inevitably become the kingdom's most distinguished priest. Marrying you would be a grievous detriment to her future. The Viscount grew increasingly fervent. If you truly love her, you should relinquish this affection. Helen is still young. She cannot fathom the immense harm your love would inflict upon her family. Though our clan is currently small in number, we are still of the esteemed Fox lineage. Do not lecture me. Lu Zhenhan picked his nose dismissively, asserting that happiness is not for you to determine, nor is my eligibility to become a priest. You. The Viscount pointed at Lu Zhenhan, momentarily rendered speechless. Uncle. Helen slowly emerged from behind the door, her delicate face glistening with tears, the front of her freshly donned attire dampened. Helen, did you hear everything just now? Viscount Zimark looked at her, filled with a mixture of pity and sorrow. Helen nodded. What are your thoughts? The Viscount gazed at her with hopeful anticipation. Helen stepped forward, tightly embracing Lu Zhenhan's arm, resting her head against him. Alas! The middle-aged fox sighed deeply, shaking his head in anguish. This will become the greatest joke of the Fox clan and the Beeman Kingdom this year, the Viscount declared. Forgive me, uncle. I have no authority to command a war priest serving the war god to do anything. Helen, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. Viscount Zimark's face contorted. However, should you continue to associate with this lowly pig, the chieftain of the Fox clan will surely disown you, and in the future, any pain or grievance you endure cannot be brought back to seek aid from our kin. Are you truly certain you wish to proceed with this? I am certain. Helen lifted her head with pride. Lu Zhenhan embraced her tightly. Chapter 5. Another Richard in the Fox clan city of Wisesbang. Under the towering gaze of the Tamurea Snow Mountains, the visage of Wisesbang unfolded before Lu Zhenhan. A branch of the snow-capped river traversing the Danube wilderness provided a natural moat, with verdant plants flourishing upon the tall city walls, and a crimson banner fluttering in the breeze, emblazoned with a fox wielding a scepter. Adorned with tassels and fringes, the dense shrubs, grass, and berry trees ubiquitous across the wilderness transformed into a distant picturesque scene here. Near the city walls of Wisesbang, apart from a few towering beech trees, the roads were paved with stone slabs. The walls were populated by stern soldiers resembling sculptures, with watchtowers and bastions dotting the entire expanse of the walls. At the city gates, pig soldiers brandishing pikes appeared significantly more formidable than the guards of Bach village. All clad in immaculate uniforms, each observing passers-by with vigilant eyes. The road bustled with not only the pig-faced beings of the pig tribe, but also the towering Ulfin elephant folk, standing at least 3 meters tall. Their long and thick trunks rendering even the most robust panda warriors somewhat diminished in stature when standing beside them. Following Helen's introduction, Lu Zhenhan spotted a handful of human merchants hastily traversing the main thoroughfare. Hurrying along with exquisitely crafted carriages, appearing weary from their travels. Lu Zhenhan regarded the humans with keen interest, noticing that their hair resembled that of the foreigners he had seen on television, merely longer and adorned with more intricate garments. Wisesbang is the principal city of our Fox clan. the largest gathering place in the northeastern province, where nearly all trade flowing into the kingdom converges. Unable to contain her enthusiasm, Helen proudly introduced her homeland's grandest city. It boasts a resident population of over 80,000, and in times of war, the surrounding countryside and vassals can all seek refuge within this vast city. It is also the main altar and temple of the northeastern province, serving as the stronghold for the Fox clan chieftain and the noblemen of the Upper Council. Weisesbang, meaning Pearl of the Wilderness in Mongolian, stands as the largest city on the Danube wilderness. Look over there. What race does that beast man belong to among your beemen? Evel chirped excitedly. Like a sprightly lark, her curiosity piqued by everything. Following her finger, Helen replied, "Oh, that is a skunk man, a vassal of the pig tribe in the kingdom. These weaker races can only survive by serving stronger tribes. The pig tribe has two lesser vassal races, the other being the hedgehog folk. In truth, the internal settlement within the kingdom is not strictly regulated. As long as one is a commoner, they possess the right to migrate. Once in the city, you may also encounter a few wolf tribe werewolves and dog-headed people from the dog tribe, among other beeman beastmen." "What race is that?" Ningyu pointed at a short, shell-bearing beeman beggar by the roadside, who squatted at the city gate, his dark complexion and a tattered wooden bowl riddled with holes before him. "He bears a striking resemblance to our underwater snail folk," Evel remarked wistfully as she observed the beggar. "That is a bull tribe minotaur," Helen replied with a smile. "Is it not said that minotaurs are among the strongest races in Beeman?" Lu Zhenhan expressed surprise. "This fellow appears rather diminutive." "Does he not? That is a snail." Helen forced a smile. "Even among the mightiest Beeman races, there exists a weaker faction. The snail tribe bears heavy shells and leads a difficult existence." Lu Zhenhan rummaged through his pockets for a while but found no coins. "Good." Reaching into his backpack, handed Lu Zhenhan 2 pieces of cheese, which he placed in the snail beggar's bowl. The beggar looked at him timidly, softly uttering, "Thank you, pig lord." The officer of the hedgehog army, wearing the insignia of a squad leader, noticed this peculiar group of beemen and approached them, first bowing politely to Helen, then inquiring, "Noble Miss Fox, how may I assist you?" "Thank you for your kindness. We come from Bok village and are on our way to the temple to pay respects to the war god." Helen offered a reserved smile. The officer, captivated by her smile, nearly lost his composure. And upon scanning the faces of Ningyu and Evel, both adorned in cloaks, he felt almost dizzy from their beauty. "You are going to the temple. Could it be that you, miss, are a revered altar priest?" The squad leader's ostrich feather atop his head trembled slightly as he spoke. "Indeed, officer," Helen replied with a playful laugh. After a moment, Lu Zhenhan finally comprehended the significance of Helen's triumphant smile. Upon learning that Helen was indeed a priest, the officer dispatched a full escort of 10 armed soldiers to accompany Helen and their party, escorting them all the way to the temple of Kamba. Lu Zhenhan now fully understood the esteemed status of the altar priests in the hearts of the Beeman beastmen. The temple's pedestal rose high, with hundreds of granite steps leading upwards, culminating in a towering statue of the war god Kamba at the temple's entrance, its height reaching an impressive 20 blades. The god of war donned a full suit of armor, his face obscured by a solemn visage, rendering his features indistinguishable. In his left hand, he gripped a serrated great sword firmly embedded in the ground, while his right hand rested upon his knee, pressing down upon a tome of laws. Beside the statue of the war deity stood 2 altar-like pedestals. A flame with roaring fire point, 12 colossal stone columns supported the main structure of the temple, each intricately carved with vivid depictions of wild beasts and elaborate patterns. Every creature was adorned with exquisite detail, their forms animated with life. Helen beckoned everyone to ascend with her, and as they all gathered at the feet of the statue, they felt an overwhelming sense of formidable pressure. Even the well-versed Ningyu and the princess of the sea tribe, Avril, were left speechless in astonishment. Lu Zhenhan gazed up at the divine figure, feeling as though the formidable leader, Kamba, had finally revealed his true form after all this time. The grand doors of the temple remained firmly shut, the immense black wooden doors etched with mysterious inscriptions, characters so arcane that even Lu Zhenhan, who had received the gift of wisdom, could not decipher them. Just as Lu Zhenhan was about to inquire when the doors would open, he suddenly noticed 3 peculiar statues on the smooth platform. One was a beautiful woman with the body of a serpent, another a fearsome giant bear, and the last a spiny porcupine. Each statue was life-sized, their craftsmanship outstanding, capturing even the minutest muscle contours with remarkable vivacity, as if they were indeed alive. "What are these?" Lu Zhenhan asked. "These are the magical pets of the god of war, Kamba. This beautiful serpent is his first companion, this giant bear is his most trusted ally, Misha, and this porcupine serves as his ranged attack assistant." Known as Lide, Helen explained, pointing to each sculpture. The snake people of the Medusa tribe are actually a type of behemoth, but they mysteriously vanished after the Millennial War. Misha is the totem of the Pier tribe, while Lide is the totem of your tribe, the Pige. The little fox playfully pinched Lu Zhenhan's nose, teasingly saying, "Richard, he, Lide, don't your names sound like brothers?" Who would have thought that the god of war not only found a beautiful serpent as a pet, but also a pig as a magical companion? Lu Zhenhan, with his nose pinched, spoke in a somewhat muffled tone. Avril turned away, her anger flaring as she witnessed the little fox's playful antics with Lu Zhenhan. How can the god of war have 3 magical pets? It's so unfair. I only have one. And it's gone. Lu Zhenhan grasped the mischievous hand of the little fox. How can the wisdom of the god of war, Kamba, be comprehended by mere mortals like us priests? Helen chuckled. Yet, there are a few priests in the kingdom who possess twin pets, which is a notable breakthrough. I must also acquire 3 pets in the future, Lu Zhenhan proclaimed, raising his fist and exclaiming loudly, causing several devout behemoths nearby to cast disdainful glances and distance themselves from the perceived lunatic. Before Helen could interject, Avril couldn't resist mocking him. You think you can? Avril had been waiting for the right moment to retort. Finally seizing the opportunity. You, a fool cursed by a beast? Upon uttering her words, Helen hastily covered her mouth. Such words should not be spoken carelessly. Helen glanced around, her expression shifting. If the temple were to learn of this, Richard could face a lifetime disqualification from priesthood. Avril's expression slightly changed, yet she remained defiant. So what? I merely state the truth, you incompetent. Realizing the repercussions of her words, she quickly amended. The esteemed god of war must have his own unique reasons for punishing this wretched behemoth. What business is it of yours? Lu Zhenhan retorted angrily. If you keep talking, I'll sell you off to the human realm. You dare? What would I not dare? Lu Zhenhan commanded the panda behind him. Go into the streets and find a place to spread the word. I have a mermaid I wish to sell. At a low price. Avril, undeterred, began to summon magic in retaliation. But alas, no matter how she tried, her efforts yielded no response. Don't bother. The little fox gleefully watched her eye in the temple of our god of war. Even the mightiest of sorcerers cannot summon any magic beneath the radiance of Kamba. For this place is an insulator against all forms of magic. The mermaid stared blankly as the panda waddled down the stone steps, her lips quivering before she finally burst into tears. Enough! Ningyu exclaimed angrily, embracing Avril to comfort her while casting reproachful glances at Lu Zhenhan. I was just joking. I would never truly sell her. Lu Zhenhan spoke candidly. At that moment, he felt both fear and affection towards Ningyu. Avril's sobs diminished significantly, her sparkling eyes secretly observing Lu Zhenhan. Let us go inside together. All the priests in the temple must be meditating and gathering their strength for song. The little fox said with a touch of regret. Though she didn't genuinely want Richard to sell the mermaid, she felt it was necessary to scare her a little more. But the door is closed. How do we enter? Lu Zhenhan looked up at the enormous door. Reminiscent of a mountain? Fool! Helen scolded softly. The war song is the key for priests. How many times have I told you? Helen began to softly chant the war song, and as her voice grew clearer, a radiant light flickered around her, illuminating the vast black wooden doors with a peculiar moon-white glow. Countless runes transformed into flowing mercury, rapidly swirling before a towering 2-meter-tall statue of Kamba appeared before the wooden door. My honor is your loyalty, my child. The god of war, composed of light, spoke in a clear and resonant behemoth tongue, and with a wave of his hand, the black door creaked open, revealing the glorious light within. All gazed upward, filled with a sense of pilgrimage and awe. Helen even clasped her hands together, tears streaming down her face as she knelt on the ground, seizing the moment while they were all focused on the god of war. Lu Zhenhan stealthily moved beside the Medusa statue. 2 towering warriors clad in golden armor emerged from behind the door, their armor mirroring that of the god of war, adorned with a crest of a sword and tome encircled by thorns, topped with an enameled crown. With each step, their armor produced a resonant clanking sound. One warrior rested a hand on his sword while the other removed his helmet, revealing a cascade of golden hair that flowed like waves of wheat, framing faces of utmost valor. Their noses were prominent, exuding refinement, while black stripes resembling a royal insignia adorned their foreheads, signifying nobility and authority. Their green irises sparkled with sharpness. "From whence do you hail, esteemed priests?" one of the knights inquired, his voice imbued with potent authority. "Noble knights of the temple, we are the sole priests of the Fox tribe, Helen, and my apprentice from the Pige tribe, Richard. The others are our followers. We have come to the temple for advancement and to heed the directives of the god of war Kamba." Helen humbly bowed. "The Pige tribe has produced a priest, and a sole priest at that?" The two noble knights appeared astonished, yet their cultivated demeanor quickly restored itself. "Indeed, my lords," Helen regained her composure slightly. "Richard is a born soul singer and a rare dragon priest." Despite the two knights being rugged and widely experienced, their perception was far superior to the rustic Pige from yesterday. Their gazes were deeply skeptical, completely dismissing their noble codes that dictated unwavering composure in the face of adversity. "Only those of worth are permitted in the temple. Please, esteemed priests, follow us." After exchanging glances, the two noble knights turned gracefully and led the priests into the brilliantly lit interior. Lu Zhenhan's followers remained rooted in place, intimidated by the knights' powerful gazes. "What kind of behemoths are they?" Lu Zhenhan whispered to Helen. "I don't know. I truly don't. The temple knights are the mightiest of behemoths, selected through harsh trials. I cannot guess their tribe. They resemble the Rhine tribe, but also somewhat like the Tage tribe." The little fox murmured, "We are of the god of war tribe." One knight turned back, flashing a bright smile that revealed snow-white teeth. "We are Grake Dutsal's son, your prince, the lion-tiger behemoth." "Kamba above," Helen gasped, astonished at the shocking revelation. She had not anticipated that these knights would provide such a stunning answer. As a mere rural noble, the Fox tribe numbered in the thousands. Her title of Viscount was only elevated by her status as a priest. Otherwise, it would have ranked even lower. Helen could scarcely believe her eyes when she unexpectedly encountered not one, but two princes, leaving her a tad flustered. Yet, even more astonishing words were to follow from the loquacious prince, who uttered a statement that nearly short-circuited both Lu and Helen's brains. "It is a privilege to share the same name as this dragon-s priest. I am also called Richard." The prince, displaying impeccable manners, removed his intricately engraved iron gauntlet, bowing to the enchanting lady of the Fox clan. "It is an honor to meet you, noble knight." Helen graciously responded with a curtsy. This Prince Richard seemed to have completely inherited the Rhine clan's notorious penchant for flirtation. Upon receiving Helen's courteous reply, he abruptly halted his chatter and inundated her with an avalanche of compliments regarding her beauty. "Come now, my brother," urged the other knight, growing impatient. "You are quite the chatterbox today. Is it not due to the presence of this lovely fox lady? Dear brother, let us be on our way." Helen, bashfully lowering her head, felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Lu, behind them, was fuming. Who was this Richard that had emerged from some rock? He was particularly sensitive to that name, as Helen had once mentioned that her future beloved bore that very name. "I must teach him a lesson." Lu resolved inwardly. Guagua, too, was clenching her tiny fists atop his head, her frustration palpable. Suddenly, Lu's outburst of laughter echoed harshly in the vast corridor, causing the two princes to glance back at him as though he were a fool. Chapter 6. A grand entrance. The temple's corridors were adorned with rows of oil lamps spaced every few dozen steps, illuminating the colonnades formed by the columns. The beams of light reflected off intricately carved bronze shields and various decorative sculptures of exotic flora and fauna. The frieze, embellished with white marble panels, depicted a series of bas-reliefs illustrating the myths of the behemoth. On the gable walls of the eastern and western temple roofs, there were reliefs of warriors from the Rhine, one reclining and polishing his cherished weapon while another rode in a chariot drawn by two massive elephants. The final display showcased the war god Campos caressing the figures of Misha and the porcupine knight. Medusa reclined beside the war god, her hair flowing, and the warmth of human emotion radiated from the depths of the icy armor that concealed his gaze. Lu stared at this sculpture for a long while. captivated. The primary structure of the temple consisted of 2 grand halls, each flanked by a portico supported by 6 Doric columns, both of which were heavily draped with enormous velvet curtains. The 2 holy knights escorted Lu and Helen into the eastern portico. The vast main hall was sparsely furnished, featuring only a dozen bronze oil lamps in one corner and a colossal throne on a 4-tiered platform positioned at the eastern end. The hall was devoid of any other embellishments or furniture. The dome was exquisitely designed, allowing a concentrated beam of sunlight to illuminate the center of the hall, where Lu and Helen stood, guided by the 2 noble knights. The intense light transformed Helen's hair into a brilliant shade of red. As Helen nervously grasped Lu's broad palm, she suddenly realized that he too was somewhat anxious, and they exchanged a knowing smile. "Please allow our esteemed priests to wait a moment," the 2 holy knights. "Now, princes," said, placing their hands on their chests as they performed a knightly salute before elegantly sweeping their cloaks and exiting the hall. Lu meticulously examined the granite floor, noting the many names and accounts of battles etched there. Seemingly chronicling the achievements of various priests, he took this as a diversion, engrossed in the stories, while Helen grew increasingly restless. A thunderous drumbeat jolted him back to reality as 4 fully armored temple knights, surrounding an elderly grand priestess, entered with an air of dignity, flanked by a dozen priests donned in black ceremonial robes. The heavy drapes were drawn aside to reveal their presence. Lu recalled Helen mentioning that the black-robed priests were the high-ranking ones, while the grand priestess, clad in a deep purple robe and wearing a conical hat, was evidently the chief priestess of the northeastern province, Great Shaman Vian. Both Helen and Lu lowered their heads respectfully. Even Guagua and the fish hawk, typically restless, were subdued by the Grand Shaman's imposing presence, remaining still atop Lu's head. The Great Shaman Vian, dragging the weighty shell behind her, ascended to the intricately carved seat adorned with intersecting symbols of the scepter and battle blade. The priests at the foot of the steps bowed, placing their hands on their hearts. "Your esteemed presence, Great Shaman Vian, is honored by your followers." Their voices flowed like celestial music. "Praise Campos. Your loyalty is my honor." The Great Shaman, with her wrinkled eyes, waved her hand in acknowledgement. Lu and Helen dared to raise their heads slightly. Lu, ever brash, noticed a Medusa priestess smiling gently at them, a mature and stunning beauty whose age was as elusive as an unsolved riddle. "That is my mentor, Chui Beiqian, Lady Nicole," Helen whispered, pinching Lu's arm and glancing sideways. "Grandmaster, esteemed priests, today we welcome Helen, the young Fox Clan's sole priestess from Bog Village, and her apprentice from the Pig Clan. They have successfully completed rigorous training and have come to apply for advancement to the war priesthood," the Great Shaman Vian stated with deliberate clarity. Instantly, the priests lost their dignified demeanor, abandoning their esteemed etiquette as they began to point and whisper about Lu. Lu ruffled his hair, exposing the depth of his nostrils to assert his identity. "Esteemed ones, please attend to your decorum. Although the Pig Clan produces priests less frequently, the war god is just. This, I need not elaborate further." Vian's tone remained calm yet authoritative, as he turned to the Medusa priestess, Nicole. "I must first extend my gratitude to you for nurturing such an outstanding priest for the temple and the kingdom. This young soul priestess is already capable of mentoring an apprentice, a rarity even on a national scale." Several fiery gazes were cast toward the Medusa, with some priests' eyes turning red with envy. The Medusa inclined her head toward the Great Shaman, her melodious voice resonating like a nightingale in a tranquil valley. "Helen is a prodigious talent I discovered during my travels 2 years ago. I reported this to Lord Chidon. Do you recall?" "Of course I do." This Helen was at the center of the incident in Maple Leaf Village that drew the attention of His Majesty. The Great Shaman Vian smiled and nodded at Helen. "Praise the gods. Our little fox has finally returned home." Helen felt a wave of bliss wash over her, nearly swooning with delight at the recognition from the esteemed Great Shaman. Her eyes glistening with tears of joy. She had never anticipated such regard. Lu, however, scoffed silently. What good are formalities if she won't help her? This is a particularly momentous occasion. If time permitted, I would summon the war priests serving in the military to celebrate this special moment. For we welcome a born soul singer today. If my fragmented memory serves me right, it has been decades since a priest of natural soul singer lineage has graced the temple hall of Weiserspong in the northeastern province. The Great Shaman's eyes twinkled warmly as they settled on Lude. "A born soul singer? The priests erupted in a frenzy, their eyes locked onto the Medusa, expressions a mix of admiration and jealousy. The Medusa furrowed her brows, contemplating, casting a perplexed glance at the great shaman. Silence. I have one more astonishing announcement. This born soul singer has successfully acquired a dragon companion. How many dragon companions do we currently possess in our kingdom? My dear Prince Richard, the great shaman turned to her attendant knight. We currently possess no dragon priests apart from a fire phoenix priest. Came the eager response from the prince, his voice tinged with suppressed excitement. The priests below fell into a profound silence, which was soon shattered by a wave of hushed whispers that escalated into a cacophony of discussion, transforming the once solemn hall into a bustling marketplace. The great shaman chose not to chastise the priests for their unruly behavior, instead surveying them with a gentle smile. A dragon priest? A throng of Fox clan priests surrounded Helen, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Which family do you pledge your allegiance to? Inquired a benevolent priest as he approached, smiling warmly at Helen. Join us, the Ridley Golden family. We are closest to Bog Village, suggested another Fox priest. How could that be possible? Little girl, you are not just boasting, are you? Came another scoff. Silence. A veil of frost enveloped the countenance of the grand shaman Wayan. How could the interests of your family possibly be brought into the sacred temple? It was only then that several foxes realized the enormity of their transgressions. Their faces flushed as they tucked their tails between their legs and retreated to their original positions. Esteemed lords, I must assert, your vision is indeed constrained. This dragon priest, a rare appearance in a millennium, grand shaman Wayan surveyed all his subordinates, articulating in his distinctive cadence tone. That is not Helen of the Fox clan, but rather her acolyte, Richard of the Pig clan. It was as if a human mage had cast a forbidden spell in the hall. A dozen staff-wielding priests were rendered speechless, then erupted in a cacophony of disbelief, exclaiming, "How is this possible? How can this be?" Chapter 7. The superfluous prodigal priest. I am a duly appointed dragon priest. Grand Shaman Wayan removed the Medusa insignia from his chest and with a gentle flourish of his hand, a leap of amethyst light flashed, summoning a colossal earth dragon into the spacious hall. The slumbering beast slightly opened its eyes, a disdainful superiority gleaming in its immense gaze. Lu Junhan was taken aback. Pulling Helen back a few steps, the remnants of flesh caught in the dragon's sharp teeth sent shivers down his spine. Guagua leapt from Lu Junhan's head, swiftly burrowing into his embrace, revealing only a single eye as it cautiously surveyed the terrifying earth dragon. Helen's acidic fish eagle, frightened, soared into the air, leaving a splatter of excrement to fall on Lu Junhan's shoulder. Trust in my discernment, the grand shaman observed this spectacle, smiling amiably as he descended from his lofty seat, tenderly stroking the belly of his draconic familiar. Before the massive earth dragon, the stout tortoise man appeared as diminutive as a cabbage beside a pea. Under the grand shaman's touch, the earth dragon emitted a docile howl, an overwhelming stench instantly permeating the space. Have faith in my judgment. Esteemed Prince Richard is also a dragon knight, and my assessment aligns closely with his. This acolyte of the Pig clan indeed possesses remnants of pure dragon breath. The grand shaman's gaze flickered like a dancing oil lamp, inspecting the still whispering staff priests. Gradually, as his eyes swept over them, the priests quieted their restlessness. Esteemed lords, if Richard the priest bore no trace of that pure dragon breath, how could I allow a deceitful priest to enter this hallowed sanctuary? Prince Richard stepped down the stairs to stand beside the grand shaman. The priests endeavored to suppress their desire for discourse, fixating their gaze intently on Lu Junhan, their eyes akin to those poised to feast upon a delectable morsel of cheese or roasted succulent pork. Richard, pray tell, what type of dragon beast is your familiar? Grand Shaman Wayan returned his earth dragon to the Medusa insignia for continued slumber, gazing at Lu Junhan with a benevolent smile. Why familiar is a young fire-type dragon beast, Lu Junhan replied, unwavering, as he began to fabricate tales, a fire-type giant dragon. The priest's discussions surged once more, expanding in fervor. Alas, my dragon beast has already perished. Lu Junhan, adept in this ruse, allowed a single crystalline tear to slide down his cheek. A collective gasp of sympathy echoed among the priests, as if they had just lost their own magical beasts. Deceased? How could this be? Even the grand shaman's face momentarily reflected profound disappointment. This, how can it be? It was consumed by a natural tempest. Boundless waves dragged it into the unfathomable depths, while it shielded me. Lu Junhan understood that excessive elaboration was unnecessary. Brevity was best, and his tears now spoke volumes. Such a tragic loss. The Grand Shaman's visage was etched with deep disappointment and reluctance, a confluence of emotions swirling together. However, I now possess another magical companion. Lu Junhan tugged Guogua's ear, extracting it from his bosom to proudly present it to the Grand Shaman and the priests. My magical beast is an acidic fish eagle. Helen, too, was compelled to step forward, bracing herself. A few of the more delicate priests could not suppress their laughter, turning away to stifle their mirth, visibly pained. The Grand Shaman was left aghast, staring at the comically high-tailed, wide-eyed frost snow Pichio beast. His lips quivered in disbelief, unable to articulate a single word, while some perceptive priests discerned his silent repetition of the phrase prodigal fool. We wish to apply for the title of war priest. The little fox, sensing the heavy atmosphere, rushed forth to alleviate the tension. Yet her spirited words fell flat, akin to a voiceless beast attempting to hum. Such feeble utterances aged the Grand Shaman considerably, and he sighed, retreating to his seat. A dragon priest without a dragon, reduced to a harbinger of misfortune, a proud soul priest with naught but an acidic fish eagle as a familiar. This was an absurd jest. The Grand Shaman glared at Lu Junhan and Helen in frustration, his lips pursed in discontent. I had received word, hoping that our northeastern province could secure an additional seat among the kingdom's 12 high priests. Yet this is the outcome. You have profoundly disappointed me. Can a beast of misfortune truly bring calamity upon our enemies? Will the acidic fish eagle defeat foes by expelling its meager and scarce acid? Or perhaps by showering them with droppings? The Weathers temple will become a jest for the other temples of the kingdom, recounted for centuries to come. Helen bowed her head deeply, nervously fidgeting with her clothing, tears shimmering in her eyes. Helen, do you still wish to apply for the trial of war priest? Lu Junhan's beautiful serpent ancestor glided over, gently stroking Helen's hair, inquiring softly. Yes, Helen's head remained bowed, yet her response was resolute. But you know that your magical beast cannot possibly help you pass the trial for war priest. I speak the truth. The serpent ancestor lovingly caressed the little fox's hair, her voice filled with tenderness. Master Chui Beishi, Helen has naturally evolved the blessing war song. She ought to be automatically promoted to war priest, Lu Junhan proclaimed. Upon hearing this, the previously despondent Grand Shaman's eyes lit up at last. Some good news today, Grand Shaman Wayan nodded. Helen, please demonstrate the naturally evolved blessing war song for the esteemed lords. Helen wiped the tears from her eyes, and the stirring melody resonated throughout the hall. Without the aid of priestly instruments or any enhancement from magical beast cores, such an achievement was sufficient to make any discerning master proud. The Grand Shaman's gaze softened considerably. Lord Chidon. The serpent ancestor was left speechless, utterly astonished as she looked at Helen, then at the Grand Shaman. Her title as war priest had been crowned through natural evolution. Chui Beishi, bestow upon your beloved disciple the white priestly robe. Grand Shaman Wayan smiled. She has received the protection of the god of war. Our priests need not rely solely on magical beasts. Moreover, she is still young and must serve in the army only upon reaching adulthood. Who knows, by that time she may evolve into a staff priest. Ah, what about me? Lu Junhan felt entirely overlooked. You. Grand Shaman Wayan glared at Lu Junhan, irritation evident in his voice. Do you also wish to ascend as a war priest? Have you naturally evolved? No, Lu Junhan thought, recalling the unmentionable general's order and blood-red hair, which Helen had advised against singing. Richard, cease your antics. The serpent ancestor invoked her authority. Your magical beast cannot possibly pass the trial. I do not share that view, Lu Junhan replied stubbornly yet politely. I believe my magical beast is the finest companion. Upon hearing this, Guogua immediately leapt forth, proudly standing tall, puffing out its belly as it struck a formidable pose. What an ambitious lad! Grand Shaman Wayan could not discern whether he was complimenting or deriding Lu Junhan, his tone laced with sarcasm as he raised a thumb. Richard. The serpent ancestor, sensing her colleague snickering without needing to turn around, shook her head with a rueful smile, fixing her gaze upon Lu Junhan's comically unfortunate visage. Stubborn lad. Why don't you first demonstrate your innate soul singer-esque spiritual war song for the esteemed lords? Lu Zhenhan cleared his throat and began to sing, the sunlight streaming from the dome above him like a spotlight. The melody lingered enchantingly before concluding. Grand Shaman Wayan led the applause, and someone even whistled. The serpent ancestor's graceful and beautiful face was momentarily clouded with frost. Your voice is indeed stirring, the Grand Shaman chuckled, yet your singing prowess is lamentably feeble. Compared to your mentor, your singing prowess resembles the vast chasm between a firefly and the moon. Who, pray tell, is the moon? Lu Zhenhan feigns ignorance. Ha ha. Several of the surrounding priests are already rubbing their bellies. Such a naturally gifted soul singer is simply a blight upon the war god's eyes. The priests hurriedly offer fervent pleas for forgiveness from the war god in their hearts, questioning how they could entertain such blasphemous thoughts that challenge divine authority. Truly, they are worthy of their status as priests of the Paigu tribe. The great Shaman Wayan gazes helplessly at this dragon priest, acknowledging that your question indeed bears the hallmark of the Paigu tribe. Let us not dwell further on this inquiry. You may attain the title of soul priest, yet, in my humble opinion, your meager singing ability is insufficient to earn the title of war priest. Thus, the great Shaman Wayan adjusted his hat, suppressing a smile, and stated solemnly, Mr. Richard of Boj Village, you may don the red priestly robe to affirm your identity. You possess the right to embroider the dragon beast's emblem on your cuffs, signifying your former status as a dragon priest. However, the great shaman's tone shifted. I still advise against such action, for I would not wish for the entire Weiss's Pang Temple to become a laughingstock. Wait a moment. Lu Zhenhan lifted his head, which had been bowed in respectful attention, and from his seemingly reverent gaze emanated two icy beams of light, directed straight at the lofty great shaman. Chapter 8. A beastmaster without magic. The great Shaman Wayan was utterly taken aback by this proud and provocative glare. This was no longer the pitiful spendthrift he had encountered earlier. The surging and pure essence of dragon breath, infused with his wrath, pierced the heavens like a blinding lightning bolt, radiant and fierce. The four holy knights sensed hostility from this powerful and aggressive gaze. Immediately positioning themselves to shield the great Shaman Wayan, the leader, Prince Richard, gently placed his hand upon the hilt of his colossal sword, fixing a similarly icy and focused gaze upon Lu Zhenhan below the steps. Your response does not surprise me, however. I seem to recall that every priest is entitled to submit a promotion application to the temple annually, and the temple must provide corresponding trials for advancement. Respected great Shaman Chidon, why have you denied my long-standing arduous training without issuing the requisite advancement task? Lu Zhenhan articulated his points clearly, no longer resembling the foolish and clumsy Paigo. Your application is indeed legitimate. The war god has bestowed this right. The great Shaman Wayan waved his hand, signaling the knights to stand down. Yet, my actions stem from a desire to protect you. Do you not understand? Your singing ability is so shallow. How could you possibly undertake the trials of a war priest? War priests serve as the backbone of the holy altar priests within the military, and thus their trials are far more stringent than those of other priests. I would not wish for you to meet a futile demise. After all, the priestly yield of the Northeast province is not yet sufficient for me to squander. I am not a spendthrift, after all. The great Shaman Wayan slyly squinted his small, beady eyes. Laughter erupted around them. I appreciate your concern. However, I regret to inform you that I am a rather stubborn buyman. Lu Zhenhan felt no shame. With Helen having advanced to war priest, his masculine dignity would not allow him to swallow this affront. Oh, is that so? Well, you have successfully passed the first stage of your trial task. Your invocation of the battle song was quite adept, albeit lacking in depth. I can't allow you to barely pass. The next trial task involves a competition with our trial priest to showcase your command of beast combat techniques. As long as you do not succumb within a specified time frame, you shall pass. However, I must caution you that the staff priests here possess over 20 years of experience, and their magical beasts are formidable even against human magicians. Do you still wish to accept the challenge? The great Shaman Wayan appeared amiable on the surface, yet deep within he had resolved to thoroughly vanquish this insufferable Paigu brat and extinguish his stubborn and foolish aspirations. I am willing to accept, Lu Zhenhan affirmed resolutely. Esteemed gentlemen, does anyone wish to compete against our former dragon priest? The great Shaman Wayan scanned the gathered priests. Praise the gods, my lord, allow me to engage in a practice match with my disciple. Cui Beishi gracefully stepped forward, positioning herself before the great Shaman Wei and Lady Cui Beishi. You are also a rare sub-dragon priest within the kingdom. Is it not overly harsh for you to represent us in this challenge? The great Shaman Wei and chuckled in disbelief. Oh? This beautiful matriarch is also a sub-dragon priest? I never would have guessed, looking so delicate. Lu Zhenhan marveled, glancing up at his master's master, and indeed spotted an intricate golden embroidery of a hornless dragon beast on her black sleeves. Naturally, a battle between a sub-dragon priest and a bona fide dragon priest would surely result in certain defeat for the former. I worry that if your sub-dragon familiar were to be destroyed at the hands of the dragon priest, our Weiss's Pang Temple would suffer grievous losses, would it not? The great Shaman Wei En's words dripped with unspoken sarcasm. Old tortoise, Lu Zhenhan inwardly cursed this old curmudgeon. Guagua observed for a while, feeling dejected as no one acknowledged her and Lu Zhenhan's presence. With drooping ears and a puffed-up rear, she waddled to the side to relieve herself. Ha. The black-robed priests found the day's events utterly ridiculous. Even the most stoic of priests could not help but chuckle. Lady Cui Beishi, might I kindly ask you to step aside? I do not wish to undermine your abilities. I simply wish to prevent any discord from arising between you and your disciple during this trial. The great Shaman Wei En smiled at the beautiful serpent. My lord, permit me to test this dragon priest's strength. An aging centaur priest emerged from the crowd of priests. Lu Zhenhan tilted his head to regard him, and their eyes met. His gaze was laced with disdain and arrogance. Richard, this is Lord Puyol, a centaur priest from the house tribe. The beautiful serpent glanced at Lu Zhenhan with a look of helplessness. Introducing him to the black-robed priest before them, it is a pleasure to meet you. Lu Zhenhan bowed with utmost humility in greeting the esteemed figure. Humph. The centaur priest sneezed heavily, not even bothering to glance his way. Take it easy, Lord Puyol. The beautiful serpent whispered something into the black-robed priest's ear before departing, a remark that warmed Lu Zhenhan's heart, who had notably keen ears. This matriarch is rather impressive, he mused. Let us begin. The centaur priest removed the Medusa emblem from his chest, and a wave of black light surged forth, revealing a beast that resembled neither a turtle nor a pangolin, yet was as large as a 4-blade longsword. This creature was entirely encased in a tough shell composed of numerous hexagonal scales, appearing immensely formidable, with a long, bony tail that resembled a gigantic mace, adorned with sharp, backward-facing spikes. Lava Scythe Beast, Helen exclaimed in astonishment. The scythe beast awakened from its slumber, its half-closed eyes slowly locking onto Lu Zhenhan and Guagua before it. With a resounding sneeze, a plume of sparks mingled with black smoke erupted from its nostrils. Covered in scales, this scythe beast is a top-tier fire-type magical beast, Priest Richard. Should you choose to forfeit now, no one will mock your incompetence. The centaur priest Puyol fixed his gaze upon Lu Zhenhan. Lu Zhenhan responded with action rather than words. Go. Lu Zhenhan beckoned with a flick of his little finger, and Guagua charged forth, only to tumble to the ground after 2 steps, her plump rear end sticking up in the air. Unable to rise for a while, I never would have guessed that your method of commanding magical beasts still resides at the rudimentary verbal command stage. The disdain on the centaur priest's face intensified. Would you like to continue? Guagua struggled back to her feet, eyeing the scythe beast, which was also gazing back at her. The scythe beast turned to look at its priest, and the understanding in its eyes was unmistakable. Of course, we shall continue. Lu Zhenhan's expression darkened as he mechanically rotated the 2 blood-red jade rings on his thumb, contemplating whether to unleash his trump card. The centaur priest snorted disdainfully, and the scythe beast opened its massive jaws, revealing sharp fangs flecked with black smoke, lunging at Guagua with agility and swiftness, entirely devoid of the clumsiness one would expect from a creature clad in heavy armor. Just as it was about to either breathe fire or bite down, Guagua suddenly collapsed to the ground, hands raised in surrender, her little rear end thrusting upward. The scythe beast froze, as did the centaur priest, and the onlookers stood in stunned silence. Helen and Cui Beishi's faces flushed crimson, their singular thought being to find a hole to hide in. Ha. Even the usually stoic great Shaman Wei En chuckled, wiping away tears of laughter. It was absurd to the extreme, as no one had anticipated that this magical familiar would be the one to plead for mercy. Magical beasts share a telepathic bond with their masters, especially creatures like the frost snow Pichio, known for their mimicry. It appears this dragon priest had once provided a vivid demonstration lesson to his magical beast at some point. Amidst the collective laughter, a glimmer of cunning flashed in the eyes of both Guagua and Lu Jinhan. Almost imperceptibly, Guagua sprang into action, her delicate little fists striking the forehead of the sculpted tooth beast with the force of a drumbeat. First delivering a stunning blow that left the creature dazed, its eyes filled with stars. The subsequent heavy punches relentlessly pounded its unarmored nose, lips, and eyes. Guagua displayed a remarkable technique, her little legs gracefully intertwining in a skipping motion. Each swing of her fists was complemented by the power of her waist, her petite bottom twisting with each movement, ensuring her strikes remained focused on the beast's forehead. Every time the beast contemplated retaliating with fire, it was interrupted by the weighty impact of Guagua's fists. Struggling to open its battered eyes, now swollen with bruises, the beast inhaled sharply, only to find its elongated snout firmly grasped by Guagua's claws. Black smoke mixed with sparks escaping from its nostrils. The surrounding priests erupted in laughter, their mirth interrupted by incredulity as the frost snow skin beast, astonishingly, hoisted the sculpted tooth beast and executed a complete 180-degree turn. Releasing it with a forceful throw, the heavy creature soared through the air with a whoosh, crashing into a wall draped in velvet curtains. The impact was so forceful that several of the beast's sturdy scales were dislodged, echoing a dull thud throughout the temple. Remarkably, the sculpted tooth beast managed to rise again, albeit unsteadily, its head bobbing as it searched for its opponent. The poor creature had been thoroughly dazed by the previous blow, and Guagua stood directly before it, its drooping eyes scanning the distance. The centaur priest, Puyol, was the first to regain his composure from the shock, immediately using his telepathic abilities to redirect his dizzying beast towards its target. Guagua seized the beast's whiskers, yanking it down while simultaneously pressing her claws against its neck. With a resounding crash, sparks flew as the beast's jaw slammed into the hard stone floor. Creating a significant dent, this overwhelming force broke the spirit of the otherwise formidable sculpted tooth beast, which curled up on the ground, futilely attempting to rise. The embers and smoke dissipated, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of its mouth as it spat out several bloodied teeth. Guagua, unyielding in her assault, leaped onto the beast, one claw gripping its nose while her other fist continued to deliver relentless punches. Behold my signature technique, the black tiger's heart extraction. Lu Jinhan chuckled wickedly from the sidelines. Blood rapidly covered the beast's face as Guagua leapt off, scouring the ground for bricks. The granite surface proved too hard for her claws, leaving her no choice but to shake her ears in frustration before landing a final powerful kick to the beast's forehead. Returning to Lu Jinhan's side, the centaur priest was left speechless, staring at his battered pet, whose nostrils emitted smoke and sparks mixed with blood, forming a dark, clumped mass, while its hooves twitched, the only sign of its existence. Puyol's hands trembled in disbelief. The assembled priests were entranced, their expressions vacant, unable to comprehend the overwhelming strength of this rotund frost snow skin beast. The eyeless visage of the great Shaman Vian twitched painfully, his wrinkles contorting into a tight line. A kangaroo priest from the St. Kalu tribe, mouth agape in disbelief, stammered, "This little beast actually employs our kangaroo tribe's boxing technique. My Guagua has only used half of her strength." Lu Jinhan, observing the imposing St. Kalu priest, offered an apologetic smile. "My apologies. We forgot to wear our boxing gloves." Chapter 9. Capture the Thief. First Capture the King Volume 5. The Journey of Song Chapter 9. Capture the Thief. First capture the king. Thus, the crowd's gaze remained transfixed, their throats gaping like goldfish in a leaky bowl, deep and boundless. It was utterly absurd. The centaur priest was the first to awaken from his stupor. Exclaiming in exasperation, a priest's magical pet resorting to boxing instead of utilizing magic in battle. This is a farce for the entire Danube wilderness. I propose the temple revoke this ludicrous priest's qualification. It is preposterous. If one can triumph over you, it is not absurd. The battlefield is not merely measured by a magical pet's use of spells or combination punches to gauge a priest's capabilities. Lu Jinhan remarked slowly, placing Guagua upon his shoulder. Utterly ridiculous. I protest.
The centaur priest was clearly unable to accept the reality that his powerful lava-sculpted tooth beast had been defeated by a low-ranking frost snow-skinned beast. His expression darkening. A magical beast not utilizing magic as auxiliary attacks. Can it still be called a magical beast? Another priest echoed. We possess formidable followers. We do not require magical beasts to employ physical attacks. Another chimed in. Whether black or white, a cat that catches mice is a good cat. Lu Zhenhan began to engage in a verbal duel with the crowd. The temple had transformed into a bustling marketplace. Everyone clamoring to voice their opinions, the scene descending into chaos. Silence. Vian, the great shaman, rubbed his aching head. However, from a standpoint of fairness, Priest Richard has indeed emerged victorious. I refuse to accept this. The centaur priest cast aside his esteemed identity, resembling a shrewish woman, hands on hips, glaring furiously at Lu Zhenhan. This frost snow-skinned beast clearly employed deceit. It is as despicable as its master. I will not accept this worthless defeat. Then let us duel again. Lu Zhenhan replied calmly. Borby began to boast loudly. My magical beast is not incapable of using magic. It simply holds no regard for the lowly opponent. Do you know what its magic entails? Oh, the icy winds of the Tamurea Snow Mountain cannot compare to its frost snow aura. Too arrogant. Even Vian, the great shaman, nearly lost his composure. The audacity of this dragon priest nearly pushed the well-mannered shaman to exclaim profanities. The old shaman felt as though he had lived over 1,000 years, and the audacity of this priest was the most shameless he had ever encountered. I shall challenge you. A wolf tribe priest named Wolf stood forth. His silver hair glinting, his cold gaze reminiscent of an ancient, chilling wind. With a wave of his hand, a dark beam shot forth, summoning a massive white bear emanating a frigid aura onto the trial ground. This Tangula ice bear is also of the frost snow freezing lineage. I am intrigued to witness the prowess of your magical beast's freezing magic, Wolf stated coolly, brushing his silver hair back. The colossal ice bear, towering over 3 blades in height, responded to its master's call, angrily waving its sharp claws, exhaling icy breath that froze the air, its terrifying roar echoing throughout the hall as if shaking the very walls. Lu Zhenhan accidentally stubbed his foot on a brick, his casual remarks provoking the wrath of the staff priest of the same lineage, and he finally tasted the bitterness of being caught in a dilemma. Before he could speak, Guogua leaped off his shoulder, charging towards the Tangula ice bear. The wolf priest smirked, and the ice bear unleashed a massive breath of ice directly at the oncoming Guogua. The same mistake will not be made again, the wolf priest sneered. Guogua executed a swift roll, silent and agile, effortlessly slipping past the giant bear, the icy breath failing to touch her. The Tangula ice bear roared, turning to deliver a decisive blow to this audacious challenger, only to find its master's face contorted in pain. The bear was left dumbfounded. The audience was once again left in shock, jaws dropping in disbelief. After evading the bear, Guogua sprang into the air without a moment's pause, her astonishing agility propelling her towards the wolf priest's abdomen. Her little fists, now fully charged, delivered a powerful blow. Before the wolf priest could utter a word, a pale yellow blur erupted from nowhere, and it was too late to react as a massive and heavy fist struck him, turning his insides into turmoil. His features twisted in agony, he gasped for breath, clutching his abdomen and rolling his eyes, slowly collapsing to the ground, resembling a shrimp thrown into boiling water. Guogua's next move left all the priests on the verge of losing their eyesight. Upon landing, her little fist smashed into the hard granite floor, producing a resounding crack as the stone tiles splintered like spider webs. Such incredible strength. Even the renowned martial knights among the Baimen trembled in astonishment. This clever magical beast demonstrated through her actions that her previous strike had shown restraint. Once freed from the priest's mental control, the magical beast would revert to its primal state. If this occurred on the battlefield, an indiscriminate attack by the magical beast could spell unimaginable disaster for its team. All the priests were once again scrutinizing this wayward priest, their gazes laden with unspoken implications. What a formidable beast! The great shaman Vian observed the calm demeanor of this reckless priest before him, his emotions surging within. You have once more demonstrated to us that a priest's true prowess cannot be measured merely by rank or title. As a wise elder, the great shaman objectively spoke a word of fairness on behalf of Lu Zhenhan. I object. A disgruntled wolf tribe priest stepped forward defiantly. "My lord, on the battlefield, we are surrounded by adept warriors. No ambush can elude the keen eyes of a skilled fighter. This was merely an accident, and the strength of our esteemed tribe's priest, Redknapp, should not be so easily dismissed. This is a disgrace to our wolf clan. I propose that I face Priest Richard once more." Indeed, many priests, reveling in schadenfreude, echoed their approval. Go be defeated by a beast that relies solely on brute force, a wretched frost-skin quillbeast at that, was a bitter pill for these proud priests to swallow. Enough. The great Shaman Vian could no longer suppress his fury. "Oh, you think the trials of a priest are akin to the trivial spectacles of noblemen's gladiatorial contests? If that were the case, I suggest you all take your leave to the arena. Today, 2 priests wielding the staff of trial have fallen to Priest Richard's hands, a feat unprecedented in the history of priestly trials for centuries. It is utterly absurd. Despite the unforeseen circumstances and myriad misunderstandings, you must uphold your dignity, Lord Owen. Does not your wolf clan's creed espouse that challenging the strong, even in defeat, is noble?" The wolf tribe priest shot a resentful glance at Lu Zhenhan and stepped forward to assist the silver-haired wolf who had collapsed. Priest Redknapp trembled and painfully removed his Medusa insignia, consigning the ice bear to the dimensional slumber within the badge. "Respected Priest Richard, your unconventional approach has left a profound impression on me. Frankly, while I still harbor doubts about your abilities as a soul singer, to have bested 2 staff priests is nearly the limit of my imagination." The great Shaman Vian sighed, rubbing his temples. "I in all the temples and altars of the kingdom. No priest has ever relied solely on beasts that deliver physical attacks. I do not know what miraculous herbs your beast has consumed to endow it with such terrifying power, but undeniably, its magical prowess remains feeble and ineffectual. Do you acknowledge this or deny it?" "I concede." Lu Zhenhan could no longer boast about this point. Guagua indeed performed inadequately in her frostbite attack. A beast that could not exert sufficient magical force had nevertheless vanquished 2 staff priests' familiars. This would surely become a jest in the Weiserspang temple. The great Shaman Vian cast a glance at the beautiful priestess in the corner, realizing how unwise it was to exclude Priestess Chui Beishi from serving as a trial officiant. The beautiful serpent embraced Helen, her gaze filled with complex emotions as she regarded Lu Zhenhan. "I hope, esteemed lords, that you will not spread this matter beyond these walls, as there remains considerable controversy surrounding Priest Richard's victory today." The great Shaman Vian wearily pressed his temples. "Priest Richard, you are entitled to select your next trial task. You will have the right to craft your instrument. However, you must personally hunt for the magical cores that enhance your song's power. Once you have completed this final task, all priests within the temple will deliberate and bestow upon you a noble title and corresponding fief based on your abilities. That will be all for today. My thoughts are in disarray, and I must retreat to meditate. Inform the shaman to assess Lord Redknapp's injuries. We shall conclude for today. I accept this task." Lu Zhenhan grinned broadly. Chapter 10. The trials are not a smooth path, my lord. We protest. The cacophony of dissent erupted once more, a chorus of jeers and exasperation. "Protest? How dare you?" Lu Zhenhan muttered to himself, his expression twisted. The clamor of the priests was undeniable, even the countenance of the highest authority. The great Shaman Vian bore a hint of gravity. Prince Richard leaned in closer, whispering something into the great shaman's ear. The shaman nodded slightly, stealing furtive glances at Lu Zhenhan. A sudden sense of conspiracy washed over Lu Zhenhan. "Silence, esteemed lords." The great shaman concluded his hushed discourse with the prince, a sly smile gracing his lips as he addressed the assembly. "Your trial grounds will present 2 options, my respected dragon priest. The locations are the Southern Cross Forest and the Sunset Swamp at the southwestern border. I shall send word to the local garrison, the Flying Eagles, to prepare for your arrival." Instantly, the uproar subsided. The priests who had been so indignant moments before now wore expressions of glee as they gazed at Lu Zhenhan. "I shall choose the one closest to me. My mentor and I wish to hasten the crafting of our instruments for our fief." Lu Zhenhan declared boldly to my lord, "I will make those beasts their regret ever being born in that place." He cast a glance at Helen, unabashedly proclaiming his intent. Laughter erupted in the temple, a mix of mockery and schadenfreude. "Very well. The nearest trial site is the Southern Cross Forest. May fortune favor you, my young lad." the great Shaman Vian decisively announced, giving Lu Zhenhan a thumbs up. Your courage is indeed worthy of the noble and valiant dragon priest title. As Lu Zhenhan twirled the ring on his thumb, he felt an unmistakable air of conspiracy and entrapment swirling around him. Another round of war drums sounded, signaling the conclusion of the farce. As the priests dispersed, their gazes laden with ulterior motives, Prince Richard sauntered over to the beautiful serpent, engaging in casual banter with Helen while affectionately stroking the feathers of her beloved fish eagle. As Lu Zhenhan approached, he distinctly heard the prince extend an invitation to Helen to explore the local culture of Weiserspang. Lu Zhenhan and Guagua halted, casting sidelong glances at the prince, who, oblivious to their presence, elegantly flicked his cloak and kissed the backs of the two ladies' hands in a gentlemanly farewell. Look at how he walks. His feet are splayed outward. He must have a hernia. Lu Zhenhan venomously cursed the departing prince. This was the first time the beautiful serpent engaged in an earnest conversation with her apprentice, and upon hearing his words, she was momentarily taken aback, struggling to regain her composure. Cui Baishi thought to herself that if her apprentice sprouted 2 more horns, he'd hardly need to don makeup to play a devil in the underworld. After ensuring they were alone, the beautiful serpent took a deep breath and quietly beckoned the 2 newly appointed war priests. Follow me. The bedroom of Master Medusa lay within the temple itself. Each staff priest possessed their own dedicated space within the temple, aside from the necessary time spent wandering and honing their skills. Each staff priest was required to devote at least 2 months annually to serving the god of war within the temple. Throughout the journey, Cui Baishi remained silent, leading her 2 equally taciturn apprentices along the long, tranquil corridor. Lu Zhenhan repeatedly attempted to break the silence, hoping to lighten the mood, but each time he was halted by the fox's gaze. The ceiling of Master Cui Baishi's chamber mirrored that of the earlier training ground, featuring an open design that allowed natural light to stream and a ray of sunlight cascaded gracefully upon the bed adorned with round drapes, creating a perfect interplay of dazzling and subdued light. Enveloping the room in warmth and comfort, a languid, almost ethereal sweetness wafted through the air, a true essence of femininity. Lu Zhenhan silently marveled at the beauty of it all. How lovely, Minter, Helen exclaimed, her eyes wide with delight as she gazed at the princely bed draped in lampas and velvet, her youthful exuberance unabashedly shining through. Silly child, remember that mentors must maintain a cold facade. Warmth is always necessary. The beautiful serpent tenderly stroked her apprentice's hair, her gaze softening. What if it rains? Lu Zhenhan looked up at the ceiling, finally unable to suppress his curiosity. Since entering this accursed temple, he had felt enveloped by a stifling atmosphere that left him quite unsettled. The ceiling is covered with polished shells. Rest assured, it will not leak. Even in the rain, the beautiful serpent welcomed her 2 juniors to sit upon the bed. This was the first time Lu Zhenhan and Helen had entered such a sacred sanctuary, although the Bog Village prison also had altars. It paled in comparison to any nook within the temple, resembling a mere shabby chicken coop. The 2 rustic priests gaped in awe at the room's furnishings, whether it be the immense bookshelves or the grand wardrobe. Leaving their mouths agape so many beautiful garments, Helen stood, her fingers gliding delicately over the array of priestly robes hanging on the rack, ranging from the austere and mysterious black robes, tailored into various styles, some graceful, others elegant, each adorned with subtle embellishments that showcased the designer's craftsmanship. So many books. Lu Zhenhan stood before the bookshelf, feigning scholarly interest, aware that many of his elders admired bookish younger generations. Despite his utter lack of enthusiasm for the tomes before him, he maintained an air of keen interest, particularly as he carefully extracted a book with its corners sealed in metal. Engrossed, he began to leaf through it with delight. The cover bore 4 elegantly inscribed characters in Mongolian script, Ritual Codex. Upon opening the front page, the thick, exquisite paper crafted from Tokaran lampwick grass provided a delightful sensation to his fingertips. It was superior to the ordinary paper, and Lu Zhenhan offered a candid, expert assessment of this luxurious material. Minter, there are so many beautiful garments, exclaimed Helen, her excitement palpable. This is the first time I've seen such lovely attire. She nestled into her Minter's embrace, playfully seeking attention. Helen, although the Minter is a priestess, she is still a young woman. Medusa turned, laughing lightly, though the beautiful clan of the Bai Mong are your foxes, We must allow our mentor to indulge in her hobbies. A woman should treat herself well. Lu Zhenhan lifted his gaze from the book, shaking his head in disbelief. This playful banter caused Medusa's gaze towards him to shift slightly. Richard, it seems many underestimate your potential. Cui Beiqian rose from her desk, retrieving 2 water-filled horn cups, placing them on the beak of a bronze flamingo mounted on the wall. A gentle stream, emanating steam, flowed into the cups. Master Cui Beiqian, I appreciate your kind words, Lu Zhenhan said, setting down the book and accepting the offered water. The beautiful serpent swayed gracefully to the desk, opening a drawer to produce a bag, which she tossed to Lu Zhenhan. Monster crystal cores? He exclaimed, astounded as he opened the bag to find it filled with crystal cores the size of pigeon eggs, some hexagonal, some round, and others triangular. Each core shimmered with an extraordinary brilliance, their insides seemingly containing a mist, cloaking a bizarre, unknown world brimming with mysterious power. These are the cores I've hunted over the years during my wanderings. I now bestow them upon you both. Cui Beiqian said, settling onto the bed and gently caressing her vividly colored tail. This distinctly feminine gesture stirred envy in Helen, who watched enviously. Then we shall not be polite. Lu Zhenhan began, ready to stow the treasures away. But Helen interrupted. They're far too precious, she exclaimed, furrowing her brows and holding Lu Zhenhan's hand. Looking perplexed at her mentor, Cui Beiqian. Dear mentor, did you not always teach me that a priestess must toil diligently? That all rewards must first be earned through effort? Why today do you shower us with these monster crystals as if you were a doting elder? Foolish child. The beautiful serpent smirked, a hint of bitterness in her smile. I simply do not want you both to embarrass yourselves. Embarrassed? Lu Zhenhan felt bewildered. Why would they be embarrassed? The northeastern province of Wisepang is a city of foxes, and not only our temple's priests but all priests in the kingdom. Be they soul priests capturing magical beasts or war priests hunting for crystals to craft instruments, have never strayed from the Danube wasteland, conducting their rites within the jurisdiction of the Wolf clan in the Florindo-Saline forest along the border. Even the knights' promotions in the kingdom occur there. Do you know what levels of trials await for priestly promotions in the Southern Cross Forest and the Sunset Marsh? Cui Beiqian's warm gaze fell upon the 2 juniors. Both shook their heads, confused that it is my fault. I focused solely on your self-cultivation and neglected my responsibilities as a mentor, Cui Beiqian admitted, beckoning Helen to join her on the bed. Dear Helen, the beautiful serpent gently stroked the little fox's cheek. The Southern Cross Forest is also known as the Forest of Death, while the Sunset Marsh is referred to as the Abyss of Magic. These are the trial grounds for war priests seeking promotion to staff priests. The monsters in these 2 locations constantly threaten the kingdom's heart, and the Wolf clan, the Pier Legion, and the Swans of the Smai are stationed there not merely to guard against the giant tribes of the Southern Cross Forest, the Elf clan, and the Druid kingdom, but primarily to prevent the beasts from encroaching upon the lives of the commoners of Baimong. Trial grounds for staff priests? Lu Zhenhan gaped, taking a moment to process. Obisrak, we are the soul priests advancing to war priests. Isn't this bypassing the ranks? Your performance today was simply too outstanding. Cui Beiqian, though calm in demeanor, exhibited a hint of ire. You caused 2 esteemed staff priests to lose face. Consider the outrage among the priests had the Grand Shaman Vian not taken some balancing action. If you were a true dragon priest, it might be excusable, but you have lost your dragon beast. How can these proud priests swallow such humiliation? Swallow it after cooking it? Lu Zhenhan mused internally. Oh, not be so obstinate, my young lad. The beautiful serpent chuckled softly. You may not yet grasp the extent of the staff priest's authority. The number of priests in the kingdom has continuously dwindled. It is not just us but the entire realm of humanity, as the massive ebbing of elemental tides has drastically reduced the numbers of sorcerers and priests compared to the times of the Hegel War a millennium ago. Staff priests are nearly at the pinnacle of the priestly hierarchy. Aside from the Grand Shaman Vian, the 12 high priests, and the Scarlet Priestess, staff priests are the highest ranking among them. Many common folk in the kingdom may live their entire lives without ever laying eyes on such glory. Is it really that exaggerated? Lu Zhenhan glanced at Helen, who nodded affirmatively. Far from it, Cui Beiqian smiled. Staff priests often wield real power within their families. Consider this, even a war priest can hold fiefdoms and titles. What of the staff priests? The 2 wolf lords you offended today, one of them, Lord Redknapp, is even a leading candidate for the next Wolf clan chieftain. The Fox clan of the northeastern province has always been subservient to the Wolf clan. And as a vassal of a Fox clan offending a high-ranking noble, you can imagine the delicate dynamics at play, can't you? Lord Shidan's actions have largely been a favor to me, showing you a deliberate bias. Such complexity? Helen's eyes sparkled as she gazed at her mentor, rapt with attention. Dear Helen, being a priestess entails far more than merely learning to chant battle songs. Medusa gazed earnestly at her beloved disciple. I refrained from letting you engage with these matters, fearing that such unsavory, albeit not outright dirty, affairs might tarnish your beautiful spirit. Alas, your progress has far exceeded my expectations. I had anticipated it would take at least another year for you to attain the level of war priest. I never imagined you would evolve so swiftly, praising the divine. This incident can only be deemed an unexpected turn. Once again, power and intrigue prevailed. Lu Zhenhan felt somewhat disheartened, realizing that even among the beasts, complexities abound. Damn it, this must be the prince's doing. Lu Zhenhan recalled the secretive whispers of the lion-tiger prince named Richard and the Grand Shaman. Obisrak. This matter is far from over, he vowed silently,